From the direction of the blocked zone, a village nearby was alive with distant sounds. What is happening? Isn't that area sealed off? Could it be that a monster has been unearthed? Exchanging a glance with Li Hao, he said, "Let's go take a look." "All right, they'll shut down the computer first," Li Yu replied, blood trickling from his hand as he reached for the hard drive. The blood vanished upon contact with the hard drive, and he hastily gathered his belongings before powering off the computer. Unbeknownst to Li Yu, after his departure, the hard drive emitted a radiant golden light, undergoing a profound transformation. Boom, ratatatat. Boom. In the distance, fierce gunfire illuminated the night sky. Shouts and cries for help echoed intermittently as Li Yu and his companion braced themselves. Chapter 1. Do you love your wife? Honey, how much longer until you come back? After a month of continuous live streaming, Gu Yueji finally allowed herself a day of respite and called Yi Zurong, eager to inquire when he would return. Before the spring festival, Yi Zurong had gone back to his hometown for the holiday, leaving Gu Yueji alone in their rented apartment. Having been together for 5 years, Gu Yueji had never visited Yi Zurong's parents. Both came from humble backgrounds. Gu Yueji's family resided in a remote area requiring multiple transfers and a long walk to reach home, while Yi Zurong's parents were regular employees at a now-defunct factory, and the three of them had lived in a cramped space of less than 50 square meters since his birth. Yi Zurong promised that once they had earned enough, he would proudly take her home to meet his parents and marry her. Gu Yueji found this reasoning sound. They were still in debt while starting their business, and visiting his parents without the means for a proper wedding seemed impractical, so she never pressed him about marriage. It was only by chance that she overheard a video call between Yi Zurong and his parents that she realized he had refrained from introducing her because his parents disapproved of her. Though they were classmates who graduated from the same prestigious university, in the eyes of his parents, she was merely a girl from the countryside, lacking both a notable family background and financial means to provide a respectable dowry, thus unable to assist him in his career post-marriage. They simply looked down upon her. Even though Yi Zurong, like her, had completed his education through student loans, his parents viewed him as a refined young man with a promising degree, capable of attracting someone better than her. Upon graduation, Yi Zurong expressed his fervent desire to start a business, passionately declaring that he would ensure a better life for his parents and her. Naively, she chose not to seek employment and devoted herself entirely to supporting his entrepreneurial endeavors. However, the path of entrepreneurship proved far more arduous than anticipated. After 3 years of running a Taobao store, they had neither earned money nor escaped their debts. Fortunately, since the end of last year, their shop began to show signs of improvement, especially after they started live streaming sales this year, leading to an increase in sales. Gu Yueji felt a glimmer of hope as she poured her energy into their venture each day. Before Yi Zurong returned home, they had chatted about the possibility of repaying their loans by next year and how they could finally start saving for their wedding. Due to the sudden outbreak of the pandemic in her hometown, Yi Zurong has been residing there for over 2 months since returning home for the spring festival. They engage in daily video calls, during which Yi Zurong reminds her of the precautions to take during the pandemic, advising her to avoid unnecessary outings. His incessant reminders may seem tedious to other women, yet Gu Yueji finds solace in such attentiveness, feeling cherished and cared for. In their province, the pandemic situation is relatively mild, with transportation and logistics operating normally. With more people staying at home during the pandemic, the viewership for live broadcasts has significantly increased. Gu Yueji maintains a rigorous schedule, dedicating 10 hours daily to her live streaming. After each session, she manages shipping, addresses customer inquiries online, and devises content for the next day's broadcast, all of which she undertakes alone. At times, she becomes so engrossed in her work that she only manages to eat once a day, and her video chat time with Yi Zurong is drastically reduced. 2 weeks ago, during a video call, she expressed her desire for him to return soon, as she was becoming overwhelmed with the shop's affairs. Before she could voice her concerns, he mentioned that his parents were unwell and needed his care for a while, making it impossible for him to return temporarily. She refrained from further discussion, simply urging him to take good care of his parents. This week has been particularly chaotic for her, as she received multiple negative reviews due to shipping errors. After apologizing profusely and offering refunds and discounts, she managed to convince the customers to amend their reviews. Frustrated, she contemplated calling Yi Zurong to vent her grievances, but was met with a cacophony on the other end of the line. "Yueji," Yi Zurong began, but was quickly drowned out by the sound of celebratory fireworks, followed by cheers and congratulatory remarks, with someone in the background calling for the groom. Gu Yueji furrowed her brow, as she had never heard him mention a wedding in the family, especially considering his parents' health. Just as she was about to inquire further about his return, a woman's voice interrupted. Yi Ziong, why are you still on the phone? Get in the car. Gu Yueji was taken aback. The familiar tone conveyed an air of authority, yet it was neither Yi Ziong's mother nor his sister. Enough of the phone calls, let me hold it for you, said Yi Ziong's mother, a voice Gu Yueji recognized. The call was abruptly disconnected. When she attempted to call back, the line was unreachable. Staring blankly at her phone for a long while, the noise from the call echoed in her ears as she tried to distinguish every voice. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Later, Gu Yueji realized that this absurd notion might have been a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense, both acute and precise, instilling an unwavering determination. For an entire day, she did nothing but incessantly call Yi Ziong, even though the line remained busy. It was as if she were entranced, dialing from evening until dawn, unable to stop. Each message of the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable felt like a weight pressing down on her heart, suffocating yet paradoxically solidifying her resolve. Exhausted, she finally reclined on the sofa, likely succumbing to slumber. When she opened her eyes once more, the morning sun had transformed into a blazing orb, and her phone buzzed in her hand. Upon seeing her husband's name flash across the screen, Gu Yueji tightened her grip on the device, her once resolute heart softening ever so slightly. Perhaps the situation was not as she had presumed. Wiping her face, she sat up and answered the call. However, it was not Yi Zurong on the other end, but rather his mother, whose words plunged Gu Yueji into a state of utter despair. Is this Gu Yueji? I am Yi Zurong's mother. I shall speak plainly without any embellishments. Do not call Yi Zurong again. He is married now, a husband to another. Your interference in his life renders you a third party, disrupting another's marriage. I have never supported your relationship. You are simply incompatible. Regardless of any grievances you believe you hold against him, please cease all communication. Gu Yueji's breathing slowed, and after a few moments of silence, she calmly responded, Auntie, please let Yi Zurong take the call. This simple request only incited further agitation from Yi Zurong's mother. What for? You have nothing to gain from this conversation. His wife, Xiao Yuan, comes from a powerful family. Her father is the police chief. Soon, Yi Zurong will join the public service. What can you offer him? I implore you, do not obstruct his happiness. Gu Yueji maintained her position, her breath steady. She repeated, please let Yi Zurong take the call. Just as Yi Zurong's mother attempted to respond, a scuffle erupted on the line, voices muffled and indistinct. Suddenly, there was a loud thud of a door slamming, followed by Yi Zurong's familiar voice, Yueji. Upon hearing his voice after such a long day, Gu Yueji felt her tears escape uncontrollably, cascading down her cheeks. Struggling to suppress her sobs, she asked in her usual tone, what your mother said isn't true, is it? How could you be married? You are my boyfriend, who else would you marry? Silence fell on the other end. Gu Yueji recalled a moment when she confided in friends about her inability to argue with Yi Zurong whenever she was furious. He would simply remain silent, leading others to believe their relationship was sweet. They were unaware that she resented his silence in the face of conflict. Finally, her frustration boiled over. Speak, what have you done? After a pause, laden with guilt, he replied, Yueji, I'm sorry. I have wronged you. In that instant, a chilling sensation enveloped her, reminiscent of a childhood memory when she fell into a lake, that bone-deep coldness forever etched in her mind. Why? Yi Zurong fell silent again, his hesitant nature causing him to deliberate over his words. She knew this trait well and had once been patient, waiting for his responses. Yet now, she was unwilling to wait even a second longer. No more pondering, speak plainly. Answer me immediately. This time, he indeed did not remain silent. Recently, I took my parents to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor informed us that their health is deteriorating and they need to take medication every month. My parents hope that I can settle down in our hometown and provide them with some support. Is that the sole reason? In recent years, I have truly felt overwhelmed by pressure, as if no matter how hard I strive, it is futile, and instead, I have accumulated a mountain of debt. Are we not improving? Before you returned home, our revenue was already on the rise. It is of no consequence even if the monthly earnings are increasing. It will take years to repay the debts I've incurred. So what do you expect? Do you want me to shoulder this debt alone? Not all. Calculate how much we owe in total. We will split it evenly. You send me the amount, and once I have saved enough, I will repay you. Gu Yueji laughed at what seemed to her a ludicrous joke, chuckling until laughter escaped her lips. Yi Zerong, do you realize what you were saying? Just 2 months ago, we were planning when to repay the money, and you were going to take me home for the new year. Now, merely 2 months later, you inform me of your marriage and wish to sever ties. Do you not find this absurd? I understand the debt I owe you is something I may never repay in this lifetime, though I might bear a greater burden of the debt. At present, I have nothing to give. You will have to wait. Yi Zerong, allow me to pose 2 final questions. Go ahead. Do you love me? There was a pause on the other end for 2 seconds. I do. Do you love your wife? This time, the pause was even longer. I will love her. Gu Yueji smiled as she wiped away her tears, using a tissue to clean her nose, and then spoke slowly into the phone. You are mistaken. You love no one but yourself. Chapter 2. Strangers. Brother Zhong, do we have any plans to commence work at the construction site? A sigh emanated from the phone. No, we are all quite distressed. My brother said if we do not begin work soon, he might jump off a building. Ren Jin had anticipated this. Brother Zhong, are you kidding? Your big boss is merely worried about the slow earnings, unlike us, who wait daily to earn a living by hauling bricks. Come now, you're a landlord. Waiting for your monthly rent is sufficient. Why would you bother hauling bricks? Do not mock me. The rent I receive is hardly noteworthy. Thankfully, I managed to feed my family, but the other brothers in the construction team are genuinely anxious, asking me daily when we can start working. They say they do not even have money for baby formula. Brother Zhong, please inform me in advance when work is set to begin so I can arrange for the workers to come. Currently, all construction sites are awaiting notification. We cannot provide a definite answer. However, rest assured, as soon as we receive the green light to commence work, I will inform you ahead of time. Thank you, Brother Zhong. Given the current pandemic, I cannot easily arrange to meet you. Once work begins, let us dine together at Zue Xianlu. Indeed, I haven't eaten there in months. I truly miss the seafood. You have always said their lobster is the best. It's a promise. Once we start working, we must go for a meal. Agreed. After hanging up, Ren Jin casually threw himself onto the sofa, reclining comfortably. Looking towards the balcony, the festive flowers purchased for the spring festival have withered, leaving only their stalks. Since the festival, he has ventured outside only a handful of times. With construction sites idle and bars and KTVs closed, he finds himself devoid of destinations, spending each day flicking through channels on the television, reflecting on the unbearable monotony of such existence. At that moment, the doorbell rings as Takeout has arrived. Opening the door, he sees the delivery man in a yellow uniform, likely the only living soul he encounters daily. Unable to resist, Ren Jin engages him in casual conversation. Brother, are a lot of people ordering takeout these days? Quite a few, the delivery man replies with a grin. Everyone is staying in and ordering food. Then you must be making a decent sum. The delivery man chuckles. I earn a bit more than before, but it's exhausting. Sometimes I barely get a chance to eat. Glancing at the takeout in his hands, a sudden thought strikes Ren Jin. He opens the bag, pulls out some cigarettes and a drink, and hands them to the delivery man. Brother, are you still hiring? At 7 in the morning, Gu Yueji completes her morning routine and begins to apply makeup. With her fair complexion, she used to go live with nothing more than a swipe of lipstick, never needing to wear makeup. However, after a month of significant weight loss, her face has taken on a sallow, unappealing hue. To appear more vibrant for her live stream, she applies foundation, eyeliner, and a bold red lipstick before going on air. Sisters, let me tell you, this piece is a must-have. It doesn't pill or lose shape, and the cut is simply stunning. The quality of our clothing speaks for itself. Trust me, you won't regret buying it. For the entire morning, Gu Yueji diligently changes outfits and promotes her merchandise, losing track of how many ensembles she has tried on until a slight dizziness from hunger prompts her to glance at the clock, realizing it is nearly 2 p.m. Having consumed only a bottle of milk that morning, she does not feel particularly hungry. Rather, she is concerned about her upcoming afternoon and evening live streams and wishes to avoid fainting on air. Thus, she orders a random takeout. Shortly after placing her order, she receives a call from the convenience store downstairs, informing her that a large box of her packages is waiting for her at their entrance, urging her to retrieve it promptly. Gu Yueji's anger flares. The convenience store serves as a parcel collection point, charging a fee for each package. Previously, when a logistics company had left a box of her clothing there without notifying her, she had been forced to pay 5 yuan upon retrieval. Since then, she had strictly prohibited any delivery service from leaving her packages at the convenience store. To her dismay, just days later, the courier service has once again deposited her packages there without her consent. When she descends to collect her parcels, the convenience store demands the usual fee of 5 yuan, threatening not to release her items otherwise. Fuming, Gu Yueji stands at the entrance of the convenience store and dials the courier's number, only to be met with an irate response. You always take so long to pick up your packages. I'm not here, just for you there's no time to wait around. The parcel is there, take it if you want, or leave it. Gu Yuji recalled the delivery man, who was specifically assigned to this area and had previously delivered packages to them. Back then, Yizurong was still around, and she would often go live, leaving the delivery tasks almost entirely to him. On one occasion, Yizurong lost track of time and neglected to retrieve her parcel for quite a while. The delivery man, exasperated, called and began to berate her. Yizurong, with her timid and reticent disposition, was infuriated but could not muster a retort. Witnessing this, Gu Yuji seized the phone and engaged in a heated argument with the delivery man, ultimately causing him to hang up in frustration. Yizurong, embracing her, proudly declared that she was his superhero, asserting that without her, he would be victimized. The mere thought of Yizurong caused Gu Yuji's eyes to well up with tears, an uncontrollable wave of emotion causing her to tremble slightly. She quickly inhaled deeply to compose herself, then shouted into the phone, "Did you just call me? Do you have a record of that call? When have you ever waited for me? Let me tell you, I am currently waiting for you at the convenience store. If you do not deliver my package to me within 10 minutes, I will file a complaint against you. Your name and phone number are both on the receipt, and I will certainly ensure you face consequences today. I mean what I say." Renjin, carrying Takeout, was scanning the neighborhood. He found delivering food to this area particularly irksome. The old complex lacked elevators, and the building numbers were poorly marked, often leaving him to search for ages. He had been delivering food for a month now and found the novelty of it somewhat appealing. Having held various jobs, this was his first experience in food delivery. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity, he managed only 10 deliveries a day, earning a mere 2 yuan per order, which barely covered a meal. However, after studying the workings of order distribution and subsidies, he had managed to earn several thousand yuan over the past month. Most importantly, it allowed him to escape the confines of home, which felt stifling. Why should I pay for your delivery? Who gave you the right to leave my package here without my consent? This 5 yuan charge is entirely your doing if you refuse to pay. Who else will? I won't pay you for a package I didn't even receive. If you don't pay, he'll lodge a complaint claiming I never received the delivery. Renjin heard the escalating argument from a distance and glanced over, bemused by how assertive women had become, confronting a man twice their size without a hint of concession. Their fierce demeanor starkly contrasted with the traditional gentility typically associated with femininity. Your package is clearly here. How can you claim you didn't receive it? I have a mountain of deliveries to make and have no time for your complaints. The delivery man replied impatiently, preparing to leave. Gu Yuji hastily intervened. You can't leave, you must retrieve my package first. The delivery man, now infuriated, glared at Gu Yuji and forcefully shook off her grasp, causing her to stumble backward unsteadily. Before he could react, she fell directly into his arms. A waft of common shampoo and cheap cosmetics enveloped him as he looked down that a pair of frantic eyes gazed upon him, wide and round, their trembling expression reminiscent of some innocuous creature. However, the dark circles beneath the eyes were so pronounced that even makeup could not conceal them, aging her by several years. A thick layer of powder obscured her original complexion, rendering it unrecognizable. Her frame was so emaciated that when she collided with him, he felt only the sharpness of bones, causing him discomfort. As he glanced downward, he noticed she was clad in a spaghetti strap knitted outer garment from his vantage point. Her chest appeared soft and pale, with a hint of a cleavage visible. Gu Yueji could sense the robust, powerful grip encircling her arm in the fleeting moment she stumbled backward. Her initial instinct was that she had collided with a wall solid and unwavering only to turn and discover it was a man. He was tall, towering over her 165-centimeter stature, his head adorned with a yellow helmet and a blue mask, which left only his pronounced brows and a pair of deep-set double eyelids visible. Just as Gu Yueji intended to express her gratitude, she noticed the man's gaze fixated on a point below her collarbone, his scrutiny unabashed. Struggling to rise, she pushed him away. Renjin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting Gu Yueji's wary eyes and the instinctive movement to pull her knitted garment closer around her chest, prompting a disdainful chuckle from him. What's the matter? After all, wasn't it you who threw yourself into my embrace? The delivery man, with a lewd grin, brazenly surveyed them. If you continue to flirt with other men here, you'll have to inform your boyfriend. It was unclear whether it was his words or his expression that struck a nerve with Gu Yueji in a fit of anger. She pointed at the delivery man. Go ahead, Tell him. He's dead. Go find him and deliver your message. The moment her words left her lips, both Rin Jin and the delivery man were rendered speechless. Rin Jin scrutinized Gu Yueji. Noticing the slight redness in her eyes, uncertain of the truth behind her words, he turned to the delivery man. Brother, let's keep this civil. We all have to make a living. If you hurt her, it will be to your detriment. Initially apprehensive, Gu Yueji felt emboldened by the presence of a man defending her. She raised her chin defiantly toward the delivery man. Indeed, assault is a crime. You must retrieve my package immediately. If you don't, I shall report you for assault. This serves as my witness. Rin Jin paused. Observing the finger she pointed at him, her fierce demeanor seemed a stark contrast to the earlier hint of tears he thought he had perceived. To be met with such defiance after offering sound advice left Rin Jin unwilling to engage further. He turned to leave, wishing to distance himself from the situation. Yet, Gu Yueji grasped his arm. Handsome, don't go. You're my witness. Miss, I still have deliveries to make. I don't have time to be your witness. Recalling her own impending food delivery, she instinctively glanced at his order slip, and to her surprise, it bore her phone number. Gripping his clothing tighter, she declared, No need to deliver your order. Is mine stay here to serve as my witness. Rin Jin shot her a skeptical glance, hardly believing such a coincidence. Do not speak without thinking. If your order isn't delivered, I will hold you responsible. Gu Yueji pointed at the order. Min Ji Beef Rice, Building 31, Apartment 610, phone number ending in 6789. Rin Jin checked the delivery slip, astonished to find it was indeed correct. Turning back, he asked Gu Yueji, What is it you wish to do now? Gu Yueji pointed at the convenience store and glared at the courier, saying, I want him to go into the store and pay the 5 yuan for my package. The courier scoffed, I won't. If it comes to that, I simply won't deliver today. I can waste time here with you. Fine, then I will call the police immediately, and once I report you, I will file a complaint. Go ahead, one life to lose, but no money to be had. I don't want your life, I just want you to pay the storage fee. As the two continued their heated argument, a figure clad in yellow entered the convenience store, followed by a loud announcement. WeChat payment of 5 yuan received. Gu Yueji was taken aback, only to see Rin Jin emerging from the store, cradling her box. With a thud, he dropped the box at her feet, placing the delivery on top. Here are your package and food. Take them quickly. I have other deliveries to make and cannot waste time here with you. Hey! Gu Yueji reached out, attempting to grab the hem of his clothing. However, Rin Jin swiftly turned away, evading her grasp. Someone has already paid the money, and you have your package. What more is there to discuss? Gu Yueji observed the unmistakable impatience in Rin Jin's demeanor, and her intended explanation was stifled. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the 5 yuan, she simply wished to teach the courier a lesson, hoping he would refrain from leaving her package at the convenience store without even a phone call. Yet, in Rin Jin's eyes, she appeared to be a penny-pinching, unreasonable woman. As a mere stranger, she felt there was nothing left to clarify. Without uttering even a word of thanks, Gu Yueji hoisted the box and turned to leave.
Chapter 3. An unexpected call and enthusiasm. Shaojing, do you have time to go out for a meal? Mother would like to apologize to you in person. If that's alright. Ren Jin, on speakerphone, was indulging in takeout while listening to his mother's heartfelt lamentation on the other end. To be honest, he felt no stirrings in his heart, as he had long forgotten what his mother looked like. All he knew was her name, Huang Chuyan. She had divorced his father, Ran Yoyong, when he was not yet free, and the separation was executed with an unwavering resolve that left him abandoned without hesitation. On the very day of their divorce, his father had cast him back to his grandparents' home, and soon thereafter, both parents remarried and formed new families, each welcoming their own children. Whenever Ren Yoyong returned to visit his parents, he would catch a glimpse of his father, but Huang Chuyan never once returned to see him. As if she had no son at all. From the moment he became aware of the world, Ren Jin had regarded himself as an orphan. Devoid of parental love or guidance, growing up amidst the unrestrained freedom that characterized his existence. Therefore, even in the presence of his biological mother, his demeanor remained casual. He felt no inclination to express closeness or respect due to their blood ties, not even the courtesy of calling her mother. He was perplexed by the sudden request from Huang Chuyan. After all these years, perhaps she had grown old and reminisced about having a son. Or maybe she genuinely felt a twinge of remorse. Nonetheless, Ren Jin deemed it unnecessary and was poised to reject the invitation outright. Yet, a fleeting thought struck him. Curiosity piqued about what Huang Chuyan might look like, given that he possessed no recollection of her. Moreover, with little else occupying his time aside from delivering takeout, he found himself somewhat idle. His initial impulse to decline transformed into a willingness to meet. All right, when and where shall we dine? The excitement in her voice was palpable as she replied, let us do it tonight. I'll arrange the location and send it to you. Sounds good. That evening, Renjin donned a thin suit jacket and black trousers that had long lain dormant in his wardrobe, and he drove his rarely used Land Rover to the restaurant. For over a month, he had donned his delivery uniform daily, riding his electric bike, leaving the suit and vehicle untouched. Upon arriving at the hotel, he mused that Huang Chuyan must be doing well. He was familiar with this place, often bringing real estate developers here for meals, renowned for its exorbitant prices. Standing at the entrance of the private room, he thought it unnecessary for them to reserve such a space, as it required a minimum spend and the table was expensive. However, when the server opened the door, he realized he had overestimated the situation. There was more than one person inside. Xiaojing, you're here. Come in. The only woman in the room, a middle-aged figure, waved him over. This must be his mother, Huang Chuyan. A visage he had no recollection of, her face round and plump, with a fashionable short curly hairstyle typical for women of her age. Adorned in a dark red dress embellished with sequin patterns, her figure mirrored her face in its fullness. Renjin scrutinized Huang Chuyan's features, attempting to discern any resemblance between them, but found none. His double eyelids contrasted sharply with her single eyelids. His high nose was in stark opposition to her flat one. If one were to insist on finding a similarity, it might be in their thin lips. On Huang Chuyan's left sat a bald man, not entirely devoid of hair, as he still had some at the back of his head and behind his ears, but the crown was completely bare. He was lean and wiry, lacking the plumpness of Huang Chuyan. Beside him were two boys, one older and one younger. The elder appeared to be an adult, though it was unclear whether he was in university or employed, while the younger seemed to still be in elementary school. Xiaojing, why are you just standing there? Come. Sit over here with your mother, Huang Chuyan called, patting the empty spot beside her and gesturing for Renjin to join. As she gazed at Renjin, she momentarily felt a fleeting resemblance to the youthful Ren Yoyong. In his prime, Ren Yoyong was renowned for his striking good looks, despite his academic shortcomings and impoverished background. He was inundated with love letters from infatuated girls. It was his charm that caused Huang Chuyan to disregard her parents' objections and insist on marrying him. Despite his lack of accomplishments, beneath his thick, dark eyebrows lay a pair of profound eyes, complemented by a prominent nose and chiseled facial contours. Renjin bore a striking resemblance to Ren Yoyong, yet upon closer inspection, distinct differences emerged. Renjin stood taller and more robust, exceeding 180 centimeters in height. With a broad, straight physique, his neatly cropped hair accentuated his clean, full forehead. Although his features mirrored those of Ren Yoyong, Renjin was devoid of the latter's slick, rogue-like demeanor, instead exuding a sharp, masculine vigor. Renjin approached Huang Chuyan, and the round table seated the four of them on one side, leaving him alone on the opposite side. Xiaojing, allow me to introduce you. This is Uncle Zhu Xincheng, your older brother Zhu Yifeng, and your younger brother Zhu Yifeng. After completing her introductions, Huang Chuyan turned to her two sons and urged, Yifeng, why don't you greet your brother? The elder son, somewhat awkward and expressionless, managed a muted brother, while the younger son, more animated, made a face at Renjin and playfully elongated his call, brother, clearly reluctant to address him. In truth, Renjin found it perplexing that upon meeting her ex-husband's son, Huang Chuyan would bring along her current husband's children, as if to foster familial harmony. Yet, the likelihood of that scenario was not entirely absent. Huang Chuyan chided Zhu Yifeng with a stern glance before turning to Renjin, her expression shifting to one of cordiality and warmth. Xiaojing, have a sip of this Huangshan Maofeng tea that your uncle Xu had specially brought back for you. Tell me if it suits your palate. Renjin lifted the teacup, noting that the tea had cooled, and drained it in one go. I am but a simple man, lacking knowledge of what constitutes a suitable flavor. To me, all tea is the same. Huang Chuyan, ever the diplomat, quickly concurred, indeed, all tea is meant to be enjoyed. And they are all alike. She gazed at him intently, embodying a maternal warmth. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much, you're already 30 this year. Renjin raised an eyebrow, surprised that she remembered his age, particularly when even his grandparents had forgotten. Huang Chuyan, noticing his reaction to her mention of his age, felt a thrill of excitement and continued animatedly. When you were born, you were so tiny and wrinkled. Who would have thought you would grow into such a tall and handsome young man? She reached out to pat his head, but Renjin instinctively tilted away, evading her touch. Huang Chuyan paused, awkwardly retracting her hand, and continued reminiscing. The day you were born was incredibly cold, with heavy snowfall. I spent a day and a night in the delivery room, enduring both pain and chill. After bringing you into this world, I feared you might catch a cold. So I asked the nurse to place you in my arms. The moment I held you, you ceased to cry. I held you throughout the night, reluctant to let you go. Ren Jin listened, his eyebrows gradually arching higher, and once Huang Chuyan finished her lengthy soliloquy, he calmly interjected, "My birthday is in the summer." Upon hearing this, Huang Chuyan's expression visibly shifted to one of embarrassment, further amplified by Zhu Yifeng's boisterous laughter, creating a rather comical scene that even Ren Jin couldn't help but chuckle at. The previously silent Zhu Xinchang timely offered a menu to ease the moment. "Shao Jing, your mother said to wait for you before ordering. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat." Huang Chuyan chimed in immediately, "Yes, yes, do order. Don't let yourself go hungry." Ren Jin, seizing the opportunity, replied, "Thank you." He flipped through a couple of pages, selected a dish of moderate price, and returned the menu to Huang Chuyan, saying, "You all can order whatever you like. I can eat anything." "All right, you can eat anything, unlike your two picky younger brothers." "Mom, I want to eat lobster, and I also want spicy chicken," Zhu Yifeng exclaimed, stretching his neck to make his voice heard. "You just recovered from a cold. Why would you want spicy chicken? I'll order you some light-boiled shrimp instead." "I don't want that. I've been fine for ages. I just want spicy chicken." Huang Chuyan chose to ignore him, but upon seeing Zhu Yifeng's intent to continue his antics, Zhu Xinchang shot him a glance, prompting him to obediently fall silent. Huang Chuyan proceeded to select several dishes, each tailored to the preferences of the three men in the Zhu family, instinctively asking if they liked the choices or if they wished for something else before finalizing her selections. Ren Jin observed quietly, feeling both unfamiliar and refreshed by the scene. This was what it meant to be a mother, and this was how families lived together. The meal unfolded without the awkwardness Ren Jin had anticipated, primarily due to Huang Chuyan's incessant chatter. She spoke about Xu Yifang and Zhu Yifeng, mentioning how one was mischievous and disinterested in studies, while the other had graduated and was now working in the window and door business with his father, planning to marry his girlfriend, albeit struggling to gather funds for their wedding due to the challenging business climate. Zhu Xinchang, who had been mostly silent, suddenly interjected when Huang Chuyan mentioned business. He explained that his shop in the decoration market was called Changlong Doors and Windows, primarily relying on retail, but the pandemic over the past 3 years, coupled with many new developments being fully renovated, had made business increasingly difficult. Ren Jin, who had some understanding of the window and door trade due to his work in engineering, engaged in conversation with Zhu Xinchang, deliberately avoiding mentioning his own profession. "I heard from the owner of the neighboring shop that he secured the window and door contracts for a certain construction site. He claimed that working on site for just one project could earn him more than selling in the store for several years," Zhu Xinchang remarked, casting a meaningful glance toward Ren Jin. Ren Jin, not meeting Zhu Xinchang's gaze, responded matter-of-factly, "With a large volume of developments, it's certainly possible to earn more. It seems the only way to make money now is to sell windows and doors to construction sites. Wouldn't you agree, Shao Jing?" Huang Chuyan continued to imply. Though it is spoken thus, the visible excess flash is not easily indulged in. Ren Jin, no longer wishing to partake, began to wipe his mouth, reluctant to elaborate further. Upon observing their numerous insinuations, Zhu Xinchang noticed that Ren Jin remained oblivious, prompting him to exchange a glance with Huang Chuyan. She promptly grasped the situation, pouring tea for Ren Jin while articulating, "You see, Shao Jing, I heard from your father that you are currently engaged in engineering, correct? You're working on a significant construction site with a renowned real estate developer. I presume that building houses necessitates doors and windows, and your uncle Xu specializes in such. Wouldn't this be fortuitous? Wouldn't you agree?" As Huang Chuyan concluded her statement, Zhu Xinchang promptly handed Ren Jin a business card, asserting that business matters were better understood by the younger generation, and that Changlong would increasingly rely on Shao Jing. Ren Jin paused for a moment before accepting the card, giving it a slight shake and smiling. In an instant, the sudden warmth from Huang Chuyan after over 20 years, along with the enigmatic aspects of today's meal, became abundantly clear to him. Chapter 4. Have you seen your boyfriend's demise? Huang Chuyan and Zhu Xinchang fixed their gazes upon Ren Jin, who merely lowered his head to sip tea, neither rejecting nor responding to their inquiries. A sense of urgency flickered between them, prompting Huang Chuyan to speak more candidly. "Rest assured, if you can indeed arrange for your uncle's windows and doors to be supplied to the construction site, both Xu and I will certainly ensure you are well compensated." Ren Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh." How will you compensate me? I've already discussed it with your Uncle Zhu. We will provide you with a 10% rebate, Huang Chuyan elaborated, gesturing with her hands to emphasize the allure of the offer. Ren Jing remained non-committal and countered with a question. What financial backing do you have for this venture? Is 100,000 sufficient? Huang Chuyan inquired cautiously, her anticipation palpable. Ren Jing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. 100,000. Clearly, you possess little understanding of the scale of this contract. Zhu Xinchang, recognizing the inadequacy of the sum, quickly added, if you are confident, we could mortgage our house to collaborate with you, provided you assure us of success. At this, Ren Jing let out a derisive snort from the depths of his nostrils. The number of doors and windows needed for a development project, along with the requisite human and financial resources, far exceeded the capabilities of a mere small shop. They believed that with a mere couple of 100,000, he could expend considerable effort to forge all necessary connections, prepare everything for their profit. It was as if they expected him to serve a fully prepared meal, only for them to simply partake without any assurance of its quality. Not only did he disdain the meager rebate, but he would also refuse to engage in a profit-sharing arrangement. Lacking the desire to waste breath explaining this to them, Ren Jing offered them a disingenuous smile, stating, you hold me in far too high regard. While I may speak eloquently of undertaking projects, the reality is that I am merely leading a group from my village to engage in manual labor for a meager income. The lucrative task of procuring doors and windows is unlikely to fall into my hands. Huang Chuyan, eager to interject, was cut off by Ren Jing, who continued. My father and I have not been in contact for over 2 years. He is unaware of my circumstances. Due to the pandemic, construction sites have been inactive, and the workers have returned to their hometowns. I currently rely solely on food delivery to make ends meet. With that, Ren Jing produced his phone and opened the delivery platform to showcase to Huang Chuyan, look, last month I completed over 600 deliveries and earned a few thousand. Initially skeptical, Huang Chuyan's disbelief waned upon seeing Ren Jing's name alongside the delivery statistics on the app, causing her heart to sink. Not long ago, she had encountered a relative of Ren Yoyong's, who spoke of Ren Jing's newfound success, having acquired a relocation apartment and taken up the role of a contractor. Living quite well. Huang Chuyan had previously confronted Ren Yoyong regarding the relocation apartment, as he had promised her half of the old house when they married. However, when she called him to discuss it, he vehemently denied any such agreement, and lacking any written proof, her protests proved futile. Frustrated, she confided in Zhu Xinchang about the matter, inevitably leading to a conversation about Ren Jing, which sparked an idea in Zhu Xinchang's mind upon learning that Ren Jing was involved in construction. The family's window and door business had always been struggling, with monthly earnings barely sufficient to cover their living expenses. Since the onset of the pandemic, their situation had worsened to the brink of collapse. They hoped to rely on Ren Jing to supply doors and windows to construction sites, a venture that promised substantial profits enough not only to support their household but also to facilitate Zhu Yifeng's aspirations of buying a home and getting married. Recognizing that the meal had lost its purpose, Ren Jing stood up and addressed Huang Chuyan, stating, I still have orders to attend to this evening, so I must take my leave. Huang Chuyan's smile faltered, the warmth and flattery dissipating, and she made no attempt to retain him. Very well. I shall invite you for dinner another time, she replied. Both Ren Jing and Huang Chuyan understood that this was merely a polite exchange, and she would not reach out to him again. Ren Jing found it difficult to pinpoint his emotions, although he could not claim to feel disappointment, as he had never harbored any affection for Huang Chuyan nor had any expectations. He could not dismiss the sensation entirely. Upon exiting the private room, he pondered and looked around for a waiter to settle the bill. After all, Huang Chuyan was his mother, and treating her to a meal after so many years was hardly excessive. Before he could flag down a waiter, Zhu Yifeng's voice pierced through the room. I told you he was incapable. Why waste so much money on him? This meal is a loss. After a night of silence, Zhu Yifeng's tone was particularly sharp. Huang Chuyan, filled with frustration, retorted, your father and I were merely trying to earn more to help you buy a house and get married. Who would have thought he has become just a delivery man? Zhu Yifeng's voice brimmed with indignation. A person who has even graduated high school, pretending to be a big boss in construction is a sheer waste of time and money. Enough of this. Call the waiter to pack the food. We cannot let it go to waste. Just then, the waiter arrived, inquiring, Sir, how may I assist you? Ren Jing smirked faintly, gestured towards the private room, and stated his intention to settle the bill before walking away with his hands in his pockets. The doorbell rang incessantly for a while before Gu Yueji hurriedly emerged from the bathroom. A towel covered her damp hair as she rushed to open the door, knowing the delivery person must be waiting impatiently. Tonight's food delivery was swifter than usual. Typically, she would order and then shower, only to find the food had not yet arrived when she finished. Tonight, however, she had just finished applying body wash when the doorbell rang, compelling her to hastily rinse off and dress. As she opened the door, she intended to apologize for the wait, but the words died on her lips upon seeing the person outside. The imposing figure with deep-set eyes, clad in the same yellow attire and blue mask as before, immediately made Gu Yueji recognize Ran Jing. This was their first encounter since that day. Her instinctive reaction was to pull the towel from her head and hold it in front of her chest. Initially, Ran Jing did not recognize Gu Yueji, as she had been heavily made up and masked that day. If it weren't for the inexplicable weariness and displeasure in her eyes now, along with her defensive gesture, he might not have recalled her at all. Ran Jing had been standing there, pressing the doorbell for nearly 10 minutes, calling without any response, and knocking with no reply either. Frustration simmered within him as he recalled Gu Yueji's previous altercation with the deliveryman. Displeasure and derision were unmistakably etched on his face. It was no wonder that the deliveryman had argued with you. If customers could be reported, I would have reported you too. Gu Yueji had initially felt a twinge of guilt, but upon witnessing his familiar expression of impatience and mockery, all her remorse dissipated. You arrived earlier than the scheduled time displayed by the platform. Had you delivered at the designated time, I would certainly not have made you wait. Furthermore, you could have simply left the food at the doorstep and departed. Who asked you to linger? Ran Jing snorted derisively, as if the world revolved around him. The platform merely stated that delays were unacceptable, not that one could not arrive early. I was gracious enough to wait for you. Meanwhile, when the deliveryman left your package at the convenience store, you complained and even called the police. If I were to discard your food, would you not send me to prison? Gu Yueji had no genuine intention of involving the police. She merely sought to intimidate the deliveryman into retrieving her package. Yet he had seized the opportunity to dramatize the matter. Nevertheless, she could not be bothered to clarify further, instead choosing to play along. Indeed, in this country, I am the arbiter of justice. Whoever I wish to send to prison shall go. Now, would you kindly hand over my food? Are you here to discuss this, or are you waiting for me to escort you to jail? She reached out her hand, yearning for the food, but Ran Jing remained unmoved. Her childish, petulant remarks amused him. Leaning against the stair railing, he engaged her in a playful banter. Then I shall not leave. Let us see how you plan to send me to prison. Gu Yueji glared at him. Are you out of your mind? Ran Jing responded with a mocking smile. Can you cure me? Towering over her, he left her uncertain about his intentions. Do you wish to go in? Fine, I shall call the police right now. With that, she stormed into the house to grab her phone. Ran Jing observed her furious retreat, unsure whether to admire her vigilance or question her judgment. She seemed to understand the need for law enforcement, yet here she was, flinging open her door in front of a stranger, unafraid of him stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated entering to frighten her, but just then, Gu Yueji emerged from the house with her phone in hand, brandishing it like a weapon. I will call the police right now. Ran Jing raised an eyebrow, amused, waiting to see if she would truly follow through with her threat. However, the next moment, her phone rang. Gu Yueji paused, glancing at the caller ID, her brows furrowing. After a prolonged wait, she answered, holding the phone to her ear in silence. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. You borrowed from Yi Zurong. Go find him to repay it. What do you want with me? If he won't answer your calls, keep trying until he does. What use is it to call me? As her agitation escalated, she exclaimed, What do you mean the money is with me? Ask him what profit he has made. Ran Jing stood there, listening without a hint of impatience. After dining with Huang Chuyan that evening, he had no desire to return home and had instead opted to roam about. At that moment, he found Gu Yueji's passionate voice far more engaging than the silence of his own home. He lowered his head to light a cigarette, inhaling deeply before lifting his gaze. Her gaze casually swept over Gu Yueji, who had just finished bathing. The makeup had washed away, revealing her smooth, fair complexion and tender, slightly rosy lips. Her large, sparkling eyes appeared particularly bright and expressive due to their recent quarrel. With her hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, droplets of water clung to her thin blouse. As she spoke with fervor, Her chest rose and fell, accentuating a subtle curve. Ren Jin observed her with keen interest. She appeared more appealing than she had on that previous day. Gu Yueji remained oblivious to Ren Jin's gaze, her attention wholly consumed by the phone call. She was taken aback to discover that Yi Zurong not only had a loan with her bank but had also borrowed money from private sources. Uncertain of whom he had borrowed from or where the funds had gone, she was appalled to learn that he shamelessly claimed that all his money was with her. This was the first time since their breakup that she longed to see Yi Zurong, wishing fervently for him to appear before her so she could tear him apart with her own hands. Every penny they had spent together had gone toward his entrepreneurial ambitions. And they were still repaying debts. Where could he possibly have funds with her? I solemnly inform you that I have no relationship with Yi Zurong any longer. You may pursue whomever you wish for repayment, but do not come to me, Gu Yueji declared angrily before hanging up, promptly blocking the number. She immediately attempted to call Yi Zurong, but after several attempts, all she received was a busy signal. It dawned on her that he had blocked her. Fuming, she stamped her foot and shouted, Yi Zurong, may you be struck by a car. Turning, she noticed Ren Jin and paused in surprise before recalling their previous conversation. She saw him gazing toward the room behind her. Instinctively, Gu Yueji narrowed the door, wary of his intentions. Ren Jin smirked playfully, saying, Let us see if your boyfriend is truly dead. Gu Yueji was taken aback, remembering how she had jokingly told the delivery person that Yi Zurong was dead. She snatched the takeout from his hands and, in a fit of anger, said, If he is dead, you can go find him, before slamming the door shut. Ren Jin stood before the door, which seemed as if it might strike him in the face, and with a bemused expression. He scratched his brow as a smile gradually spread across his lips. Remarkably, it seemed that the evening's gloom had been whisked away by her abrupt actions. Chapter 5. In this moment, she feels profoundly resentful. In recent days, Gu Yueji had refrained from live streaming, taking the time to meticulously calculate her income and expenses for the month. Each month, she diligently recorded her accounts, noting costs of goods, shipping settlements, and various fees associated with her live broadcasts, ultimately calculating her profits. While her profits had been on the rise over the past 2 months, after accounting for the debts she needed to repay each month, along with rent and funds set aside for the following months, little remained. A few days ago, while live streaming, she had absent-mindedly changed her clothes without stepping out of the camera's view, leading the platform to classify her content as inappropriate. Consequently, she was forced to suspend her broadcasts for several days, leaving her to wonder how much of the audience she had painstakingly built would still be there after this hiatus. The digital realm rendered affection and patience fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Thus, since she began her live streaming journey, she had scarcely taken a day off. This brief suspension had already instilled a sense of unease and impatience within her. Feeling disheartened, Gu Yueji habitually opened the live streaming platform, and since she could not broadcast, she navigated to her personal homepage to begin replying to long overdue private messages. In the past, Yi Zurong would check in daily to review responses, as there were occasionally inquiries regarding potential collaborations. However, now Gu Yueji found herself overwhelmed and had not checked them in quite some time. The majority of the messages consisted of trivial matters, yet with ample time on her hands, she decided to read through them one by one. It was not until she encountered a message inquiring whether they could meet offline and how much it would cost for a night that she felt a surge of disgust and indignation. However, she merely paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. This was not the first time she had received such a private message. She remembered her initial reaction of fury, wanting to retaliate. Yet Yi Zurong had advised her to avoid unnecessary conflict, suggesting she ignore it and simply close the message. Now, she found herself adopting the same mindset, yet out of curiosity, she replied, asking, What do you think I am worth? This message had been sent the previous day. And to her surprise, the sender responded almost immediately. Is 3,000 yuan acceptable? Gu Yueji laughed upon seeing that figure, as it exceeded her expectations. 3,000 yuan, a sum that, for just a few encounters in a month, surpassed what she could earn from diligently working over 10 hours each day, carefully recorded in her ledger. Exiting the platform, Gu Yueji grabbed her keys and stepped outside, not particularly aiming for any destination, simply yearning for fresh air. Eventually, she found herself at a nearby supermarket, a place she enjoyed visiting, perceiving it as a sanctuary of relief. The dazzling array of products invited her to choose freely, and the knowledge that she could afford each one gave her a sense of possessing the entire supermarket. However, the distinction between being able to afford something and being willing to purchase it was stark. Would the beautiful lady care for some strawberries? We have authentic Dandong strawberries, rich in flavor, pure sweetness without acidity. Today, we have a promotion. Buy 2 boxes for only 320 yuan. Gu Yuji gazed at the strawberries, elegantly packaged as if they were gifts. Once her favorite fruit, they had now become a luxury beyond her reach. A small box priced at 168 yuan contained merely 12 pieces, and despite her lingering gaze, she could not bring herself to purchase them. Memories of a university roommate flooded her mind, one who frequently showcased such strawberries on her social media. During their university years, both Gu Yuji and her roommate were among the impoverished students in their class. Gu Yuji relied on student loans and scholarships, working diligently to support her education, while her roommate was fortunate to have her tuition and living expenses covered since high school by generous benefactors. Her roommate was also industrious. Throughout their 4 years in university, she consistently earned scholarships and graduated as one of the top students in their cohort. However, just before graduation, she unexpectedly agreed to marry a wealthy man who was 13 years her senior, promptly becoming a full-time housewife. At that time, her roommate confided in Gu Yuji, lamenting that her benefactors berated her for being unambitious and wasting their goodwill. Yet, she perceived no fault in her choice, believing there were myriad ways to pursue a better future, and hers was merely one of those paths. Faced with her roommate's distress, Gu Yuji found herself at a loss for words, much like she felt now, staring at the box of strawberries, uncertain about the purpose of her relentless toil. At the checkout, her shopping basket contained only a few essentials and a couple of bottles of beer. Although she was not fond of alcohol and had a low tolerance, today felt special, and her current mood warranted a little indulgence. Upon returning home, before she could switch on the lights, her phone rang. In the darkness, the screen illuminated her surroundings, the name displayed glaringly clear. Gu Yuji refrained from turning on the lights, sitting on the floor with her back against the door as she answered the call. You. The familiar, endearing tone made it seem as though nothing had changed. Gu Yuji swallowed hard, suppressing the bitterness rising within her, and coldly inquired, "What do you want now?" "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "I know Mao Chao called you a few days ago. I couldn't take your call." He paused, his voice lowering, "Because..." Gu Yuji intentionally stopped, letting her derision be heard. "Afraid your wife would find out, huh?" Yi Zurong fell silent, as was his habit. "What's the point of calling if it's inconvenient? I don't wish to receive your calls either. Just don't give my number to your creditors, claiming my money is with you. I will never contact you again." Initially, Yi Zurong had asked her to assume a portion of his debts, but Gu Yuji had cut off all ties, preferring to settle her debts alone rather than remain entangled with him. She never anticipated he would transfer even more unknown debts onto her shoulders. "Tell me, what money do you think you have with me?" Gu Yuji shouted into the phone in frustration. I know I haven't earned anything these past few years. It's just that my family is unaware of my debts. Please help me out for now. I promise to repay you as soon as I can. I know I've wronged you, and I will never be able to repay you for what I've done." "Yi Zurong, do you remember what day it is today?" Gu Yuji abruptly interrupted him coldly. There was a moment of silence on the other end before he spoke again, his voice softening. "Of course I remember. I will never forget. You, happy birthday." Tears streamed down Gu Yuji's face, the sound of them hitting the ground resonating clearly in the still, enclosed space. He indeed remembered that today was her birthday. Since he recalled this day, how could he choose to utter such words to her over the phone? Growing up in a humble household where her family never acknowledged her birthday, she had never celebrated it. Yi Zurong was the first and only person to commemorate her special day. The memory of him waiting for her with a birthday cake beneath the dormitory building during their university days, and later preparing her first birthday feast after graduation, lingered vividly in her mind. Each year, he gifted her a birthday cake, serenaded her with birthday songs, and wished her joy on her special day. All her cherished memories associated with birthdays stemmed from him. Each moment felt as if it were just within reach. How could he shatter everything she held dear on this very day? "I'm sorry, you. I hope you find a man more deserving of your trust in the future. And I wish you happiness ahead." With that, the call ended, extinguishing the only light in the room. Gu Yuji knelt on the floor, her forehead pressed against the cold surface, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably, each sob louder and more forceful than the last, until her wails echoed throughout the empty space. She was not one to cry. In fact, she despised those who did, having learned since childhood that tears solved nothing and often invited her parents' reprimands. Thus, she seldom wept, and even when she did, it was silently, with clenched teeth. This was her first instance of crying without restraint, overwhelmed by a deep sense of resentment. Resentment towards the unfairness of fate, the inequities of the world. The relentless struggles she endured despite her diligent efforts over the years, and the lack of reward for her conscientiousness. She lamented the betrayal she faced after investing her whole heart. She cried and cried, each unrestrained sob releasing the pent-up bitterness and anger within her. Time became irrelevant as she wept until her tears ceased to fall. Her voice grew hoarse, and exhaustion enveloped her. Gyueji was unaware of when she had collapsed onto the floor, her gaze vacant as she stared into the encompassing darkness of the room, feeling as though she were the sole inhabitant of the world. In truth, her existence had always been solitary, devoid of care or affection from others. Such emotions enveloped her like the surrounding darkness, intensifying and closing in. Suddenly, she sat up, wiping her face vigorously with her hands, and stood to switch on the light. The brightness was blinding, prompting her to shut her eyes momentarily, adjusting before reopening them to illuminate her phone screen. It was not yet 11 o'clock. There was still time. She accessed a food delivery platform and ordered a cake for herself. Having cried, lamented, and felt resentment, she reminded herself to remain resilient. Even without anyone to cherish her, she must learn to love herself. Thus, she resolved to light a candle for herself, for even in solitude, she deserved the opportunity to make a wish. Chapter 6. Should we come in and share the cake? The doorbell chimed at 11:39 p.m., as indicated by the software, prompting Gyueji to promptly approach the door. Upon seeing the person outside, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, rather than surprise. He was not wearing a helmet tonight, and his mask was put down as he caught his breath. This was the first time Gyueji had a clear view of Renjin's entire visage. His clean-cut crew cut framed a face that was strikingly handsome, with thick eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and a high nose. His lips were thin and dark, and his jawline was sharp and defined, reminiscent of a chiseled sculpture. Renjin appeared somewhat taken aback by Gyueji's appearance. Her hair was tousled into a messy bun, a few strands clinging to her face. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and she looked rather haggard, lacking the vivacity she had displayed during their previous altercations. What's the matter? Did you lose an argument? Renjin teased. Gyueji frowned. This familiar nuisance was still as irritating as ever. Observing her lack of fervor in glaring at him, Renjin sensed something was amiss. I have never encountered anyone as argumentative as you, he remarked lightly. Gyueji opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, when Renjin shook the cake in his hand and said, "All right, I won't bicker with you today. Happy birthday." His demeanor was casual, and the birthday wish seemed almost offhand. Gyueji, however, stood there in a daze, as he placed the cake with its ribbon into her hands. His fingers brushed against her palm, the rough warmth lingering there. She glanced down at the birthday cake, noticing a box of colorful candles atop it, and suddenly recalled something. "Do you have a lighter?" she inquired. Renjin paused mid-step, following her gaze to the cake, and retrieved a lighter from his pocket to offer it to her. "How shall I repay you?" Gyueji asked. Renjin gestured. "It's your birthday gift." The lighter, resting in her palm, mirrored the warmth of his touch. In an unexpected turn of events, she asked, "Would you like to come in and share the cake?" Renjin was momentarily stunned, looking at Gyueji with surprise. She was equally taken aback by her own words. In the dead of night, a woman inviting a man into her home was a bold move. She could not articulate her thoughts. Perhaps it was his casual birthday wish, or perhaps the nostalgia of past years when someone was there to celebrate with her. She recognized the curiosity and contemplation reflected in Renjin's gaze, yet she did not retract her invitation, feeling indifferent to the implications. She simply did not wish to be alone tonight. Renjin's eyes roamed from her feet to her head, taking in her figure clad in fitted shorts that accentuated her toned legs, and a flowing long t-shirt that highlighted her curves and graceful collarbone, the sharpness of her chin framing her delicate face. Finally, as their eyes met, Gyueji's expression was calm, even slightly provocative, as if daring him to decline. He raised an eyebrow, smiled, and nodded, "All right." As Renjin stepped inside, he stood at the entrance, changing his shoes. His tall frame nearly filled the entryway. Yizurong had a slender physique and was not as tall as Renjin, which led Gyueji to never consider that a man could possess such strength. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "You don't have a girlfriend or a wife, do you?" She detested unfaithful men and would never entangle herself with a married man. Renjin smirked at her, tilting his head with a knowing look. "No, you can rest assured to do anything with me." Gyueji felt her cheeks flush and turned to walk into the room, ignoring him. Renjin removed his shoes and prepared to change. But upon noticing the only pair of men's slippers on the rack covered in dust, he opted to enter barefoot. Gu Yueji's apartment was modest, consisting of a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The living room was cluttered with several drying racks, each laden with clothes, while the floor was strewn with shoes and various odds and ends. In a small cleared space stood a phone holder and a soft light. Ren Jin silently surveyed the scene, likely deducing what Gu Yueji did for a living. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, Gu Yueji noted that there were 5 minutes until midnight. She cleared a spot on the cluttered coffee table to place a cake. Observing Gu Yueji seated on the floor beside the table, Ren Jin noted that behind her was a 2-person sofa, also piled high with clothes, leaving no room to sit, and there wasn't a single spare chair in the apartment. He walked over and sat beside her. On the coffee table lay a black cup and a razor. Indeed, there were many masculine items in the room, but they appeared to have been unused for quite some time, the cup bearing dried watermarks and the razor tangled with stubble. Gu Yueji opened a bottle of beer and set it before him, saying, "We don't have any cups, so drink this." Ren Jin was indifferent. To him, beer was as good as water. He raised the bottle and drank half of it in one go. Gu Yueji brought out the cake and inserted candles. Just as she was about to light them, she turned to Ren Jin and asked, "Can you sing the birthday song?" After pondering for 2 seconds without recalling the melody, and lacking any interest in singing, he firmly replied, "No." Gu Yueji widened her eyes in disbelief. "How could you possibly not know?" Ren Jin countered. "Who says everyone must know?" No one had ever sung to him as a child, nor had he sung to anyone else. He simply did not know. Glancing at the clock, Gu Yueji sighed, "Fine, it's almost midnight. I'll just make my wish." With the candles lit, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in the soft yellow glow, her demeanor radiating sincerity. Ren Jin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Did anyone truly believe in the power of birthday wishes? Yet, in the candlelight, Gu Yueji's face was bathed in a gentle glow, her earlier fierceness replaced by a softness. The contours of her cheeks glimmered subtly, her lips, perfectly shaped like a cherry, smooth and full without a single line, and her long, thick eyelashes fluttered delicately. Ren Jin couldn't help but wonder if her lips would break under the slightest pressure, or if, at some moment, she, too, had her eyes closed with her lashes trembling. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, tugging at his pants and taking several swigs from the bottle. Gu Yueli made a wish and, upon opening her eyes, immediately met Ren Jin's gaze, which was tilted and intense. His dark eyes flickered in the candlelight, revealing a tumultuous emotion that sent a shiver through her heart. She hastily averted her gaze, extinguished the candle, and began to slice the cake, offering a piece to Ren Jin. "You should try a piece too." He lowered his gaze slightly, accepting the cake with one hand, expressing disdain as he remarked on its lackluster quality, declaring, "What's so delightful about this cake? It's merely cheap cream." Gu Yueli paused, her hand hesitating mid-slice, perplexed. "Is it not good? This shop has the highest sales online." Ren Jin took a symbolic bite before discarding the fork, stating that high sales were merely a reflection of the low price, not the taste. Gu Yueli was momentarily taken aback. She remembered that on her birthdays, Yi Zurong always ordered from this very place, praising its popularity. Slowly, she savored the cake, finding the cream increasingly cloying, struggling to swallow it down. As she prepared for a second bite, Ren Jin grasped her wrist, advising, "If you don't like it, then don't eat it." The warmth of his grip sent a jolt through her. She was unsure if his skin was always so heated or if it was something else entirely. Meeting his gaze, she noticed that he held onto her wrist without letting go, the tempest in his eyes surging once more. "What should we do if I don't eat?" she inquired, her eyes naturally alluring, feigning ignorance. Ren Jin's arm encircled her waist, his smile broadening with a playful demeanor. "Isn't it your birthday? You call the shots." Gu Yueli felt the slow, deliberate movement of his hand on her waist. Ren Jin was no naive youth. The moment he entered, she understood his intentions. Under his gentle touch, she began to tremble and heat up uncontrollably. He noticed her reaction, his smile deepening. Suddenly, Gu Yueli felt no reason to hesitate or struggle. She smeared cream on her lips with her finger and leaned in to ask, "Shall we?" Ren Jin responded with a satisfied grin, licking the cream away with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "If we are not doing anything, why did I come in?" With that, he grasped her chin and delved his tongue into her mouth. What transpired next felt inevitable. They nearly shed their garments in the living room. Just as Ren Jin sought to advance further, Gu Yueli halted him, insisting, "Not here, let us go to the bedroom." Without further ado, Ren Jin lifted her in his arms. Their bare skin pressed together, and Gu Yueli felt the heat radiating from him. He cradled her with his strong, robust arms, and she could feel the taut muscles on his back and the defined contours of his abdomen. Stripped of his clothing, he appeared even more enticing. He pushed open the bedroom door and flicked on the light, revealing a world entirely different, neat, clean, and fragrant, especially her soft bed, into which she nearly sank as he laid her down. Gu Yue felt a slight dizziness as an instinctive desire surged within her. After placing her down, he did not draw near, prompting her to reach out for him. Ren Jin leaned over her, inquiring, in such a hurry. Gu Yue nodded without reservation, her eagerness evident. Gu Yue felt as though she had completely liberated herself tonight. In the presence of Yi Zurong, she always felt shy and waited for him to take the initiative. Yet, faced with this stranger, she desired to transform herself in such a way. Whether it was rebelliousness or a sense of moral decay, she simply wished to embrace joy and life freely. Ren Jin was quite satisfied. Such escapades required both parties to let go and indulge fully to find delight. There was no rush. They had an entire night ahead of them. Gu Yue lost count of how many times it happened. In the final instance, her mind felt like a light bulb flickering with sudden brightness followed by emptiness, while her body convulsed incessantly. Ren Jin lay comfortably sprawled on the bed, reveling in the pleasure he had experienced in what felt like ages, perhaps never before. He turned to glance at the person beside him. She lay there, gasping, and as her breath continued, she began to sob softly. Ren Jin was taken aback and pulled her closer, asking, "Did I hurt you?" Throughout their encounter, he had not shown any inclination to be gentle. He had approached it with abandon, yet it seemed improbable that he had brought her to tears. Gu Yue instinctively shook her head, still enveloped in a tingling sensation. With just a touch from Ren Jin, she trembled not from pain, but from a profound sense of pleasure mingled with emptiness that overwhelmed her and made her want to cry. Ren Jin noticed that she was still shivering in his embrace. Though her lips expressed sorrow, her eyes were a mix of allure and confusion. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face as he realized something, and he leaned down to kiss her lips. "Have you never experienced this feeling before?" Gu Yue honestly nodded. Ren Jin's grin widened. "Do you know what this feeling is?" She gazed at his mouth and shook her head. With a mischievous and triumphant smirk, he silently conveyed two words through his expression. When Gu Yue awoke in the morning, her body ached painfully, rendering her immobile, as if she had been beaten. Turning to look at the person who had struck her, she found him absent. After a brief pause, she propped herself up and ventured into the living room, only to confirm that Ren Jin had indeed left. In her dazed state, it felt as though she had experienced a dream the previous night. However, the soreness she felt, the mottled stains on the sheets, and the numerous contraceptive items in the trash bin made it painfully clear that it was no dream. Rubbing her flushed face, she stripped the sheets and tossed them into the washing machine. Chapter 7. With a fine appearance, exceptional skills, and an enviable physique, he seemed to excel in every aspect. "Gu Yue, you scoundrel! Why didn't you inform me that Yi Zurong married someone else?" Gu Yue, initially tilting her head and cradling the phone with her shoulder while updating her online store's images on the computer, was startled into quickly removing the receiver at the outburst from the other end. "Stop playing mute. Do you think remaining silent will absolve you of responsibility? Tell me what is going on. Since when did Yi Zurong become someone else's husband?" Xiao Yao's voice boomed through the line. Glancing at the phone, Gu Yue thought to herself that the inevitable had finally arrived. Xiao Yao was her university roommate, and her first impression of Xiao Yao was her loud voice and fearless demeanor. She vividly recalled the first day of university registration when she heard a commotion at the stairway. "This bed is clearly labeled with my name. Why should I relinquish it to you? Does it really matter where we stay? If it doesn't matter, why are you occupying my bed? Why not take the one by the door?" Following the sound, Gu Yue found herself standing before the door of their dormitory. The small room was crowded with people. "We will all be sharing this dorm. Let us show some mutual understanding, shall we?" A middle-aged woman was saying to a girl with short hair. The girl looked defiant, insisting that since they were all in the same dorm, rules had to be established. Whoever's bed it was should remain theirs, with no room for compromise. "I am the same age as your daughter and also an only child. There is no reason I should accommodate her. If my parents were here, they would not agree to my yielding either, so I simply want tea." The loud argument that Gu Yue had just overheard primarily stemmed from this girl, whose voice was powerful and penetrating. Alone, she stood her ground against 4 adults and another girl of similar age, all of whom were taller than her. Yet her presence overshadowed them all. When the middle-aged woman realized she could not persuade the short-haired girl, she turned to her own daughter. "Sweetheart, Why don't we let someone else have the bed? Look, the bed across is vacant. How about we help you move there now? The long-haired girl pouted in dissatisfaction and reluctantly replied, fine. Upon hearing this, Gu Yue raised her voice, exclaiming, who says no one is there? Everyone turned in surprise to see Gu Yue striding toward the supposedly vacant bed, tossing her back onto it and pointing to the name Gu Yue affixed to the bed frame. The expressions of those present, save for the short-haired girl, instantly soured. The long-haired girl, momentarily taken aback, soon began to protest, I'm unwell. The wind by the door is too strong. I don't care. I want the bed by the window. Her parents exchanged glances of exasperation before attempting to negotiate with the short-haired girl. How about this? We offer you 500 yuan if you let our daughter have this bed. Without a moment's hesitation, the short-haired girl rejected the offer. No, my family doesn't need money. Gu Yue, who had been about to open her suitcase, paused and turned to the parents, saying, you give me 500 yuan, and I will swap with you. The short-haired girl stared in shock at Gu Yue, exclaiming, how can you be so spineless? Gu Yue responded with an air of composure, your family may not lack money, but mine does. The short-haired girl paused for a moment, then boldly declared, then I'll give you 1,000, Dang Ti exchanged it with her. Without hesitation, Gu Yue agreed, sealing the deal. Immediately, the long-haired girl burst into tears. Fearing that the 1,000 would be lost to the girl's tears, Gu Yue turned to the short-haired girl and said, I have the counselor's number. Do you want it? Yes. Give it to me. The long-haired girl shouted at them, you are ganging up on me. The short-haired girl retorted defiantly, you are taller and stronger than us. You're the one who is ill, and we both need to see a doctor and stay in the hospital. We are not bullying you. I will call the counselor right now, and if the counselor says we should give in, we will. Gu Yue looked at the short-haired girl, who had an adorable cherubic face, short hair, and a stature akin to that of a middle school student, yet she argued fiercely, unafraid of any consequence. This short-haired girl was Xiaoyou. In the end, they all returned to their respective beds. Gu Yue did not truly take Xiaoyou's 1,000. But upon learning of Gu Yue's family's financial struggles, Xiaoyou introduced her to multiple part-time job opportunities throughout their 4 years of college, far exceeding that initial sum. Gu Yue activated the speakerphone on her phone and said half-jokingly, I'm afraid you'll cause a scene. Get lost. Stop pretending to be a saint. If I were to confront him, you would undoubtedly be there with firecrackers for support. Now tell me what's going on. I heard he got married in February. When I called you during the Spring Festival, you mentioned that you planned to clear your debts in 2 years before marrying. He cheated, didn't he? But with his wife being this far along in her pregnancy, it's clear he has been unfaithful. The mention of pregnancy left Gu Yue momentarily speechless. His wife is pregnant. Xiaoyou fell silent for a moment, her voice lowered, yes, her belly is quite prominent. Gu Yue recalled Yi Zurong's previous words about enjoying a life of 2, expressing reluctance towards children due to the immense time and effort required. Never anticipating he would become a father so soon. Should I find someone to deal with him? Xiaoyou said angrily. Her father conducted business in Yun City, operating in both legitimate and illegitimate realms, making it quite feasible to take action against him. Gu Yue chuckled and asked, what do you have in mind? Upon hearing Gu Yue laugh, Xiaoyou was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? How can you still find this amusing? In addition to being Gu Yue's roommate, Xiaoyou was also a classmate and fellow townsman of Yi Zurong, who had initially sought her assistance in matchmaking him with Gu Yue. Although Yi Zurong came from a humble background, he possessed striking looks and was an exemplary student, which is why Xiaoyou had agreed to help. From the innocent sweetness of their college days to the challenges they faced together in their entrepreneurial ventures after graduation, Xiaoyou was acutely aware of their relationship, including the fact that Gu Yue had given all her firsts to Yi Zurong, an indelible mark for any woman, one that cannot simply be forgotten. Gu Yue managed a wry smile, admitting that claiming she felt no discomfort would be a lie. However, she had truly come to terms with it. Sister, it has been over 3 months. Do you expect me to weep every day? She retorted. And how can you say it's been over 3 months? I genuinely detest your insensitivity. If I don't inquire, were you planning to keep me in the dark? Gu Yue's disposition was such that she favored silence over sharing her troubles. Even with acquaintances, she would fabricate excuses, preferring not to engage in conversation. I assumed you would find out sooner or later. Besides, I was reluctant to dwell on those matters at that time. Xiaoyou recalled another question. When did you discover he was cheating? On the day of his wedding, Gu Yue replied. What? In retrospect, Gu Yuezi often pondered how long he would have kept it from her had she not called Yi Zurong that day. Her intent was merely to inquire about his return, only to have his mother answer the phone and inform her that he was in the midst of his wedding ceremony, advising her never to contact him again. Such a scenario seemed too outrageous for even a television drama. Yi Zurong truly epitomized the worst of humanity. How did you learn of his marriage? Gu Yuezi asked, suspecting that Yi Zurong had not publicly announced his nuptials, as none of their mutual acquaintances had approached her with inquiries. They shared classmates and numerous friends. Had anyone known of his marriage, they undoubtedly would have reached out to her, with Xiao Yao being the first to do so. Xiao Yao chuckled darkly, recounting, today, I accompanied my father to a dinner gathering, where I unexpectedly encountered him. His father-in-law is a friend of my father's. You cannot imagine my shock upon seeing him enter with that woman. I nearly lost my composure. Had my father not restrained me, I would have rushed over to slap him. The mere memory of that dinner ignited Xiao Yao's anger. Yi Zurong had not dared to meet her gaze, instead cowering beside his wife's family, as if he feared she might strike him. His current existence was pathetically subservient, once so arrogant. He had refused to even consider a part-time job as a waiter when she suggested it. Yet tonight, he was busier than any server, constantly pouring tea for his mother-in-law and toasting for his father-in-law, while his wife, seemingly devoid of hands, demanded his assistance in serving food, peeling shrimp, and extracting fish bones. All the while he wore a forced smile. However, it was understandable. His father-in-law was the police chief, a formidable ally indeed. Unable to restrain her scorn, Xiao Yao unleashed her disdain, while Gu Yuezi remained silent. So, how do you feel now? Does it ease your heart at all? This man is utterly unworthy. Gu Yuezi found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She recognized that Yi Zurong possessed a strong sense of pride. During their 4 years at university, she had been willing to undertake any job, marketing small appliances door to door, distributing flyers at the campus entrance, and even working in factories during summer breaks to pay off her student loans, while Yi Zurong only deigned to accept jobs he considered respectable and high status. Upon graduation, he was resolutely determined to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, primarily to salvage the dignity he had lost due to his unsuccessful pursuit of further studies. A person he once knew intimately had transformed into a stranger, and the connection they shared seemed irrevocably severed, evoking a profound sense of dislocation. Yao Yao, do you believe it? She exclaimed. Yet, as she spoke, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's live stream, what to broadcast, how much merchandise to sell, and whether she had achieved the minimum repayment for the month. Xiao Yao, in a moment of clarity, declared with renewed vigor that a woman should pursue wealth fervently. There are plenty of men around. Once we attain financial success, we can choose from those who are handsome and fit. Gu Yuezi smiled softly, her thoughts drifting to Renjing. His chiseled visage, tall and robust frame, and well-defined muscles lingered in her mind, a memory of him tirelessly embracing her. He seemed to embody all the qualities she admired. Renjing rode his electric scooter to pick up a food delivery, casting a few lingering glances at Gu Yuezi's residential complex. Recently, he found himself recalling that fateful night, particularly during the quiet of the night, when thoughts of her would stir feelings he could hardly contain. It was perplexing. This was not his first encounter with a woman, yet he had never been so captivated. As rain poured down that evening, the number of food orders remained substantial. After completing several deliveries, Renjing decided that after the last order, he would cease deliveries for the night. Upon arriving at the merchant's establishment, while searching for his order, he noticed a familiar address. A quick glance at the order number and surname confirmed it was Gu Yuezi's meal. He contemplated for a moment, and after retrieving his order, hesitated before leaving. Soon, someone entered through the door. Renjing, focused on the countdown timer on his phone, looked up to find it was the food delivery guy who had previously introduced him to this line of work. The delivery man, surprised to see him, exclaimed, "Bro, you're still delivering?" He had seen Renjing's home and knew it didn't seem like he was in financial distress. Previously, Renjing had mentioned that he was temporarily delivering food until his regular job commenced. Renjing patted the delivery man's shoulder, affirming, "Of course, why wouldn't I? Initially, it was arduous, but I've grown accustomed to it. I intend to continue delivering until the construction site opens." The delivery man nodded, beginning to search for the order number on the bag. Renjing, holding his own delivery, inquired, "What number are you?" 29, the delivery man replied, lifting the very bag that contained Gu Yuezi's order. An impulsive thought surged within him. How about we swap orders? The delivery man, taken aback, asked, why? Ren Jin quickly conjured a reason. I happen to have some business to attend to in that neighborhood, so it would be convenient. Swapping deliveries was not an unusual practice. And the delivery man did not dwell on it, responding, oh, that's fine then. Just ensure you deliver it on time. With a grin, Ren Jin replied, no problem. My punctuality rate is currently at 99. Chapter 8. It's time to pay for repairs. Ren Jin arrived at Gu Yueji's residence with Takeout, opting not to call ahead but instead ringing the doorbell. Moments later, footsteps could be heard approaching the door. Upon its opening, both individuals stood momentarily stunned. Ren Jin observed Gu Yueji, who was drenched from head to toe, and glanced inside to see the hallway marked by wet footprints. Had a pipe burst? Gu Yueji, somewhat flustered, ran her fingers through her hair, explaining that the faucet had inexplicably fallen off. Has the landlord come by? Ren Jin inquired. Gu Yueji shook her head, revealing that she had just phoned the landlord, who mentioned that due to the rain, he would not arrive until tomorrow. Shall I come in and take a look? Ren Jin proposed. If it's not fixed, you want tea, have water tonight. Gu Yueji regarded him for a moment, then inclined her head slightly, saying, that would be very helpful. Ren Jin handed her the takeout and removed his helmet as he entered the kitchen. The kitchen was a scene of chaos. Water splashed everywhere. With a hammer, screwdriver, and drill strewn beside the sink, he inspected the faucet, noting that the inlet had aged and broken beyond repair. Turning to Gu Yueji, he asked, do you have a new faucet at home? She shook her head, replying that she did not. Realizing the old one was beyond salvaging, she said, I'll go buy one now. Ren Jin glanced at her half-soaked clothing and suggested, I'll go buy it. You should change and eat your takeout. With that, he exited, closing the door behind him. Gu Yueji stood in a daze for a moment, her gaze drifting to the yellow helmet atop the shoe cabinet. Feeling that this reunion was somewhat anticipated, Ren Jin returned swiftly. Gu Yueji had barely taken a few bites of her meal when she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she saw Ren Jin carrying a bag containing more than one faucet. It dawned on her that she needed to reimburse him. How much did you spend? I'll transfer it to you, she offered. Ren Jin walked directly into the kitchen, stating, let me install it first, then we can discuss it. Gu Yueji leaned against the doorframe, watching as Ren Jin adeptly unscrewed the old, corroded fittings connecting the faucet, extracting a brand new one from the bag. He wrapped the new faucet with layers of white tape before securing it to the fitting. Gu Yueji and Yi Zurong were utterly clueless about plumbing. Aside from changing light bulbs, any household repairs were typically left to the landlord or hired professionals. Watching Ren Jin perform the task with such ease transformed what seemed complex into something remarkably simple. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Ren Jin's clothes, already damp from delivering the takeout, clung to him as he perspired in the waterlogged kitchen, accentuating his well-defined physique. Gu Yueji couldn't help but recall that evening when those strong arms had enveloped her, his bare form resting against her own. After a while, Ren Jin turned off the faucet, noticing the silence behind him. He glanced back to find Gu Yueji blushing as she fixed her gaze upon him. He hesitated for a moment before looking down at himself, realizing the thin fabric clung closely to his skin, leaving little to the imagination. Seemingly understanding the implication, he flashed her a knowing smile. Do I look good? Gu Yueji blinked, snapping back to reality and recognizing the teasing glint in his eyes. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she retorted, it's just alright, it's not like I haven't seen before. Ren Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, not only had he seen it, but he had also used it. Gu Yueji's face flushed even more at his words, and in a fluster, she diverted her gaze, her eyes landing on the switch for the water gate by the door. Seeking to change the subject, she thought to test whether the faucet was functioning. Before she could finish her thought, her hand reached out. Wait a moment. Ren Jin called out to her. However, it was too late. A sharp hiss erupted as water sprayed from the junction of the faucet and the pipe. In the next instant, the faucet fell with a loud thud, and water gushed forth in every direction, flooding the kitchen once more. Gu Yueji stood there momentarily dazed, unsure of what to do. Ren Jin stepped forward, shielding himself from the water with one hand as he swiftly turned off the water gate, allowing the flow to gradually cease. He wiped the water from his face, casting her a bemused look, as if to say, if you want to see me take off my clothes, just say so, there's no need for this fuss. He was now thoroughly drenched, water dripping from every part of him. I thought you had it under control, Gu Yueji said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'll go fetch a towel for you to dry off. Let us finish this first, Renjin replied, placing a wrench and pliers in her hands. Hold these two and don't move. Hand me whichever one I asked for. Gu Yueji obediently stood still, refraining from touching anything, dutifully passing him the wrench when he requested it, and the pliers when he needed those. Before long, he had everything fixed. As he opened the water gate, water poured freely from the faucet. He washed his hands and then bent down to splash water on his face. The basin was small and low for him, causing water to splatter onto his body. Straightening up, he crossed his arms and grasped the edges of his wet uniform, tugging upward to remove it. The damp fabric clung to his muscular back, glistening as water droplets danced across his skin. He tossed the discarded garment aside and turned to face Gu Yueji directly. She was momentarily taken aback. His gaze had suddenly intensified, radiating warmth and intensity. A slight tremor coursed through her, not from fear, but from her racing heartbeat. Noticing that Gu Yueji averted her gaze, yet remained still, Renjin stepped closer, wrapping his arms naturally around her waist. The spicy hot pot she had ordered that evening had been marked for extra spice, and now her lips were swollen and glistening with a layer of red oil. The memory of tasting those lips, teasing and coaxing, made Renjin lick his own lips as he pressed his thumb firmly against hers. Startled, Gu Yueji instinctively tried to wipe her mouth with the back of her hand upon seeing the red oil on his thumb, but Renjin caught her wrist. How do you intend to pay for the repairs? He asked in a low, husky voice, his gaze swirling with a familiar yet unsettling intensity that made her heart race. How much is it? I can transfer you the money, she suggested, reaching for her phone, but Renjin held her tightly, his other hand caressing her back. Leaning closer, his face brushed against hers, his hand gently stroking her back. Could we exchange this for something else? Gu Yueji's hand was enveloped in his, slowly kneaded, and the simple act sent her breath quickening. Exchange for what? For this. As his words fell, he fervently and assertively captured her lips with his. Gu Yueji was momentarily stunned as his tongue swept over her lips, methodically licking away the crimson oil from them. She had not noticed it while eating, but now the fiery taste of chili oil surged through her mouth, eliciting an insatiable flow of saliva that she struggled to swallow, causing it to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Their heated and moist breaths intertwined, leaving Gu Yueji feeling dizzy and breathless, instinctively. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against his chest, yearning to draw in more air from the space between their lips. Renjin sensed her cleanliness and effortlessly lifted her, seating her atop the kitchen counter. Their lips momentarily parted, only to magnetically draw together again. Only when Renjin felt satisfied did he release her, observing the traces of moisture at the corners of her lips. He wiped it away with his thumb, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Where does all that water come from?" Gu Yueji, feeling embarrassed by the drool resulting from their kiss, buried her face against his chest, panting softly. Renjin, however, found amusement in her shyness, playfully nudging her, asking if she still remembered how he looked. With her cheeks aflame, Gu Yueji found herself at a loss for words. Admitting she didn't remember seemed cowardly, while claiming she did felt like she had been holding onto him all along. Two drenched and heated bodies pressed together, akin to two sticks generating warmth through friction, the steam nearly evaporating. Renjin grasped Gu Yueji's waist, declaring it time to settle the maintenance fee. The following day, Gu Yueji awoke, still grappling with the memories of the previous night. The first sensation that registered was the firm embrace of a robust arm encircling her waist, with a warm body pressed against her back. In a daze, she slowly turned to see Renjin's sleeping face. She had expected him to slip away as he had done before, but this time he lay deeply asleep. After their impromptu encounter the previous night, he had hastily showered and collapsed into bed beside her, now lying unabashedly, completely bare, on her sheets. His thick brows framed a straight nose, high cheekbones accentuating his sharp features. His countenance remained striking even in slumber, exuding an air that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Yet, in bed, he showed a degree of consideration, always waiting for her satisfaction before becoming fervent. With him so close, Gu Yueji dared not dwell on the implications. She gently moved his hand away, covering his modesty with a thin blanket, and slipped out of bed. In the old residential complex from the 90s, the sounds of vendors calling out to recycle old appliances mingled with a mother's shouts at her child, accompanied by the clattering of pots and pans. Amidst this cacophony, Renjin continued to sleep soundly until he awoke naturally. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the empty pillow beside him and reached out from beneath the covers, finding no warmth left. However, a faint fruity fragrance lingered in the air, sweet and reminiscent of Gu Yueji's scent. Rubbing his face, he sat up, Noting that the room door was closed and faint sounds emanated from outside, Guyueji was home. He pulled back the covers to find himself unclothed, contemplating as he glanced around. His boxers, which he couldn't recall shedding, hung askew on the chair beside the bed. He retrieved them, slipping them on, and spotted a pair of slippers at the bedside, dust-covered and slightly damp from a recent wash. Last night, he carried someone into the room barefoot, and it seemed that Guyueji had brought in his shoes that morning. Glancing over, he stood up in slippers and walked out of the room, still barefoot. Guyueji, observing the pot of boiling water, was contemplating whether to add more noodles when a figure appeared at the doorway. Turning her gaze, she saw Renjin. Tall and imposing in the doorway, his head nearly brushing against the top of the frame, clad only in boxers and barefoot. His broad shoulders and narrow waist presenting a striking physique. The room contained slippers, and Guyueji assumed he had noticed. Renjin yawned and muttered something, offering no explanation. "Your clothes are on the balcony. They'll take a while to dry." He responded with a simple acknowledgement, scratching his head, appearing still half asleep. As casual as if he were in his own home. "What are you cooking?" "Noodles. Would you like some?" she inquired, as if he had been there for quite some time. "Yes," he replied without hesitation. Guyueji felt no discomfort, nodded, and tossed a handful of noodles into the pot. Contemplating adding more, thinking his substantial frame might require it, she turned to put the noodles back in the cupboard and noticed Renjin leaning against the doorframe, watching her without clear intent, which made her slightly uneasy. "There's a new toothbrush on the table. You can wash up first," she suggested. Renjin nodded but remained motionless, lazily tilting his body. His skin was not fair, tanned from spending the day under the sun, his body, arms, and face exhibiting a patchwork of colors. His face and arms were deep browns, while his torso was a golden hue, with several vivid red scratches on his shoulders and chest, evidence of her earlier scratching. Guyueji dared not stare for long, quickly averting her gaze. Observing Guyueji, who was cooking the noodles, steam rose and enveloped her face in a delicate mist. She no longer appeared as pale and gaunt as when they first met. Her complexion was fair and luminous, her lips plump and moist. When not live streaming, she typically wore no makeup, and he found her natural beauty more appealing. Dressed in an oversized t-shirt that fell past her hips, her long bare legs were strikingly white and straight, creating an illusion of height despite her stature being below his chin. As he glanced upward, he noted she wore no bra, her silhouette subtly enticing. At 30 years of age, he felt an unfamiliar sense of yearning. He questioned whether this was a common feeling among men of his age or if he had simply been too restrained for too long. After watching for a while longer, he finally moved to wash up. By the time Renjin emerged, the noodles were placed on the table, and Guyueji was already eating. The dish was quite simple, consisting only of noodles with a few leafy greens, lacking even an egg. Raising his eyes to her bowl, he noticed hers was similarly sparse and refrained from commenting, pondering whether her circumstances were that dire before lowering his head to eat. He was accustomed to eating heartily, and after a few bites, he realized the bowl was nearly half empty, savoring the light and comforting taste of the noodles. As he reached for more, he paused, discovering an egg hidden beneath the noodles at the bottom of the bowl. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Renjin smirked and remarked, "Why do you, like my grandmother, enjoy hiding eggs beneath the noodles?" Guyueji was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the nearly finished noodles and the egg peeking out from his bowl. She had gotten used to placing the cooked egg at the bottom, forgetting to mention it to him. Guyueji extracted the egg from the bottom of her bowl, reminiscing about her childhood. In her early years, when her family was impoverished and meat was a luxury, even a single egg seemed exceptionally delightful. Whenever she had noodles, she would relish the idea of placing the egg at the bottom, believing that the egg would enhance the entire bowl of noodles, which she would savor last. Over time, this became her habit. Renjin, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. During his own childhood spent with his grandparents in a rural setting, their circumstances were not particularly affluent either. He toiled in the fields, tended to vegetables, and fed pigs, never donning a new garment throughout the year. However, meat and eggs were never lacking, and in his memory, none of his peers went without meat. It was only his grandmother, who had lived through a time of famine, that had developed the habit of saving eggs to eat last. He could discern that Guyueji did not hail from a wealthy family. She was in debt, and both her clothing and her rented accommodation were of the most modest quality. Yet, he was surprised to learn that she had gone without meat in her childhood. "My grandmother once told me that everyone's life is akin to the eggs in this bowl. Some consume the egg first, While others indulged in the noodles before relishing the egg, he said, sliding his fried egg into her bowl. However, he mused, eggs are something everyone possesses. Guiyue was momentarily taken aback by his rough manner. The egg, entangled with noodles, was carelessly tossed her way, causing the broth to splatter onto the table. Yet, as she gazed at the 2 eggs stacked within her bowl, a warmth spread through her heart. She had not anticipated that such a brusque individual could offer solace. Thank you, she expressed sincerely. Ren Jin, however, merely curled his lips in response. What are you thanking me for? I worked so hard last night and didn't see you express any gratitude. In an instant, all her emotions transformed into silence. And Guiyue lowered her head to eat her noodles, wishing to refrain from further conversation with him. Chapter 9. Did you have a quarrel with the egg? After finishing his meal, Ren Jin conscientiously washed his bowl and stepped out onto the balcony to collect his clothes. When he emerged, dressed in slightly damp garments that clung to his form, Guiyue scrutinized him and inquired, Are you not going to change your clothes? Ren Jin shook his head. My home is quite distant. Making a round trip would consume the entire morning. Curiosity piqued, Guiyue asked, Do you only deliver takeout in this vicinity? Do you not return home to rest at all? Each delivery person is typically assigned to a specific area. Who among them has the luxury of contemplating rest? In truth, Guiyue had encountered Ren Jin previously, at the roadside outside the community. I'll take the trash down for you, he said, grabbing his keys and heading towards the door. Suddenly, Guiyue called out, Wait a moment. She returned to her room for a brief moment, emerging with a set of clean athletic wear. You should change into this, she suggested. Ren Jin regarded the garment. It appeared new but bore the marks of prior use. He refrained from accepting it, stating, I cannot wear your ex-boyfriend's clothes. Guiyue paused, realizing the outfit indeed belonged to Yizhurong. However, how did he know he could not wear it without having met Yizhurong? You have not tried it on. How can you be so certain? Ren Jin smirked, his demeanor both roguish and candid as he queried, Can you guess why I bought a new set last night? Surely, you must have noticed that my dimensions differ from your ex-boyfriend's. Guiyue faltered momentarily before recalling the differences in height, build, and certain other attributes, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing her crimson face, Ren Jin leaned closer, teasingly asking, Have you figured out why I cannot fit into it? Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Guiyue tossed the clothes onto the sofa, exclaiming, Wear it or not, it's your choice. She returned to her spot at the coffee table to continue her meal. Ren Jin chuckled softly, then entered the kitchen to take out the trash, squatting by the door to change his shoes. In that position, huddled in the corner, Guiyue was reminded of their previous encounter. It had been midday, with the sun blazing overhead, causing the asphalt to shimmer in waves of heat. Vehicles passed by. And there he was, a towering figure crouched beside a small electric bike, devouring a meal from a disposable container, sweat streaming down his face. In this world, where the pursuit of sustenance and happiness seems a daunting endeavor for everyone, one wonders where true happiness resides. As Ren Jin finished lacing his shoes and prepared to exit, Guiyue called out to his retreating figure, If you ever find yourself without a place to eat or rest, you are welcome to come here. Ren Jin paused, glancing back at her. Guiyue, her head slightly raised, sat on the floor, gazing at him from a distance. The sun shone brilliantly today, bathing her in a warm glow as sunlight streamed through the windows. Anytime I wish to come, Ren Jin queried playfully. Guiyue nodded earnestly. If I'm here, I will let you in. In the sunlight, her lips glistened as they moved, captivating Ren Jin. He found her features particularly enchanting. Her upper lip curved into a natural smile, while her lower lip was full and inviting, igniting an irresistible desire within him. Seeing Ren Jin as silence as he contemplated, Guiyue sensed his hesitation. She was perplexed by his hesitation, wondering if he would suffer any consequences. Feeling irritated, she thought that if he didn't want to come, it was perfectly fine. I am Ren Jin, with Ren from Ren washing and Jin meaning progress, he suddenly declared. Guiyue was taken aback, realizing they had never known each other's names. She never paid attention to the riders' names, and her delivery contact was a random assortment. Guiyue, with Gu meaning unwavering. U for joy, and G for self, she introduced herself. He smiled and said, All right, Guiyue, remember to let me in. Thus, the days flowed in a rhythmic cycle of sunrises and sunsets. Guiyue engaged in her daily routine of live streaming sales, managing her online store, liaising with manufacturers, and handling shipments. The sound of the bathroom door opening interrupted her thoughts. Sitting on the living room floor, she looked up to see Renjin standing at the sink, washing his clothes, clad only in his underwear. Gu Yueji gazed at him, contemplating that Renjin might be the sole ripple in her otherwise tranquil life. The bathroom was too small for him. His broad frame nearly filled the entire space, and even closed, he would likely get dampened by the water droplets on the walls. His work as a delivery rider involved considerable physical exertion, causing the clothes he wore in the morning to accumulate a thin layer of salt from evaporated sweat by the afternoon. Therefore, he would rinse his clothes each night before tossing them into the washing machine alongside hers. In a mere moment, he finished washing, wrung out the clothes, and tossed them onto the balcony to load the washing machine with detergent, planning to hang them to dry before bed. Renjin naturally became a part of her life. He didn't come every day but would appear during mealtimes to rest, or when his electric scooter ran out of battery and he couldn't return home. Or sometimes without any reason at all. Whenever he arrived, she would open the door, and he would stay until the next morning. Previously, Gu Yueji was someone who always contemplated the future in every endeavor. While with Yi Zurong, she would ponder their compatibility and longevity. After they got together, she began planning their future. Her initial dream was for them to graduate and take civil service exams, living a simple, unremarkable life. However, upon graduation, they embarked on a venture fraught with uncertainty. She envisioned working hard for 2 years to earn enough for their wedding, believing that even without a house or a car, they should get married. Yet, they ended up in debt rather than accumulating savings, as they slowly improved their situation. And just when she was preparing to settle their debts and plan for marriage, Yi Zurong left her to become someone else's groom. She came to understand that no matter how meticulously she planned, the future would never unfold as she envisioned. Now, she occasionally shared late-night snacks and beers with Renjin, engaging in trivial conversations and savoring the fleeting joy of physical closeness. This light-heartedness was, in its own way, quite delightful. After finishing his tasks, Renjin sat down at the coffee table, the only place in the room to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Yueji leaned on the table, scrolling through her phone while jotting down reflections from the day, her hunched posture causing discomfort. Gu Yueji, the female streamer, is quite different from what Renjin had imagined. Previously, he believed that the profession of a female streamer was easy and lucrative, merely revealing some steam and amusing male viewers would yield generous tips. However, Gu Yueji is occupied from dawn till dusk. She rises promptly at 7:30 a.m. to select the products she will recommend during her broadcast, conceptualize her outfit combinations, draft the streaming script, and establish engaging topics for interaction. At 10 a.m., she begins her live stream, taking an hour-long break for lunch and dinner, and continues streaming until 3 p.m. Afterward, she reviews her streaming data, analyzing GMV distribution and product transactions, and compiles a summary. Additionally, she manages orders for her online shop. In truth, aside from sleeping, she is almost perpetually working, far removed from the leisurely life he had envisioned. There's mung bean soup in the fridge. Help yourself, Gu Yueji remarked without lifting her head, sensing his gaze upon her. Upon hearing this, Renjin rose to head for the kitchen. After basking in the sun all day, the chilled mung bean soup was just what he craved. Standing before the refrigerator, he drank 2 bowls and, nearly finished, filled a bowl for Gu Yueji before bringing it to her. Gu Yueji glanced at the refreshing soup and shook her head. I want tea, drink it. Renjin, puzzled, asked, why not? It's July, staying indoors isn't much cooler, and you made it yourself. So why won't you have any? Did you put something in it? He joked. Gu Yueji shot him a glare. My period is coming soon. Renjin was taken aback. It had been nearly 2 months since they had been together, and this was the first time he encountered her monthly cycle. He inquired, when? On the 12th, she replied. Renjin pressed further, is it regular? Gu Yueji nodded. Her menstruation had always been punctual. However, as soon as she nodded, she realized his implication, get away from me. Renjin, unabashed, laughed, what's wrong? I'm just concerned about you. You'd better not touch me tonight. Renjin teased her further, playfully scratching her chin as if she were a cat. That won't do. Tomorrow is the 12th, and we must make the most of tonight. Gu Yueji, exasperated, kicked him. Are you even human? Renjin chuckled, downing the bowl of mung bean soup he had prepared for her. That evening, Gu Yueji warily slept at a distance from him. Although Renjin initially intended to refrain from teasing her, he couldn't help himself upon seeing her like that. He leaned in and wrapped his arms around her from behind, his hands wandering inappropriately as his chest vibrated with laughter against her back. Gu Yueji, startled, attempted to break free, but Ren Jing's arm held her firmly in place. After a moment of unceremonious touching, he finally ceased. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Gu Yuezi remained skeptical. He was hardly a man of restraint. Each time he visited, they inevitably ended up exhausted in bed, and their chemistry was undeniably harmonious, drawing them together effortlessly. The more she contemplated, the more she felt he would lose control. She turned to push him away. Let go of me. He, however, kept his eyes closed, lightly patting her back as he menaced. If you don't sleep, I might just take it seriously. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuezi dared not move. Ren Jing smiled silently, unsure of what she feared. Although he was indulgent and hedonistic towards her, his actions were always predicated on her willingness. He was not the type of man who resorted to coercion. Gu Yuezi nestled against his chest, his body radiating warmth like a furnace. Typically, she avoided close contact with him due to the heat he emanated while sleeping, but tonight, feeling cold, she found comfort in his embrace. After lying quietly for a while, she noticed he remained completely still. As drowsiness washed over her, she soon fell asleep. The following morning, Gu Yuezi awoke to find herself and Ren Jing sleeping apart. He lay sprawled in a starfish position while she curled up, facing him. A dull ache plagued her abdomen, prompting her to rise and head to the restroom, where she discovered her underwear stained, as her monthly cycle arrived with its usual punctuality. Gazing at the evidence, a reflexive wave of discomfort surged through her. She had suffered from dysmenorrhea since childhood, enduring excruciating pain that rendered her unable to stand straight while fulfilling chores like fetching water, tending to vegetables, or washing clothes by the river. Whenever the pain became unbearable, she would curl up, hugging her knees to ease the agony. As she matured, she learned remedies such as drinking ginger tea with brown sugar, avoiding cold water, and keeping warm. She even took medication, gradually alleviating the severity of her pain. Yet, discomfort lingered, manifesting as a persistent dull ache and overall fatigue. Ren Jing, yawning as he entered the kitchen, spotted Gu Yuezi glaring at an egg with displeasure. What's wrong? Did the egg offend you? He teased. Agitated, she found the egg rolling about irksome, and his playful jibe only stoked her irritation. My period has arrived. I feel unwell both physically and emotionally, so please don't bother me, she snapped. Ren Jing was taken aback. Pondering the regularity of a woman's menstrual cycle, did it truly arrive with such precision? He scrutinized Gu Yuezi's face. Her lips appeared pale, lacking their usual rosy hue, and dark circles shadowed her eyes, leaving her looking rather listless. In what manner do you feel unwell? He queried out of curiosity. Gu Yuezi detailed her current ailments: abdominal pain, backache, chills, irritability, fatigue, an aversion to cold water, and an unwillingness to prepare breakfast for him. Her words quickened, her frustration escalating as she wondered why she was always the one cooking for him, contemplating throwing her chopsticks at him in a fit of anger. Upon hearing her last remark, Ren Jing understood and took the chopsticks from her hand. I'll cook. Gu Yuezi shot him a glare but unhesitatingly tossed the chopsticks to him and exited the kitchen. Ren Jing found her sudden outburst perplexing. Having grown up without many female peers, he lacked understanding of the nuances of a woman's menstrual cycle. Was it truly so unbearable that it could provoke such unprovoked anger? Yet, she seemed genuinely uncomfortable. Even her tone when scolding him had softened, indicating there was merit to her distress. Before long, he prepared noodles. Though his culinary skills left much to be desired, the eggs within the noodles had disintegrated, and the pasta was slightly overcooked. Gu Yuezi, already feeling bloated, had little appetite, and the sight of the meal only diminished her desire to eat further. However, with a full day of work ahead, she had no choice but to eat slowly. Ren Jing, indifferent to the quality of food, simply aimed to fill his belly. After finishing a few bites, he dressed and prepared to head out to deliver breakfast during the bustling morning rush. As I passed through the living room, I noticed Gu Yuezi still eating, her demeanor rather listless. Do you need me to buy you some medicine? Ren Jing inquired. Gu Yuezi looked up at him in a daze. What medicine? Aren't you feeling unwell? Is there any medicine you can take? He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at her intently, his eyes filled with confusion. Gu Yuezi paused, realizing that she had been unfairly directing her sour mood towards Ren Jing, who had done nothing wrong. She then composed herself and offered him a small smile. No. Thank you. If you remember, please bring me some ginger when you return. Observing her face transition back to a smile as if turning a page in a book, Ren Jing was puzzled. Why are you no longer angry? Did you study Sichuan opera? Your expressions changed so quickly. The smile on Gu Yueji's face faltered in the next moment as she shot him an exasperated look. I am trying to communicate with you properly. Please do not provoke me into losing my temper. Ren Jin, observing her capricious mood, chuckled helplessly, realizing he truly did not understand women. All right. Just try not to get angry so easily. I will buy the things you need shortly. I'm leaving now. Chapter 10. Imitations are not expensive. As August arrived, the city of Ji was enveloped in the relentless heat, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas and the calls of birds. At just past 6 in the morning, before the alarm had a chance to ring, Gu Yueji found herself awakened by the sweltering warmth. Even with the fan set to its highest speed, directing a gust of air towards her, she was still drenched in perspiration, her body sticky and uncomfortable. Her room faced due east, with merely a thin wall separating her from the rising sun. The lack of ventilation meant that within moments of dawn, the room would become stiflingly hot. Winter was bearable, but every summer, Gu Yueji would awaken early due to the heat, resulting in a significantly reduced sleep duration. Turning her gaze towards Ren Jin, she observed him sprawled across the bed, clad only in a pair of underpants, the quilt having vanished into the unknown. In their one-bedroom apartment, she had installed an air conditioner solely in the living room, leaving them without cooling during the night. Ren Jin, with his naturally high body temperature, found it even more difficult to cope with the heat, often waking in the middle of the night. For several nights, he had refrained from visiting her due to the oppressive warmth, but last night, driven by an unexpected urge, he had come over, embracing her as they made their way to the bed, undeterred by the heat. Before long, both were slick with sweat. His perspiration dripped onto her face, while her body felt clammy and slick, making it challenging for him to hold her. Consequently, their encounter was brief. Observing the sheen of sweat on his face and well-defined chest, Gu Yueji quietly rose to open the door to the room. Ren Jin awoke naturally, reaching for his phone, only to discover it was nearly 8 o'clock. This marked the latest he had slept at Gu Yueji's place in recent times, as he would typically be roused by the heat around 6. He propped himself up slightly to glance towards the door, where a refreshing breeze from the fan had mysteriously found its way in. He felt as though he had not fully awoken. Otherwise, how could Gu Yueji, the notoriously frugal one, be so generous as to turn on the air conditioner so early? Usually, in her quest to save on electricity, Gu Yueji would only activate the air conditioner during the peak midday heat, setting it to a frugal 26 degrees Celsius. By around 5 in the evening, as the sun began to set, she would promptly turn it off, never using it at night. It was not that she was immune to the heat. There were days when she would shower multiple times to cope with it. However, she steadfastly resisted the urge to turn on the air conditioning, claiming that once it was on, she could not bear to turn it off. Aside from her strict adherence to air conditioning usage, Gu Yueji exhibited a miserly disposition in all other aspects of her life. Her wardrobe consisted entirely of samples from live-streamed trials, and she was adamant about not wasting food. Her refrigerator frequently housed leftovers. Household supplies were utilized to the last drop, with dish soap and shower gel diluted with water until empty. The slight coolness wafting in from the living room was inviting enough to lull Ren Jin back to sleep. He contemplated the idea of purchasing an air conditioner for her, but quickly dismissed it, recalling her frugality stemming from the need to assist her ex-boyfriend in repaying debts. The thought of her feeling pained over electricity costs made him reconsider, deeming his intentions as meddlesome. Previously, during a late-night outing filled with drinks, Gu Yueji had intoxicated herself, rambling on about her past with her ex-boyfriend, their youthful days in university, the promises he made of a bright future, and ultimately, his betrayal as he married someone else, leaving her burdened with debts to settle. At that moment, he was struck by the realization that this woman, who appeared so astute and spirited, also possessed a remarkable degree of foolishness and innocence. The credibility of her words, which could easily be uttered in a fleeting moment, was questionable. After all, a man's wealth was of utmost importance. How much genuine affection could one expect from a man who merely indulged in purchasing inexpensive cakes, leaving you to shoulder debts while he profited? As fatigue washed over him, he succumbed to slumber once more. When Ren Jin awakened again, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Stepping into the living room, he found Gu Yueji standing before several clothing racks, diligently arranging outfits for her live broadcast. The usual heat had dissipated, and she cheerfully hummed a tune. Ren Jin took a few steps toward the bathroom when she called out, instructing him to close the door. He halted, sighed in resignation, scratched his head, and retraced his steps to shut the door. Upon exiting the restroom, he discovered, unsurprisingly, that the air conditioning had been turned off. This frugal individual permitted no waste of electricity. There's soup in the pot. You can cook your own noodles. Gu Yueji remarked while applying her makeup in front of the mirror. It was already past 9, and she needed to prepare for her broadcast. Ren Jin approached the kitchen and inquired, "Have you eaten?" "I have." "It's already late," she replied, glancing up to observe his leisurely demeanor. "Why did you sleep in so late today?" Typically, he would wake at a similar hour as her, and by 8, he would have already set out to take on orders. Ren Jin turned back, flashing her a mischievous grin. "Wasn't I exhausted from attending to you last night?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yueji playfully snatched a small object from the coffee table and tossed it in his direction. He ducked into the kitchen, chuckling softly. She was easily provoked, and once riled, she became quite fiery. The small pot was perched on the stove, filled with the remnants of the chicken soup they had consumed the previous night. The whole chicken, simmered with an assortment of mushrooms, had rendered the meat tender and the broth rich with flavor. Although Gu Yueji did not often cook, her culinary skills were surprisingly exceptional. Each rare occasion she prepared a meal left Ren Jin with an insatiable appetite, devouring every morsel. His grandparents had merely cooked food until it was done, without regard for taste, and his own culinary abilities were lacking. Thus, he had never relished delicious home-cooked meals until he met Gu Yueji, the first person he knew who cooked so delightfully. Before long, the noodles were ready, the steaming chicken soup wafting its enticing aroma. Gu Yueji had already removed the chicken bones, allowing the noodles to cook together with the tender meat. Ren Jin, unable to wait for it to cool, began eating despite the heat. After just a couple of bites, he discovered an abundance of chicken hidden beneath the noodles. Chewing on the meat, he carried the pot outside to ask Gu Yueji, "Why aren't you eating the meat in the pot? There's still so much left." By now, Gu Yueji had finished her makeup and, after inspecting her reflection, finally met his gaze. "Did you not say that without meat, you lack the strength to work? You should consume more." Recalling a previous morning when she had prepared a simple breakfast of milk and eggs, he had returned home at noon, admitting he lacked the energy to climb the stairs. Hence, she now ensured that her breakfast for him contained ample meat. As Gu Yueji reminisced about the price of the chicken she had purchased, she began to ramble, "Make sure you finish the meat. I bought this free-range chicken at the market, which cost me half again as much as at the supermarket, but the quality is indeed superior." Ren Jin gazed at her intently, listening to her chatter. She was no longer as emaciated as when they first met. Her oval face had become fuller and more radiant. Her eyelashes, enhanced with mascara, were long and lush, accentuating her large, expressive eyes. Her lips, still plump and alluring, glistened with moisture. Gu Yueji spoke while Ren Jin gazed at her in silence, curiously asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ren Jin, fixated on her face, remarked, "I can't help but feel that you've become more beautiful." Gu Yueji was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Ren Jin had complimented her. Blushing, she turned to the mirror and questioned, "Really?" Ren Jin smiled knowingly. "Could it be my influence?" Gu Yueji instinctively retorted, "What does that have to do with you? I've been learning makeup lately, alright?" Despite being flattered, she couldn't resist the urge to smile, picking up the mirror to examine herself from various angles. "Am I truly beautiful?" she wondered, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He leaned down, gently grasping her chin to scrutinize her features, his eyes bright and full of life. Gu Yueji felt a flush of embarrassment under his gaze, wishing to push his hand away. He lowered his head and said, "You really have become more beautiful." With that, he captured her lips in a kiss. Gu Yueji was momentarily stunned, taken aback by both his praise and his kiss. Perhaps their relationship was one of conventional norms. Their kisses often served as a prelude or catalyst for something else. Thus, aside from their moments in bed, they seldom kissed. At that moment, he gazed down at her, observing her as she softly kissed back, exuding an air of casual charm. Gu Yueji remained entranced by his deep-set eyes, dark and profound, feeling his familiar masculine presence enveloping and infusing her. After savoring the kiss, he withdrew slightly, scanning her face with his gaze, his lips curving into a charmingly roguish smile. "Look for yourself. Your beauty has little to do with me," he said, lifting the mirror before her. The reflection revealed a woman with shimmering eyes, a radiant complexion, and lips as red as cherries. After his kiss, she seemed even more enchanting. As the month drew to a close, Gu Yueji hesitated, pressing the calculator twice before daring to confirm the figures, writing down the number displayed. She joyfully lifted her ledger and kissed the digits. This month's earnings were the highest since the inception of her business, enough to cover several months of minimum payments. If she could maintain this level of income, she would be able to clear her debts by the end of the year. The burden of debt weighed heavily on her heart. All her future aspirations could only commence once her financial obligations were settled. Nothing brought her more joy than the prospect of earning money. As she eagerly awaited the arrival of a new life, the doorbell rang, and Gu Yueji slipped on her shoes to answer it. It was Ron Jin, who had just called to ask what she desired for a late-night snack. It had become customary for him to bring her snacks whenever he stayed over. In a particularly good mood, she requested crayfish and marinated seafood. Ron Jin chuckled, remarking that the day's earnings would even cover her late-night indulgence. Yet her happiness was worth the splurge. Upon opening the door, she found Ron Jin leaning against the stair railing, his head lowered as he smoked. The amber light cast upon his face accentuated the strong lines of his chiseled features, evoking a cinematic quality that made Gu Yueji feel as though he were the protagonist of a Hong Kong film. He raised his gaze to meet hers, took a final drag from his cigarette, and extinguished it beneath his foot. She detested the smell of smoke and forbade him from smoking in the house, a rule he adhered to diligently, never once lighting up indoors. The delivery bag containing the crayfish was handed to her. Here, your crayfish and sashimi. This gesture momentarily transported Gu Yueji back to her birthday, recalling how he had presented her with a cake. Unbeknownst to her, more than 3 months had slipped by. What are you daydreaming about? Ron Jin asked, finding her blocking the doorway. Gu Yueji snapped back to reality, accepting the delivery bag, her mind preoccupied with the fact that she had yet to pay for it. Ron Jin smiled knowingly. It's fine. As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Just cooperate a little tonight. The box felt sharp against her palm, and without needing to look, she knew its contents. She tossed it back at him, exclaiming, could you not be so inconsiderate? With a glare, she turned and retreated into the house. Ren Jin pressed a hand against his chest, grinning as he licked his lips. He had indeed been using such items rather frequently lately. This marked the second box of the week. There had been occasions when he had held Gu Yueji close, only to hear the crowing of roosters at dawn, for she had long harbored grievances against him. Yet, he could not be blamed. On those 2 nights, he had fallen asleep early due to the heat, and it was she who, in the middle of the night, had nestled against him, half of her chest exposed, her nightgown riding up to her stomach, her pale legs draped over his waist. How could anyone resist such a sight? Thus, he had awakened her. Ran Jin slipped off his shoes and headed straight for the bathroom, as he always did upon returning home. The smell of sweat was unbearable, and Gu Yueji wouldn't allow him to sit down until he had washed up. Gu Yueji placed the delivery aside, tidied up the calculator and ledger on the dining table, and then fetched a few bottles of beer from the kitchen. As she stepped out, she stumbled over something and looked down to find Ren Jin's sports shoes in her way. The house was small, and the spot for changing shoes was directly facing the kitchen door. She had told him countless times to place his shoes on the rack, yet he never listened. Irritated, she picked up the shoes and tossed them onto the rack. His size 44 shoes loomed next to hers, resembling giant's feet. The grey-orange mesh sneakers were familiar to her. They had been quite popular for a time, with many streamers selling them on live platforms, priced affordably at just over 100, while the genuine article cost over 2,000. She had not noticed before, but his shoes had begun to crack, with several visible fissures in the rubber sole, indicating they would soon be unwearable. Ren Jin typically rode an aging electric scooter, exposed to the elements while delivering food. Apart from his delivery uniform, he occasionally wore his own t-shirts, many of which had faded and lost their shape after numerous washes, yet he remained indifferent, throwing on whatever was clean before heading out. She was unaware of Ren Jin's financial situation, had never inquired, and had no intention of doing so. What are you up to? Ren Jin emerged from the bathroom, freshly cleaned. Gu Yueji hesitated for a moment, then pointed at his sneakers. Your shoes are still not put away properly. If you do it again, I will throw them out. He shrugged it off. Go ahead and throw them. The soles are already cracked anyway. He was aware that his shoes were worn out. The imitation ones you have must not be expensive, right? I have seen some in live streams that cost only a few dozen yuan. Ren Jin paused, towel in hand, and with a slight lift of his brow, he chuckled in agreement. Indeed, high-quality replicas are quite affordable. Gu Yueji approached and placed the beer on the dining table. Then why not purchase a new pair? Ren Jin opened a bottle of beer and took a sip. They are still wearable. I might as well keep using them. He would easily discard a pair that cost over 2,000 yuan. After a couple of sips, He opened the takeout bag and began to lay out the containers on the table. You mentioned wanting to eat, didn't you? If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Gu Yueji gazed at the array of disposable boxes on the table, though he complained about the expense. He had brought back plenty of the delicacies she longed for, including small lobsters and marinated crabs. Sitting down at the table, she began to peel the small lobsters. This dining table was recently purchased and assembled by Renjin, a compact piece that comfortably accommodated the two of them, making her meals and work far more pleasant than before. Gu Yueji pondered for a moment. How much was tonight's late-night snack? I will transfer the money to you. Renjin glanced at her with a playful smile. Are you not going to cooperate with me tonight? Gu Yueji shot him a look of exasperation and stuffed a piece of shrimp into his mouth, effectively silencing him. Renjin licked his lips, laughing heartily. Chapter 11. Are you involved with other men? In recent days, Renjin received word that the policies were loosening, and construction at the site might soon commence. Upon returning home, he made a series of phone calls to ascertain the status of machinery, materials, and workers. The following day, he reached out to the project owner to invite them out for dinner. In the evening, he exchanged the old t-shirt he had done for food delivery for a stylish black and gray striped short-sleeved shirt paired with tailored gray trousers, complemented by polished black leather shoes. His tall and robust physique, broad shoulders, and long strides drew immediate attention from the hotel manager upon his arrival. Jin Gu. It's been a while. Huang Li greeted him with a warm smile as she approached. Renjin, familiar with her, responded. You are looking more beautiful every time I see you. Huang Li, the manager of the hotel's catering department, had always arranged private dining for him during his visits. Occasionally, when she struggled to meet her monthly sales targets, she would reach out to him for assistance, and he would readily oblige, which fostered her eagerness to greet him warmly each time. Her smile grew sweeter at his compliment. You remain as handsome as ever, Jin Gu. Several of the young ladies in our department have been asking for your number. Renjin chuckled heartily. Well, I'm sure you didn't give it to them. I haven't received a single call. As Huang Li gazed at his striking features, a charming smile tugged at her lips, stirring feelings of shyness and affection within her. In truth, she had been attentive to Renjin for quite some time. His youthful charm and impressive stature, coupled with his luxurious imported Land Rover and generous, witty nature, made him stand out. Unlike some men who were crude and inappropriate, he was always respectful, never overstepping boundaries even when intoxicated. On a few occasions, she had invited him out for dinner under the guise of gratitude for his assistance in achieving her sales goals, but he always seemed to have other commitments, leaving her uncertain if it was genuine or simply an excuse. What if I call you? Will you answer? Huang Li asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with intent. Renjin, ever smooth, replied, when have I ever not answered your calls? Huang Li seized the opportunity to extend another invitation. I truly must thank you for all your help. Next time, you cannot refuse my offer to treat you to dinner. Refuse? I regret that I've always been occupied. Next time, I insist on treating you, he replied. Huang Li acknowledged this with a nod. Let us agree on that. But for now, I want to keep you from your business. The room is ready, and the dishes have been ordered as per your request. Renjin nodded in satisfaction. I trust you to handle everything. The meal was exquisite, with fine dishes and wine served, yet the response from the project owner was that they would have to wait. However, Renjin did not feel particularly disappointed. Waiting was no burden, especially since he was no longer bored. The previous night, he had playfully engaged with Gu Yueji, discovering that she was particularly entertaining in her half-awake state, responding to his whims. This left him somewhat fatigued the following day. Lost in thought, he found himself distracted at the dinner table until someone called him back to reality, prompting him to drink. The atmosphere was lively, with glasses clinking, and Renjin, ever the bon vivant, drank heartily. His robust drinking skills, honed from countless social gatherings, had been recently limited to sharing a few beers with Gu Yueji, whose poor tolerance meant that she would become inebriated after just one bottle, leaving him with an unfulfilled thirst for more. That evening, having already spent a considerable amount of money, Renjin indulged in a hearty drink with the client. As the night progressed, he could distinctly feel the effects of intoxication. After bidding farewell to the client, he leaned against a stone pillar at the hotel entrance, awaiting his designated driver. Are you all right, Jin? Have you called for your driver? Huang Li appeared beside him unexpectedly. Upon seeing her, Renjin straightened up, swaying slightly from the alcohol, prompting Huang Li to quickly grasp his arm for support. Dressed in a form-fitting shirt and a body-hugging skirt, Huang Li's voluptuous figure was accentuated, the fabric clinging tightly from her chest to her hips, outlining her curves with clarity. Her waist was cinched, giving her a distinctly hourglass silhouette. As she held onto his arm, her soft, ample form pressed against him, almost engulfing his arm entirely. Renjin had a preference for women with such alluring figures, believing they epitomized femininity. From his vantage point, he caught sight of a delicate valley amidst her fair skin. And with the combination of alcohol and primal instincts, he felt a stirring desire. Perhaps I should take you home, given how inebriated you are, Huan Li suggested. Noticing the haze in Renjin's eyes as she leaned closer to his chest, Renjin remained non-committal. Have you finished work so soon? Huan Li's voice took on a more intimate tone. For you, Jin, I would even consider leaving work early. Just as Renjin was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at it and, with a hint of regret, sighed. It seems I cannot trouble you any longer tonight. My driver has arrived. He withdrew his hand, giving her arm a light pat. You should return to work, and if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to call me. Huan Li observed him, sensing a hint of disappointment in his tone, yet his expression remained calm and smiling, leaving her uncertain of his true intentions. Nonetheless, she smiled back. Thank you, Jin. Do call me whenever you need anything. He waved goodbye. All right, take care. The following day, Renjin awoke late, suffering from a lingering headache from the previous night's revelry, and thus did not venture out to deliver food. Once he roused from his slumber around noon, he called Gu Yueji to inquire about her dinner preferences, planning to fetch it in the afternoon. However, she informed him that she would have no time for dinner and suggested he visit later that evening. Renjin felt inexplicably like a kept man, waiting for her availability to see him, and all he could do was lie at home until it was time to visit. When the doorbell rang, Gu Yueji was engaged in a discussion with the factory regarding the upcoming season's new styles. She dashed to open the door before returning to the dining table, typing on her computer. Observing her playful demeanor made her seem almost childlike and oddly endearing. She appeared to have freshly bathed, clad in a delicate camisole nightgown, her legs crossed on the chair, revealing her porcelain skin, with subtle curves barely discernible beneath her straps. Just from a distance, Renjin felt an irresistible pull. As he bent down to change his shoes and enter, he noticed a pair of black male athletic shoes by the wall. He paused for a moment, instinctively glancing towards the closed bedroom door, narrowing his eyes at Gu Yueji. A dangerous glint flickered in his gaze. Have you taken in another man? Gu Yueji, still responding to messages from the manufacturer, was taken aback by his sudden inquiry. Staring at him in astonishment from her place at the dining table. What on earth are you talking about? He kicked a shoe on the ground, sending one flying. Whose shoe is this? Belonging to that dog of a man. Gu Yueji finally understood his meaning upon seeing the shoe, and laughed in anger. Do you want to try putting your dog leg in and see if you, this dog of a man, fit? Renjin was momentarily taken aback. Glancing down at the shoe, still incredulous, he took off his shoe cover and slipped it on. It fit perfectly. Did you buy this for me? He asked, a smile beginning to form in his eyes. Gu Yueji shook her head. No, it was for that dog of a man. This time, Renjin believed her. Wearing the shoes, he walked over, pulled her close, and planted a kiss on her lips. You treat me so well? Even buy me new shoes when mine are worn out. Misunderstood, Gu Yueji felt annoyed and pushed him away impatiently. I only treat my dog of a man well. Upon entering, Renjin saw a pair of unfamiliar man's shoes, and his mind immediately leapt to conclusions, leading him to speak without thinking. Embracing her, he began to jest. You only treat your dog of a man well? He whispered in her ear. If I acknowledge that I am a dog of a man, does that mean I am your man? Gu Yueji paused for a moment before comprehending, shyly continuing to push him away. You delivered me a dining table. Consider the shoes a return gift. They aren't the same style as the previous ones, but they are of good quality, so you can wear them longer. Renjin stepped on the shoes, finding them quite soft. He realized that Gu Yueji was the type who struggled to accept kindness from others. For every bit of kindness shown to her, she felt the need to return tenfold. Even for a humble wooden table, she was still contemplating a gift in return. Yet he found great pleasure in her demeanor. The summer in G City is notoriously fickle. By Qi or Ba into the morning, the sun blazes fiercely, only to be followed by sudden dark clouds and torrential rain in the afternoon. At noon, while Renjin was still delivering orders, a deep rumble of thunder warned him of imminent rain. He had anticipated it would come so quickly. Before he could finish his deliveries, the rain began to fall heavily, splattering against the scorching concrete and sending up dust and steam. After completing his deliveries and observing his drenched self, Renjin felt foolish, knowing he would be laughed at by acquaintances. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was indeed a person who enjoyed such chaos. Leaving high school without graduating, he ventured into the workforce, working in factories, selling goods on the street, doing repairs, and finally laboring on construction sites. It was this very penchant for chaos that allowed him to gradually carve out a place for himself. To avoid running into familiar faces, he chose a delivery area far from his usual haunts. This was a relatively older part of the city. He had only driven past it before, never setting foot in this area. He pondered that, if it weren't for delivering meals, he might never have encountered Guyu in his lifetime. Dashing through the rain into the stairwell, he wiped the water from his face and shook the droplets off the delivery bag. Inside were cold dishes he had purchased for Guyu. That morning, when he inquired what she desired to eat, she had mentioned a lack of appetite due to the heat, craving something sour, spicy, and chilled. He had playfully asked if she was feeling ill, which prompted her to rush at him in a flurry of embarrassment and anger. Reflecting on that moment, a smile involuntarily crept onto Ren Jin's lips. As Guyu opened the door, she was taken aback by the sight of Ren Jin, drenched like a drowned rat. "How did you get so wet? Did you not wear a raincoat?" she exclaimed. He handed her a plate of cold dishes and, standing at the threshold, removed his shirt, thinking to return home after delivering one last order and feeling too lazy to dress properly. His clothes were dripping with water, prompting Guyu to push him toward the bathroom. "You should quickly take a shower." In less than 5 minutes, the bathroom door swung open. Guyu lifted her gaze, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Ren Jin standing there completely unclothed. Her eyes widened in shock as she deliberately averted her gaze downward. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Ren Jin strolled out nonchalantly. "The moment I stepped inside, you shoved me into the bathroom. Where was I supposed to find clothes?" He headed straight to the balcony to collect his garments, but Guyu quickly seized him, saying, "I've taken the clothes back to the room. You can get them there." Noticing her eyes darting everywhere but at him, Ren Jin's playful spirit ignited. He grasped her chin, compelling her to face him. "What are you pretending for? Which part of my body haven't you seen?" She sat on a chair while he stood, his grip on her face aligning perfectly with his lower abdomen, inevitably drawing her gaze there. He even swayed slightly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Ren Jin delighted in the sight of Guyu's blushing face. She was enticing on the bed, but a mere playful tease would turn her into a bashful maiden. The contrast between her maturity and innocence often sparked an insatiable longing within him. With a teasing smile, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, whispering, "Tonight, take your time to look." Gazing into her eyes, the depths of his dark irises revealed unmasked desire, making Guyu's face burn even more. His straightforward yearning was enough to make anyone blush. Even his usual flirtatious remarks seemed restrained compared to his unabashed demeanor in bed, which was enough to evoke profound embarrassment just by thinking about it. Guyu, flustered, shot him an indignant glare. She didn't want to admit it, but it was this man who had introduced her to pleasures she had never experienced before, as if he had unlocked a previously untouched and sensitive area within her, making her feel warm and soft all over simply by his gaze. Ren Jin, observing the glimmer of springtime affection in her eyes, suddenly understood. "What? Are you eager already?" Guyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his words, and she instinctively reached out to push him away, but Ren Jin intercepted her hand. "Where do you think you're aiming? Don't you want to enjoy?" Guyu urged him back to the room, insisting, "Hurry inside, your clothes are in the wardrobe." He, however, strode into the room with unabashed confidence, smugly declaring, "So what if you see? It's not like I'm lacking in anything worth seeing." Guyu was utterly speechless and chose to ignore him. Previously, Ren Jin's clothes had always been washed and hung out to dry on the balcony. He would simply collect them before leaving. Thus, he had never opened the wardrobe in her room. As he casually slid open a door of the wardrobe, he was met with a plethora of men's clothing, suitable for all seasons. Ren Jin paused, taking in the variety of garments before him, and after a moment, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. It was easy to guess to whom these clothes belonged. Upon hearing the sound of the wardrobe door being pushed open, Guyu suddenly recalled something and hurried into the room, only to find Ren Jin standing before the wardrobe with a dark expression. She promptly closed the wardrobe door, stating, "Not this side, your clothes are over here," as she opened the other side of the wardrobe, turning her back to him while searching for his garments. Ren Jin slowly withdrew his gaze, fixated intently on Guyu in silence, yet his stare felt imbued with warmth and substance, sending a shiver down her spine, as if she were being pricked by needles. Guyu clutched the clothes, feigning a search for a moment before daring to turn and face him. The clothes are already dry. You can wear them directly. Observing the careful and somewhat appeasing expression on her face, Ren Jin's thoughts whirled for a moment before he finally smirked, grabbing the clothes and stepping out. Gu Yueji exhaled a sigh of relief as she sat on the bed, her gaze falling upon one side of the wardrobe door. She realized she had not opened that door in quite some time. Perhaps it was unnecessary. Or perhaps she simply wished to avoid stirring up memories, so she had chosen to disregard it. Reflecting on Ren Jin's earlier expression, she wondered. Didn't he already know about her ex-boyfriend from the beginning? Was he angry? Did he care? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt an urge to glimpse Ren Jin's expression once more. Yet, when she re-entered the living room, she found him with an unperturbed demeanor, calmly enjoying his lunch, even helping himself to the cold dishes she had previously eaten, as though nothing had transpired, as if he had seen nothing. Gu Yueji's gaze gradually lowered, reminding herself to think of nothing at all. Chapter 12. Cousin. After the peak hours of lunch delivery, Ren Jin returned to Yuji's residence for a brief respite, taking the opportunity to recharge his little electric scooter. Just as he reached the ground floor, he received a call from Gu Yuji. Are you back? She inquired. Yes. I'm downstairs. There's a delivery waiting. Could you please bring it up for me? All right, understood. Ren Jin locked his vehicle, charged the scooter, and made his way to the staircase. There, he found a delivery man seated on an electric bike, a plastic basket brimming with packages secured to the back, impatiently engaged in a phone call. Are you coming down? I've got numerous deliveries to make, miss. There's no one here. If you don't hurry, I'm leaving. Before the delivery man could finish his sentence, Ren Jin approached him and said, I'm here. The delivery man was taken aback upon seeing Ren Jin, abruptly hanging up the call and expressing his surprise. Oh, it's you. It took Ren Jin a few seconds to recognize him. This was the same delivery man he had encountered during his first quarrel with Gu Yuji. Noticing the cardboard box at the man's feet, Ren Jin mused that their previous argument must have had some effect, as the packages were no longer being left at the convenience store without permission. Is this her package? He inquired, ignoring the delivery man's curious gaze. The delivery man glanced back and forth between Ren Jin and the box, a sly smile creeping onto his face. What brings you here to help her with her delivery? Are you to an item now? Ren Jin lowered his head to light a cigarette, taking a slow drag before casting a weary glance upward. Ren Jin, tall and robust, with stern features that hinted at his formidable nature, silently intimidated the delivery man, who quickly shifted to a more cheerful demeanor. No, brother, I was merely wondering if I could call you for her future deliveries. It would be much more straightforward to converse with you, and her packages are often quite large. She can't handle them alone. Ren Jin glanced at the sizable package that stood nearly to his thigh. Indeed, it would be a struggle for Gu Yuji to carry it upstairs. For her future deliveries, you can call me. If I'm available, I'll come get them. If not, just leave them at the convenience store, and I'll pay you. No need for you to keep arguing with her. Upon hearing this, the delivery man immediately gave Ren Jin a thumbs up. Now that as a man who speaks plainly. Please share your number. I'll jot it down right away. As he wrote, he muttered, it's not that I want to argue with her. You can see how many packages I have. I must complete my deliveries today and simply don't have the time to wait around. With a cigarette in hand, Ren Jin's mind wandered to the image of Gu Yuji, tirelessly bustling about her home from dawn till dusk. Life is tough for everyone. We all toil daily. Mutual understanding is key. Indeed, long life mutual understanding, Ren Jin thought, intending to finish his cigarette before heading upstairs. The only thing Gu Yuji forbade him from doing in her home was smoking. Curious, the delivery man leaned in and quietly asked, May I ask? Is Yi Zurong really dead? Upon hearing that name, Ren Jin looked up at the delivery man. He recognized the name, having encountered it several times in Yuji's home, sometimes on a bill, other times on a delivery slip, or even during her phone conversations. This was not the first time he had come across that name. Ren Jin took a slow drag from his cigarette before inquiring, Do you know her ex-boyfriend? He intentionally substituted boyfriend with ex-boyfriend, as he felt that otherwise, he would appear like a male third party in a love triangle. I can't say I know him well. I've only seen him a few times when picking up deliveries. He is tall and slender, quite handsome, but lacks any physical strength. He wouldn't be able to lift a box this size. He did need her help to carry it down. Still, their relationship seems quite affectionate, calling each other husband and wife, which honestly gives me goosebumps. Ren Jin, half closing his eyes while smoking, wore a cold and stern expression. Ever since Gu Yueji learned his full name, she had been addressing him as such. Husband and wife. He scoffed mockingly. When the creditor comes knocking, they only push the blame onto each other. Noticing Ren Jin's sour demeanor, the delivery man realized he had misspoken. Regardless, the man was deceased now. And it was best to turn the page, right? Taking another deep drag, Ren Jin flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and extinguished it with his foot before hoisting the box onto his shoulder and striding towards the stairs. Upon returning home with the package, Gu Yueji was still live streaming, calling out baby to the screen. He watched her, breathless. Husband, baby, she can so easily address others. Approaching the area piled high with packages, he unceremoniously dropped the box to the floor and turned to head to the restroom. The sudden noise startled Gu Yueji. But what truly caught her off guard was the fleeting glimpse of his figure in the live stream. Silently, she hoped no one had noticed, but the next moment, questions popped up on the screen. Who was that handsome guy just now? Did the streamer change boyfriends? Yes, I remember the streamer's boyfriend. Didn't he look like that? It had indeed been a long time since anyone had seen the streamer as boyfriend. Had they broken up? Was he that just the streamer as boyfriend? He asked quite handsome. Previously, Yi Zurong had made occasional appearances in the live stream, delivering items or helping adjust her attire in the background. Though his appearances were infrequent. When asked, she would straightforwardly refer to him as her boyfriend without any pretense. As an e-commerce streamer, Gu Yueji primarily focused on promoting and selling products, without the need to establish a public persona. Consequently, the audience's interest in her personal life was minimal. Yi Zurong had been absent for over half a year. Had Ren Jin not suddenly appeared, it's likely no one would have remembered him. Gu Yueji disliked discussing personal matters during her live streams. But as more viewers inquired about Yi Zurong, she felt compelled to pause her clothing introduction and respond. Dear viewers and sisters, since so many of you have asked about my ex-boyfriend, I'll address it all at once. I broke up with my ex-boyfriend 6 months ago. He has moved on and will no longer appear in my live streams or be involved with our store. I will continue to wholeheartedly recommend our clothing. And I assure you that the quality and service of our store will remain consistent, something you've likely noticed over the past 6 months. Regardless, I sincerely thank you all for your continued support. Immediately after her statement, the comment section erupted with inquiries. Did you really break up? I thought you two were a perfect match. I remarked on how the host had suddenly lost so much weight, as her fitting size had shifted from M to S. The host's clothing is not only aesthetically pleasing and of high quality, but also reasonably priced. I wholeheartedly support her endeavors. Is she currently managing both the live broadcasts and the store independently? Why did the relationship end? Running an online shop while live streaming must be quite taxing for her. Observing the questions from the audience, Gu Yueji diligently addressed each one, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for their support. Indeed, I am now handling both the live streaming and store operations single-handedly, without any assistance. As for the reasons behind the breakup, let us refrain from discussing it. During the live stream, let us focus on pleasant topics, shall we? While the work can be somewhat exhausting, is there any profession that isn't? My dear friends, your work must be equally demanding, am I right? Nevertheless, I consider myself fortunate to have your support. When I see our store's garments receiving such positive recognition, it fills me with joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. Initially, it was perhaps Yi Zurong who encouraged her to embark on this entrepreneurial journey. But as she devoted herself to the work, she began to feel a sense of achievement when she encountered heartfelt reviews from buyers, proudly showcasing themselves in the outfit she recommended. As Gu Yueji prepared to continue showcasing the clothing for sale, questions about Ren Jin surfaced, causing her some distress. Who was that just now? Is he her current boyfriend? That fleeting glance was so manly, truly an embodiment of charisma. We demand an appearance. Is he truly handsome? Didn't he catch a glimpse? We demand an appearance. Compared to Yi Zurong, Ren Jin posed a greater challenge for Gu Yueji, as she was uncertain how to address him. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Ren Jin emerged, casting a glance in her direction. Gu Yueji instinctively avoided his gaze, focusing instead on the comments on her phone, where inquiries about Ren Jin continued to flood in. Steeling herself, she answered. He is not my new boyfriend, that was merely my cousin, who came to drop off a package for me and isn't comfortable being on camera. Ren Jin paused in his task of unwrapping Takeout, turning to glance at Gu Yueji. She remained engrossed in her phone conversations, offering him not a single glance. Cousin. Ren Jin slowly continued to unpack the food, his expression pensive, lost in thoughts of the garments in her room that she was reluctant to part with. Finally, he let out a cold, sardonic laugh, bowing his head in silence as he began to eat his meal. Gu Yue soon concluded her live stream and prepared to have lunch. Just as she exited the platform, Ren Jin stepped out again, carrying the empty takeout box. Gu Yue glanced at the time, noting that he had left earlier than usual. When she had referred to him as her cousin, he had looked at her with an expression reminiscent of the one he wore when he first saw Yi Zurong as clothing, making her feel guilty and unable to meet his gaze. Yet, had he not been indifferent at that time? Why was he upset now? What exactly is their relationship at present? That evening, as Ren Jin returned, Gu Yue had just finished showering and was drying her hair. He cast a brief glance at her before placing the late-night snacks on the table. Tonight, he had brought barbecue. Gu Yue silently observed his demeanor as she took the bag from him. "Alright, you should go wash your face," she suggested. Ren Jin set down his belongings and entered the bathroom, while Gu Yue took out the barbecue items, half of which were her favorites. Upon opening another bag, she found a circle of beer with a solitary bottle of cola in the center. Knowing her poor tolerance for alcohol, Ren Jin had consistently bought her drinks separately. When he emerged, Gu Yue had already spread all the food across the table, having opened the beers for him. Typically, they would each be engrossed in their phones while eating, but tonight, Gu Yue was inexplicably restless. She refrained from serving herself and instead seized items from his hands, including the beer he had sipped and the skewers he was gnawing on. When the last piece of chicken wing, already nibbled on, was snatched away, Ren Jin gazed at her in bemusement, questioning if his saliva made the food particularly delectable. To his surprise, she nodded, claiming it tasted distinctly better. Ren Jin was taken aback. She had never flirted with him so overtly before. With a playful lick of her lips, she provocatively asked if he wanted to savor it more thoroughly. Their gazes intertwined, and after she discarded the last bone from her mouth, she leaned closer and kissed him. Leaning back against the chair, Ren Jin's eyes were fixed on Gu Yue's face, mere inches away. Her eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes, kissing with earnestness, while he remained still, a mere observer of the scene. After indulging in the sight, he lifted her and carried her toward the bedroom. Ren Jin continued his usual teasing, and Gu Yue, unable to bear it, scratched his back, leaving a few red marks as she trembled and pleaded, "Be gentler." In response, he became even more vigorous, suggesting that if she wanted him to ease up, she should call him brother. Although he often teased her with various phrases in bed, he had never requested she use any particular address. Gu Yue immediately recalled what had transpired earlier in the day and cautiously asked, "Why brother?" He leaned over, looking down at her with a nonchalant tone. "Am I not your cousin? Shouldn't you call me brother?" Gu Yue was momentarily stunned. She had spent the entire evening pondering this and had assumed he would be indifferent. "Are you angry?" she asked. He smirked coldly. "What reason do I have to be angry? You could call me your father if you wished." His dark, bright eyes sparkled with laughter, but there was a hint of mockery. Gu Yue struggled to rise and argue, questioning what else she could call him if not cousin. If he were truly upset, he should clarify what their relationship was. Yet, he merely pressed her down and launched into a fervent assault, saying nothing at all. She bit her lip in discomfort, murmuring, "Please don't go wild. Call me brother, and I'll let you off. I want to call you. If you refuse, there's no stopping tonight." Gu Yue was incensed. "I don't believe you can last the whole night." He grinned playfully. "Alright, let's see who can endure longer." That night, neither of them conceded defeat, and the battle stretched long into the night, leaving both utterly exhausted as they finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 13. She believed that their relationship was at an end. "Jingu, when on earth can we start working?" Qian Minjun lamented over the phone. "I am at home, and my mother is driving me mad with her incessant nagging. I recently dined with Zhonggu and the others. They mentioned we should wait a little longer, but it should be soon," Ren Jin replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and chuckling lightly. "What's the matter? Is your aunt urging you to marry?" Qian Minjun was the son of Ren Jin's aunt, Ren Xiaodun. Like him, he had dropped out of high school to venture into the world, yet Qian Minjun, with his playful nature, had not achieved much. Eventually, Ren Xiaojun sent him to work with Ren Jin in construction, and after a few years, he had settled down reasonably well. Indeed, every day, she either drags me to the neighboring village to meet girls or brings them home. I can barely stand being at home now. Today, due to the heavy rain, Ren Jin had refrained from delivering takeout, allowing him time to chat with Qian Minjun. "If it's suitable, then marry. Why are you avoiding it? Afraid of commitment?" "Afraid of what?" Finding a girl in the village to marry so she can live with my parents while I toil in the city is no different from being single. It would be better not to marry at all. You could bring your wife to the city. Where would she live in the city? At our construction site. In a container where even a whisper can be heard throughout the floor. Besides, would you approve? Indeed. Ren Jin had strictly prohibited the workers from bringing their families to the site due to a prior incident. At that time, he had aimed to accommodate the workers' families, providing them with a separate house for their stay. However, one worker's wife had been caught in a compromising situation with another married worker in the very house he had arranged, leading to a violent confrontation that nearly cost lives and shattered two families. Henceforth, Ren Jin had made it clear that families were not to stay on site. What do you want then? Ren Jin inquired. Qian Mingjun, indifferent, replied, I'll marry when I have enough money to buy a house in the city. After all, I'm still young and not in a rush. But enough about me, brother. You have wealth and looks. Why aren't you married? Ren Jin reclined with his feet on the coffee table, an ashtray beside him, gazing out at the torrential rain through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had never truly contemplated marriage. Perhaps due to the absence of pressure from those around him and a lifelong habit of solitude, he harbored no desire for companionship. Nor did he have any potential candidates in mind. As he pondered, he unexpectedly thought of Gu Yueji, but he quickly chuckled to himself. Did she not refer to him as her cousin? They were not even in a romantic relationship. How could he entertain thoughts of marrying her? It had been half a month since he last sought out Gu Yueji. Initially, he thought it inconsequential to indulge in a fleeting connection. But it had now grown somewhat tiresome. Engaging with a woman who still harbored feelings for another man seemed pointless. He had not felt the need to clarify anything with Gu Yueji. Their relationship had always been casual, devoid of any necessity for clear definitions. For the past half-month, Gu Yueji has not taken the initiative to contact him. Being adults, certain matters are understood without being explicitly stated. The prolonged silence naturally leads to forgetfulness. As if nothing had ever transpired. One can live freely and comfortably, as Ren Jin remarked while biting down on a cigarette butt. Qian Mingjun, with a teasing tone, inquired whether Ren Jin was perhaps surrounded by too many women and had not yet had his fill. Over the years spent alongside Ren Jin, Qian Mingjun has frequented various occasions and encountered numerous women who have sought Ren Jin's attention. Ren Jin is not a reclusive ascetic. When women flirt with him, he skillfully reciprocates, leaving them utterly captivated. Though Ren Jin has never formally introduced any woman to him, Qian Mingjun feels certain that Ren Jin is never without female companionship. Ren Jin smirked slightly, reasoning that one should not forsake a whole forest for a single tree. I shall speak with my mother shortly. Perhaps she can arrange some blind dates for you to hasten your marriage, he added. Ren Shaojun, who married in the village adjacent to his grandparents, would occasionally visit during Ren Jin's childhood, bringing various treats and new clothes, the latter often gifted by her. When their grandfather fell gravely ill, it was Ren Shaojun who, alongside him, took turns caring for him, thus making her the only relative whose opinion he genuinely valued. I shall not trouble my aunt. I have my own plans. Ren Jin replied, firmly aware of his own intentions. Qian Mingjun merely spoke in jest, knowing well that Ren Jin is resolute and not one to yield to even his parents or grandparents. Speaking of parents, Qian Mingjun suddenly recalled, by the way, your uncle might come looking for you soon. Be on your guard. Ren Jin dismissed the concern, saying, if he wants to find me, let him. What should I be wary of? Since the relocation project began, this was not the first time Ren Yoyong had sought him out, however. He had no idea where Ren Jin lived and had only harassed him over the phone until Ren Jin blocked him, making it even more difficult for him to reach out. But this time is different, Qian Mingjun insisted. He told my mother that he now knows where you reside, and their family intends to confront you at your home, demanding that you relinquish the property. Ren Jin instinctively glanced towards the door, questioning. How does he know where I live? I have no idea. I just heard my mother say he has been inquiring about you. Perhaps he stumbled upon the information through someone, Qian Mingjun replied, clearly disdainful. From a young age, Qian Mingjun has held a strong aversion towards his uncle, Ren Yoyong, who would give a mere 10 yuan in New Year as red envelopes, and was notorious for his snobbishness and favoritism towards wealth. Qian Mingjun's family was not as well off as his aunt's family in the city, and during family gatherings, Ren Yoyong would frequently compare him unfavorably to his aunt's son, belittling Qian Mingjun to elevate the other boy's status, which disgusted him immensely. Upon hearing that Ren Yoyong intended to pay him a visit, Ren Jin grimaced in distaste. A few years prior, When the village underwent land reclamation and demolition, Ren Jin was allocated 2 newly constructed homes along with some monetary compensation. Legally, the land and properties were under his grandfather's name, and after his grandfather's passing, Ren Yoyong, as the sole male heir, was the most entitled to inherit them. However, during his grandfather's illness, due to Ren Yoyong's refusal to provide funds for treatment, their grandfather, in a fit of anger, transferred all the land and property to Ren Jin's name, explaining why the relocated homes remained in Ren Jin's possession instead of Ren Yoyong's. This matter was originally quite clear, as Ren Jin and Ren Yuong had explained. However, Ren Yuong seemingly had no intention of reasoning. He merely desired the house. Coupled with the instigation from his wife and son, Ren Yuong became even more obstinate. Ren Jin harbored a profound annoyance towards those who resorted to underhanded tactics and tantrums to achieve their ends, as if shamelessness alone could bend circumstances to their favor, only to escalate their demands further. If he dares to come, I possess ample means to silence him and send him away. Gu Yueji, clear a day next month. Xiao Yao abruptly commanded over the phone, without any preamble. Gu Yueji paused in her task. Years of tacit understanding allowed her to grasp the situation immediately. With a playful smile, she retorted, unless something monumental occurs, I shall be unavailable. Have you perhaps gained weight from our long separation? Your face seems rather round now. Xiao Yao quipped without reservation. Gu Yueji, unfazed, volleyed back, my face is quite slim compared to yours. Gu Yueji was undeniably beautiful, with a delicate face that appeared youthful and slender. Whenever they took photos together, Xiao Yao always positioned herself behind her. Unable to counter the teasing, Xiao Yao shouted into the phone, meeting my boyfriend, does that not qualify as significant news? Gu Yueji was taken aback. What? When did you get a boyfriend? Is he handsome? Send me a photo. Her curiosity was piqued. Xiao Yao replied, we've only just begun dating. You can meet him in person soon enough. Gu Yueji laughed, hiding him away. Are you? Xiao Yao ignored her, stating, I've informed you. I'll call once we arrive in G City. Gu Yueji pressed. You can't give me a heads up about the exact day. Xiao Yao firmly refused. No, I'm going for a surprise. Amused, Gu Yueji found Xiao Yao's occasionally silly demeanor endearing. True to form, Xiao Yao called Gu Yueji only after arriving in G City. But she had the decency to schedule their meeting in the evening, ensuring it wouldn't interfere with Gu Yueji's day of streaming. After finishing her live broadcast and arriving at the bar, Gu Yueji searched for a while amidst the dazzling lights until she finally spotted Xiao Yao. With her cascading waves and crimson lips, Xiao Yao looked unchanged, yet after several years, her once youthful visage now radiated the allure of a mature woman. She was seated closely with a man in a booth, his back turned to Gu Yueji, obscuring his face. Gu Yueji observed as Xiao Yao attempted to snatch a drink from the man's hand. He raised his glass to prevent her, leaning in to steal a kiss. Witnessing the playful smile on Xiao Yao's face, Gu Yueji understood why her calls had gone unanswered. It was only when Gu Yueji stood before their table that the couple looked up simultaneously, momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing the man, Gu Yueji was astonished. Zhong Xuyang. You two are together? Zhong Xuyang looked at Gu Yueji with a puzzled expression. Do I know you? Xiao Yao quickly shot a glance at Gu Yueji before explaining to Zhong Xuyang. This is my college roommate, Gu Yueji. We attended your basketball game together. Oh. So you are fellow alumni. Zhong Xuyang, with a charmingly naive smile, waved at Gu Yueji, greeting her warmly. Yueji, hello. The first time Gu Yueji laid eyes on Zhong Xuyang, she couldn't help but think of him as a male counterpart to the iconic Barbie, a figure of muscular prowess adorned with a delicate and endearing face. As the captain of their university basketball team, Zhong Xuyang had unknowingly captured the affections of Xiao Yao, who had dragged Gu Yueji to several games. However, at that time, Zhong Xuyang was in a relationship, compelling Xiao Yao to admire him from afar, without any further advances. Little did they know that the story was far from over. When Zhong Xuyang's friends arrived, he thoughtfully excused himself to the bar, allowing Xiao Yao and Gu Yueji the space to converse. When did you two get together? Gu Yueji pondered, reflecting on Xiao Yao's enduring feelings over the years, finally culminating in a romantic union. Yet, Xiao Yao, taking a sip of her drink, replied, well, it depends on how you define it. We became intimate a year ago, but we officially established our relationship 2 months ago. What? Gu Yueji's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelations. Xiao Yao, casting a sidelong glance at her, questioned, is that so surprising? We are all adults here. What's wrong with friends turning into something more? Gu Yueji took a sip from her glass, mulling over the situation. Indeed, there was nothing particularly shocking about it. Friends to lovers. It seemed almost mundane. Curious, Gu Yueji inquired, what does it feel like to transition from friends to lovers? Xiaoyao contemplated for a moment before responding. It's quite pleasant, to be honest. At least it feels seamless, without any sense of disparity. What disparity? Gu Yueji asked. Xiaoyao explained, you know. There are times when you're attracted to someone during the courting phase, only to realize they don't meet your expectations when things progress. Then you must be quite satisfied with Zhong Xuyang. Gu Yueji suggested. At that moment, Zhong Xuyang, who had been facing away from them, turned to glance at Xiaoyao and playfully winked, causing her to burst into laughter. He has indeed exceeded my expectations. Seeing the radiant smile on Xiaoyao's face, Gu Yueji sincerely remarked, no wonder you've become more beautiful. Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, lifted her chin in pride, arching an eyebrow. You look great too. I thought you would be quite haggard after your breakup, yet your complexion is even rosier than when you were dating Yizurong. Leaning in closer, she scrutinized Gu Yueji's face. Come on, be honest. Do you have a new man in your life? Gu Yueji instinctively envisioned Ren Jin's face, pausing for a few seconds before denying, impossible. She was reluctant to divulge her situation with Ren Jin, especially since he had not contacted her in nearly a month. Ever since she referred to him as her cousin, he had not visited her home or made a single call. She believed their connection had come to an end. Gu Yueji speculated that perhaps her comment about him being her cousin had displeased Ren Jin, though she was uncertain of the reasons behind his feelings. She had no intention of probing further. Suddenly, it dawned on her that if they continued this way, without any communication, they might become two strangers devoid of any shared history within 3 months. He would fade from her life as if he had never existed. And she would soon be forgotten by him as well. This feeling is peculiar, a transition from intimacy to estrangement. A farewell that occurs so suddenly that one may never meet again. It reveals how fragile human relationships can be. Nevertheless, no matter how abrupt and tenuous, Gu Yueji believes that having shared such a close bond with someone will ensure that she remembers him for a lifetime. Lu Jun, riding his electric scooter laden with packages, crossed the street when he noticed a crowd gathered nearby. A Mercedes was parked haphazardly at the intersection, and an electric scooter lay toppled on the ground. Its rider, a figure clad in a yellow uniform, sitting on the pavement. His curiosity piqued, Lu Jun diverted his path to investigate the commotion, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was someone he knew. Brother, is that you? Ren Jin sat on the ground, his pants torn, revealing a bloodied leg, and his face bore visible bruises, presenting a rather pitiful sight. As he struggled to regain his composure and rise, he placed his hand on the pavement, only to find that the pain rendered him unable to muster any strength, causing him to collapse back down. Seeing this, Lu Jun hurriedly dismounted and rushed to assist Ren Jin. Brother, are you alright? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Ren Jin, lifting his gaze, finally recognized Lu Jun as the courier who delivered packages to Gu Yueji. Thank you, brother, but there's no need for an ambulance, it's not that serious. As soon as he finished speaking, an irate voice interrupted. What happened to you? Is delivering takeout worth risking your life? Don't drag me into this. The driver of the Mercedes stepped out, his expression reeking of impatience. At this, Ren Jin furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He had been riding normally when this Mercedes had turned without yielding, knocking him down. His scooter lay in front of the car's hood. Yet the driver dared to adopt such a tone. The driver, momentarily taken aback by Ren Jin's glare, nevertheless retorted with defiance, Fine. How much do you want? Name your price. Initially, Ren Jin had considered downplaying the situation, merely seeking compensation for his medical expenses, but now, his resolve had shifted. Chapter 14. For the first time, the notion of obedience crossed Ren Jin's mind as he spoke to Lu Jun. My phone is broken, brother. Please help me report this to the police and call for an ambulance. Lu Jun responded affirmatively. Alright, I'll call the police and dial 120 right away. Upon hearing that a police report was to be made, the owner of the Mercedes grew anxious. What are you calling the police for? What ambulance? Aren't you fine? You just want to squeeze out more money. Name your price, I'll give it to you, but don't waste my time. Do you know how much I earn in a day? Ren Jin was too indifferent to engage in conversation with him. He simply sat on the ground and instructed Lu Jun. Tell 120 that I've been hit. My foot hurts, my hands ache, my head is throbbing. My insides are in pain, everything hurts. I need a full body examination. The Mercedes owner, with his protruding belly, stood before Ren Jin with his hands on his hips, ridiculing him. You delivery boys are all the same, seizing any opportunity to extort money from the wealthy. Let me tell you, us rich folks are sharper than you think. Our connections are far stronger. If you think you can profit from me, you're mistaken. With a sharp gaze beneath his thick brows, Ren Jin coldly retorted. Your car is worth around 300,000, and you dare to call yourself wealthy. You must have a misconception about what it means to be rich. The car owner's face flushed with indignation, and as he opened his mouth to respond, Ren Jin interrupted. Regardless, I have already reported it. If you're unwilling to wait, you may leave at any time. No one will stop you. If you choose to stay, then stand quietly and refrain from your incessant chatter. By this point, Ren Jin's tone had noticeably soured. His fierce glare and imposing stature, even while seated, commanded respect. The car owner, feeling defeated, could only turn away in frustration and hastily make a call. The traffic police and ambulance arrived swiftly, and it was determined that the Mercedes driver was entirely at fault. The vehicle was impounded, and the driver was liable for all of Ren Jin's medical expenses and lost wages. Yet Ren Jin was still not satisfied. I just caught a whiff of alcohol on him. I suspect he has been drinking. The car owner was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, Ren Jin was speaking without basis. He sought to provoke. He was not the type to be magnanimous or to repay kindness with kindness. Those who caused him discomfort would not find solace. Despite the driver's denials, he was ultimately taken back to the police station for an alcohol test. While Ren Jin boarded the ambulance. As Ren Jin sat in the ambulance, Lu Jun remembered, brother, should I call your girlfriend to come to the hospital? Ren Jin hesitated for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. No need, thank you for your help today. After the vehicle departed, Lu Jun pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing. Hello, miss, your boyfriend has been in an accident. He was just taken to the hospital by ambulance. What? Gu Yueji, who was live streaming, felt a jolt of panic. What happened to Ren Jin? Is it serious? Where is he now? He has a gash on his foot and is bleeding quite a bit. Didn't he want me to worry you? So he insisted that I not call you. He took the ambulance to the hospital himself. Upon hearing about the significant bleeding, Gu Yueji was even more terrified. All right. I'll call him. Thank you for letting me know. His phone is broken, so you should go directly to the city hospital to find him. After ending the call, Gu Yueji stared blankly at the white wall for a few seconds, unsure of what to do. It was only when she noticed the clothes she had intended to try on that she remembered she was still live streaming. She approached the streaming phone, briefly explained the situation, and then ended the broadcast. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found it difficult to reach Ren Jin, and after inquiring around, she learned that he had been admitted. It was reported that he had suffered a concussion and a fractured hand, necessitating hospitalization for observation. When Gu Yueji entered the ward, she found Ren Jin seated on the hospital bed in a blue and white striped gown, gazing up at the television mounted on the wall. One hand was connected to an full drip, while the other was wrapped in bandages. His left calf was similarly swathed in thick gauze, and his face bore visible bruises. The dimming evening light filtered in through the window, casting a solitary ambience in the room. Apart from the monotonous sound of the television, an overwhelming silence enveloped them. And a sense of desolation seeped into Gu Yueji's heart. She knocked gently on the door. Ren Jin turned his head, and their eyes met momentarily. He was taken aback. He had considered that Lu Jun might call Gu Yueji, yet he assumed she would come. Given that they had lost contact for over a month, a silent agreement between them that their relationship had ended. They remained still, gazing at one another for several seconds. Until Gu Yueji finally took a step toward him. Ren Jin followed her with his gaze as she approached the bedside, pressed the call button, and then reached out to turn off the floor pump. In the room, filled with the scent of disinfectants and various medications, wafted the familiar fragrance of her presence. They shared a close gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, a nurse entered, pushing a treatment cart. Gu Yueji initially thought the tour had finished, but she observed the nurse preparing a larger bottle of liquid for Ren Jin. How much longer will he need the tour? Gu Yueji inquired. This is the last bottle. Once this is done, there won't be any more for today. The sky outside had grown even darker. After a moment's thought, Gu Yueji asked, Can he eat anything? Of course, the nurse replied. Is there anything he should avoid? Since he doesn't require surgery, there aren't any particular dietary restrictions. However, he should refrain from spicy or irritating foods, as they could cause swelling at the stitched wound, hindering healing. What else should he be cautious about? Can he get out of bed? Yes, he can. It's just a few stitches. He'll be fine. However, he still has a mild concussion. So if he gets up to use the restroom, it's best to support him to prevent any chance of fainting and falling. Guyu nodded thoughtfully. All right, thank you. After her inquiries, she turned to Renjin. What would you like to eat tonight? Renjin had been quietly listening to her detailed questions. And when she suddenly directed her gaze toward him, he found it amusing that her first words upon their reunion were about food. A smile tugged at his lips as he replied, I want to eat the meal you cook. Guyu was taken aback by his response. It was unexpected. It's too late today. I'll cook for you tomorrow. Renjin nodded. All right. For the first time, Guyu perceived the word obedient in relation to him. After a while of watching television, Renjin found it unwatchable and rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the door. Pondering why it was taking so long for someone to return with food, he could almost have cooked it himself by now. As she contemplated whether to make a phone call, Guyu's figure appeared at the door, her hands laden with various items as she hurried into the hospital room. Renjin paused for a moment, watching her as she methodically placed each item in its designated spot: the fast food on the bedside table, the thermos beside the bed, and a plastic bag containing a basin. A cup, a toothbrush, toothpaste, a towel, and even a pair of underwear, all tucked away in the storage cabinet. Once everything was neatly arranged, she sighed in satisfaction. What are you staring at? It's time to eat, Guyu remarked, noticing him sitting motionless on the bed, fixated on her. Did you spend all that time just to buy this? He asked. Of course, you need all of this, she replied. Renjin observed the beads of sweat on her forehead, pondering her eagerness in purchasing such items. If I need something, I can just order takeout, he countered. There's no rush. You'll need all of this tonight. Aren't you going to freshen up? She questioned, recalling the box of underwear. Looking into her eyes, he bluntly asked, So, are you going to help me bathe later? Guyu felt her face heat up and instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing the noticeable bandages on his hands and feet, she steeled herself. Just finish your meal first. Renjin could tell by her reaction that she had acquiesced, raising an eyebrow with a smile as he turned towards the dining table. She unwrapped the takeout containers and arranged them neatly: one box of meat and one of vegetables for him, and a single box of vegetables for herself. He glanced at the offerings, moved the meat box to the center, and pushed the bowl of soup towards her. You should drink half of this. Guyu pulled a chair to sit by the bed. No, you know, I eat very little in the evening. Although her role as a streamer wasn't as demanding as that of a celebrity, she still had to maintain her figure. With limited exercise, she had to be cautious about her diet. She pushed the soup back towards him, saying, This is all the fast food available outside the hospital. There's nothing else. Let us just eat this tonight. He surveyed the lackluster meal, greasy and unappealing, but resigned himself to it. He took a spoonful of the soup, grimacing at its blandness compared to her usual cooking. Seeing his disdainful expression, Guyu offered, I'll buy ingredients tomorrow to make something. Do you prefer chicken soup or pork rib soup? Renjin's spirits lifted at her suggestion. He usually didn't mind what she cooked. Anything will do. Guyu glanced at his injured hand. I'll make you pig trotter soup tomorrow, to restore your strength. Upon hearing this, Renjin swallowed hard, envisioning a rich, white broth. Guyu, noticing his eager expression, smiled gently, understanding his unspoken desire. The two sat in a comfortable silence, the only sound in the room being the television. But Guyu felt far from the emptiness she experienced earlier in the evening. With his right hand injured, Renjin was unable to use chopsticks, resorting to a spoon for his meal. Observing him struggle to scoop a piece of meat multiple times without success, Guyu reached over with her chopsticks, delicately lifting the meat and bringing it to his lips. Renjin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the piece of meat and then at her. When he hesitated to eat, Guyu curiously asked, What's wrong? Do you want me to use serving chopsticks? She genuinely began to search for them. A glimmer of amusement shone in Renjin's eyes as he lifted her hand, bending down to take the meat from the chopsticks she held. He grasped her hand and slowly withdrew the chopsticks from his mouth, even licking the tips before declaring, Who needs serving chopsticks? I've tasted more than just your saliva. Guyu was startled, her hand trembling. How had she forgotten the kind of person he was after only a brief separation? Blushing with indignation, she glared at him. Are you still going to eat? Her eyes widened in surprise, her pouting cherry lips unconsciously jutting out, her cheeks a rosy peach hue. Unbeknownst to her, this delicate yet fierce demeanor drove Renjin wild with desire. In the past, he enjoyed teasing her just to witness this reaction. Hurry and eat, or I'll put it away, Gu Yueji chided playfully as she caught him smiling. Renjin chuckled and proceeded to direct her, asking for meat, vegetables, and soup, requiring her to feed him each time. Gu Yueji realized he was doing it on purpose, yet felt powerless to resist. Observing his struggle to eat, she recalled something and asked, "Did you contact your family while you were hospitalized?" Renjin lifted his eyelids to glance at her. "No." "Why not? Are your family not here?" This was the first time Gu Yueji inquired about his family matters. After a moment of contemplation, Renjin replied honestly. "My parents divorced when I was 2, and I grew up with my grandparents. Both of them passed away a few years ago. So now I have no one to reach out to." Gu Yueji was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a family background, and her thoughts drifted to his solitary figure in the hospital room today. "Do you want me to keep you company tonight?" Gu Yueji asked. Renjin's face lit up with a mischievous grin. "What do you mean by keep company? Are you looking to have some fun in the hospital?" Gu Yueji, exasperated, wanted to poke at his wound. "Can you be serious for a moment? I meant, do you need someone to take care of you tonight? You don't want my help, yet seeing you lie there makes me uneasy." Giving up on communicating with him, Gu Yueji noticed he had finished his meal and was getting up to tidy up. By the time she returned from disposing of the trash, Renjin was eagerly waiting for her. "Can I take a shower now? Just finished eating and you're going to shower. Aren't you worried about indigestion? It's getting late. After you wash up, you should head back early. You don't need to shower, just help me wipe down. It's been a day of sweat and blood. I can't bear it without a clean up." Gu Yueji had anticipated that she would be the one to help him wash when she bought toiletries, but in their previous intimacy, he had always carried her, half-conscious, to bathe. She had never washed him, and with more than a month apart, it felt a bit unfamiliar and made her shy. Renjin sat on the bed for a moment, waiting for Gu Yueji to help him into the bathroom. In truth, he could hop on one leg to the toilet. But seeing Gu Yueji's careful demeanor, concerned he might fall, he wrapped one arm around her waist while the other rested on her shoulder, sinking into her embrace. Saying nothing. Instead, he tightened his hold, feigning difficulty moving. Gu Yueji assumed he was in pain and hugged him even closer. Renjin felt her embrace and rested his chin on the top of her head, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Seated upon the chair, Gu Yueji compelled him to shed his garments, while Renjin feigned an addiction, claiming his hands pained him, rendering him powerless. Gu Yueji disowned his rules. Yet lacking any evidence, she resigned herself to assist in his disrobing. One by one, the buttons were undone, gradually revealing his well-defined muscular contours. His sun-kissed skin rippled in the dim light, exuding a potent male pheromone that was both virile and alluring. Within the confines of the small space, his essence enveloped her, and she seemed to hear the crescendo of 2 breaths intensifying. Gu Yueji shut her eyes, endeavoring to banish the vivid imagery from her mind, when suddenly her hand was tugged, colliding with his bare form. Startled, she lifted her gaze, only to find his striking face drawing near. As his ardent kiss descended upon her lips, she gazed into his eyes, those obsidian pupils resembling a tranquil abyss, reflecting her image and sending tremors through her heart. His tongue glided over her lips, as his soft mouth gently caressed hers, lingering in delicate licks and tender nibbles, before prying open her pearly gates, enticing her tongue into his embrace, sucking and nibbling with fervor. Unlike the previous fervent encounters steeped in desire, his kiss this time was languorous and patient, as if he sought to savor every inch of her mouth, the pressure of bare lips and teeth tender, as though he feared to cause her pain. Gradually, Gu Yueji's hands traversed from his chest, inching upwards to his shoulders, ultimately encircling his neck, her entire being trembling with anticipation. "When will you come over tomorrow?" he inquired in a husky voice. She clung to him affectionately. "I'll come over after I finish cooking lunch. Is that all right?" "All right." Chapter 15. My son is the owner here. What gives you the right to bar my entry? Renjin awoke, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of the air conditioner displaying the number 26 on the wall. Comfortably cocooned in his blanket, he longed to drift back into slumber. October in CTG remained sweltering, and upon his discharge from the hospital, he had taken up residence at Gu Yueji's place, without even returning home. A few nights prior, while Gu Yueji was tending to his bandaged foot, she noticed that the stitches were inflamed and worn. The next day, she promptly arranged for an air conditioner to be installed. He was taken aback at the time, jesting that the frugal woman had finally decided to part with her money. This remark earned him a fierce glare from Gu Yueji. Yet, deep down, He felt a surge of happiness. For he understood that this frugality had been sacrificed for his sake. Reaching for his phone on the bedside, he found the new device's operations quite different from his previous one, and it took him 2 attempts to successfully unlock it. His old phone had been damaged, and this replacement was also a gift from Courier. Although the cost was several times that of his previous phone, it was surprisingly user-friendly. Just days ago, he had received a call from the client, indicating that preparations could commence as the construction site was set to open soon. Now, a message from Chen Mingjun informed him that the labor team was ready to mobilize as soon as the start date was confirmed. As he lay on the bed, he pondered the moment when he would reveal to Courier that he was not merely a delivery man but involved in engineering. Yet, the image of her concern for him surfaced in his mind, causing him to hesitate. He had always perceived himself as a staunchly masculine figure, one who should protect and care for his woman like a sturdy tree. However, at Courier's side, he found immense pleasure in her thoughtful care and tender affection. Realizing that it was acceptable not to be invincible, for this woman would safeguard him. The sound of slippers pattering signaled Courier's approach, and Ren Jin quickly locked his phone, feigning sleep. However, Courier entered just in time to witness him lowering his phone, striding to his bedside. How long do you intend to lie there? Ren Jin felt a twinge of annoyance at his own sluggishness, opting to keep his eyes shut and remain still. I am a patient. Courier, having grown weary of his prolonged hospital act, playfully smacked the injury on his leg. You are going to the hospital today to have those stitches removed. Ren Jin's wound no longer throbbed, and he had completely forgotten about the removal. Frowning slightly, he questioned, so soon? The past few days had been exceedingly comfortable. He savored Courier's home-cooked meals daily and relished her washing his hair and bathing him in the evenings. Afterward, he would embrace her, sharing long kisses. Although there were moments he wished to take things further, Courier, fearing the stitches might burst, had refused, leaving them to merely share gentle affection while sleeping. Yet, he found this enough to relish. I don't believe I'm ready. How about we postpone the removal for a couple of days? He kept his eyes closed, intent on maintaining the facade of illness. Courier had never witnessed this childish side of him before. It amused her, causing her to chuckle in exasperation. She quickly rose. Do you think I'm unaware that you want me to continue catering to you? I'll tell you this, starting today, I will no longer assist you with your baths. At last, Ren Jin opened his eyes. Then how about I wash you tonight? Not a chance. Hurry up. Get up for breakfast and then to the hospital. Otherwise, the staff will be off duty soon. As she spoke, Courier picked up the remote control from the bed and, with a decisive click, turned off the air conditioning, taking the remote with her. Ren Jin, buried in his pillow, chuckled softly. This woman had already learned how to handle him. With the air conditioning turned off, it was impossible for him to lie down comfortably. His feigned illness was merely a pretense. After finishing breakfast, Ren Jin changed his clothes in preparation to go to the hospital for his stitches to be removed. He knew Courier had a live stream to attend to and didn't he ask her to accompany him. Courier was busy applying her makeup to start her live stream, while Ren Jin stood in the open doorway, changing his clothes, clad only in his underwear. He felt at home in her place, as if it were his own. He casually pulled out 2 articles of clothing from the wardrobe and slipped them on. Since his discharge from the hospital, he had been living at her place without returning home for his belongings. For the past few days, he had been wearing the clothes he had left behind. The old t-shirt and faded black sweatpants were clearly worn. The collar of the t-shirt had become misshapen. Yet all the clothes he had left there were similarly aged, leaving him with no alternative to change into. Just as Ren Jin was about to step out after unlocking the door, Courier suddenly called out to him, "Wait." She approached him and placed a key in his hand. "This is a key. When you return, let yourself in without ringing the doorbell. I'm too lazy to open it for you." Ren Jin was taken aback, staring at the key in his palm. "You're giving me a house key, so I can come and go as I please?" Courier shot him a glance. "When have you not come and gone as you pleased? Have I ever turned you away?" He tightened his grip around her waist, playfully brushing his fingers against her cheek. Was giving him a key akin to letting him in. He leaned down and pecked her lips, the soft sensation compelling him to do it again. As the kisses lingered, it became difficult for him to pull away, until finally, Courier, unable to tolerate it any longer, pushed him away. "If you don't leave, I'll be back from work at noon." Gasping, Courier pondered. "Do you have money for the hospital?" Ren Jin gazed at her. "What? Are you going to give me money?" Courier looked up at him in his embrace. "Otherwise, Oh, you haven't delivered takeout this month. Do you have any money? Observing his attire and general circumstances, she speculated that his finances were likely quite strained. After all, he couldn't rely on even his closest relatives, nor did he have any elder to support him. If he had money, he wouldn't be delivering takeout. Gently squeezing her face, he asked, "How much have you earned this month? You've already bought me an air conditioner and a phone. And now you want to pay my medical bills." He truly couldn't comprehend why she perceived him as impoverished. He merely wore a few old clothes that he had donned in a long time and rode a small electric bike. He had intentionally concealed anything from her. So how could she think he was in dire need of money? "My medical expenses will be covered by the person who caused the accident. You needn't worry about it." After saying this, he leaned down for another gentle kiss on her lips and departed. When he returned that evening after having his stitches removed, Runjin glanced at Gu Yueji before heading to the bathroom, and she, without needing to guess, understood his intention. No chance, he was to wash himself. Runjin clicked his tongue in frustration and resignedly stepped into the shower. But shortly thereafter, he called out from the bathroom, "Gu Yueji, could you bring me some underwear?" Gu Yueji was examining the sample garments sent by the manufacturer. Casting a disapproving glance at the bathroom door, contemplating how this individual had become accustomed to her indulgence. Previously, she would fetch her own clothes before taking a shower. In a fit of annoyance, she strode to the balcony to collect her underwear. Perhaps having grown accustomed to bathing him over the past few days, she boldly opened the bathroom door, intending to reprimand him. To her surprise, she found Runjin standing naked beneath the shower head, water cascading over his robust shoulders and narrow waist. She dared not look further, her gaze quickly averted as droplets splashed against his skin, steam rising around him. Blushing from the heat, Gu Yueji dropped her underwear, preparing to retreat, only to be pulled inside by Runjin, who embraced her and brought her under the shower. Water poured down from above, startling her into a shriek. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Runjin merely smiled at her, saying, "I promised to help you wash tonight." With that, he began to strip her of her clothing. Already drenched, she had no choice but to comply, her frustration leading her to bite his Adam's apple in retaliation. Caught off guard, Runjin's body tensed. He gripped his throat where she had beaten him, looking down at her with a fiery intensity. "You brought this upon yourself. Bear with it tonight." As soon as the words left his lips, he captured her in a fervent kiss. Gu Yueji felt a twinge of fear. He was always so overpowering in bed, leaving her feeling utterly defenseless, and his gaze now was particularly menacing. Yet, it had been a long while since they had shared such intimacy. As their skin touched, his strong arms encircled her back, pulling her close. His kiss so deep it felt suffocating, yet she found herself yearning rising on her toes to meet him. She sensed his desire to take things further. But the bathroom was too confined. Standing face to face, their backs nearly brushed against the walls. Runjin lifted her effortlessly and pressed her against the wall. "Hold me tight, we'll return to the bed afterward," Gu Yueji silently repeated to herself. Afterward that entire night blurred into a series of moments, with Runjin resembling an unstoppable force, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears until he kissed her and let out a muffled sound of pleasure. In the days that followed, with communication regarding the construction site proving inconvenient at Gu Yueji's home and his injuries having healed, Runjin contemplated returning home to finalize preparations before work commenced. "I'll go home today and 1 be back tonight," he announced. Gu Yueji paused, realizing that he had stayed at her place for over half a month, nearly forgetting he had his own residence. "If you want to go, then go. Why tell me?" Runjin scrutinized her expression, sensing her discontent. "Are you reluctant for me to return home? Would you prefer I come back tonight instead?" Gu Yueji maintained her stern demeanor. "What else there to miss? Without you, I'm much more at ease, no need to cook for someone every day." Runjin reached out, gently pinching her delicate chin. "What makes you think you're not at ease? I buy the groceries, clean and prepare the meat, all you need to do is stir the pan. I wash the dishes afterward. Didn't you just say yesterday that you felt you had gained weight? What else there to be unhappy about?" Gu Yueji felt a surge of irritation, yet found herself unable to refute him. Runjin greatly relished the meals prepared by her, often finishing every morsel. Whenever she claimed to lack the time to cook, he would venture to the market himself, purchasing fresh ingredients, meticulously cleaning and chopping them. By the time she finished her broadcast, he would only need half an hour to stir-fry them to perfection. Recently, she had been cooking daily, and yesterday, when they weighed themselves together, they discovered that both had gained weight. In a playful manner, Ren Jin pinched her cheeks and reassured her, "All right, don't be angry. I'll return tomorrow." "I am not angry. It would be best if you didn't come back at all," Gu Yueji retorted. Her sentence unfinished as Ren Jin pinched her cheeks and planted a kiss on her pouted lips. "The only thing about you that's tough is your mouth." Embarrassed, Gu Yueji pushed him away, but Ren Jin continued to kiss her several times before releasing her. Ren Jin lingered until nearly noon before heading home. After the accident, he had ceased delivering takeout, his electric scooter had suffered damage, and he was contemplating selling it due to its rattling noise when his phone rang. Upon answering, Qian Mingjun urgently warned, "Brother, whatever you do, don't go home right now. Uncle is in the family group chat, and he says he is right at your apartment complex." Taken aback, Ren Jin found himself at the entrance of the community, where a commotion was rising in the distance. He focused his gaze and was stunned to see that the loud group included his father, Ren Yoyong, and his family. Had they truly come to his home? "I see them," Ren Jin informed Qian Mingjun. Alarmed, Qian Mingjun urged, "Quick, hide. Don't confront them head-on, they are quite troublesome." When Ren Jin had first received his relocation housing and compensation, Ren Yoyong had searched frantically for him, visiting every relative to lament and implore their assistance in locating him, imploring them to condemn him, and even seeking media exposure to force Ren Jin to surrender the property. Ren Jin, indifferent to even his biological father, had blocked every relative who attempted to reach him, ultimately leading Ren Yoyong to abandon his search in frustration. With a scoff, Ren Jin declared, "I am curious to see what they intend to do." The ruckus created by Ren Yoyong drew a crowd, and Ren Jin, confident that his delivery helmet and mask would conceal his identity, maneuvered his scooter closer to observe their antics. Ren Yoyong, now middle-aged and portly, sported a substantial belly and thinning hair, bearing no resemblance to the handsome man he once was. He and his wife and son were being denied entry by the security guard, vociferously protesting, "My son is a resident here. What right do you have to prevent us from entering? Sir, as I have stated, you must provide resident information, and once verified, I can grant you access. However, you don't even know which building or unit your son resides in, so I cannot allow you entry," the guard replied. Ren Yaoyong's wife brandished her phone in front of the guard, insisting, "This is him. He is my husband's biological son and a resident here. You must have seen him before, right?" The guard glanced at the screen and shook his head, "I'm sorry, but I don't recognize him. And even if I did, I cannot allow you in based solely on a photograph." Upon hearing this, Ren Yaoyong's wife collapsed onto the ground, weeping and lamenting the injustice of it all. "How can this be? Our son has seized his father's expropriated home, while he resides in such a splendid mansion, leaving his father to dwell in that dilapidated, perilous shack. It's utterly outrageous. Everyone, come and witness this. The property management of our community has colluded with my son to usurp his father's residence," she cried, her voice ringing out in desperation. Nearby, Ren Yuwei, Ren Yaoyong's son, chimed in, "Security, I assure you, my brother is indeed a resident here. Our parents are in poor health, and if they were to faint at your community entrance, it would be quite unfortunate. Perhaps you could get in touch with my brother." A chill ran down Ren Jin's spine. If the security were to contact him, it would affirm that he truly resided there, and undoubtedly, they would refuse to leave. Fortunately, the security guard replied firmly, "I'm afraid I cannot assist with just a name. We can only verify residency through our records. If you persist, I will have no choice but to alert the authorities." For the first time, Ren Jin felt that the management fees he paid were worthwhile. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, he had no desire to be ensnared by Ren Yoyong and his family. He swiftly turned his little electric scooter and departed from his neighborhood. Chapter 16. After she settles her debts, why are you back? Gu Yueji was taken aback upon seeing Ren Jin enter through the door. "I came to hide from the debt collectors," Ren Jin replied, half-jokingly. He chuckled at the irony of his own father demanding property from him, which was, in essence, a form of debt collection. Gu Yueji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you owe anyone money? She had always presumed he was financially strapped, never considering he might also be in debt. Ren Jin casually changed his shoes, replying nonchalantly, "Who isn't in debt these days? Aren't you in the same boat?" Gu Yueji paused, momentarily speechless. However, she quickly remembered that despite her own debts, no one had ever come knocking at her door demanding repayment. She pressed on, "Is it high-interest loans? How much do you owe?" Seeing her anxious expression, Ren Jin suddenly decided to tease her, quite a bit. Want to help me pay some off? Gu Yueji frowned. How could I possibly help? You know I'm drowning in debt myself. Ren Jin, hearing her lament about repaying debts daily, had never inquired how much she owed. He directly asked, how much do you actually owe? Gu Yueji replied without hesitation, around 300,000. Ren Jin was taken aback. Her debts were far greater than he had anticipated, as he had assumed it would be no more than 100,000. How much have you repaid? He asked again. About half, she answered. Ren Jin's brows furrowed deeper. Recalling her previous tirade on the phone against Yi Zurong, he questioned, is this debt truly yours, or is it from your late ex-boyfriend? This marked the first time Ren Jin had brought up Yi Zurong, and Gu Yueji felt a twinge of awkwardness discussing him with Ren Jin. Yet, his unwavering gaze compelled her to respond, albeit awkwardly. It's hard to delineate who owes what. Yi Zurong wanted to start a business, but due to his outstanding student loans, he couldn't secure a loan himself, so he borrowed in my name. He convinced me to join him, but he never coerced me into it, so I share some responsibility. Gu Yueji had come to terms with her past. She had foolishly believed in everlasting love and blindly trusted his every word. Now, she regarded her debts as the price of her youthful naivety. Besides, Yi Zurong was married now, and she had no desire to remain entangled with him. However, Ren Jin interpreted her tone as a willingness to assist her ex-boyfriend with his debts, while he felt completely rejected. So you're willing to help your ex settle his debts but not mine? He scoffed. Gu Yueji was momentarily flustered by his sudden accusation and retorted. Why should I pay your debts? Why don't you help me instead? Ren Jin was already irate, and her rebuttal only fueled his anger further. Why should I pay off debts incurred by another man? Am I a fool? Have I ever asked you to scrimp and save for my sake? If you have the means to find your lender, go ahead and settle it yourself. I refuse to be the one left holding the bag. With that, he decided to lay bare his feelings. Are you still waiting for your boyfriend to return? Gu Yueji stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Ren Jinqiao extended his hand, pointing towards the room. Then why have you kept his clothes all this time? Are you waiting for him to return and wear them? He glared at her ominously. The half of the wardrobe filled with Yi Zurong's clothes still remained, while his clothes were left hanging out on the balcony, continuously exposed to the elements. It was only when Ren Jinqiao questioned her that Gu Yueji recalled those garments. In fact, all of Yi Zurong's possessions visible around the house had been discarded, save for that wardrobe full of clothes. Previously, she had been searching for a place to donate them but had forgotten the matter entirely, never anticipating that Ren Jinqiao had been so concerned about those items. As she regained her composure and attempted to explain, Ren Jinqiao had already risen and exited the room, slamming the door with such force that it shook the entire house. After he left, he neither answered her calls nor replied to her messages. Gu Yueji, unwilling to engage in a cold war, prepared a table of dishes for dinner according to Ren Jinqiao's preferences. She had already informed him via WeChat, and although he did not respond, she felt certain he would return. Indeed, half an hour later than their usual mealtime, the sound of the door opening echoed. Upon seeing the spread on the table, Ren Jinqiao's expression softened somewhat, yet throughout the meal, he maintained a sullen demeanor, leaving his plate unfinished for the first time. Gu Yueji said nothing. After her shower that evening, she returned to the bedroom to find Ren Jinqiao propped against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. Standing at the doorway, she observed his deliberate avoidance of eye contact with amusement, thinking how childlike he appeared when sulking. She disliked engaging in silent treatment. She believed that acknowledging one's mistakes and addressing issues openly was far more beneficial. Thus, she approached the side of the bed where Ren Jinqiao lay, lifted her nightgown slightly, swung her leg over, and sat directly on his lap. Ren Jinqiao quickly lifted his gaze to her, silently questioning her actions. Gu Yueji pressed her chest against his, rubbing against him softly. The gentle touch prompted Ren Jinqiao to place a hand on her slender waist, gripping it tightly. Are you seeking trouble? He chastised, irritated that she would provoke him while he was still angry. Gu Yueji wrapped her arms around his neck and explained. I didn't have the heart to throw those clothes away before, and now I just haven't found a place to dispose of them. Tomorrow, I promise to toss them all in the trash, alright? With her lips pouted and her eyes sparkling with charm, her tone coaxing, Ren Jinqiao realized he was quite taken with Gu Yueji's submissive demeanor, particularly in bed. That night, Gu Yueji experienced the repercussions of Ren Jinqiao's anger for the first time, which manifested as even more unruly behavior, leaving her the one feeling upset afterward. The following morning, Ren Jinchao left early, as Chen Mingjun was arriving from his hometown, and he planned to meet him at the station. The construction site was about to commence operations, and Chen Mingjun, along with a few other management workers, had gradually returned. Today, he intended to pick up the newcomer and check on the conditions at the site. Having been dormant for nearly 2 years, the construction area was coated in a layer of dust, necessitating the hiring of someone to clean the office and replace discarded items. Ren Jinchao did not return to Guiyuezi until evening, covered in dust from head to toe. Upon arriving home, his first action was to head to the balcony to collect the clothes and take a shower. However, standing on the balcony and gazing at the empty clothes rack, he froze, opening his mouth to question Guiyuezi, only to suddenly remember something. He turned and returned to the room, pulling open the wardrobe that had once been filled with Yi Shurong's clothes. The shelves were now empty. The wardrobe, which used to host an array of men's attire, now contained only the garments he had originally hung out on the balcony. A handful of clothes hung loosely on the rail, yet they occupied the entire wardrobe. These few items were new acquisitions from Guiyuezi, not from high-end brands, but certainly not from street vendors either. The fabric was breathable and soft, much like his pair of sports shoes. Reflecting on his current outfit, including his underwear, he realized that everything he wore had been purchased by Guiyuezi. Ren Jin gazed at the wardrobe for a while, smiling contentedly. That evening, Ren Jin affectionately cherished Guiyuezi, and afterward, as he held her close while drinking water, he inquired, "How long will it take for you to repay your debts with your current earnings?" She replied that if she could maintain her sales over the next 2 months, she would be able to settle everything by the end of the following year. Ren Jin nodded in agreement, satisfied. Guiyuezi tilted her head back to look at him, asking, "What do you mean by good?" Ren Jin did not respond but instead leaned down to gently bite her lip, observing her pained yet adorable expression, silently deciding to reveal that he was a contractor, not a food delivery worker, on the day she cleared her debts. Today, she had just finished repaying this month's dues. As she lay in bed that night, Guiyuezi contemplated taking a day off tomorrow. She hadn't had a break in several months. Turning to glance at Ren Jin, who was engrossed in his phone, she asked, "Are you going out to look for work again tomorrow?" Recently, he had been leaving the house daily, stating that he would no longer be delivering food and was now seeking employment. Guiyuezi was initially taken aback, having known him as a delivery worker. She hadn't considered that he might have another profession. Eagerly, she asked what kind of job he was looking for, only to hear him say that he had graduated from high school and lacked work experience, thus could only seek laborer positions. To be frank, she felt disappointed. She was not one to get lost in romantic notions. She did not believe that love could suffice when it came to financial stability. Naturally, she hoped Ren Jin could secure a well-paid, respectable job. However, when she reflected on her own circumstances, she felt unqualified to impose demands on others, especially since she herself had little to offer. A former classmate had once spotted her during a live stream and approached her to confirm it was indeed her, asking why she had chosen to become a streamer, even offering to promote her for increased visibility. While they expressed concern, their words carried an air of superiority, as if working in a large corporation rendered them above her. They mentioned colleagues who donned luxury brands, while the clothes she sold in her live streams were only suitable for her younger sister. For Ren Jin, Guiyuezi believed that as long as they both were willing to endure hardships and strive together, their future would surely improve. Yet, she couldn't help but worry whether he would be exhausted working at a construction site. However, unbeknownst to her, Ren Jin was actually donning a suit daily, driving a Range Rover to meetings with project managers at a well-known real estate firm in G City, dining and networking at upscale clubs with equipment bosses. His claim of searching for work at construction sites was merely a ruse to allow him to visit those sites more openly in the future. After her shower, she lay beside him in a clean white nightgown. Unable to resist, Ren Jin reached out to playfully pinch her cheek. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" he asked. "No, I just want to take a day off. Would you like to go out for a stroll with me?" Ren Jin raised his eyebrow. As their time together had almost exclusively been spent within the confines of this room, with no outings to speak of, he nodded in agreement, inquiring where she wished to go and what they might do. Guiyuezi's eyes sparkled with delight. A moment ago, she had harbored a flicker of anxiety, fearing he might not wish to accompany her. "I haven't quite decided yet. Shall we rise early tomorrow and make our plans then?" she proposed, reclining on the bed, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at him, her loose nightgown revealing a striking expanse of white. Ren Jin locked his phone, rolling over to kiss her. Very well. Let us retire early tonight. November in G City had finally rendered the air conditioning unnecessary, yet the cool breezes did little to dissipate the heat within the room. As the two became entwined in each other's warmth until the night deepened, the following morning, the couple, who had vowed to rise early, found themselves languishing in bed until nearly noon. Once their passions had subsided, Renjin absent-mindedly caressed her back, his fingers toying with her delicate hair. Gu Yueji's hair was fine and soft, gliding between his fingers like water, cool and silky. Have you decided what we shall do today? He inquired. Gu Yueji pondered for a moment, then looked up at him with eager anticipation. Let us first visit the mall for a stroll and perhaps lunch. And then, in the afternoon, we could catch a movie. What do you think? Renjin regarded her with confusion. Is that all? He had expected her to propose something more extraordinary after such contemplation. What else would you suggest? I rarely venture out, so I'm not familiar with what this city has to offer. This is all I could think of for entertainment, she replied. Quickly, Renjin conjured a few suitable places that were both leisurely and romantic, believing Gu Yueji would appreciate them. However, he soon dismissed the notion, recognizing that both a car and money were required to visit those locations. Unfortunately, he possessed neither. Let us go to the mall then, satisfying your desires for shopping, dining, and a film all at once. Gu Yueji felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. She had hoped Renjin would take her to the places he had visited, as they would be new to her and offer a glimpse into his world. In the 6 months of their acquaintance, aside from knowing he delivered food, she realized she knew very little about him, not even where he resided. Reflecting on this, she considered the unsettling possibility that he might be deceiving her. Perhaps even a man with a family, leaving her unwittingly entangled as a mistress. What are you thinking about? Gu Yueji poked his chest with her finger, asking. Are there secrets you are keeping from me? Taken aback by her question, Renjin felt a rush of guilt and countered. What would I be hiding from you? Suddenly, Gu Yueji suggested, why don't you take me to your home today? I wish to see where you live. Renjin stared at her, wondering if she had sensed something, questioning why she was suddenly interested in visiting his home. With her eyes half closed and feigning irritation, she declared, I want to see if you have a wife and children. Upon hearing this, Renjin exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, finding humor in her thoughts. What? Do you not wish to take me? He had never anticipated Gu Yueji making such a request. The place he currently called home was not one he could bring her to, nor could he fabricate a shabby dwelling to deceive her. One can only continue to weave tales. It has been far too long since I last returned, and the place is in disarray and filth. Do you wish to spend your rare day of respite tidying up for me? Next time, I shall clean up a bit before bringing you back. Renjin, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Gu Yueji scrutinized Renjin's face, recalling Yizurong, the one who had betrayed her after 5 years of love. Renjin, do not mislead me. I have been deceived once already. I shall never forgive those who have wronged me. Renjin embraced her, opting to sidestep the gravity of the matter. What have I deceived you about? Did I trick you into giving me money, or perhaps into burying my child? Would you like my identification card so you can verify whether I have a wife and children? Gu Yueji remained silent, seemingly pondering whether he had indeed lied to her. He playfully tapped her backside to interrupt her thoughts. Enough of these nonsensical musings. It would be far better to contemplate what to have for lunch. Now, rise quickly. With that, he effortlessly pulled her up. Chapter 17. How to deceive others. As the two individuals arrived at the mall, it was already lunchtime. Gu Yueji had chosen a trendy restaurant she wished to try. However, before they could reach the establishment, they noticed that the waiting area was filled with patrons. Renjin furrowed his brow at the sight, contemplating a retreat. He had no desire to squander precious time in a lengthy queue for a mere meal. Yet, glancing down at Gu Yueji and recalling her earlier excitement about the restaurant, he sighed and said, You go ahead and sit down. I will grab a number. Gu Yueji, however, grasped his arm, questioning, Do you really want to wait in that long line? Renjin resolutely shook his head. Then let's leave, she declared, leading him past the bustling restaurant. Observing her nonchalance as she sought another dining option, he inquired, Didn't you say you were eager to eat here? She shrugged dismissively. It's just one meal. There are plenty of places to eat, and I don't have the luxury of time to waste in line. Pointing towards a nearby restaurant with a shorter queue, she asked, Shall we try that one? Renjin had no objections and felt satisfied that their thoughts aligned. After lunch, they planned to catch a movie. Since Renjin had paid for the meal, Gu Yueji insisted on purchasing the movie tickets. Just then, Renjin received a phone call, prompting him to ask her to queue first. It was a call from a transportation company owner, inviting him to a dinner gathering that evening. Such gatherings typically served as networking opportunities for future collaborations, and Renjin had usually accepted such invitations without hesitation. However, upon glancing at Gu Yueji, he noticed her watching him intently. The owner, perplexed, inquired why he seemed preoccupied, as Renjin would typically attend even when unwell. Renjin remained silent, merely promising to join the next gathering. No sooner had he hung up than a figure clad in a floral dress wafted past him, leaving a trail of floral perfume. "Hey handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" He looked up, momentarily taken aback. Wang Li. What a coincidence. Wang Li, adorned in a knee-length floral dress and styled hair, exuded femininity with her exquisite makeup. "I was out shopping with my friends when one of them mentioned a handsome guy here. I took a look and, indeed, you are quite handsome, so I gathered the courage to ask for your WeChat." Huan Li was known for her charm. Her eloquence could easily captivate anyone. And Renjin couldn't help but smile at her flattery. "I believe it was I who requested your WeChat first," he replied playfully, recalling how he had initially asked for her contact information when reserving a hotel room. Huan Li enjoyed conversing with Renjin, as he was always able to keep the banter flowing, his humor bringing joy to their exchanges. "Are you here to watch a movie alone?" she asked, noticing his solitude and considering accompanying him. Renjin shook his head, stating, "I'm waiting for someone." Huan Li raised an eyebrow, surprised. Typically, men waiting at the cinema were accompanied by women. "Has Renjin found a girlfriend?" she teased. Caught off guard by her question, he instinctively glanced towards Gu Yueji, whose figure was partially obscured by the crowd. Huan Li followed his gaze, unable to discern whom he was looking at, and tentatively asked, "Which one is Renjin's girlfriend?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "Just an ordinary friend." Gu Yueji was queuing to buy tickets when she turned and spotted Renjin conversing animatedly with a woman. She paused, observing their lively exchange. The woman stood close to Renjin, just half an arm's length away, gazing up at him with a captivating smile. The way the woman looked at Renjin made Gu Yueji curious about her identity. However, upon reflection, since their reunion after his injury, although she sensed subtle changes in their relationship, Renjin had never clearly defined their connection. After chatting briefly, Renjin turned his gaze towards Gu Yueji, only to discover a tall, slender young man standing before her. Gu Yueji was dressed in an off-shoulder, strappy chiffon top that accentuated her delicate shoulders and defined collarbone, paired with loose-fitting jeans. Her hair was styled in a fluffy ponytail, and she wore a pair of white sneakers, her face adorned with a youthful flush of makeup, resembling a vibrant college student. "I'm sorry." Gu Yueji began to refuse the young man, but before she could finish, a hand encircled her waist from behind. Renjin embraced Gu Yueji, directing a stern look at the young man, whose expression shifted to one of apology before he hurriedly departed. Gu Yueji stared at Renjin, her gaze drifting behind him, only to find that the woman who had been standing beside him had vanished. As they reached the ticket machine, Renjin casually asked, "Which movie do you wish to see?" Gu Yueji's heart sank. She had anticipated he might say something that would allow her to inquire about the nature of their relationship. Yet, he did not. After a few seconds of silence, she nonchalantly selected the movie she desired, but Renjin interrupted, "I do not enjoy foreign films." Confused, Gu Yueji asked, "Why not?" Renjin candidly replied, "I cannot understand them." Gu Yueji, already harboring some resentment towards him, felt even more irritated by his seemingly trivial excuse. "Can't you read the subtitles? Isn't it exhausting to watch a film while reading?" she thought, feeling justified in her frustration. Why should she always acquiesce to his preferences? She resolved to watch the film she wanted, suggesting they watch separately. With that, she quickly booked her ticket and returned to the booking interface to let Renjin choose for himself. Renjin observed her swift actions, staring at her for a couple of seconds before conceding, "Fine, I'll book my own." Gu Yueji collected her ticket without waiting for him and proceeded to queue for drinks and popcorn, her annoyance preventing her from purchasing anything for him. Once she had finished, she found Renjin waiting at the entrance. "What auditorium are you in?" Gu Yueji inquired. "My show hasn't started yet. You go in first," he replied. "All right. My movie ends at 5:10. We'll meet here once we finish." Gu Yueji located her seat and placed her milk tea on the armrest, munching angrily on her popcorn, determined that she would not wait for Renjin to speak first. She resolved to directly ask him about their relationship after the film. As the movie commenced, she became engrossed in the storyline until she felt thirsty and reached for her milk tea, only to grasp at empty air. She turned her head in astonishment, only to find the milk tea on the shelf had vanished, and the armrest on her right was equally empty. Just as she was lost in confusion, a muffled chuckle emanated from the seat to her left. Raising her gaze, she saw Renjin leaning back in his chair, sipping his milk tea while smiling at her. Stunned, she leaned closer and whispered, "When did you come in?" He leaned in as well, brushing his lips lightly against hers. "Did you not notice someone sitting beside you?" Gu Yueji covered his mouth, remarking that one hardly pays attention to the adjacent seat while watching a film, and teased him for his aversion to foreign movies. "Regardless, I have to wait for you, so it makes no difference where I wait." He grasped her hand and placed it on his thigh, his fingers seamlessly intertwining with hers in a delicate embrace. Gu Yueji gazed at him in surprise, and Renjin, aware of her scrutiny, countered, "What's the matter? Can't I hold your hand?" Turning her attention back to the screen, she resolved to clarify their relationship before the day ended. Renjin held her hand until the film concluded. After exiting the cinema, Gu Yueji went to the restroom. Upon returning, she found Renjin on the phone, seemingly busy with work, as calls had been incessant lately. Approaching him, she heard him say, "I'll take you out for dinner tonight." Gu Yueji paused, taken aback. Dinner out? Where to? Having already spent quite a bit that day, she wished to return home early for a proper conversation with him. "My friend invited me to dinner, and since you'll be home alone, you might as well join," he explained. Just then, Chen Minjun had called, mentioning he was out with a few colleagues from the engineering team and invited Renjin to join them. Renjin agreed, contemplating for a moment before adding that he would bring someone along. Gu Yueji was astonished. They had known each other for half a year, sharing intimate moments. Yet they felt like two solitary souls on an island, never having met each other's acquaintances. What did it mean for him to introduce her to his friends? Seeing her silent, Renjin asked, "What's wrong? Don't he want to go?" Gu Yueji shook her head, "I have no objections, as long as you're comfortable with it." Perfectly, she wanted to know how he would introduce her to his friends. As they entered the private room, the once lively atmosphere fell eerily silent. All eyes in the room were fixated on them, more precisely, on Gu Yueji. Today, she had styled her hair in a high ponytail, with wisps framing her face, revealing her smooth forehead and oval visage. Her large, bright eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuded a feminine allure, and her off-shoulder top accentuated her fair complexion, blending innocence with a hint of seduction. Standing beside the tall, dark-skinned Renjin, she resembled a pure and fragrant blossom. Qian Minjun gaped in astonishment. When Renjin mentioned bringing someone along, he had assumed it was a work acquaintance, having instructed everyone to refrain from discussing personal matters during dinner. Yet, he had brought a woman, and they were holding hands. The others were momentarily stunned before erupting in playful banter. "Come on, quickly introduce us to this lady." Laughter filled the room as they eagerly awaited his introduction. Renjin flashed a smile, calmly gesturing towards Gu Yueji. "This is Gu Yueji." He then pointed to a circle of friends, informing Gu Yueji, "These are my friends. You'll get to know them gradually." With that, he led her to the remaining two empty seats. Gu Yueji felt a twinge of embarrassment from the teasing, only catching the mention of later. "Is that all there is to the introduction?" His friends were still pestering him. "Stop your incessant chatter. I'm treating tonight, all right?" Renjin aptly intervened. "Of course, we've already ordered some great dishes for you." They eagerly called the waiter to continue ordering, even passing the menu to Gu Yueji. She waved her hand, indicating she had enough, quietly scanning the table and feeling a pang of concern. Renjin had only mentioned bringing her out to eat, never stating that he was treating. This lavish spread, while not from a high-end restaurant, surely cost a pretty penny. He hadn't been working since his recent injury. How could he just treat her so generously, pretending to be a wealthy benefactor? She was puzzled by his thoughts and chose to ignore him. Yet, sitting beside him and witnessing the joy on his face as he greeted his friends, she realized she had never seen him smile so freely before. She discreetly estimated the cost of the meal and eventually transferred 2,000 yuan to him via WeChat. Renjin was engrossed in conversation with Qian Minjun and the others when his phone buzzed. He picked it up, stunned, and turned to look at her. She was focused on her food, as if nothing had happened. Leaning closer, he asked softly, "Why did you transfer me money?" She glanced at him sideways. "Is your money sufficient?" He scrutinized her, and she diverted her gaze, continuing to peel shrimp, seemingly relishing the morsels, as the plate brimmed with shells. Suddenly, he smiled and leaned closer. Are you worried I won't have enough to cover the bill and embarrass you? She promptly fed him a freshly peeled shrimp, retorting, yes. I'm afraid you'll drag me into washing the dishes with you. Renjin chuckled, his laughter mingling with the sweetness of the shrimp he was savoring. Hey, why are you two so close in public? His friends teased from the side. Gu Yueji felt her cheeks flush, while Renjin, undeterred, returned to his seat. Glancing at his friends, it seems all this food doesn't silence your chatter. They resumed their jovial drinking, leaving Gu Yueji to quietly enjoy her meal. Just as she was about to take a piece of lamb chop for herself, a WeChat notification popped up on her screen. Renjin had confirmed receipt of the money. She merely glanced at it before returning to the lamb chop, which was quite fragrant, albeit a bit greasy. She preferred the shrimp. Finally finishing the chop, she looked up for more shrimp, only to find the plate empty. Disappointed, a hand reached out before her, and a bowl of peeled shrimp appeared on her plate. She gazed at Renjin in astonishment. He was animatedly chatting with his friends, oblivious to her gaze. Wiping his hands with a napkin stained with the shrimp's vibrant orange juice. The corners of Gu Yueji's lips curved upwards as she took the bowl and placed it before her, savoring the shrimp, instinctively chewing a bit more slowly. As she ate, she listened to their lively conversation. He could chat with his friends about anything, from the peculiar orders he encountered while delivering meals to the oddities of life. Such as a woman who stood at her doorstep, gazing at her watch and demanding a refund for being 1 second late, or a man who, after ordering food for his girlfriend, mistakenly noted another woman's name and then came to lodge a complaint. He recounted these tales as jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. While she listened, feeling a twinge of bittersweetness. He never shared such anecdotes with her, yet she vividly recalled the sight of him returning home each day, whether his clothes were crusted with salt or drenched from the rain. Suddenly, a friend inquired, so, have you had any romantic encounters during your deliveries? Indeed. With such a handsome figure as Jin, it must be the case, another chimed, casting a knowing glance at Gu Yueji. Gu Yueji froze, her cheeks flushing as she remembered the beginning of their relationship. Just as she pondered how to steer Renjin away from the topic, he surprisingly replied, yes. While looking directly at her, Gu Yueji instinctively reached out to hold him, but he gently pinched her chin and declared, gazing into her eyes, you are my greatest romance. The table erupted in cheers, and Gu Yueji's blush deepened. Unable to endure the relentless teasing from his friends, she eventually rose to excuse herself to the restroom. Once outside the private room, she exhaled deeply, cradling her face in her hands, feeling the warmth of her palms against her flushed skin. She had not experienced such a lively atmosphere since university. Although being surrounded by boisterous men was a bit embarrassing, she felt a sense of joy. Especially seeing Renjin's infectious laughter. She decided to wash her face to cool down, but after taking a few steps, realized she had forgotten to grab a tissue. Turning back towards the room, just as she was about to push the door open, she overheard someone mention her name from within. I think Gu Yueji is quite remarkable. She clearly has a compassionate heart. Why deceive her? Gu Yueji froze at the doorway. Chapter 18. She is not my wife through the crack of the door. Gu Yueji caught a glimpse of Renjin's profile. He was smiling, nonchalantly retorting, how have I deceived her? The matters of the construction site were off limits. And household affairs were not to be discussed. Their conversation had revolved solely around food delivery services. I just saw you riding over on your electric bike with a passenger. You're quite the actor. Indeed, a contractor with a house, a car, and a shop feigning to be a food courier. This could hardly be anything but deception. This was the first occasion Renjin had introduced a woman to them, and Chen Minjun was pleasantly surprised to learn he had a sister-in-law. During dinner, he sat beside Gu Yueji, and knowing he was Renjin's cousin, she treated him with particular warmth, serving him food and inquiring about Renjin with bright eyes and a smile gracing her lips. It was evident that Gu Yueji held affection for Renjin. Yet, witnessing Renjin's current demeanor, he felt a pang of disappointment. Disappointed that Gu Yueji was not truly his sister-in-law and disheartened to discover his cousin was a scoundrel who deceived emotions. Do you not like Yueji? Why deceive her? Renjin sidestepped the first question and did not acknowledge any deceit. I merely haven't informed her yet. Why does everyone say I am deceiving her? Continue your quibbling. Wait until the girl finds out how she handles you. Someone chimed in, joking aside, does my brother fear anything? There's a long line of women wanting to be with brother Jin. If one misbehaves, we'll simply replace her. Renjin chuckled but remained silent. Another person curiously asked, why don't you tell Gu Yueji about your true situation? Are you afraid she might be after your money? Ren Jin shook his head. Although she has some debts to settle, I live at her place, and she has asked me for money. Wow, not only are you deceiving her emotionally, but financially as well. Get lost, you're the one deceiving both emotionally and financially. I contribute too, you know. In bed, I presume. At this, a chorus of teasing laughter erupted. Don't be absurd, you eat her food, spend her money, and she still cares for you. What a splendid feeling. Ren Jin declared with a tone of pride. And you don't plan to disclose your true situation to her. I'll wait a bit longer, until she settles her debts. After a few more exchanges, fearing Gu Yueji's return, Ren Jin urged everyone to change the subject. However, after a considerable absence, he stepped out to search for her. Upon exiting, he found her standing in the corridor, gazing out the window. He embraced her from behind, asking, why aren't you coming in? At the moment of his embrace, he felt her body tense slightly. Turning her around, he inquired, what's wrong? Gazing into her face, he discerned nothing unusual. Gu Yueji rubbed her stomach. Perhaps I overindulged in shrimp. My stomach feels a bit off. Ren Jin chuckled, teasing her. I peeled an entire plate of shrimp for you. How could you not feel unwell? Next time, I want to peel them for you. Gu Yueji nodded. Alright, you need to peel them for me from now on. Ren Jin was taken aback. Her expression was subdued, her complexion somewhat pale. Are you feeling very unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. I'll just rest at home. Ren Jin glanced back at the private room. I haven't seen my brothers in ages. How about I take you home first? Accompany them, would you? Please grab my bag. I can return home on my own. Ren Jin swiftly exited the private room, bringing not only her bag but also the key to his electric scooter. I will drive you home, he offered. Gu Yueji did not refuse. Once he brought the vehicle around, she settled onto the back seat, embracing him gently, her soft form pressed against his back. Ren Jin glanced back at her, suggesting, if you're truly unwell, we should go to the hospital. She shook her head, insisting, I'm fine, let's just go home. Upon arriving at her building, Ren Jin purchased some medicine before escorting her to her doorstep. If you still feel unwell after taking the medicine, call me, and I shall return to take you to the doctor, he advised. Alright, you may go now, she replied. He touched her forehead, noting her temperature was normal, and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. I'll be right back, he assured her. Once Ren Jin departed, the smile faded from Gu Yueji's face. She leaned back against the sofa, losing track of time until she finally rose to wash up and prepare for bed. Before lying down, she retrieved an additional blanket and placed it beside Ren Jin's pillow. During the dinner gathering, Ren Jin checked his phone several times, preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Yueji's discomfort, anxious that she might call. Consequently, he returned home shortly thereafter. Upon entering his house and finding the living room shrouded in darkness, he paused momentarily, recalling that she usually left a small lamp on. Calling her name yielded no response. So he pushed open the bedroom door, discovering her curled up in the blanket, sound asleep. He gently felt her forehead, confirming her temperature was still normal, before quietly closing the door behind him. After washing up, he returned to bed, noticing the blanket on his side. Thinking she must be cold, he covered her with his own blanket and held her tightly as he drifted off to sleep. It was only when Ren Jin's breathing grew steady that Gu Yueji slowly opened her eyes. She had been asleep when he returned, and as he embraced her in bed, she awakened. She removed his arm and exited the living room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, prompting Ren Jin to awaken. He reached for the space beside him, only to find it empty, save for a thin blanket. Rising and making his way to the living room, he found her engaged in a live stream, selling goods. Opting not to interrupt, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he walked directly to the kitchen, where, as usual, buns and eggs were warming in the pot. She must have already eaten, leaving only his portion. Sitting at the dining table, he munched on the buns while watching her live stream, which had become a familiar morning routine. She chatted with her viewers as if they were friends, discussing her clothing choices and sharing snippets of her daily life. Mid-conversation, she turned to glance at him. He smiled and gestured for her to come over. Informing her viewers that she needed a moment, she paused the stream. Approaching his side, she inquired, "What's up?" He wrapped his arms around her, asking, "How's your stomach? Is it feeling better? I didn't get a chance to ask you last night." "It's alright, I'm not feeling well, and I have to go to the hospital now," she replied. Renjin realized his question was rather pointless. What would you like for lunch? I'll bring something back for you. Could you please get me some congee? I'm craving it, she requested. After finishing his breakfast, Renjin mentioned he would be stepping out to look for work. Once he closed the door behind him, Guyu stared blankly at the door, curious about how long he could maintain the affidavit if he never spoke the truth. By the afternoon, Guyu began to feel an increasing heaviness in her head, accompanied by a dull ache in her bones. She had always enjoyed robust health. Although she felt a chill while sitting in the living room the previous night, she dismissed it as inconsequential. To her dismay, she found herself on the verge of catching a cold. When Renjin returned home in the evening, he was taken aback by the dimly lit living room. Guyu, who would typically be engaged in a live broadcast at that hour, was conspicuously absent. Guyu. After a moment, her faint voice floated from the bedroom. I'm in my room. Upon entering the bedroom, he could only discern the outline of her figure beneath the covers in the dim light. He switched on the lamp and saw her lying in bed, one hand shielding her eyes. Her voice was hoarse as she confessed, I think I have a cold. I want to sleep for a while. Ignoring her protest, he gently touched her forehead and then pulled back her covers. You have a fever. We need to go to the hospital. I'll be fine after a nap, she insisted. This time, however, he disregarded her words, retrieving her clothes and helping her get dressed before heading to the doctor. Eventually, he half-dragged, half-carried her to the hospital. After a series of examinations, it was revealed that her fever was caused by gastroenteritis, necessitating an intravenous drip. As Guyu leaned back in her chair, she felt her body temperature rising and her eyelids growing heavy. It was only the sudden sting in the back of her hand that jolted her awake. As her hand instinctively attempted to withdraw, it was gently restrained by another. Don't move, Renjin whispered beside her. Glancing at her hand, she saw a nurse administering the sore. Once the nurse completed her task, Renjin tugged at her clothing. Are you cold? Guyu shook her head, feeling a dryness and itchiness in her throat. I want some warm water. Just as Renjin was about to inquire with the nurse about where to find warm water, a woman sitting across from them, also receiving a sore, interjected, There's a water dispenser on the first floor. Renjin turned to her gratefully. Thank you, ma'am. Noticing a thermos beside her, he asked, Would you like me to get you some too? No, I have water. Thank you, she replied. Upon returning, Renjin carried 2 disposable cups, each small enough to hold just a couple of sips. Guyu swiftly drank both cups in one go. Would you like more? He inquired. Still troubled by her throat discomfort, Guyu nodded. Thus, Renjin made several trips downstairs for water, perhaps due to the combination of hydration and the sore. It wasn't long before Guyu needed to use the restroom. Renjin, holding the sore bag, accompanied her to the bathroom. After their return, she called for more water again, but Renjin declined to refill her cup. Guyu looked at him with a hint of grievance. Renjin then asked, Are you hungry? Shall I get you something to eat? She had been famished, having missed dinner, yet her appetite was suppressed by the fever. Just some plain congee, please. He left, but soon returned with a disposable cup, placing it beside her armrest. I'll only give you a cup, drink sparingly. Or you'll complain about the pain when you need to go to the restroom. Guyu gazed at him, her heart swelling with warmth as if it had been placed in that cup of warm water. She reached out with her uninjured hand to grasp his. Renjin looked into Guyu's eyes, and through her mask, the clarity of her gaze expressed a deep sense of reliance, filling him with an indescribable satisfaction. I will be back shortly. Guyu gazed intently at Renjin's departing figure, her eyes lingering long after he had left. The aunt seated across from her chuckled and remarked, You two seem to share a deep bond, just recently married, I presume. Taken aback, Guyu turned to the aunt, momentarily at a loss for words. The aunt continued with a smile, Your husband treats you exceptionally well. This time, Guyu managed a faint smile in response, as if tacitly agreeing with the sentiment. As Renjin had yet to return, Guyu felt the urge to visit the restroom again. While she could certainly go on her own, she cherished the feeling of his companionship. After enduring the discomfort for a while, she finally resorted to holding the medicine bottle and making her way to the restroom. Upon returning, Renjin, having bought congee, noticed the empty seat and paused in confusion. Observing him scanning the area for her, the aunt kindly informed him, Your wife has gone to the restroom. The term wife caught Renjin off guard. He paused for 2 seconds before realizing she was referring to Guyu, instinctively denying, She is not my wife. As Gu Yue re-entered the room, the words hung in the air, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth while her heart simultaneously sank. When Ren Jing and the ant turned to face her, she averted her gaze from the ant, unwilling to return to her seat across from her, and instead chose a random spot near the entrance. Ren Jing approached her with the kanji, asking, "Why are you sitting here?" Gu Yue kept her head down, silent. When he opened the kanji, attempting to feed her, she recoiled, taking the bowl from him to eat on her own. Her reaction starkly contrasted with her demeanor prior to his departure, prompting Ren Jing to ponder aloud. "Is it because I said you are not my wife that you are upset?" Gu Yue paused mid-motion, spoon in hand, and replied, "No, it was never the case." Hearing the ant remark on how well Ren Jing treated her had sparked a fleeting glimmer of hope within her. Perhaps he truly cared for her, as it seemed evident to outsiders. However, his instinctive denial of their relationship revealed his true feelings, shattering Gu Yue's illusions and exposing the absurdity of her hopes. In one breath, she finished the remaining kanji and discarded the container into the trash. Having not fallen ill for several years, Gu Yue's recent sickness lingered for nearly half a month without improvement. She experienced intermittent headaches and coughs, yet refused to accompany Ren Jing for a comprehensive medical examination, stubbornly concerned about the expenses. That evening, as Ren Jing busied himself in the kitchen preparing noodles, the phone on the coffee table rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Gu Yue saw President Xiong of Zujiji, and if her assumptions were correct, Zujiji was a real estate company in Ji City. Retrieving her gaze, she called out to the kitchen, "Ren Jing, your phone." By the time Ren Jing emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, the call had already ended. He set the noodles down and picked up his phone, casting a quick glance at Gu Yue before instructing, "You should eat first. I'll step outside to make a call." Before the door fully closed, she heard him greet the caller, "Brother Zhong," and then the door shut, silencing the conversation. Gu Yue glanced at the untouched tomato and egg noodles, yet made no move to eat. When Ren Jing returned from his call, he noticed the 2 bowls of noodles sitting undisturbed on the table, the noodles having swollen from sitting too long, and asked her, "Why aren't you eating?" Finally, Gu Yue placed her clothes down and walked to the table, saying, "I thought I'd let it cool a bit before eating, and then I just forgot." Ren Jing gazed at the tangled mass of noodles before him and suggested, "Why not forego the meal? I can take you out to dine." Just moments ago, the client had called to inform him that construction would officially commence next week. After such a prolonged wait, he considered treating Gu Yueji to a celebratory feast. Yet, Gu Yueji simply picked up the noodles and replied, "No need, I prefer my noodles a bit softer." Ren Jing observed her increasingly gaunt visage. After being unwell for some time, she seemed to have reverted to the skeletal appearance he recalled from their first meeting. Her chin was sharp, and her overall demeanor lacked vitality. He furrowed his brows and asked, "How can you remain unwell for so long? Have you taken the health supplements I bought for you?" He turned to search for the immune-boosting supplements he had acquired, but he couldn't recall where she had placed them. He hadn't even seen the box. "I don't care for those," Gu Yueji muttered, her head bowed. "Refusing supplements, avoiding the hospital, neglecting medication. What do you intend to do?" "I'm feeling much better these days. There's nothing to worry about," she replied. Ren Jing realized that once Gu Yueji had made up her mind, he was powerless to change it. "Then quickly finish your noodles and get some rest." As they ate, Ren Jing occasionally glanced at his phone, smiling at something on the screen, clearly in high spirits. "Is there good news? You seem particularly cheerful," Gu Yueji inquired. Caught off guard, Ren Jing instinctively locked his phone and set it aside. After a moment's contemplation, he replied with a buoyant tone, "I found a job." Gu Yueji returned his smile. "Oh, what job has brought you such joy?" "It's the construction site I mentioned earlier. They are starting next week and want me to come on as a site supervisor. Min Jun will be joining me as well, so I'll have someone to rely on." Gu Yueji nodded with a smile. "That sounds wonderful. Just be cautious not to overexert yourself." She then lowered her gaze to continue eating, not pressing further. Ren Jing couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Yueji's expression seemed perpetually muted. She would ask a couple of questions about his affairs but wouldn't pursue them further. And her eyes lacked the previous sparkle when she smiled. However, upon closer inspection, he found no overt signs of distress, attributing her demeanor to her recent illness and resulting fatigue. Chapter 19. Gu Yueji deleted him the following day. Ren Jing left Gu Yueji's residence early and returned to his own home. Although he had been coming back daily recently, he was always in a rush, rarely sitting down. And a layer of dust had settled on the furniture. Realizing that once the construction site commenced, he would have little time to visit Gu Yueji, He called a cleaning service to tidy up his room. Today, he was to meet with the client at the construction site. As he sat in the car, he glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His hair was styled with wax, standing tall and spirited, and he wore a black shirt that exuded elegance and sophistication. He couldn't help but ponder how Courier would react upon seeing him like this. Surely she would be astonished. Wouldn't a woman feel a sense of pride upon witnessing her man transform from a frog into a prince? Lost in thought, he smiled. Unbeknownst to him, Courier had been diligently searching for a new apartment over the past few days. A fortnight ago, the landlord had informed her that his daughter was returning to the country and needed to vacate the premises. After several days of house hunting, she finally found a relatively satisfactory apartment, though the rent exceeded her budget. As she hesitated to stretch her finances, Jin called her. He had also been keeping early hours and returning late. On several occasions, she had already been asleep when he arrived, and by the time she woke up, he was gone again. She had not inquired about his busyness, focusing solely on her search for housing. When she answered the call, he cheerfully asked what she wanted for lunch, intending to bring something back for her. Standing by the roadside, a car honked, interrupting her as she was about to respond. In that same moment, a honk sounded from the other end of the line, prompting Courier to instinctively glance around. Not far away, a Land Rover opened its door, and a figure emerged. At first glance, she recognized Jin, even though he wore a different, inexpensive t-shirt and sweatpants. His fitted, straight-cut shirt and trousers were a stark contrast. The dark-patterned black shirt tucked into his slacks accentuated his tall, imposing stature. With one hand in his pocket, he walked with a confident, powerful stride, an aura of charisma and sophistication that Courier had never witnessed before. She instinctively hid behind a tree, unable to comprehend why she felt the need to conceal herself, yet she did so nonetheless. "Are you outside?" Jin, having heard the honk, looked around, feeling increasingly paranoid lately. "Yes, I stepped out to collect a package." Jin pondered for a moment, dismissing the coincidence, and continued, "Aren't I bringing you lunch?" "I'm going out for a bit, so I won't be home for lunch," she replied. Jin was puzzled. "Where are you headed?" "I have an appointment." Courier emerged from behind the tree, watching as he walked further away. "What about you? Where are you now?" His lie flowed effortlessly. "I'm going to the construction site to fill out some employment paperwork. I might not return home tonight." Courier continued to observe him until he vanished around the corner. "All right, I understand." That evening, Jin hosted a dinner for several suppliers, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. After sending his guests off, he called for a designated driver. When the driver arrived at the destination and roused him from his stupor, Jin realized he had mistakenly reported the wrong address. They arrived at Courier's residence. Rubbing his heavy head, he had intended to return to his own place after consuming so much alcohol, yet somehow ended up providing Courier's address. After contemplating that it was too late to disturb her, especially in his current attire, he ultimately instructed the driver to turn back to his home. The following day, Jin was roused from slumber by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggily massaging his throbbing head, he glanced at the screen to find it was Courier. With his eyes still shut, he answered the call, his voice soft and hoarse. "Why are you calling me so early? Can't you sleep without me?" Courier got straight to the point. "Come over this morning." Still somewhat dazed, Jin replied, "I'll come once I wake up." "What would you like for lunch?" "I can pick something up." "You don't need to buy anything. Just come over quickly. I have something to attend to shortly." Her tone was inexplicably cold, prompting Jin to finally open his eyes. "What's so urgent?" "We need to discuss something in person." During this time, she had been unwell, and they had not been intimate for nearly a month. He wondered if that was the reason she seemed to have grown distant. Resolving not to sleep any longer, he splashed water on his face, changed into the clothes and shoes Courier had bought for him, and rode his electric scooter to her home. As he locked up his scooter, he began to ponder whether he should come clean about everything. After all, he would have to eventually. Maintaining the charade was exhausting. However, the thought of Courier's tender care when she gave him money made him hesitate, prompting him to wait a little longer. Yet, before he could gather the courage to speak, Courier had already deprived him of the chance. Upon opening the door, he froze. He had only been away for a day, yet the room was stripped bare, save for the landlord's original furniture. Everything else had been meticulously cleared away. Hearing the door open, Courier emerged from her room. "You're here." Jin furrowed his brow as she placed a red, white, and blue plastic bag in front of him. Your belongings are all in this bag. Check if you've left anything behind. If so, you can look for it now, as the landlord is coming to collect the keys shortly. Are you moving? Yes, I'm moving today. Renjin felt as if he had been struck by an absurd notion. Just 2 nights prior, they had been here together, wrapped in each other's embrace, and now she was suddenly moving out without any prior discussion. When did you decide to move? Why wasn't I informed? About 2 weeks ago. The landlord said he wanted to reclaim the property. Why didn't you tell me? Gu Yueji glanced at him and retorted, why should I inform you? Her dismissive attitude infuriated him. He strode over and embraced her tightly. What do you mean by that? Did I upset you? Why are you speaking so harshly? With an innocent blink, Gu Yueji responded, I'm merely stating the facts. What are we? Why should I discuss everything with you? Renjin gritted his teeth and questioned, what do you define our relationship as? Without hesitation, Gu Yueji replied, just friends with benefits. Isn't it? Renjin was taken aback. Since rekindling their relationship, he believed it had evolved into something more profound. He lowered his gaze dangerously. Is that how you see it? What else could it be? Have you ever called me your girlfriend? Or are you considering marrying me? Renjin was taken aback for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you trying to coerce me into marriage? Gu Yueji, however, decisively shook her head. I seek someone with better prospects. Renjin's gaze suddenly turned cold. What do you mean by better prospects? Gu Yueji looked at him and replied, at the very least. Not someone who delivers takeout or does manual labor. Renjin let out a cold laugh. Is it because I deliver takeout that you look down on me? Gu Yueji maintained her indifferent expression. Do not be angry. I do not look down on you. None of us has the right to look down on the other. It is merely that we have not found favor in one another. She paused. Have you ever considered marrying me? Renjin looked at Gu Yueji, gritting his teeth. Yet he could not muster a retort. He had never thought of it, at least not until now. They exchanged silent glances for a moment, and Gu Yueji released him. Placing a bag beside him. If you have everything, then leave. Let us not contact each other anymore. Let us treat each other as strangers. Renjin glanced down at the bag that resembled a trash bag and scoffed. So we're not even friends with benefits anymore. I am not young anymore. I wish to find someone to marry seriously. He suddenly pulled her close, pinning her against the wall, tossing the bag to the ground. Are you seeing another man? Or are you dissatisfied because I haven't been with you this past month? Is that what is bothering you? Why don't we resolve it now? As he spoke, his hand slipped under her clothing. Gu Yueji pressed against him. Consensual intimacy is one thing, but this is assault. He looked at her incredulously, confused by her sudden change. After their reunion, everything had felt fine, better than ever. Despite some unresolved issues between them, he had thought they were progressing towards a lasting relationship. Why had she changed so abruptly? He stared at her fiercely. What is wrong with you? Gu Yueji, gazing into his furrowed brow, saw hurt and grievance. Was he upset because she had suddenly ended their game? I am serious. We need not greet each other when we meet in the future. She broke free from him and opened the door. Just leave the key and go. Renjin stood there, panting, the humiliation of being thrown out in his childhood resurfacing. A feeling he thought he would never endure again, only to be inflicted by Gu Yueji. He pulled out the key, which had been on his keyring, carefully detaching it before slamming it onto the table. Dragging the bag, he stepped in front of her. I ask you one last time. Is it because I lack money that you deem me worthless? Gu Yueji felt there was nothing more to say and nodded indifferently. Yes. Renjin slammed the door violently, the doorknob striking the wall and chipping a piece off. Do not regret this. From Gu Yueji's home to the staircase, Renjin kicked and dragged the bag, tearing it to shreds, no longer wanting it. As he approached the trash bin, however, he encountered something even more infuriating, the clothes and pants she had bought for him, along with the pillow and slippers he had used just 2 days prior, lay discarded in the trash. With a swift kick, the garbage bin toppled over, sending cups, bowls, toothbrushes, and other discarded items clattering to the ground, remnants of his time spent in her home. Renjin stared at the scattered belongings, feeling akin to a stray dog, one that she had taken in only to discard. He, along with the things he had used, was cast aside without hesitation, without a trace of regret. Her simple command to dispose of them sufficed. A sudden pang of pain pierced his heart, an ache stemming from a lifetime of feeling uncherished. His eyes grew warm, and he quickly wiped them before turning away. After an all-night endeavor of packing, today was consumed with cleaning and organizing. Gu Yueji persisted in tidying her new home until dawn broke. 2 sleepless nights had taken their toll, and after washing up, she drew the curtains, cocooned herself under a blanket, and succumbed to slumber until nightfall. Upon awakening in the enveloping darkness, the faint glow of distant lights seeped through the curtains, and the silence was punctuated only by her own breath. Gazing into the void, Gu Yueji recalled a saying, "One should not sleep at dusk, for awakening in darkness can engulf one in solitude." Thoughts of Ren Jin, Yi Zurong, and her family surged forth, accompanied by a prickling sensation of pain that spread throughout her being. A clear awareness mingled with a quiet endurance. This sensation resembled the discomfort one feels after consuming something amiss, a natural defense and healing process, reassuring her that relief would come with patience. Tears streamed silently from the corners of her eyes. She did not wish to weep. As there was no lump in her throat, the tears simply flowed unbidden. Before she felt herself sinking further into despair, she hastily rose to illuminate every light in the room, washed up, and prepared noodles, behaving as if nothing had transpired. While eating, she opened her WeChat wallet to meticulously review every transaction, transferring the balance to her bank account, counting the funds therein. In moments of discontent, she found solace in the sight of her bank balance. It offered a healing balm beyond compare. During this period, the construction team had commenced their work, and Ren Jin was perpetually occupied, often collapsing into sleep within a shipping container on site. Today, he finally had a moment to return home, relishing a long, hot shower. Despite the chill of December, he emerged from the bathroom with his torso bare, droplets of water cascading down his sculpted muscles, trailing along his defined physique before disappearing into his pants. He made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of mineral water and downing half of it in one go. The housekeeper had already tied it up, stocking the refrigerator according to his specifications with essentials mineral water, beer, and eggs. The cold water quenched his lingering heat. Yet, as he bathed, an image of Gu Yueji in the bathroom unexpectedly flashed through his mind, stirring a mix of frustration and reluctance to dwell on her. Amidst his busy schedule, thoughts of her had been scarce, and he believed there was little worth contemplating. Their relationship was meant for joy together in happiness and apart when discontented, devoid of quarrels or entanglements. However, in this stillness, he found himself inevitably reminiscing. Now, feeling hungry, he boiled some noodles and unconsciously cracked 2 eggs into the pot, a habit formed from cooking for 2 at Gu Yuji's home. As he savored the instant noodles, infused with the flavors of the seasoning packets, memories of every dish Gu Yuji had prepared for him flooded back. Sitting alone in the quiet of his home, with only his own voice for company, he experienced loneliness for the first time. These memories and feelings, evoked by Gu Yuji, stirred within him an unsettling restlessness, accompanied by a swell of resentment and frustration. From the moment he understood the nuances of romantic relationships, even during his most destitute times, he had always attracted the attention of women, thanks to his appealing visage. As his career progressed, the number of women pursuing him only increased. Thus, he had never imagined being rejected by a woman, especially not by Gu Yuji, the very woman who had been willing to incur significant debt for her ex-boyfriend, yet found him lacking due to his financial struggles. The more he pondered, the more a tumultuous anger churned within him, compelling him to confront Gu Yuji in a fierce argument. Motivated by this impulse, he finally retrieved the WeChat contact he had opened since their quarrel and sent a voice invitation. However, just as hope surged within him, a gray box appeared with several lines of white text, concluding with a few blue words, "Send friend request." Staring at those words, he could not help but smile bitterly. Gu Yuji had deleted him. Chapter 20. Am I the scoundrel you speak of? What initially stirred a sense of anxiety within him now morphed solely into indignation. He promptly dialed Gu Yueji's number, and after a brief pause, the call surprisingly connected. "Hello? Who is this?" A familiar voice greeted him, yet it carried an air of polite unfamiliarity. Ren Jin immediately discerned the situation and, gritting his teeth, coldly inquired, "Gu Yueji, have you deleted my number as well?" Gu Yueji halted her hand, which had been brushing through her hair. She had never been one to memorize others' phone numbers. Those she needed to contact were saved under their names in her contacts list. Hence, she no longer recalled Ren Jin's number. Since the day they parted ways, she had erased all forms of contact with him, not bothering to block him, as she never anticipated he would reach out again. After all, she had witnessed his furious outburst that day, when he kicked over the trash can. Moreover, he had merely engaged with her out of boredom. Now that he was presumably back to work, he likely had no time for their trivial games. Gu Yueji could not fathom why Ren Jin had suddenly called her tonight. Nor did she wish to. Taking a gentle breath, she maintained a polite tone and asked, May I inquire who is speaking? Is there something you need? Ren Jin paused, momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, he recalled her words from that day. When they met, they were akin to strangers. The corners of his lips curled into a frosty arc. Since she had deleted his contact and feigned unfamiliarity, he would not degrade himself by forcing a conversation. With a scoff, he muttered, "Wrong number." Thus, Ren Jin returned to his previous life filled with construction sites, home, and social obligations. One day, while driving, he received a voice message from a WeChat number. Without paying much attention, he clicked to listen. "Hey bro, have you and your girlfriend moved to Green Garden Community? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you both for so long. Turns out you've relocated. That Green Garden Community has now become my delivery route. Your girlfriend received quite a large package today. When will you be back? Should I deliver it to you, or leave it at a nearby convenience store?" Ren Jin was momentarily stunned, glancing again at his phone screen where the contact read Lu Jun, courier from a certain logistics. During his stay at Gu Yueji's place, she had relied on him to collect her parcels, and many couriers would contact him directly thereafter. With a derisive snort, Ren Jin clicked to reply with a voice message. "Let her move wherever she pleases. You need not contact me anymore." After sending the message, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to delete the WeChat, but paused again, ultimately locking his phone instead. As the progress of the project gradually fell into a rhythm, Ren Jin finally exhaled in relief. That day, he gathered Qian Mijun and a few friends, declaring, "Come on. I'm treating you all to a meal." Qian Mijun observed Ren Jin's demeanor. He had recently resembled a dark cloud looming before a summer storm, his palpable low spirits discouraging anyone from approaching him. Today, however, the project's progress had garnered the approval of the client, which finally brought a smile to his face. "All right, where do you want to eat? You all decide. I'll head home for a shower. Just send me the location once you've chosen." A suggestion was made. "How about we go to Courier? The last time you treated us there, the food was quite delightful." Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Ren Jin paused momentarily. Courier was indeed the establishment where he had previously taken Gu Yueji to dine with everyone. "All right, if you all prefer that place, I'll head home for a quick shower and change before joining you." Ren Jin refrained from disclosing his relationship with Gu Yueji to anyone, prompting someone to inquire, "Are you bringing Gu Yueji tonight?" Ren Jin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "I've already moved on." "So soon? What's the hurry? It was just a fling." "That can't be. She was the first woman you introduced us to. It seemed promising." "I didn't specifically intend to introduce you. She happened to be with me that day, and we just had dinner together. Enough of this, I need to hurry and take a shower." The group exchanged glances. "All right. We'll go ahead and order." Once in the car, Ren Jin felt a twinge of irritation. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips. Certain topics were best left unmentioned, as they soured his mood. Glancing at the date on his phone, he realized nearly 2 months had passed. In a city that was neither particularly large nor small, he suddenly felt that he and Gu Yueji might never cross paths again in this lifetime. After washing up and changing his attire, Ren Jin drove to Courier. As he turned into the parking lot, he was astonished to see someone he thought he would never encounter again. Gu Yueji, clad in a cream-colored wool coat with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, was seated by the window in the lobby, facing a man dressed in a navy blue sweater and rimless glasses. If he guessed correctly, she was likely on a blind date. Gu Yueji regarded the man across from her, finding a favorable impression. At least his photograph matched his real appearance. A month prior, having calculated that settling her debts was imminent, she began searching for potential partners for matchmaking. She genuinely desired to find someone with whom she could build a stable life, marry, and have children. However, lacking friends who could introduce her to suitable candidates, she ultimately registered on a well-known dating site and posted her information. Despite her skepticism, she reassured herself that exploring various avenues and meeting new people could be beneficial. Not long after her profile went live, several individuals began adding her on WeChat. After some initial conversations, she sifted through and was left with only one contact. Interestingly, the individual whose username comprised 3 letters was the least proactive in initiating conversation, yet always responded promptly when she reached out. If he failed to reply in a timely manner, he would offer explanations, making Gu Yueji feel that he was dependable. Through their exchanges, she learned that he was a high school teacher, residing in another district of the city, neither too far nor too close to her rented apartment. Approximately an hour's drive away. With the summer break underway, he likely found himself with more leisure time to engage in conversation with her. After nearly half a month of chatting, he finally proposed a meeting. Being considerate, he chose a restaurant near her home for their dinner, marking their first encounter. He appeared gentle and refined, with fair, delicate skin that surpassed many other suitors. You truly dress as you speak, do you? As he jested. During their meeting last night, he had specifically mentioned his attire to ensure she would recognize him. Song Zero poured her some water, lifting his gaze with a smile. Isn't that how it should be? What if I were exceedingly unattractive, and you wished to retract your interest? What then? Do you? As he teased deliberately. Did you not send me your photograph? Sometimes a picture does not reflect reality. You are as beautiful as your photo, he replied. Do you? As he chuckled softly. No one had ever been so forthright in their praise. You seem to articulate even better than on WeChat. I merely speak the truth. Then allow me to treat you to this meal as a token of gratitude for your honesty. Since when does one need to thank someone for honesty? I insist on treating you for this meal. If you truly wish to treat me, let it be for the next occasion. Very well, she said, raising her hand to summon the waiter. However, when she looked up, her smile faltered. Renjin approached her with purposeful strides. Long time no see, he said, arriving at her table. I have friends joining me for dinner. They are yet to arrive, so I shall sit here for a while. With that, he nonchalantly pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. Do you? As he gazed at him in disbelief, astonished by his presence and even more so by his actions. He, however, remained unfazed, addressing Song Zero. I am Gu Yu as his friend. You two are on a blind date, correct? I am here to ensure her well-being. Song Zero turned to Gu Yu Ezi with a questioning look, while she merely stared wide-eyed at Renjin. Ignoring her gaze, Renjin initiated the blind date process with Song Zero. Did you know she runs an online store? Song Zero redirected his attention to Renjin. We have chatted on WeChat. Are you quite familiar with Gu Yu Ezi? Renjin smiled ambiguously, perhaps slightly more familiar than you. Gu Yu Ezi tightened her grip on her fingers. Finally recovering from her shock, Renjin, what are you doing? Ah, you are calling my name now? No longer pretending to be strangers. Renjin finally turned to her. Smiling, did I not mention? I am here to ensure your well-being. Suppressing her frustration, she coolly inquired, who are you to take on such a role? Renjin narrowed his eyes dangerously. Indeed, who am I? Would you like me to remind you? Gu Yu Ezi's face flushed. What madness is this? He disregarded her outburst. Turning back to Song Zero, do you have a car? Song Zero, amiable, answered, yes. Do you own a house? I just took out a loan for one. It has yet to be renovated. Renjin raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. And do you have savings? Gu Yu Ezi could no longer tolerate his intrusion and tugged at his hand. Enough. He brushed her off, her anxious demeanor fueling his ire. You have a car and a house? That should appeal to her. But you better have savings as well. She is still carrying debts from her ex-boyfriend. If you marry her, you will need to help her repay those debts, just so you know. Having spoken, Renjin disregarded Song Zero entirely, tossing the car keys disdainfully before Gu Yu Eji, regarding her with a sneer. I possess a Land Rover, 3 properties, 2 commercial spaces. And my savings are more than sufficient to repay your debts. Perhaps we could consider a blind date. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold splash of water drenched him from above, accompanied by Gu Yu Eji's equally frigid voice. Are you done making a scene? Have you calmed down? Through the blurred droplets, Renjin fixed his gaze on Gu Yu Eji. She turned to Song Zero, apologizing. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Perhaps we should end it here for today. Song Zero maintained a courteous smile, gently responding, it's fine, allow me to take you home. Gu Yu Eji nodded her gratitude, sidestepping Renjin without a glance. Departing with Song Zero, Renjin wiped the water from his face, unable to suppress a laugh, though his eyes remained sharp and cold. He had deliberately parked his car in the spot directly facing her, yet her gaze was fixed solely upon the man beside her, never straying in his direction. Watching her converse and laugh with another man from the car, his irritation gradually morphed into fury. The silence and avoidance were one thing, but witnessing her truly seeking a man for marriage was another matter entirely, igniting a familiar sense of anger and discomfort within him. Deep down, he harbored a faint hope that they might rekindle their connection as they once had, drifting back together naturally. Yet, it was evident that Gu Yu Eji had no such intentions. With a towel provided by the waiter in hand, he ignored the curious glances of others, drying his hair as he made his way toward the private room. Upon entering, His friends immediately teased him about the water stains on his clothes. What trouble did you get into with a girl to end up soaked? Renjin, seemingly oblivious, took a seat and continued drying his hair, his mind replaying the earlier scene, contemplating Gu Yueji's reaction to his words. Did she truly appear unfazed? Was she too angry to hear him clearly, or merely feigning composure? Hadn't she always looked down on him for his lack of wealth? Shouldn't she be regretting her disdain now? Mingjun noticed Renjin lost in thought and quipped, "Bro, are you smitten by the girl who doused you with water? Why are you sitting there in silence?" Another friend chimed in, "Seriously, your hair looks like a bird's nest. Which girl has you so enchanted?" Snapping back to reality, Renjin raked his fingers through his hair and muttered, "Just a woman who knows how to infuriate me." Without allowing further questions, he stood up, declaring, "I'm heading to the restroom to check my reflection." As he turned towards the restroom, he overheard a conversation between waiters in the adjacent service area. "Do you remember the man who got splashed with water in the private room?" Renjin raised an eyebrow, halting his steps. "I don't recall. Has he dined here before?" One waiter asked. "Yes. Do you remember that time a woman eavesdropped on her boyfriend chatting with his friends at the door? You were too nervous to enter with the dishes." The other waiter quickly recalled, "Oh, yes, I remember. Why do you ask?" "That man is the boyfriend of that woman. She was the one who splashed him just now." "No way." "Yes way, I witnessed the entire scene from downstairs. This man truly embodies the essence of a scoundrel. Previously, he concealed from his girlfriend that he was merely toying with her feelings while confiding in his friends. Now, upon witnessing someone else on a blind date, he audaciously resorts to humiliating them. How could he behave in such a despicable manner?" I observed the woman standing at the door, weeping silently, and I, holding a plate of food, felt too intimidated to approach her. Therefore, when I witnessed her dousing him with water, I felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. Renjin forcefully pushed open the door, striding towards the two waitstaff, demanding, "Are you referring to me as that scoundrel?" The waitstaff, startled by his sudden appearance, instinctively recoiled, hastily denying, No, you must have misheard. We were speaking of someone else." Renjin, lacking the patience to entertain their evasions, insisted, "You had better speak the truth, or I shall report you to your manager, so she can hear how you discuss patrons." Hearing this, the waitstaff grew increasingly apprehensive, stating, "Sir, we were merely gossiping in private, without any malice, and we have not spoken of anyone in particular." "So you mean to tell me my girlfriend overheard my conversation with my friends the last time we dined here?" The waitstaff, intimidated by Renjin's ominous expression, hesitantly nodded in affirmation. "My girlfriend was deeply saddened by what she heard." They could only answer truthfully. "She heard everything you said." She stood at the door, tears streaming down her face, too afraid to cry out loud. When she turned to go to the restroom, she nearly collided with me. Reminded of that poignant scene, the waitstaff, despite their fear of the imposing man before them, could not suppress their indignation, stating, "You should not have treated her in such a manner." Without hesitation, Renjin turned on his heel and returned to the private room, snatching his car keys and uttering, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." His friends called after him, but Renjin disregarded them as he stormed out of the room. Chapter 21. No regrets. As Renjin drove towards the Green Garden community, he sent a voice message to Lu Jun. Fortunately, Lu had not deleted him. "Brother, I need to trouble you with something." "What is it?" "Do you need to send a package?" "I'll definitely come to you for that in the future. Right now, I just want to know the delivery address for my girlfriend." "Which building and room number in the Green Garden community?" "What? Are you seeking revenge?" Lu Jun joked, recalling the tension from their previous conversation. Renjin quickly clarified, "It's just that I had a fight with my girlfriend. You know us well enough. I just want to win her back. Please help me out." "I promise she'll definitely send her packages through you from now on." Understanding the dynamics of romantic disputes, Lu Jun, who was of the same age, recognized Renjin's genuine concern for Gu Yueji. He remembered how Renjin had always been considerate towards her. He had never witnessed her struggle with heavy luggage while they were together. "Alright, let me check and I'll send you the details shortly." By the time Renjin arrived at the Green Garden community, he had already received the complete address for Gu Yueji's home. He parked his car beneath her building, counting the floors until he noticed the lights on in her apartment. Gu Yueji had just returned home, changed her clothes, and sat down to collect her thoughts. She reflected on Renjin's appearance earlier that day. His hair had grown long, styled into a voluminous look, and he wore a black branded sports outfit topped with a white vest and down jacket. A watch adorned his wrist. and on his feet were a new pair of sneakers she had once mistakenly thought were knockoffs. He looked like a handsome youth, radiating an air of refinement. In hindsight, she mused that when she had traded her flimsy shoes for his, he must have found her foolish and amusing. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking at the door startled her. She rose to peek through the peephole and was momentarily taken aback. Gu Eji, open the door. I have something to say to you. Ren Jin was aware she was home. He could hear her footsteps approaching the door. Yet, despite his pressing the doorbell, she refused to open it. He knocked again, declaring, You know I'm not the most cultured person. If you don't open up today, I'll keep knocking until everyone in the building comes to see what's happening. Though Gu Eji was reluctant to engage with him, she didn't wish to attract the attention of the neighbors. Eventually, she resigned herself to opening the door. As soon as the door swung open, Ren Jin pushed his way inside, but Gu Eji calmly blocked his entrance. We can talk here. Ren Jin paused, panting slightly as he stared at her for a few moments. He licked his lips and began to explain, I owe you an apology. Seeing you on a date with another man tonight made me furious, and I said things I didn't mean. I'm truly sorry. Also, I just learned that you overheard some of my remarks that evening. Gu Eji, having grasped the reason for his unexpected visit, was unwilling to listen further and interrupted him. There's no need for explanations, it doesn't matter anymore. Her indifferent tone provoked Ren Jin. What do you mean it doesn't matter? I need to explain. You misunderstood what I said. In truth, he could no longer recall the specifics of his words. However, the implication conveyed by the two-way staff was undoubtedly far from flattering. What did I say that upset you? Speak, and I shall offer my explanations. Gu Eji shook her head. I am not upset. If you are not upset, why did you move? If you are not upset, why did you cast me aside? If you are not upset, why suggest we become strangers? Do you expect me to believe that? Ren Jin, even now, struggled to accept Gu Eji's sudden detachment. In stark contrast to Ren Jin's agitation, Gu Eji remained remarkably composed. On the day we parted, I spoke with sincerity. We held no regard for one another. And marriage was never in our future. Returning to the state of mere acquaintances seems quite agreeable, does it not? You claim to disregard me, yet you feel pity, care for me, and provide me with financial support. Very well, I concede that I initially deceived you. My work is in engineering, and delivering takeout was merely a pastime. I refrained from mentioning it because our previous arrangement seemed satisfactory, and we were both content. I thought it would be fine to discuss it later. Gu Eji nodded impassively. Oh, have you finished your explanation? Ren Jin's heart sank at her demeanor. Is this truly your attitude? He believed he had pinpointed the issue between them and rushed to offer clarification, anticipating that Gu Eji would vent her frustrations, after which they could move on. Yet her current disposition was far too frigid. Regardless of your explanations, our relationship remains unchanged. I have stated that it is no longer an issue. Ren Jin clenched his teeth. Just because you say it is no longer an issue, does that make it so? Do you wish to maintain a relationship where I provide for your needs both materially and intimately? Furrowing his brow, Ren Jin fished out his wallet and pressed it into her hand. All the card passwords are 200900101. Spend as you wish. Gu Eji promptly pushed his wallet back. I do not require your money. I can earn my own. Then what do you need? I have no needs from you. Ren Jin was at a loss for how to handle her, reaching out to grasp Gu Eji, but she evaded him momentarily. He pulled her close and pressed his lips against hers. In that embrace, as their lips met, Ren Jin experienced an unexpected sense of tranquility. The more Gu Eji struggled, the tighter his hold became, enveloping her in a fervent kiss. Eventually, as he sensed her yielding, his kisses softened, imbued with tenderness and a desire to please. He kissed her gently, hoping to render her compliant, to mend their rift. May I apologize to you? He murmured softly while holding her close. Gu Eji lowered her gaze to steady her breathing, then quietly replied, You are aware that Yi Zurong deceived me into returning home only to marry another, leaving me to bear the debts alone, correct? Ren Jin sensed that this statement bore relevance to him, yet he remained silent, merely watching as her head rested against his chest. Gu Eji lifted her gaze to meet his. You may have overlooked this, but I cannot spend my life with someone who has deceived me. It is not that I harbor intense anger or hatred towards you. Rather, I can never trust you again. I cannot continue with someone I do not trust. I once contemplated that happiness would suffice, maintaining a physical relationship with you. But upon deeper reflection, I realized that I am not young anymore. I desire to find someone with whom to marry and have children. In truth, I find myself bewildered as to why you continue to seek me out. Do you truly care for me? I doubt it. You seem to hold me in disdain. If your only regret is losing a bad companion, given your actual circumstances, you could easily find another. After all, even as a delivery person, you managed to discover me. Did you not? Gu Yueji's self-mocking smile felt like a slap to Ren Jin's face. He tightened his grip around her, confessing, I never intended to deceive you indefinitely. You mentioned that after the new year, you would be able to repay the money. I thought I would wait until then to tell you. To see if we could try being together again. Gu Yueji murmured, offering him a smile, but I no longer wish to attempt that, if you please. In reality, your initial reluctance to disclose your wealth stemmed from a fear that I might covet your money, especially since I was being pursued for debts at that time. If I were to cling to you for financial help, that would not bode well, would it? This was likely your reason for wanting me to settle my debts before revealing your situation, correct? Ren Jin remained calm, gazing at her, neither confirming nor denying. Gu Yueji was uncertain of his thoughts and chose not to probe further, continuing, I do not wish to blame or resent you, truly, I do not. Your money did not fall from the sky, and you are under no obligation to assist me. I genuinely mean it when I say that. While I may feel a tinge of sadness, I harbor no bitterness towards you. I believe parting amicably is for the best. Ren Jin stared at her intently. The words of explanation on his lips pressed tightly together, yet he remained silent. His impulsive decision to approach her initially was fueled by a desire to clarify a misunderstanding. Yet her words now seemed to eliminate any ambiguity. Yes, he had enjoyed their time together. He relished it, even envisioning a future with her. Yet, he had never fully trusted her, withholding the truth of his wealth, unwilling to commit while she was repaying another man. Why on earth should he? Why should his woman be settling debts for another man? A pent-up frustration lodged within him, leaving him speechless. He shifted his fingers, releasing her. Since the conversation had reached this point, perhaps it was best to part ways amicably. With that, he retrieved his wallet, withdrew all the cash without counting, and presented it to Gu Yueji. Having stayed here for so long without contributing to the household expenses, consider this my reimbursement. Gu Yueji's gaze lingered on the money in his hand for a considerable time before she suddenly smiled. Looking up at him, her eyes colder than before, she asked, Why don't you include the payment for my services as well? Ren Jin was momentarily taken aback. His intention in offering the money was purely to avoid taking advantage of her, to provide a modicum of compensation. Gu Yueji, seizing the cash from his hand, waved it playfully. This thickness must be over 10,000, right? So thank you. This should suffice for whatever you had in mind. Ren Jin's expression shifted, his mouth opening to speak, but ultimately he remained silent. Meanwhile, Gu Yueji's demeanor transformed as her smile vanished entirely. Can you leave now? The winter air in G City was damp and cold, as if it sought to permeate one's very bones. Ren Jin rolled down the car window and finished an entire pack of cigarettes while parked beneath her building, then called his friends. Have you all finished your meal? Let's go out for drinks. To hell with you. How can you even mention dining? You casually drop a remark and then scurry away. Is there truly nothing worth savoring? Let us not dwell on that. How about we indulge in some drinks? Yes, indeed. I intend to reclaim the wine from tonight's dinner. Fine. I shall prepare the drinks at Soho and await your arrival. Feel free to invite whoever you desire. By the time his companions arrive, Ren Jin has already uncorked a bottle and is indulging, flanked by two lovely ladies. Oh my, who are these stunning beauties? Do introduce them. Yet, Ren Jin merely chuckles, offering no response, and gestures for them to take a seat. It is the two women who, with delightful initiative, pour drinks for everyone, playfully stating, if you drink this, I shall reveal my identity. The crowd erupts in cheers, encouraging them to partake in toasts and playful games. Those familiar with bar culture recognize that these women likely seek free drinks or may be professional companions, feel genuinely wish to uncover their identities. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, a bit of revelry in the evening is not out of the question. Under the enthusiastic persuasion of the two women, the drinks at the table swiftly deplete. Ren Jin tosses his expense card to them, allowing them to order freely. The moment the women spot a generous patron at the table, they summon more ladies, ensuring a 1-to-1 ratio of men to women. As the drinks flow, various games suitable for a bar atmosphere ensue. The simplest involves everyone placing a finger in the palm of one person, and whoever is caught must kiss a partner of their choosing. The mingling becomes chaotic, and by the end, everyone forgets whom they have kissed, but the merriment is infectious. Jin, however, manages to avoid being caught throughout the games. Eventually, one woman leaps towards him, exclaiming, "Boss, no one has kissed you yet. How unfortunate. Allow me to remedy that." She leans in, her heavily made-up face coming close. Observing her advances, Jin squints his intoxicated eyes at her. Noting the theatricality of her makeup, seizing the moment, she boldly slides her hand down, asking, "Boss, do you want some company tonight?" Intrigued, Jin inquires, "How much do you charge for a night?" Her response becomes bolder, "Well, it depends on how you'd like me to accompany you." He has dabbled in such encounters before, yet the memory of Gu Yueji presenting money and declaring that she had had enough of him resurfaces, reigniting the frustration and resentment he had momentarily drowned in drink. Just as her hand nears his trousers, he forcefully pulls her away, asserting, "Go entertain someone else. Do not bother me." With that, he wipes his lips with a tissue and pours himself another generous drink. As he downs one glass and prepares a second, a friend approaches, sensing his discontent, and asks, "What is troubling you tonight?" Aside from obligatory socializing, Jin has never indulged in such excessive drinking or engaged with women this way. If you desire company, do not hesitate to ask. I can introduce you to numerous eligible women, the kind suitable for marriage. This is not the first time his friends have offered to introduce women to him. Previously, he would either dismiss the suggestion nonchalantly or respond with a smile. To his surprise, he nodded this time. "All right, you introduce her, and I shall treat you to a meal." His friend, astonished, inquired, "Is that for real?" "Of course it is," he replied. "Isn't it quite normal to be set up for marriage?" "All right then, I have indeed made an appointment for you. Do not go back on your word." Jin lowered his gaze into his glass, feeling there was nothing to retract. The friend sitting beside Jin overheard their conversation and interjected, "Well, I have some options as well. Feel free to speak." "You have no options," he retorted. "The person I am introducing is a paragon of beauty and intellect. How about the daughter of President Liu? Didn't she ask about your relationship status after your last meeting? Although she may not be conventionally attractive, she could save you a decade of toil. That won't do. If I am to marry, I must be able to bear the sight of her daily." Jin listened to his friend's rambling, chuckling as he poured more wine into his glass. Since childhood, he had been conditioned to believe that apart from wealth, he would not fixate on any particular matter, let alone the so-called emotions. After all, even those bound by blood could forsake you, turning a blind eye. How could one expect a stranger, driven by ephemeral feelings more elusive than clouds, to love you eternally and remain by your side? He acknowledged the discomfort stirring within him. Yet he did not find it unacceptable. He was equally amenable to the idea of blind dates. If he found someone pleasing to the eye, marriage and children would follow. Life was inherently such. There was no need for excessive ceremony. Chapter 22. Could you spare me some time? Recently, Gu Yueji has been experiencing a fortunate turn of events. Her online store ad sales have remained stable, her monthly loan repayments are made punctually, and a new chapter has begun with Song Zirui. Last month, they officially established their relationship, a proposition made by Song Zirui, to which Gu Yueji readily acquiesced. Their interactions have been joyous and effortless, holding hands, enjoying movies, and dining together. However, despite their month-long courtship, their physical contact has been limited to holding hands. He has yet to embrace her or share a kiss. This lack of intimacy has led Gu Yueji to question whether he harbors any interest in her, although he has consistently initiated their dates. With the onset of the new school term this month, their outings and conversations have become less frequent. Song Zirui is occupied with evening study sessions, and often their exchanges are reduced to a few words before he bids her good night. Despite this mundane rhythm, Gu Yueji finds no fault in their relationship. As the National Day holiday approaches, Song Zirui informs her that he will return home to visit his parents and will be away for a few days. Coincidentally, this holiday marks Gu Yueji's peak sales season, leaving her no time for dates, and they each celebrate independently. For several consecutive days, she is either live streaming or coordinating shipments with suppliers, hardly stepping outside her door. She feels a sense of satisfaction as her hard work yields enough income to cover her loan for the month. One day, Song Zirui calls her, inquiring if she is busy. The moment she hears his voice, a smile graces her face. "Are you back?" "Yes, I arrived home this afternoon and took a nap." "Which brings me to now. Was the trip home exhausting?" "Not really," but my mother incessantly nags me to bring you home, which is quite overwhelming. Guyu is taken aback. You mentioned me to your parents. He had never brought it up before. On the first day back, I told them I have a girlfriend. Guyu is astonished, having only been together for a month. She had anticipated him sharing this so soon. This Song Zirui quickly reassures her, do not feel pressured. I will only take you home to meet my parents when you are ready. This sense of being recognized and safeguarded is profoundly heartwarming. And Guyu feels an increasing sense of trust in Song Zirui, while contemplating whether to suggest a meeting during the holiday. Song Zirui preempts her thought, are you busy tomorrow? Do you have plans? Would you be interested in going hiking? Hiking? Guyu replies, surprised, as she recalls only having hiked once during college and not since. Yes, it's at Qinshan Ridge in the city. Don't worry, there are no steep slopes. Guyu immediately understands the humor in his words and bursts into laughter. Have you been watching too much television during your break? I hope I haven't offended you in any way. Song Zirui chuckles softly on the other end. No, I am genuinely grateful for your presence. His words, akin to the warmth of winter sunlight, touch Guyu's heart. No one has ever expressed gratitude for her existence before. So, do you want to go tomorrow? Or is it too busy for you? I am able to go, however, it has been quite a while since I last hiked. And I fear that I might struggle to ascend, potentially dampening your enthusiasm. It's no matter, I simply wish to engage in some exercise, and if you feel fatigued, we can always head back. Besides, the mountain is rather modest in height, and we should be able to reach the summit in approximately 2 hours. That sounds agreeable. As long as you do not mind my slower pace, I have no objections. Of course not. We shall set off in the afternoon, and we can enjoy the sunset upon the mountain. What do you think? That sounds delightful. I have never witnessed a sunset from the mountain before. From the peak, one can behold the entire cityscape, and the sunset is indeed breathtaking. I must check the weather forecast. I hope for favorable conditions tomorrow. I have already checked, and it will be a sunny day. You truly consider everything with such thoughtfulness. I cannot invite you out only to have you feel disheartened. This is precisely why spending time with Song Zirui is so enjoyable. He is genuinely a considerate individual. I will come to pick you up at 11 tomorrow, and we can have lunch before embarking on our hike. That works perfectly. I will be waiting downstairs promptly. The following day dawned bright and clear, and Guyu descended early, finding Song Zirui awaiting her below. He was clad in a white athletic jacket, which harmoniously matched Guyu's own white sun-protective attire. As she approached, she naturally took his hand, and today, they were adorned in matching outfits. Song Zirui's fingers trembled slightly before he firmly grasped her hand, raising his other hand to tidy her wayward bands, remarking, you look lovely in white. Guyu's fair complexion rendered the white attire translucent and immaculate. You too, she replied. For Song Zirui's refined demeanor suited the light, solid colors he wore. After their meal, they drove for over an hour to Qinshanling. Perhaps due to the splendid weather, many others had also come to hike, and the parking lot was nearly full. Song Zirui ventured forth with minimal gear, carrying only a bottle of water. In contrast, Guyu donned a small fabric bag containing water, tissues, sunscreen, medicinal ointment, and an umbrella. Having resided in this city for nearly 5 years, Guyu had never hiked here before. As Song Zirui said, the mountain is quite low with gentle slopes, and each path is paved with stone steps. Yet, regardless of the mountain's modest stature, for someone like Guyu, who seldom ventured beyond her doorstep, the exertion was considerable. They ambled along, stopping frequently, and Song Zirui exhibited no discontent, accompanying her all the while. What was initially projected as a 2-hour journey stretched to nearly 3 hours. Yet they finally reached the summit just before sunset. The breathtaking vista before Guyu left her in awe, the city, with its towering buildings, transformed into a toy-like metropolis. Charming and diminutive, evoking a sense of expansive freedom within her. Unable to contain her admiration, Guyu exclaimed, how beautiful. Song Zirui smiled as he gazed upon the scenery. Having seen it many times before, he did not experience the same sense of wonder as Guyu, yet the beauty of the landscape, no matter how often viewed, always uplifted his spirits. They sat upon a stone bench, observing the sun gradually transition from a brilliant white to a warm orange, until it slowly descended beyond the horizon. This was Guyu's first complete experience of a sunset, and with a sense of contentment, she turned to gaze at her grandson, Ru. He remained fixated on the spot where the sun had vanished, and as Guyu quietly studied his eyes, She discovered a depth within them that she had never noticed before. Her initial intuition suggested that he had once shared this moment with someone else. Someone whose memory still lingered in his mind. Rue, possessing a refined and handsome appearance, coupled with an impressive education and family background, exhibited a gentle and considerate demeanor. She could not fathom that he had never been in love. Suddenly, she called his name, Rue. He momentarily froze, instinctively concealing his emotions, and turned to flash a habitual smile. Just as he was about to inquire what was amiss, Gu Yueji unexpectedly leaned in, pressing her lips against his. Rue's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively recoiled, nearly toppling from the bench. Gu Yueji quickly grasped his arm, fixing her gaze upon him. Once he regained his composure, he became acutely aware of his own awkwardness, at a loss for words. After a brief, tense silence, Gu Yueji averted her gaze as if nothing had transpired. I seem to be a bit hungry. Shall we descend the mountain for a meal? Rue readily responded, sure. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Let us have wonton noodles. I know a place that serves them quite well. As they journeyed down the mountain to dine, their interaction resumed its previous rhythm. Though Gu Yueji refrained from taking Rue's hand again, occasionally lapsing into thoughtful silence. Rue, evidently perceptive, recognized the shift. Upon arriving at her home, while seated in the car, he reached for her hand, speaking softly, I apologize for what happened at the summit. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. Gu Yueji met his gaze. I was the one who acted abruptly, which startled you. Glancing down at their intertwined hands, she added, but could you tell me why? That way I may understand how to proceed. Rue seemed taken aback by her forthrightness, pausing momentarily before withdrawing his hand and facing the windshield. He appeared to be contemplating his response. And Gu Yueji chose not to rush him, leaning back against her seat and gazing out the window. After a while, he finally spoke, I had a partner. We were together since university, but we broke up earlier this year. Gu Yueji pondered briefly before asking, may I inquire as to the reason for your separation? He replied candidly, my parents disapproved, and then he moved abroad. Everything seemed to fall within the realm of understanding, yet she pressed on. Are you certain you can let her go and be with me? You couldn't even manage a kiss. Rue comprehended Gu Yueji's implication. He looked at her and leaned down to gently kiss her lips, asking, could you grant me some time? Gu Yueji kept her eyes wide open, observing him, while he closed his eyes during the kiss, a soft, almost ethereal touch. When he opened his eyes and looked at her again, sincerity shone in his gaze. She recalled that when he proposed their relationship, he stated it was with the intention of marriage. He took the initiative to inform his parents about their courtship and ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 23. It turns out she was truly eager to marry since agreeing to let his brother introduce women to him. Renjing has been on numerous blind dates. Among them were youthful and vibrant, intellectually refined and graceful, as well as playful and charming women, each possessing their own distinct beauty. However, the youthful ones demanded exorbitant prices. The intellectuals prioritized their careers, only considering motherhood after the age of 35, and the playful ones were delicate, requiring paternal care. After much effort, Renjing finally encountered a woman who genuinely wished to settle down, and he patiently endeavored to pursue a relationship with her. Are you free tonight? Shall we go watch a movie together? Of course, I am available to accompany you. Is this how you woo your ex-girlfriends? I have no ex-girlfriends. I've only ever charmed you. A melodious laugh resonated from the other end of the line. Zhao Weiwei was the fifth woman Renjing had met during this period. She worked at a bank, was tall and gracefully curvaceous, though her looks were somewhat overshadowed by her figure, landing her in the upper middle tier of attractiveness. After dining together a few times, she left an impression of gentleness and understanding. Let us first have dinner, and then we can proceed to the movie. Zhao Weiwei suggested with initiative. Certainly, what would you like to eat? I shall make a reservation, Renjing replied. How about that popular grilled fish restaurant we visited last time? I've heard it's a trending spot, and many of my friends have posted about it on social media. Isn't that place notorious for long queues? Renjing frowned at the mention of a trendy establishment. Perhaps we should consider another option. I know of a newly opened Hunan restaurant. Zhao Weiwei fell silent, and Renjing mirrored her quietude. The two held their ground for a few seconds until Zhao Weiwei finally relented. All right, come pick me up at 5. Renjing took a puff of his cigarette. Fine. I shall be downstairs at your apartment by 5. He could sense a shift in Zhao Weiwei's tone over the phone, yet he had no intention of placating her. He lacked the energy or desire to put on a facade. Upon arriving to collect her, Zhao Weiwei reverted to her gentle and caring demeanor, even picking fish bones out of his dish during dinner. Ren Jin smiled inwardly, feeling content, and thus he indulged her whims while shopping for skincare products and clothes after their meal. They entered the cinema just as the movie was about to commence. The film, chosen by Zhao Weiwei, turned out to be a romantic comedy. Halfway through, Ren Jin realized the laughter surrounding him did little to engage him. He found himself fighting off sleep. The plot had reached a point where the lead characters shared a kiss on screen, occasionally teasingly grazing their lips before escalating to more passionate embraces. In the dimly lit theater, an air of intimacy enveloped them. Ren Jin felt a gentle touch on his hand and turned to see Zhao Weiwei gazing at him shyly. He thought to himself that if he didn't act now, this courtship might very well come to an end. Leaning in, Zhao Weiwei did not shy away when their lips met. Ren Jin's first sensation was the overly sweet scent of her lip balm. He refrained from further advances, instead resting against the back of his seat while holding Zhao Weiwei's hand, discreetly wiping his fingers across his lips to rid himself of the greasy sensation. By the time the film concluded, it was nearly 10 o'clock. After escorting Zhao Weiwei to her apartment building, it was almost 11. Ren Jin retrieved several gift bags from the back seat and handed them to her. It's getting late, you should head inside and rest. Zhao Weiwei gazed at the brand logo on the bag, which contained a purse, skincare products, and clothing, all gifts from him for this evening. The dissatisfaction she felt earlier in the evening had long since dissipated. She took the initiative to suggest, shall we go up and sit for a while? You always wait downstairs, you've never seen my home. With her head lowered, she allowed Ren Jin to remain oblivious to her expression, yet as adults, the implication was unmistakably clear. He leaned down and, in a playful tone, whispered in her ear, are we going up to sit without buying something? He deliberately emphasized the word sit. Zhao Weiwei immediately comprehended his insinuation, playfully squeezing his hand and blushing. What are you thinking? I merely wanted to invite you for a cup of tea. Ren Jin feigned innocence, retorting, what could I possibly be thinking? Don't you need to bring something when visiting someone at home? Otherwise, how could I dare go up to sit? Zhao Weiwei understood his jest and shyly laughed, yet was at a loss for how to respond. If she insisted that they need not purchase anything, it would imply that she already possessed such items at home. Conversely, if she agreed to go buy something, it would come across as overly forward. Ren Jin, not wishing to put her in a difficult position, remarked, I typically don't drink tea in the evening. I prefer wine. Perhaps I shall visit your home another day. Zhao Weiwei wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him. All right then, drive safely, and send me a WeChat message when you get back. After speaking, she rose on her toes and kissed the corner of his lips. Ren Jin placed the gift bag in her hands and said, all right, let us go up. Once back in the car, Ren Jin lit a cigarette and took a drag. Since his last encounter with Gu Yueji, he had abstained for several months, unsure why he had turned down Zhao Weiwei. He felt a peculiar disinterest. Images of Gu Yueji leaning against the door, inviting him in to share cake, flashed through his mind. She was much more forthright, looking directly into his eyes, which was undeniably alluring. As he finished his cigarette, his agitation began to subside. Tossing the stub aside, he pressed the accelerator and drove off. After their hike that day, Gu Yueji noticed that Sun Zirwei was noticeably more proactive than before. Today, he had invited her to see his newly acquired apartment and, during the tour, inquired about her thoughts on the interior design. Do you prefer the balcony enclosed or with sliding windows? He asked from the balcony. Gu Yueji had envisioned her home long before, responding, I personally prefer sliding windows. I enjoy the feeling of the breeze coming in. Very well, we shall install sliding windows then. Gu Yueji was taken aback. It should be based on your preferences. You are the lady of this house. You will likely spend more time here than I will, so I shall defer to your judgment. By the way, I was thinking of reserving a room specifically for your live streaming. Do you think this room is spacious enough? He proceeded to show her the room. Sun Zirwei inquired about the layout of each space, and with his encouragement, Gu Yueji shared more of her ideas. They even planned to visit a renovation market together the following week. However, when the scheduled time arrived, Sun Zirwei dropped a bombshell on her. My parents are coming over. They want to invite you to dinner. Is that alright with you? Gu Yueji, startled, choked on the water she was drinking. What a surprise! I apologize for the sudden intrusion. They knew my house had been handed over and wanted to come by for a visit. As we chatted, they expressed a desire to invite you for dinner. If you are not prepared, I can simply say you are away on business. It's no trouble at all. Seeing her parents had personally come to extend the invitation, Gu Yue felt there was no reason to evade them with falsehoods. She dabbed her mouth with a tissue. I would like to meet them. Please let me know the date and restaurant in advance, and also what your parents enjoy, so I can prepare some gifts. No need for gifts. Your presence at the dinner is sufficient, he replied. Even so, I insist on bringing something. Please inform me swiftly, as I would dislike purchasing something they do not appreciate. Unable to dissuade her, Song Zerwei assured her, I will take care of it. Just show up when the time comes. Gu Yue hesitated, but Song Zerwei suggested, let us save the gifts for when you formally meet my parents next time. Thus, in an effort to leave a good impression on Song Zerwei's parents, Gu Yue decided to get a haircut and purchased a new dress. On the weekend, as Song Zerwei went to the train station to pick someone up, Gu Yue arrived at the restaurant ahead of time. Ran Jing's next encounter with Gu Yue took place at the entrance of this very establishment. On this day, Zhao Weiwei had eloquently claimed she was introducing her friend to him, though Ran Jing understood that it was merely an opportunity for Zhao Weiwei to assess him. After several meetings, Ran Jing increasingly found his interactions with Zhao Weiwei rather monotonous, as each encounter revolved around dining, watching films, and shopping. Repeating this routine thrice rendered it tedious for him, yet Zhao Weiwei appeared to relish it. Though uncertain how much longer he could maintain a relationship with her, he still took it upon himself to arrange a dinner for her and her friends, reserving a table at an upscale seafood restaurant in the city. As he pulled up to the restaurant, he instantly recognized Gu Yue standing at the entrance. She had transformed her appearance with a new hairstyle. Her gently curled long hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed in a pink sweater paired with a dark red straight skirt, she exuded grace with her slender waist and gentle demeanor. Standing patiently at the entrance, she was evidently awaiting someone. Ran Jing parked a little further away from the entrance, allowing Zhao Weiwei and her friend to alight first. You two go ahead, I'll park the car, he instructed. All right, is it the Donghai room? Yes, just order. There's no need to wait for me. Don't keep your friends hungry. Ran Jing's attentiveness made Zhao Weiwei feel quite esteemed. Hurry up and join us. We'll order while we wait. Once Zhao Weiwei departed, Ran Jing positioned the car where he could see Gu Yue. She stood there with an unhurried demeanor, not engrossed in her phone. Outside of work obligations, she was not particularly fond of mobile devices. During her leisure, she preferred watching films or reading. He had once teased her about her pretentiousness, only to receive a playful kick in return. As he reminisced, a car came to a halt before her. A middle-aged couple emerged, and the woman cheerfully grasped Gu Yue's hand, exchanging a few light-hearted words. Gu Yue then approached the passenger window, conversing briefly with the driver before accompanying the couple into the restaurant. As the car approached the parking lot, he glanced through the window and was astonished to see that the driver was none other than the man he had encountered during their previous blind date. It seemed that she had indeed progressed to the stage of introducing him to her family. It had been less than 3 months since their last conversation had fallen apart. Evidently, she was quite eager to secure a marriage. Chapter 24. You truly are a master of time management. As Song Zero went to park the car, Gu Yueji accompanied his parents to the private room, feeling a wave of anxiety and uncertainty about what to say. Throughout her life, she had always struggled to engage with elders. As a child, she found it difficult to communicate with her own parents, and as she grew older, Yi Zurong's mother had remarked on her taciturn nature, noting that her words lacked sweetness. Fortunately, Song Zero's parents were particularly amiable. His mother gently took her hand and inquired with concern, "You seem so slender. Have you been too busy with work to eat regularly?" Gu Yueji managed a smile, hoping to leave a favorable impression and appear less reserved. "I have indeed been a bit busy with work, but I do cook for myself, and I eat quite well. I weigh over 90 pounds. Song's mother patted her hand, saying, 90 pounds is hardly thin. Your health is your greatest asset, dear. No amount of money can replace good health, do you understand?" Feeling the warmth of elder care for the first time, Gu Yueji was deeply touched and felt a closer bond with them. "Auntie, I will take good care of myself," she assured. Song's mother held her hand tightly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her. Gu Yueji, perplexed, asked, "Auntie, why do you keep looking at me like that?" "Yueji, I truly like you. You strike me as a wonderful person. I wish you and Zero could marry soon. I assure you, Zero will make an excellent husband. And you two will be very happy together." Gu Yueji was taken aback. They had only just met, and while she was pleased that Song Zero's parents liked her, the sudden push for marriage left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, Song Zero had yet to express any intentions of marriage, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She could only blink and smile awkwardly, offering no reply. After sitting in the private room for a while without Song Zero's return, Gu Yueji began to worry that his parents might become hungry. Taking the initiative, she called over a waiter to place an order. "Uncle, Auntie, what would you like to eat?" she asked, presenting the menu to them. "We're quite easygoing. Just order what you and Zero enjoy. You look so slender." "Order more of what you like," they encouraged. "I'm not picky. I can eat anything." "Is this your first time visiting?" she asked. "I'll order some local specialties for you to try." Song Zero enjoys local cuisine as well. Gu Yueji looked questioningly at Song Zero's parents. The kind couple smiled warmly at her, saying, "All right, we trust your judgment. Zero's father and I have no dietary restrictions. You seem to know his tastes well. Zero prefers lighter flavors and has a sweet tooth. We've had local dishes a few times, and he enjoyed them," she replied. Song Zero's parents looked at Gu Yueji with appreciation, as if they were realizing that their daughter's girlfriend understood their son better than they did. Feeling shy from their compliments, Gu Yueji lowered her head to focus on ordering. However, as the dishes were finalized, Song Zero still had not returned, which struck Gu Yueji as odd. Wasn't there a parking space right at the hotel entrance? Why was he taking so long? Just as she picked up her phone to call him, Song's mother began asking her, "Yueji, what do you do for a living?" "Please do not blame me for asking too many questions," the aunt remarked. Aside from mentioning that he has a girlfriend, Zero has been rather reticent. "I merely inquired out of curiosity. I hope you don't mind." Gu Yeji set her phone aside and replied sincerely, "Not at all, auntie. I am a live streamer, and I broadcast from home to promote our family as online store. While this profession may not be regarded highly by the elders, I have no intention of concealing it." To her surprise, Zero's mother appeared genuinely intrigued. "A live streamer? Is it similar to what Li Jiechi does, showcasing products online?" Gu Yeji was pleasantly surprised that the aunt was familiar with Li Jiechi. She chuckled softly and replied, "Yes. Somewhat. He specializes in testing cosmetics, while I focus on modeling the clothing from our store. Working from home has its advantages. I have flexibility in my schedule, which will be convenient when I have children in the future. Nevertheless, it's perfectly fine if you're busy. Your uncle and I will retire next year, and we can help take care of the little ones whenever you decide to have them." Gu Yeji was momentarily taken aback. Was Zero's mother now suggesting they should consider having children? At that moment, Zero entered the room and, upon hearing his mother's words, quickly interjected, "Mom, why are you bringing this up? Didn't we agree that today would just be a simple meal?" All eyes turned to Zero, who wore a serious expression, his lips, usually curved in a gentle smile, now tightly pressed together. His mother, clearly displeased, responded, "I was simply having a delightful conversation with Yeji, and besides, these matters are inevitable. So why not discuss them?" Zero furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing more severe. He was about to speak when Gu Yeji gently placed her hand on his arm, reassuring him, "It's all right. I'm enjoying my conversation with Auntie." Zero's father chimed in to ease the tension, "Your mother and I both like little Gu. We wouldn't dream of mistreating her. You needn't be so anxious." Unexpectedly, Zero smirked coldly. "Could you possibly dislike her?" This was the first time Gu Yeji had witnessed such an expression on his face, leaving her somewhat astonished. Zero sat beside her, casting a complicated glance her way, then reached out to hold her hand, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Gu Yeji looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Is my mother pressuring you?" To her surprise, Zero seemed to be aware of this, and he shook his head, "No, we were just discussing my work." Yet, Zero still wore a gloomy expression. Gu Yeji sensed that he was acting strangely tonight and wanted to inquire further, but just then, his phone rang. Zero glanced at his phone, noting a series of numbers. His expression darkened further as he promptly ended the call. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again with the same number, and he rejected it once more. He then turned his phone face down on the table, and a moment later, a WeChat notification chimed. Gu Yeji pretended not to notice and poured him a cup of tea. Zero took a sip but suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, Yeji. I need to step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." Gu Yeji refrained from asking questions and nodded understandingly. "All right, take your time. Ren Jin ascended the staircase and nearly collided with someone at the corner. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find it was Song Zirwei. However, Song Zirwei appeared quite anxious, softly uttering an apology without even glancing at him before hastily descending the stairs. Ren Jin watched his retreating figure with curiosity and, as he passed by a private room, he peered through the crack in the door, just in time to see Gu Yueji engage in lively conversation with Song Zirwei's parents. She treated him with sharp words and cold disdain, yet displayed a charming demeanor towards the parents of another man. Clenching his teeth, Ren Jin turned towards his own private room. Upon arriving at the door, he overheard animated chatter within. Several women were chattering away, discussing skincare products and the latest trendy eateries, topics entirely devoid of relevance to him, and of which he had no interest. Growing increasingly vexed and lacking enthusiasm, he leaned against the doorframe and lit a cigarette. He observed as the waiter delivered dish after dish, a lavish spread that seemed insatiable. It was evident that Xiao Weiwei was not holding back in the slightest. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He could afford such expenses. Yet, at that moment, he felt no appetite whatsoever, merely wanting to expedite the meal, so he could sever ties with Xiao Weiwei. After all, others had done nothing wrong. He simply found it uninteresting. However, as he lingered by the door, he began to catch snippets of intriguing conversation. Let's eat first. We needn't wait for Ren Jin, Xiao Weiwei suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? He is treating us, another voice interjected. It's fine, I'm famished. I'll just act a bit spoiled later, she replied. That sounds feasible. You can manage it, unlike your previous charming ex who had you under his thumb. True, but that charming ex was indeed more captivating. I still feel a twinge of longing for him. Come now, if you were to marry, it wouldn't be him. Besides, this one is quite appealing, tall and handsome. What does he do? Does he come from wealth? He is a contractor, not particularly educated. Didn't he even graduate high school? But he seems to earn quite well. He appears to own several properties and shops, and he is generous with his spending on me. I've yet to meet his parents, but it feels as though their relationship isn't very warm. Earning is what matters, regardless of education. Besides, he meet your criteria. You're seeking a handsome, wealthy man with no parental figures, aren't you? At this remark, several women shared knowing laughs. He does check many boxes, except he lacks tenderness and consideration. After dining out a few times, he has never peeled shrimp for me, and once, when I picked out fish bones, he ate them without a care. What infuriated me more was when I expressed a desire to eat at a popular spicy grilled fish place. He complained about the long wait and simply chose a different restaurant. Do you know how Huang Song used to handle it? Whenever I mentioned a craving, he would queue up in advance and call me just as it was time to arrive. With dishes like crayfish, he would always peel them and serve them in a bowl for me. Just yesterday, when we went to the movies, my dress was rather short. He stood behind me in the elevator to shield me. How thoughtful. Are you still in contact with Huang Song? We have always been in touch. Huang Song is quite considerate. But didn't you see his mother is quite formidable? Indeed, he has pursued me for 2 years. Had it not been for his mother, I might have considered being with him. The day before yesterday, your aunt introduced you to someone, right? How did that go? He is a civil servant, and his father is the deputy director of the Grain Bureau. Although he is not as handsome, we only dined together once. So we are just getting to know each other. You truly are a master of time management. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? What is there to fear? Both are unmarried. Isn't dating merely an opportunity for everyone to explore? Who dictates that one can only try one person at a time? Ren Jin, smoking a cigarette, listened to their discussions and realized that the doorway to the private room was indeed his lucky spot. Last time it was Huang Qiuyan, and this time it is Xiao Weiwei. He always hears the unvarnished truth here. Didn't feel disheartened, rather, he found it quite amusing. While he often listened to men discuss women, this was the first time he had heard women discuss men. He then recalled someone and instinctively glanced towards the door of the adjacent room. So this is what it feels like to stand behind the door and hear others critique you. Chapter 25. The scoundrel Ren Jin extinguished the last puff of his cigarette in the trash can, retrieved his car keys, and turned to leave the private room. Making his way toward the hotel exit, passing by Gu Yueji's room, he could not resist glancing inside, where he saw her tenderly serving soup to an elderly man. The genuine warmth of her smile ignited a flicker of regret within him for the first time. She had never measured or compared her feelings for him, nor had she ever demanded anything in return. Had he not deceived her in the past, might their fate today have unfolded differently? It seemed he had missed more than just Guyu Eji. Lighting another cigarette, he inhaled deeply before slowly departing. His car was parked almost directly across from Song Zero's. As he recalled Song Zero's hurried descent, he instinctively turned to glance at Song Zero's vehicle. To his astonishment, he froze in his tracks. In what should have been an empty parking space, two figures were entwined in an embrace at the rear of a car. His sudden appearance startled them, and they quickly separated. The dimly lit outdoor parking lot obscured their features, making it difficult for Ren Jin to discern their identities. He continued towards his own parking space, where he could clearly see anyone emerging from Song Zero's car. Driven by curiosity, Ren Jin remained in his vehicle without leaving immediately. After approximately 10 minutes, one person finally exited the parking space. Although the lighting was insufficient to reveal their face, the person's stature and attire bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Zero, whom he had encountered upstairs. Ren Jin did not pursue them but returned his gaze to the front parking space, continuing to wait. From his brief glimpse, he was certain that the person who had embraced Song Zero was not Guyu Eji. Furthermore, when he had seen Guyu Eji earlier, she was still inside the private room, suggesting she could not have appeared here without a moment's notice. It now appeared evident that Song Zero had been unfaithful, and shockingly, his extramarital companion had followed him here during their family meeting. Ren Jin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, an unexpected wave of delight washing over him. As he contemplated how to convey this revelation to Guyu Eji, another figure emerged from the parking space. Upon recognizing the man, Ren Jin was taken aback. He was a tall and imposing figure, distinctly taller than Song Zero. In disbelief, Ren Jin watched as the man followed Song Zero into the restaurant. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he exited his car and returned to Song Zero's parking space, only to find no one else there. If his eyes had not deceived him, those two had indeed shared a kiss. After a moment of reflection, Ren Jin made his way back to the restaurant, heading straight for Guyu Eji's private room. Upon ascending to the second floor, he indeed spotted the man and Song Zero at the entrance, engaged in a heated discussion. The man seemed intent on entering the room, but Song Zero blocked his way, insisting, "You should go back first. We can talk when my parents return." Gripping Song Zero's hand, the man argued, "What is there to wait for? We should clarify everything in front of everyone right now." Just then, Guyu Eji emerged from the private room. Upon seeing Song Zero with another man, she froze momentarily, her face reflecting a mixture of surprise and confusion. As the dishes were being served, Guyu Eji attempted to contact Song Zero, only to find his phone unanswered. She decided to go out to find him, but was taken aback by the scene that greeted her at the door. "Zayui, what is the matter? Who is this?" Song Zero instinctively considered lying. Yet before he could speak, the man grasped Song Zero's hand and boldly declared, "I am his lover, his boyfriend of 10 years. Guyu Eji stared at the tall man before her mind momentarily blank, rendered speechless. After a long pause, she incredulously turned to Song Zero, who bore a pained expression yet did not refute the claim. Guyu Eji sensed something unusual about Song Zero that evening, though she had not anticipated this revelation. At that moment, Song Zero's parents emerged from their private room. Upon seeing the man, their demeanor shifted drastically, losing all traces of their previous amiability. Song Zero's father shoved the man aside, exclaiming, "Leave immediately. Who permitted you to come here?" Song Zero's mother stood protectively in front of her son, visibly anxious about any potential contact between them. "Why have you returned? Did you not go abroad? He is about to marry. Why are you back? Are you intent on ruining him?" The man, more agitated than ever, retorted, "You are the ones trying to ruin him. Do you truly believe he will find happiness in marriage? You know he has no interest in women. You merely wish to maintain appearances, forcing him to live a facade that you deem acceptable, even if it means condemning him to a lifetime of unhappiness in a loveless marriage." Turning toward Guyu Eji, he asked pointedly, "Tell me, has he ever touched you?" Guyu Eji stood there, stunned and speechless. Song Zero swiftly positioned himself in front of her, declaring, "Do not harm her, she knows nothing." The man then directed his ire at Song Zero, berating him, "You spineless coward. If you were with a man, I could at least believe you had found love elsewhere, but marrying a woman, that is pure self-deception, a mere charade for your parents' sake. You are nothing but a feeble, useless waste." Ren Jin, observing the growing crowd around them, stepped into the private room to retrieve Guyu Eji's phone and bag. Guyu Eji remained in shock, her mind a chaotic blur, unsure of what to say or do. She scanned the onlookers, And when she noticed someone pulling out a phone to take pictures, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. Amidst the turmoil, a powerful hand clasped around her own, firmly holding her wrist. Her head was gently pressed against a familiar chest, the warmth and scent enveloping her. Safely tucked in his embrace, she was guided through the throng of people. She could hear Song Zirui calling her name from behind. But his voice was drowned out by the man as, once in the car, Gu Yueji sat in silence, her mind still foggy. Song Zirui had mentioned having a lover but had never referred to her as a girlfriend. His aversion to her kisses led her to believe he simply had someone else in his heart. Everything felt absurd and ludicrous, leaving her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her bag. She pulled it out to see it was Song Zirui calling. Ren Jin settled into the car, observing her as she stared blankly at her phone. He reached over, switched it off, and tossed it back into her bag. "Where would you like to go now?" he inquired, steering the vehicle out of the parking space. Gu Yueji pondered for a moment before replying, "I want to drink." Ren Jin nodded in agreement. "All right." He took her to a bar he frequented, parked in front, and handed the keys to the valet before entering with her. Initially, he had intended to secure a private booth, but she headed straight to the bar. Spotting the bartender, she inquired, "What is your strongest drink?" The bartender, familiar with Ren Jin, glanced at him after hearing her question. Ren Jin regarded her thoughtfully, recognizing that with her capacity for beer, she would likely be unprepared for something stronger. He turned to the bartender and said, "As long as it doesn't go to her head, let her drink whatever she likes." She came to the bar to unwind, and if she wished to vent, he would allow her to do so. After a couple of stronger drinks, Gu Yueji began to feel lightheaded. She initiated a conversation, asking, "Why do men love to lie so much?" Reminded of her previous accusations against him, Ren Jin mockingly retorted, "Isn't it disheartening to discover that no man is devoid of deceit?" She nodded in agreement. Indeed, finding an honest man is more challenging than locating a pig that can climb a tree. It was evident that her remarks included him. Annoyed, Ren Jin pinched her cheek, only to have her swat his hand away in displeasure. He had never been one to offer comfort and had no intention of doing so now. Instead, he watched her consume drink after drink while he sipped on non-alcoholic beverages. It was only when Zhou Weiwei called that he remembered the other matter at hand. Answering the phone languidly. On the other end, she seemed irritated. "Where have you gone?" "We've been waiting for you to park. We're about to finish our meal." Ren Jin checked the time, realizing it had been over an hour since he left the restaurant, and felt justified in his decision to leave without a word. "I've left. You can settle the bill yourselves once you finish eating." Zhao Weiwei thought she had misheard. "You're leaving? You expect us to pay for ourselves? Aren't you treating your sisters to dinner today?" He replied, "If you don't want to pay, feel free to call Huang Song or any other man to assist you. Just don't involve me. I'll make it clear, I'm not interested in you. And I'd prefer if you didn't contact me again." With that, he hung up and blocked her number. This exchange unfolded in front of Gu Yueji, who turned to Ren Jin and spat, "What a scoundrel." Her words were slightly slurred from the alcohol, yet Ren Jin found her adorable, smirking as he teased, "Do you believe I would leave you here?" Her previously cloudy gaze suddenly sharpened as she pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, responding indifferently, "Go ahead and leave me. I've been through worse." Ren Jin was momentarily taken aback as she turned away to continue drinking. From their initial encounters, he had perceived her as someone who would not be easily taken advantage of. As they cohabited, her independence and capability became apparent, allowing him to comfortably enjoy her care. Convinced that she could handle everything proficiently. In this moment, her vulnerability revealed to him that she, too, was a woman in her 20s, in need of care. He gazed intently at her as she toyed with her glass, already swaying under the influence of intoxication. Her lips, glistening with the luster of the drink, appeared plump and inviting, reminiscent of a cherry atop a cocktail, inciting an irresistible urge to taste. The neckline of her dress was slightly loose. As she leaned on the bar, the alluring curve of her bosom became tantalizingly visible. Memories of having seen her in her entirety stirred a heat that coursed down to a certain part of him. He could not comprehend why. Despite Zhao Weiwei's affectionate embraces and kisses that had failed to ignite his desire before, the mere sight of this woman now elicited such a response. Captivated by her presence, Gu Yueji suddenly turned her head and said, "Let me tell you a story." Chapter 26. Do you know who I am? Ren Jin observed the myriad emotions swirling in Gu Yueji's eyes, as if they were on the verge of overflowing, akin to a flood breaching its dam. He nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yueji smiled briefly before pausing to gather her thoughts, and then softly began to speak. There was a little girl born in a poor village that favored sons over daughters. From the moment she could remember, she carried her younger brother on her back, taking him wherever she went. I recall one instance when she was still quite young, not yet in primary school. While carrying her brother, she tripped and fell. In a reflexive act of protection, she shielded him with her hands, resulting in her face colliding with the ground, leaving her bloodied and bruised. She dared not cry, fearing it would frighten her brother, and instead carried him home as he wailed in distress. Upon hearing his cries, their parents rushed to comfort him, scolding her for allowing her brother to weep. Only when they turned to see her battered face did they realize the extent of her injuries. Her mother rinsed her wounds briefly, checking her eyes and mouth, discovering that she had broken her teeth and injured her face. Satisfied that her eyes were unharmed, they ignored her plight and took her brother away. After 9 years of compulsory education, the girl's parents refused to spend money on her further studies. Thus, she sought work in the town, earning a meager sum washing dishes and mowing lawns. After much toil, she finally scraped together enough to pay her tuition, only to find her parents still opposed, believing she would soon marry and that education was futile. Fortunately, her middle school teacher intervened, persuading her parents to allow her to continue her studies. From that moment on, the girl understood that she must strive for her education and escape her home, lest she be trapped in that village for life. She devoted herself to her studies, even as the educational conditions in her hometown were dire, and the teacher's lessons often left her perplexed. She memorized every single word in her textbooks: Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and biology day and night. Lacking funds for exam practice papers, she borrowed materials from classmates and wrote down the answers on scrap paper. As a result, she achieved the highest score in the town during the college entrance examination, gaining notoriety within her village. The news delighted her parents, and just as the girl felt a sense of relief, believing she could discuss her tuition with them, she discovered that their joy stemmed from having arranged a marriage for her. Her excellent examination results meant they could demand a higher bride price, which they intended to use for her brother's college education. The girl felt the urge to flee, yet she was trapped, knowing her admission letter would be sent home. Her parents, astute to this fact, neither confined her nor restricted her movements, even discussing the marriage arrangements openly in her presence. They planned to host the wedding before her admission letter arrived, with her mother attempting to persuade her that once married, her in-laws would fund her university education, thus allowing both her and her brother to attend college. The girl wept daily, feeling utterly helpless. In her despair, she recalled witnessing others at the internet CAF in town sharing their own stories online and seeking assistance. Driven by hope, she rushed to the CAF, determined to share her own experience, hoping for help from anyone who might hear her plea. Soon, her experiences attracted the attention of netizens, and shortly thereafter, media outlets reached out to her for coverage. On the eve of the wedding, officials from the local civil affairs department and police officers visited the young girl's home. Upon seeing the officers, her parents were terrified, and when they learned that their daughter had summoned them, they struck her in front of the police. When informed that forcing a minor into marriage was illegal, they were frightened but still refused to return the betrothal gifts. In their view, marrying off their daughter meant having funds for their son's education while ensuring their daughter's schooling as well, a situation they deemed advantageous. They even persuaded the police and government officials to delay the wedding until the girl turned 18. It was only when the police threatened to take them to the station that they reluctantly refunded the betrothal gifts to the boy's family. The parents felt their daughter had brought shame upon them and declared that they would no longer support her, not even for her college tuition. In order to cover her educational expenses, the girl worked 14 hours a day in a factory, subsisting solely on free rice soup, with assistance from the civil affairs department. She received her admission notice. However, 2 months' wages were insufficient to pay her tuition. Personnel from the town's civil affairs office helped her obtain a certificate, enabling her to successfully apply for a student loan. Thus, from the age of 18, the girl began to support herself. She occasionally felt resentment, especially when she observed her roommate's mother tidying her bed or when she had to juggle 2 part-time jobs just to make ends meet, while her roommate could effortlessly call her parents for new computers and phones. In those moments, she lay in bed silently shedding tears, unsure of whom to blame. Gu Yezhen paused momentarily, and Ren Jin noticed tears glistening in her eyes. She swallowed hard, took a few sips from her glass, and continued, later. The girl met a boy, and for the first time, she realized that someone could genuinely like her, treat her well, and make her happy. At that moment, She felt she could give him everything, simply hoping for his affection and kindness in return. Thus, when he expressed a desire to start a business, she endeavored to gather funds to support his venture. The hardships of entrepreneurship did not deter her. She felt no bitterness because the boy promised her a home, assuring her that if they succeeded in their business, they would marry. When she learned of the boy's marriage to another, her initial reaction was not one of heartbreak but rather a sense of inevitability, as if she had anticipated being cast aside. She continued her daily routine, eating and sleeping as usual, and spent hours live streaming to earn money. Perhaps the girl was inherently stronger than others, resilient and able to endure hardship. Thus, when she encountered another man, she still yearned for affection. She turned to him, longing for someone to treat her kindly, someone who did not need to be wealthy, handsome, or extraordinary. She could even care for him and work hard to support him, provided he offered her a home and kindness in return. Once again, tears began to accumulate in her eyes, and she struggled to swallow. However, this time, the tears fell with such swiftness that by the time she turned back, they had already begun to stream down her cheeks. The shedding of tears acted as a switch. Gu Yezhen could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the bar, weeping uncontrollably. I merely yearn for a home, a person who loves and cherishes me, one who will not abandon me. I cannot fathom why everyone else possesses a home, yet I am devoid of one. I have exerted myself relentlessly, never daring to slacken my efforts for a single day. Why, then, do I remain empty-handed? Renjin descended from his chair and enveloped her in his embrace. Gu Yueji lay in Renjin's arms, weeping openly, each sob reverberating against his chest. She had never uttered a word of suffering nor shed a tear in his presence, akin to a dam reaching its breaking point, finally releasing its floodwaters. He gently patted her back, his heart softening with each passing moment. Her every word struck him like a hammer, evoking both pain and empathy. Once upon a time, he too had posed this very question while lying in the wild grass of his hometown, gazing at the stars above, pondering who could provide him with a home. Yet, this longing resembled a seed buried in the soil. Initially, one holds great expectations, watering it daily, sitting by and watching, envisioning the day it might sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. However, as time drags on, the earth gradually solidifies, becoming hard and unyielding, and with it, one's hopes slowly fade away. Ultimately, one forgets about that seed. Suddenly, she seized the fabric of his shirt, tilting her head to look at him. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, and at that moment, she softly asked, "Can you give me a home?" Her eyes widened in pleading, and Renjin stared at her in astonishment. Her gaze held a fervent yearning, mingled with a barely concealed sense of grievance. She seemed to imply that even deceit would be acceptable if only he could provide her with a home. In that instant, it felt as though her final blow fractured the rigid soil, revealing the seed that once harbored his hopes, even allowing him to envision its potential to sprout. Renjin felt an uncontainable stir within his heart. "Are you certain you wish for me to provide you with a home?" She appeared to glimpse the last vestige of hope and clutched him tighter, nodding vigorously. Her eyes shimmered with a touch of clarity, yet he sought a final confirmation, asking, "Do you know who I am?" Without hesitation, she answered with a tone of certainty, "Renjin." Renjin smiled, perhaps charmed by her tone, or perhaps gratified by receiving the answer he longed for. He gestured to his lips, saying, "Kiss me, and I shall grant you your wish." Gu Yueji, like a child beguiled by a sweet treat, swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck and bestowed upon him a kiss. Renjin held her close, savoring the cherry he had yearned for all night. He gently nibbled and tasted, finding it as sweet as he had imagined, despite the revelry surrounding them in the bar. He embraced her, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other encircling her, kissing her as if he never wished to let go. Renjin thought, "This cherry is quite potent." He felt a slight intoxication, a surge of joy radiating from his heart, igniting excitement throughout his being. As their kiss threatened to spiral out of control, Renjin lifted Gu Yueji into his arms, preparing to depart, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. In that fleeting moment, Renjin felt as though he were carrying a bride, escorted by guests into their bridal chamber. Bowing her head, she gazed at her hands wrapped around his neck, nestled obediently in his embrace. He turned to the bartender and said, "Offer a drink to everyone present, and charge it to my card." After speaking, Renjin took her in his arms and departed. Gu Yueji, intoxicated, clung to him, exclaiming how warm it was, her chest pressing against him repeatedly. Renjin had already been stirred by her lure. He had intended to wait until they returned home, but upon arriving at the dimly lit underground parking lot, he could no longer resist. He placed her in the back seat and joined her, shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he pulled her into his embrace and began to kiss her deeply, his hand gently caressing her waist. Has he ever touched you? You edgy. Her senses dulled by alcohol, pushed Runjin away and shot him a reproachful glance, as if blaming him for broaching an inappropriate subject. He has a boyfriend. Do you honestly think he would touch me? After asking, Runjin realized how unnecessary and amusing his question was. But the thought of their impending marriage made him feel foolishly jealous. He lifted her effortlessly, seating her on his lap, his hands growing ever bolder. It's fine if he has tea. I will cherish you in the future. Yu edgy, whether under the influence or driven by her own desires, did not resist as Runjin pressed further, instead meeting him halfway. They had always shared a deep connection in this regard, and with the charged atmosphere of the night, combined with the thrill of their first encounter in the car, they soon reached their peaks in unison. Panting, Runjin briefly wiped Yu Edgy's face before donning his clothes. Though she still felt the lingering sensations, the moment he withdrew left her feeling empty and yearning. Sleepily reaching for him, clearly unsatisfied, Runjin draped his coat over her, leaning down to kiss her lips in a soothing manner. Rest for a moment. We shall continue when we return home. Chapter 27. A kiss for your husband the following day. Yu Edgy awoke close to noon. As she stirred, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort throughout her body. Her head throbbed, her back ached, her feet were sore, and her mouth was dry. With a pained groan, she closed her eyes, struggling to recall the events of the previous night when a hand snaked around her waist. Startled, Yu Edgy opened her eyes wide and turned to face the person behind her. Runjin, also just waking up, gazed at her with bleary eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Lazily, he remarked, last night, the roof nearly lifted with all the noise. Now, you don't recognize who I am. Rubbing her temples in agony, Yu Edgy felt a wave of relief upon seeing him in bed. He was more comforting than anyone else she could have encountered. She became acutely aware of their bare bodies pressed against each other and rolled onto her back, staring at the ceiling as fragments of last night began to resurface. Slowly, her memories returned, meeting Song Zero's boyfriend at the restaurant, Runjin leading her away from the hotel to a bar, her subsequent drinking, and her tears as she leaned on the bar. The memories became hazy and chaotic. She recalled kissing him, being in the car, and eventually returning home. Disjointed moments that remained. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Runjin teased her, so, do you remember? Was it you who took advantage of me, or was it vice versa? Yu Edgy ignored him, thinking that it was merely a one-night affair. Neither had taken advantage of the other. She turned away, ready to drift back to sleep, feeling utterly exhausted, a state she had experienced in quite some time. Yet Runjin persisted, holding her back. I can tell you don't remember everything. Do you recall what you said to me last night? Yu Edgy, both sleepy and weary, shook her head in response. He propped himself up over her, pinching her cheek playfully. Let me help jog your memory. Looking into her eyes, he mimicked her tone from the previous night and softly asked, can you give me a home? Yu Edgy froze, taken aback by his sudden confession, a declaration of her deepest desire. After a brief mental stall, vivid images surged back. She remembered rambling on about a multitude of things, crying in his embrace, and desperately asking if he could provide her with a home. The light in her eyes dimmed as she rubbed her aching head and muttered, I was drunk last night. You needn't take it seriously. However, he shook his head. But you even pulled out the household registration book for me. I cannot dismiss it. With that, he reached over to the nightstand and retrieved a deep red booklet to show her. Yu Edgy took the household registration book and opened it, finding her name inscribed within. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, you really need to take this seriously. I have no recollection of it at all. Yet he suddenly grew earnest, declaring, but I have already decided to marry you. Yu Edgy stared at him in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. I knew you would deny it, so I recorded it last night. He stood up, retrieved his phone, and opened an album, selecting a video to show her. Yu Edgy sat up, clutching the blanket, as the first image appeared on the screen, causing her face to flush crimson. This was evidently captured on his phone, while they were engaged in their intimate moments. Although only her face and a hint of her bare shoulder were visible, her flushed cheeks and the soft moans escaping her lips rendered it unbearable to watch or even listen to. She reached for the phone, intending to delete the recording, but he held it aloft, refusing to yield, insisting they had not yet reached the crux of the matter. Are you out of your mind? How can you record this? She exclaimed. I made sure not to capture anything too revealing, he retorted. That doesn't he justify filming it? Just as she managed to seize the phone. His voice emanated from the device, breathless and eager. How about we get married tomorrow? Gu Yuezi's hand, poised to hit pause, faltered as the scene subtly shifted to a side view of the two of them nestled beneath the covers. He leaned on one arm, gazing down at her, while she returned his stare, lost in thought, offering no reply. His dissatisfaction prompted him to playfully nudge her, eliciting a soft sound from her as she clung to his shoulder. He repeated his question, "Shall we wed tomorrow?" She remained silent, still gazing at him. As he pressed closer, she anticipated yet another playful jest, but instead, he tenderly brushed his thumb against the corner of her eye, softly urging, "Please answer me." Her heart fluttered as she focused on the screen. There she was, pouting slightly, swallowing hard before finally choking out, "Okay." He beamed at her, "Now say it again. Who are you marrying tomorrow?" This time her response was swift, "I am marrying Renjin tomorrow." His laughter erupted, "You've committed it to memory. I proposed, and you accepted. This serves as our testament." With that, he leaned in and kissed her deeply, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with equal passion. The scene concluded with him beaming as he reached to tap the phone. As Renjin reclaimed the phone, he swung it playfully in front of her, stating, "The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot deny it now." Gu Yuezi remained in a state of confusion and uncertainty, eventually asking, "Why do you want to marry me?" He looked at her, as if he had long prepared for this inquiry, "Because you desire a home, and so do I." This was not a declaration of love or a promise of eternal devotion. Rather, it struck a chord within Gu Yuezi. She did not seek flowery words or romantic clichés, nor did she trust the hollow promises often adorned with sweet nothings. What she yearned for was someone who equally craved a family, someone willing to build a life together. He set the phone aside and took her hand, saying, "Let me share my situation with you. I come from a rural background. I left school before graduating high school to work, never attended college. And now I lead a construction crew. Due to the pandemic, work has halted, so I've taken to delivering meals. I have no debts, own 3 properties, 2 shops, and a vehicle, with savings spread across several accounts, though I have never calculated the total. My parents divorced when I was young and each remarried. I was raised by my grandparents. After my grandparents passed away several years ago, I found myself without a home. Therefore, when I say I want to build a home with you, I am sincere. I wish to create a complete home of our own. Can we embark on this journey together?" This marks the first occasion where Renjin candidly shares his circumstances with her. Gu Yuezi listens quietly, unable to articulate her emotions. Sunlight pours into the room, illuminating the minuscule particles of dust floating in the air. The surroundings are tranquil, with only the sound of their breathing filling the space. As Renjin patiently awaits her response, "Well, let us build a home together." Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu Yuezi gazes at the photograph of the two of them on their marriage certificate. This snapshot was taken prior to their visit to the bureau, capturing both of them with radiant smiles. The photo studio has enhanced Renjin's complexion, making him appear even more handsome. Turning to look at the man beside her, the winter sun streams through the car window, casting a warm glow upon him. He is particularly formal and composed today. Dressed in a pristine white shirt with the top button casually undone, his pronounced Adam's apple evident, and a slight smile gracing his lips. His chiseled features are accentuated by the sunlight, creating an aura of warmth and charm as he focuses on the road, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. The man she has known for less than a year, and truly spent only 4 months with, is now her lawful husband. "Why do you keep staring at me? Am I that captivating?" Renjin glances at her with a teasing smile, his eyes sparkling. Gu Yuezi feels a blush creep upon her as she closes the marriage certificate and tucks it away, casting aside her whimsical thoughts. "Where are we headed now?" Renjin halts at a traffic light and turns to face her. "There is still ample time. I'll take you to see some houses. You can choose which one you prefer, and we can renovate it into our home." "Is your house not yet renovated?" "The one I currently reside in is furnished, but it is relatively small, merely a 2-bedroom apartment. The other 2 are from my grandfather's old house, which were reallocated during the renovation, featuring 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. We only received possession last year, and it remains in its original state. If it seems too cumbersome, we could simply move into your already furnished place. I had T renovated before because I thought it unnecessary for just 1 person, but now that you're here, it's different. My construction site is currently operational, so I'll be quite busy. You can take charge of the renovations. Entrust it to me." "Indeed. Who else would I entrust our home to? Gu Yueji's previously light-hearted heart now feels grounded, comforted by his words of our home. The location of the apartment in Ihe Garden is quite convenient, with easy access to transportation and a pleasant environment enhanced by the community garden. Despite being newly handed over last year, many residents have already moved in. The bare apartment is devoid of furnishings, with uneven walls and dusty floors. Yet the view from the balcony reveals a municipal park, allowing for ample light and a refreshing atmosphere. Renjin points to the upper floors and says, "The two apartments are stacked, with identical layouts. It's up to you whether you prefer this level or the one above." Gu Yueji ponders. Are you considering renovating the upper unit to rent it out, or are you waiting to sell it? Let us hold on to it for now, after all. There is no mortgage to worry about. We can decide when the time is right to sell. Then let us reside in this unit to avoid any noise from upstairs. Renjin smiled, for he shared her thoughts. They had been thoroughly annoyed by the noise from the apartment above, often waking from sleep due to the disturbances. Gu Yueji gently tapped the wall of the balcony, inquiring whether he preferred a closed balcony or sliding doors for the house. He had never truly contemplated how to renovate the space, but her question prompted him to survey the surroundings. Sliding doors, I suppose. There is a small balcony by the dining area as well. If we open the doors on both sides, we'll have a pleasant cross breeze, ensuring good ventilation throughout the home. Their conversation meandered from the living room to the arrangement of each room, with every utterance of our home from Renjin. Gu Yueji felt an ever-deepening sense of belonging, a more tangible connection to this place. After a thorough discussion, they found themselves at lunchtime. While waiting for the elevator, Renjin handed her the key he had just used to unlock the door. You hold onto this key. After the new year, we can select materials and arrange for the construction team to begin. I have acquaintances in the construction business. You can drop by whenever to oversee the finer details. She cradled the key in her palm as he continued. The renovation should take about 3 months. With the addition of furniture and allowing the house to settle for half a year, we could move in before the spring festival next year. What do you think? His gaze shone with anticipation as he looked at her. No one had ever held such expectations for building a home together with her. And warmth flooded Gu Yueji's heart as she took his hand. Renjin's smile faltered for a moment, only to broaden further as he firmly grasped her hand. Leaning down, he gazed at her with a playful grin. Since we got our marriage certificate, you haven't kissed me once. Come, give your husband a kiss. Gu Yueji blushed and ignored him. Renjin continued to smile at her, aware that only after they received their certificate and she held his hand had she truly settled, confirming him as her husband. He gently held her head and bestowed upon her the kiss that should have accompanied their vows. She responded sweetly, tilting her head to meet him. After lunch, they proceeded to Gu Yueji's home to pack their belongings and move to Renjin's residence. While waiting for the elevator, Renjin noticed a girl glancing at them intermittently. Instinctively, he moved closer to Gu Yueji, taking her hand. She looked up at him, puzzled. What is wrong? His response was matter of fact. I just want to hold my wife's hand. She was taken aback by his swift change. Previously, they had referred to each other by their full names, yet today, he casually called her wife, just as he did during their meals and now. Remembering how he had replied to the nurse while she was receiving an assault, she recalled him saying, "Didn't you say I was your wife before?" He looked at her quizzically. You weren't, indeed. We only got our certificate today. Gu Yueji was surprised by his traditional mindset. Have you never called anyone else wife before? Of course not. I've never been married. Who else would I call wife? Upon hearing his answer, Gu Yueji suddenly felt that her previous irritation had been unwarranted. And she couldn't recall why she had been so concerned. As they entered the elevator, Renjin noticed the girl casting glances in their direction multiple times. Ultimately unable to restrain himself from asking, "Is there something you need?" The girl perceived Renjin as somewhat intimidating and unfamiliar, prompting her to inquire with Gu Yueji. You reside in 1503, correct? Gu Yueji nodded, her expression laced with confusion as she regarded the girl. Having no recollection of her and puzzled by how she knew her apartment number, the girl clarified, I live next door in 1502. I just overheard you both mention your wedding today. Congratulations. Gu Yueji was taken aback by the unexpected well wishes from a stranger and expressed her gratitude, contemplating the idea of presenting the girl with a small gift upon returning home. However, the girl's subsequent remark instilled a desire in Gu Yueji to never encounter her again. I have a small suggestion, the girl began, her cheeks flushing. Her voice lowered as she continued. could you possibly close the window or keep the noise down tonight? We can hear everything quite clearly from next door. Initially bewildered, Gu Yueji's confusion dissipated when Renjing burst into laughter. She turned to him. Observing his smug expression as he addressed the girl, rest assured, we'll be moving out today. He then turned his gaze toward her, his eyes smoldering with a suggestive intensity. The moment Gu Yueji comprehended the implication, her face flushed crimson, and she spun around, mortified, towards the elevator corner. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she rushed out, only for Renjing to grasp her arm, saying, "We haven't reached our destination yet." Ignoring him, Gu Yueji wrenched free and exited the elevator, with Renjing trailing behind her, chuckling. Overwhelmed with hate and embarrassment, she opted against the elevator and instead took the adjacent staircase. Yet Renjing found this insufficient. Following her while chattering, "I told you, last night you nearly brought the roof down with your cries." Gu Yueji turned back, glaring at him. "Aren't you ashamed? Even after being called out, you still look so smug. What is there to be ashamed of? Your vocal prowess only proves my prowess. Your neighbor is merely envious," he retorted. Unable to match his shamelessness, Gu Yueji resigned herself to the arduous climb up the stairs, glancing up to see the number 4 on the wall. Realizing they had to ascend to the 15th floor. By the time they reached the 12th floor, exhaustion overwhelmed Gu Yueji, prompting her to sit on the stairs. Renjing, however, insisted, "Let's master our energy and push through to the top." Breathlessly, she waved her hand, "I truly can't go on. Why don't you ascend first?" Unperturbed, Renjing, hands on his hips, chuckled at her. "On the first day of marriage, you're going to abandon me? Don't let me haunt your memories forever." With that, he bent down before her. "Come, I'll carry you up." Gu Yueji hesitated, tugging at him. "No need, I just need a moment to rest." Yet he firmly grasped her hand and hoisted her onto his back, ascending effortlessly. Gu Yueji wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder as she gazed at him. "If you tire, just put me down." He glanced at her with a smile, asserting, "After finally marrying a wife, I won't let her down so easily." Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor leading up to their engagement, she realized that when it came to marriage, he embodied the traits of a traditional man, treating her as his wife only after their union, entrusting her with household matters, and inherently valuing their partnership. Chapter 28. Why do you look down on others? Renjing effortlessly carried Gu Yueji to her doorstep. As she opened the door, he did not set her down. Instead, he pressed her against the door and kissed her. Initially fierce, his kiss gradually transformed into a tender caress, his hands exploring her skin inch by inch, from her waist to her back, and finally to her face and eyes. The roughness of his fingertips and the entanglement of their lips felt so familiar, yet inexplicably infused with warmth and a sense of belonging. This man was now her husband. Gu Yueji silently reminded herself. Unaware of how long they had been kissing, Renjing noticed her passionately embracing him, yet she dared not utter a sound. He rested his forehead against hers and chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Afraid of being overheard? Gu Yueji did not deny it. She indeed lacked the composure to be overheard. But there was another reason. She had finished packing yet, and it was already too late to move into his home today. Renjing released her and glanced at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock, and it would indeed take time to pack. He gently kneaded her waist and suggested, "Let us pack first. We can save the wedding night festivities for tonight since you're already here and won't be able to relax." Gu Yueji shyly tapped his chest, her heart racing at the mere mention of the wedding night. She retreated to her room to gather her clothes and essentials, while Renjing assisted her from outside, packing up her computer and other items. They collaborated until around 6 o'clock, having made considerable progress. Gu Yueji emerged from her room, pushing 2 suitcases and a storage box. Renjing glanced over, then bent down to secure a piece of tape, swiftly sealing one of the boxes. "Let us move your clothes and some necessities today. We can find a vehicle tomorrow for the larger boxes," he proposed. Gu Yueji nodded in agreement. "Shall we head back first? I still need to tidy up at your place." Renjing tossed the tape aside and replied, "All right, but before we go home, we should make a quick stop at the supermarket. Do you need anything? I only have 1 pair of slippers. I need to buy some daily necessities and some groceries." "I'll cook you dinner tonight," he offered. Gu Yueji was taken aback. During their time living together, she had only tasted his rudimentary porridge and egg noodles, which were rather basic in flavor. Hearing him express a desire to cook for her piqued her curiosity. "What dishes can you make?" Renjing modestly replied. "My culinary skills are rather lacking, but I want to prepare a few dishes for you on our first day of marriage." What would you like? Or would you prefer to eat out? Given his eagerness to cook for her, dining out became an unnecessary option. I wish to savor the meal you prepare at home. At the supermarket, Edgy thoughtfully selected the simplest ingredients for him: stir-fried beef with chili, salt, add lettuce, and a tomato and egg soup. Once they finished selecting the ingredients, they moved on to her personal items: slippers, toothbrushes, cups, towels. For each item she picked, Renjin would casually grab a matching piece in a different color and toss it into the cart. Edgy looked at him in confusion, and he explained that he also needed replacements, resulting in them purchasing several couple-themed items. While queuing at the checkout, Renjin glanced at a nearby shelf and suddenly recalled an essential item missing from his home. As he reached out to grab 2 boxes, Edgy unexpectedly snatched a box and placed it in her shopping cart. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Edgy was aware of Renjin's gaze upon her but felt shy and refrained from meeting his eyes. Her thoughts were quite innocent. She merely intended to wait until they had adjusted to each other before making a decision about having children. However, she knew they would certainly need the contraceptive tonight. A warm breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, "How do you know I don't have any at home?" Edgy paused, her gaze falling on the box in the cart. She had not considered this question. How could she be so certain he had never brought a woman home? She instinctively reached to return the box to the shelf, but Renjin grasped her hand, saying, "If you put that back, what will we use tonight? Or are you already wanting a child?" She shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a bit irked. "Didn't you say you had some at home?" "What I meant was, how do you know you're the first woman I've brought home?" "Perhaps I have none." Realizing he was teasing her, she retorted, "Haven't you ever brought a girlfriend home? Didn't you call me last night?" As the events of the previous night began to resurface in her memory, including his dismissive remarks about not being interested in the other woman, she reflected on how a prospective partner she had known for less than 2 months could hardly be considered a girlfriend. Then how could you not be interested in her? You even said not to look for you again. He was disinclined to delve into explanations, leaning closer to her ear and murmuring, "Because I don't feel an urge to be intimate with her upon first sight." Her face flushed, and she pinched his waist playfully before turning away. Renjin watched her retreating figure, her long, glossy hair cascading over her shoulder. He recalled the cool sensation of her hair brushing against his arm when he had kissed her the night before, stirring a familiar yearning within him. He then reached for another box of contraceptives from the shelf and added it to the cart. Upon arriving at Renjin's home, Edgy was immediately struck by how reminiscent it felt of a model apartment, from the decor to the furniture. Even the full flowers beside the television appeared identical. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Did you buy someone else as model unit?" To her surprise, he responded incredulously, "How did you know?" Her astonishment deepened. "Really?" He nodded, "Yes, I know the manager of this development. They were clearing out the last of the units, and when they offered me this model home at a discount, I thought it was perfect for moving in right away, so I bought it." Edgy couldn't help but laugh. His rationale for purchasing the apartment was delightfully casual. But fortunately, he didn't plan to stay long. He retrieved her slippers from the shopping bag, unfastened the straps, and placed them by her feet before doing the same with his own pair. After changing into their respective footwear, he set the groceries on the dining table, took hold of her suitcase, and led her to the bedroom. "We'll stay in this master bedroom. You can unpack your things while I go prepare dinner." As he reached the doorway, he turned back to say, "You can arrange the room however you like. If the wardrobe is too full, feel free to take my clothes out." Edgy stood in the room for a moment. Despite the slight disarray, it was relatively clean, with no yellow stains on the pillows or sheets. As she opened the wardrobe, it revealed a quintessentially masculine disarray, with clothes, socks, and underwear jumbled together in a chaotic heap. She meticulously extracted his garments, laid them out on the bed, and folded them neatly before returning them to their place. His collection was modest, and the organized space did not fully occupy the cabinet. Opening her suitcase, she began to tuck her own clothes inside, gradually filling it to capacity. Seated on the edge of the bed, she gazed at the wardrobe brimming with their clothes, both men's and women's, symbolizing the commencement of their shared life. Contemplating, Yue retrieved their marriage certificate from her bag and placed it in the drawer of the nightstand. Venturing into the kitchen, she found Renjin still busily engaged in culinary preparations. "Do you need any help?" Yue inquired. He turned around. "Have you finished tidying up?" She nodded in affirmation. "Yes. Is there anything else I can do?" He gave the pan a gentle shake. "This stir-fried asparagus is all that remains. You may step outside and await dinner. Gu Yue cast a glance at the pan, noticing that the asparagus was cut into pieces resembling her rustic diced potatoes, prompting a soft smile before she quietly exited. The dining table was cluttered with a shopping bag from the supermarket. Upon opening it, she discovered that, apart from the vegetables, other items were still inside. She set about organizing the contents, placing food in the refrigerator, cups on the living room coffee table, and 2 boxes of sensitive materials in the bedroom drawer. Finally, she took a towel and toothbrush to the bathroom. Upon spotting the toothbrush, bristles splayed in every direction on the sink, she chuckled softly before discarding it into the trash. The long towel hanging on the wall bore a tear, which she removed to wipe down the mirror and sink before also tossing it away. After unwrapping the new toothbrush and towel, she rinsed them before placing the toothbrush in the cup and hanging the towel on the wall. Just as she finished tidying up, Ren Jin called from outside, "Gu Yue, dinner is ready." Responding to the now pristine bathroom, she replied, "Coming." Chapter 29. Happy newlyweds. The dining table was adorned with a simple yet steaming 2-dish and 1 soup meal, which warmed Gu Yue's heart. Ren Jin emerged from the kitchen, holding a bottle of Maltai and 2 glass cups, declaring, "Tonight, let us share a drink." Observing the homely fare paired with the white liquor, Gu Yue couldn't help but jest, "Our marriage feels more like a brotherhood." Ren Jin chuckled, "No worries, in bed, I know you are my wife." She playfully kicked him under the table. His laughter grew, and he poured 2 glasses, handing one to Gu Yue. "Cheers to our successful partnership and legal cohabitation." With a smile, she accepted the glass, replying, "As my partner, I hope you will take good care of me. Rest assured, I will never let you go hungry." He promised. They clinked their glasses together and drank in unison, resembling brothers in camaraderie. The flavors of the meal reflected Ren Jin's culinary skills, which were rather lackluster. Gu Yue realized that his previous reluctance to cook for her stemmed not from laziness, but rather from a lack of ability. Nevertheless, considering it was his first attempt at preparing a meal for her, she made an effort to eat heartily. As they neared the end of their meal, Ren Jin suddenly remembered something, excusing himself to the living room. Upon his return, he presented her with a card, stating, "This card contains 500,000 yuan. A token of my bride price. Keep it for yourself and spend it as you wish." Gu Yue was taken aback. Her strained relationship with her family meant she had no intention of informing them about her marriage, thus she felt no obligation to repay her parents with a bride price. Moreover, her understanding of marriage revolved around the 2 of them collaboratively building a home rather than Ren Jin unilaterally earning money for her expenses. Seeing her hesitation, Ren Jin placed the card firmly in her hands, adding, "If you have nothing in mind to purchase, use this money to settle your debts." Gu Yue was momentarily stunned, recalling the time when he had expressed anger upon discovering her debts to Yizurong, declaring he was not a fool. She pondered whether his anger was rooted in concern for her financial situation or jealousy over her past. Thus, she teasingly asked, "Are you willing to be a fool now?" Ren Jin gritted his teeth, casting her a resentful yet affectionate glance. "I am only willing to be my wife's fool." A sweetness enveloped Gu Yue's heart at his declaration, a testament to his tolerance and love. She returned the card to him, saying, "I accept your bride price, but this is my dowry to you." Ren Jin gazed at her in astonishment. He had given Gu Yue the bride price knowing she lacked family to claim it, and he could not treat her any less than others because she was the woman he genuinely wished to spend his life with. His words about her spending it freely were sincere, including the suggestion to use it to settle her debts. While he had once been troubled by her repayments to her ex-boyfriend, now that she was his wife, he wished to let go of such concerns and focus on their future together. "This 500,000 yuan poses no burden for me. Take it and clear your debts as soon as possible, don't strain yourself," he encouraged. Gu Yue was unaware of how much Ren Jin possessed, but it hardly mattered, for both of them possessed the ability to earn. She did not force herself to endure. The debt she owed was expected to be cleared within 2 to 3 months, and she preferred to resolve it on her own. She wished to eliminate any lingering resentment he might harbor. Matters she had previously refrained from discussing were now ones she yearned to clarify with him. She regarded this debt as merely a lesson in entrepreneurship, a valuable experience in business and an insight into human character, considering it as a tuition fee for her education. Currently, she viewed her online shop as her vocation, aspiring to manage it well alongside their family in the future. "So please, do not be angry," she implored, clasping his hand with a hint of playful charm. Her expressive, large eyes were fixed upon him, reflecting his image as though he were a clear figure in a tranquil pool. Ren Jin, who considered himself quite the traditionalist, found it impossible to dismiss the notion of assisting his wife's ex-boyfriend with his debts without any qualms. Yet, her explanations and playful demeanor undeniably eased his heart. He gently held her chin and leaned in for a lingering kiss. After their kiss, Renjin volunteered to wash the dishes. But Gu Yueji playfully insisted he take a shower instead. With a teasing tone, he inquired, "Are you so eager for me to shower that you can hardly wait?" Gu Yueji shot him an exasperated glance, choosing to ignore him. The kitchen looked like a battlefield after his efforts. He was not one to maintain cleanliness, and she preferred not to have to clean again the following day, so she took it upon herself to wash the dishes. Renjin, in good spirits, went to retrieve clothes for his shower. Upon opening the wardrobe and seeing it neatly filled with garments, he paused, unable to suppress a smile. No one had ever organized his closet for him, and at that moment, his heart felt as orderly as the wardrobe itself. Since the moment he resolved to marry her the previous night, he had not wavered in his decision. He held an unwavering belief that their union would lead to a prosperous life, one far better than he could have imagined alone. Upon entering the bathroom, the sight of 2 toothbrushes, one black and one white alongside 2 new towels hanging side by side on the wall, along with his reflection in the spotless mirror, made his smile broaden, solidifying his resolve. After showering, he found Gu Yueji mopping the living room floor. He approached her and took the mop from her grasp, declaring, "You should go shower, I shall handle this." Gu Yueji clung to the mop, insisting, "I am almost finished. Let me finish that last bit," he said. And when he sensed her reluctance, he directly asked, "Are you hoping to finish mopping so I can toss you onto the bed? Have you forgotten what we have planned for tonight?" Gu Yueji felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Indeed, she had not forgotten. Although they had shared a bed countless times, the thought of tonight still made her shy, prompting her to find more tasks to occupy herself. Renjin, noticing her hesitation, playfully swatted her backside, urging, "Go on now." Flushed, she obediently retrieved her clothes and headed for the shower. When Gu Yueji emerged, the living room lights were dimmed, leading her to the bedroom where Renjin was propped against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. The bed linens had been changed, but she wondered where the previous set had been discarded. Renjin raised his gaze to her, observing her hair, damp yet not entirely dry. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the living room. Gu Yueji heard the sounds of rummaging through drawers, and soon Renjin returned to the room. She watched as he produced a brand new hairdryer from a box. Puzzled, she inquired, "Why is your hairdryer new?" He untangled the neatly coiled cord without meeting her gaze, replying, "Have you seen me use a hairdryer at your place?" Gu Yueji considered that he indeed had no short hair, but he could have used one, especially for women with long hair. However, she had noticed while tidying up that it seemed no other person had ever resided in his home. Everything was singular, leading her to ponder whether his claim of never bringing another woman home was the truth. Renjin pulled her onto the bed and knelt behind her on one knee. "I'll dry it myself," he stated. Gu Yueji reached for the hairdryer, but Renjin raised it high and turned her head back, commanding, "Don't move." He remembered how she dried her hair. She always insisted on using the lowest setting of the 3, taking her time and never quite achieving dryness. Several times, he had grown impatient, throwing the dryer aside and carrying her to bed, only for her to lament that not drying her hair would lead to a headache the next day. He turned the dryer to its highest setting and directed it at her head, holding her firmly with one hand, and soon, her hair was dry. Setting the dryer down, he took a moment to inhale the fragrant scent of her hair, reveling in its allure. Gu Yueji's hair was tousled, and as she brushed aside the strands obscuring her vision, she glared at him. Yet, as she lifted her head, he pressed her back onto the bed. His eyes sparkled with a brightness that contrasted with his usual playful demeanor. He supported himself above her, gazing down with an endearing smile, his expression earnest and sincere. Gently caressing her face, he softly called out, "Wife." Gu Yueji felt her eyelashes flutter, her gaze fixed on him. His voice was deep and husky, imbued with the allure of the night, rich and seductive. The moon shone brilliantly, casting a gentle light, illuminating the softness of his features, where shadows danced with tenderness. He called her once more, then leaned down, beginning to kiss her from her lips, to her cheeks, to her eyes, and finally, to her ear. He nibbled on her earlobe, savoring it as if it were a sweet confection, his tongue and lips entwined, refusing to let go. Gu Yueji obediently tilted her head back, parting her lips. "Tonight is our wedding night," he murmured, his lips brushing against hers. Gu Yueji instinctively clutched him tighter. Yes, despite their previous encounters, tonight was uniquely theirs. A singular wedding night. Gu Yueji sensed an extraordinary tenderness and indulgence emanating from him. He would steal glances at her, peck her lightly on the eyes, and hold her close, kissing her with passionate intensity that made her heart melt and her cheeks flush, compelling her to engage him with her tongue. "Call me husband," Ren Jin whispered breathily in her ear. Gu Yueji trembled, a tingling sensation radiating from her earlobe to her fingertips. She tangled her fingers in his hair. Yet the words remained unspoken. His warm breath caressed her neck as his hands began to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown, kissing her tenderly with each button he loosened. He was intimately familiar with every sensitive spot on her body. When he enveloped the softest part of her, his hand descended to grasp her delicate curves, prompting a soft gasp to escape her lips. He chuckled lightly, raising his gaze to meet hers, who looked at him with a blend of longing and reluctance, yet remained silent. "Not going to call out?" he teased, his hand playfully kneading once more. "No matter, I have no intention of sleeping tonight. We shall take our time." Throughout the night, they indulged in a fervent embrace. In the final moments, amidst her increasingly fervent cries of husband, he let out a deep growl, biting her ear as he whispered in a taut voice, "Happy honeymoon." Chapter 30. Are you feeling jealous? The following day, upon awakening, Gu Yueji found herself ensnared, her nose pressed against a wall of flesh. He held her tightly, leaving her no room to move, recalling the torment she endured at his hands the previous night. Her voice rendered hoarse, Gu Yueji could not resist biting him lightly. The moment her teeth grazed his skin, a muffled groan escaped him as his arms tightened around her. "Is that what you desire again?" Ren Jin's voice emerged, raspy from sleep, as he flipped over, pinning her beneath him. Irritated, Gu Yueji struck his chest a few times, exclaiming, "What a nuisance. We barely slept until dawn." He chuckled softly and slumped further onto her, teasing, "Then call me husband once more." At the mention, Gu Yueji felt her cheeks flush. The memory of her fervent cries from the previous night felt utterly wild, a side of herself only he had witnessed. "What time is it?" she inquired, attempting to divert the conversation. Ren Jin, still cradling her, turned to reach for the phone on the bedside table. After glancing at the screen and noting it was already past 11, he calmly set it down again. He had already informed the construction site manager of his intention to acquire their marriage certificate and announced his upcoming days off, requesting that they only call him for urgent matters. Holding her close, he closed his eyes and murmured, "It's still early, let us sleep a bit longer." After a night of fervor, he felt somewhat exhausted, his desires insatiable. Gu Yueji glanced toward the window. Despite the curtains drawn, the light seeping through was blinding. "Surely it's not that early. I'm hungry," she admitted, having awakened from hunger after a night of exertion. Upon hearing this, Ren Jin, still with his eyes shut, reached for his phone again. "Shall I order takeout?" She tilted her head to look at him. "Are you not going to cook for me today? Has the second day of marriage already reverted you to your true self?" With half-open eyes, he replied, "I am still enjoying the dishes I prepared. If your palate is indeed so peculiar, I shall make more for dinner." Gu Yueji laughed, realizing that her enthusiastic praise from the previous night had evidently gone unheeded. As she noticed him opening the Meituan app, she gently urged him, "No need to order. I'll just boil some dumplings." It struck Ren Jin then that they had purchased frozen dumplings the night before. "You go ahead and eat. I'll lie here a little longer," he said, burying his face in the pillow as he closed his eyes again. As Gu Yueji opened the door, she was momentarily blinded by the sunlight flooding the living room. Squinting, she glanced at the clock and was astonished to realize it was already past 11. He had the audacity to claim it was still early. Rubbing her eyes, she proceeded to freshen up and then retrieved the frozen dumplings she had stored in the refrigerator the night before. Once prepared, she found a lovely spot on the balcony, where the sunlight was inviting, and settled into a small hanging chair to enjoy her meal. With only a month until the new year, the outdoors demanded heavy winter wear. Yet the midday sun enveloped her in warmth, a comfort that coaxed her to close her eyes. Gu Yueji mused upon the surreal nature of life. Just days ago, she had felt her existence was laughable and hopeless, but now, everything had transformed dramatically as if through a twist of fate. She was married, with a husband, and now sat comfortably in their shared home. Gu Yueji was not one to dwell upon past sorrows. To her, marrying Ren Jin represented a new beginning. She felt invigorated by this fresh chapter in her life, brimming with motivation to move forward. Thus, after finishing her dumplings, she energetically headed to the guest room to retrieve her streaming equipment. It has been 2 days since her last live broadcast. Now that she has married Ren Jin, she hopes to repay her debts as soon as possible. The guest room is modest in size, yet it features a concealed bed that, when folded away against the wall, transforms into a decorative panel. The empty room contains a set of table and chairs in the corner, creating an ideal space for her to stream. After tidying up for half an hour, she sets up her streaming equipment on the table and opens the live broadcast software. Due to her absence for 2 days, the room is devoid of viewers. She records a brief video explaining her situation and announcing the time for her broadcast that evening, subsequently posting it on a certain platform. After completing these tasks, she steps out of the room to find someone already up, brushing their teeth in the bathroom. Leaning against the doorframe, she inquires, "Is it alright if I use the guest room for my live stream?" Renjin glances at her through the mirror, spits out the foam in his mouth, rinses, and replies, "It's your home. Why ask me?" Gu Yueji is momentarily taken aback but then smiles, asking, "Would you like dumplings? I can cook some for you." "Yes. I want 30. I'm starving," Renjin responds. After he finishes his morning routine, Gu Yueji serves the dumplings she has prepared, along with vinegar and chili oil. Renjin, with a hearty appetite, consumes 5 or 6 dumplings in quick succession. With nothing pressing on her mind, Gu Yueji sits at the dining table, accompanying him while looking at her phone. She finally has the time to read the lengthy message sent by Song Ziwei yesterday, detailing the twists and turns of his tumultuous relationship with his boyfriend and his feelings of guilt over the hurt he caused her. He wishes to meet her in person to apologize. After reading the message, Gu Yueji remains silent, unsure of how to respond. It would be impossible to say she isn't angry, had Song Ziwei not been interrupted by his boyfriend that day. How long would he have attempted to deceive her into being a wife in name only? She seeks a marriage partner, not necessarily someone she loves deeply, but someone with whom she shares mutual affection, allowing time to nurture their feelings and grow old together. One must wonder how a man with a 10-year relationship with another could possibly fall in love with a woman again, if they were to marry and have children, only to discover later that he is homosexual. Would her life be irrevocably shattered by him? He seemingly strives to bring her happiness while gradually pulling her into despair. Thus, what should she say? Should she scold him? Offer indifference? Or perhaps wish him happiness? None of these responses seem appropriate or meaningful. "What are you looking at?" Frowning so early in the day, Renjin remarks, shoving a dumpling into his mouth and raising an eyebrow at her. Gu Yueji snaps back to reality, turning her phone towards him, saying, "Song Ziwei wants to meet with me." Renjin's brow furrows. Without even glancing at the phone, he mockingly asks, "What could you possibly need to discuss with him? Are you going to talk about what it feels like to be with a man?" Gu Yueji pauses, feeling both embarrassed and irritated as she glares at him. "Why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong? You still meet with someone who deceived you, while I merely kept my job as a contractor a secret, and you treat me like a stranger. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Gu Yueji chuckles at his unexpected diversion, resting her chin on her hand as she questions, "Are you feeling jealous?" Renjin was momentarily taken aback, casting a disgruntled glare at her before sulkily lowering his head to continue eating dumplings. Gu Yueji, amused by his flustered demeanor, felt her spirits lift as she watched him roll each dumpling in the vinegar dish, pondering how he seemed to possess an insatiable appetite for jealousy. With a resigned smile, she opened her phone to reply to Song Ziwei's WeChat message. She had never intended to meet him and had clearly stated in her message that there was no need for a meeting, cautioning him against seeking other girls for marriage due to parental or societal pressures, as everyone deserves to live their life without being hindered or wasted. Song Ziwei promptly responded with a lengthy message, revealing his decision to travel abroad with his boyfriend, perhaps aware that they would not see each other again. He concluded the message with an apology, omitting a farewell. Setting her phone aside, Gu Yueji inquired of the still dumpling-focused Renjin about his plans for the upcoming months. As the new year approached, she anticipated a dismissive reply, but to her surprise, he had already made arrangements. "In a few days, my construction site will go on break. And before that, my schedule isn't too packed. We should first move the remaining items from your rental apartment and return the keys. Then we can shop for New Year's goods together. Besides buying our New Year essentials, I also need to deliver gifts to several people before the holiday. We can buy them together, and you'll get to meet some of my business acquaintances." Gu Yueji was taken aback, astonished that he wished to include her in the gift-giving process. However, before she could voice her curiosity, Renjin continued, "After the new year, we should start renovating the house. I will arrange for a team to come in, and you can communicate your ideas with them, thinking of their respective jobs." He further asked, "Could you possibly shorten your streaming hours?" There's quite a bit to handle with the renovation, and I'll need to visit the site daily, which is quite a distance from the house. You may need to oversee some of the work. Gu Yueji pondered for a moment. Her streaming schedule had stabilized, and her workflow was smooth, so adjusting her time was feasible. She nodded, affirming, I will keep an eye on it. With her reassurance, Ranjin felt comfortable entrusting the tasks to her. This sensation of shared responsibility was novel for him, and he found it rather pleasant having a partner who contributed, with the promise of rewards for their efforts. Intrigued, Gu Yueji lifted her gaze expectantly, asking, what rewards? To her surprise, Ranjin smirked and replied, a muscular man in bed. You get out of here. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their shared amusement, ultimately breaking into smiles as radiant as the sunshine streaming through the window. Chapter 31. Oh dear, I've been charmed by her. Ranjin, now married, exudes a different aura. His smile is brighter and his handsomeness has notably increased. After taking a few days off, he returned to the construction site, bearing boxes of wedding candies, proudly announcing his nuptials. In recent days, Ranjin's evident joy has cast a refreshing breeze wherever he goes. Naturally, with such a beautiful and virtuous sister-in-law, how could he not be elated? Qian Mingjun chimed in, casting a discerning glance over Ranjin. It was clear that the attire he donned was freshly selected by his wife, as it was unmistakably out of his usual style. Previously, during winter, Ranjin favored wearing down jackets, cotton coats, and sweatpants, yet, here he was, clad in fashionable leather and tailored trousers, a sight foreign to all. He glanced down at his attire, straight-cut trousers, a grey turtleneck sweater, and a leather jacket, all new purchases from Gu Yueji. A few days prior, while shopping for festive gifts together, he recalled how she had adorned herself in samples from her online store. After their shopping spree, he had driven to a mall, intending to buy her a few new outfits. However, Gu Yueji had only selected clothes for him, advising him on which pieces were suitable for social gatherings and which provided warmth, coordinating an impressive collection for him. This evening, as he prepared for a dinner engagement, she thoughtfully laid out his clothes on the bed, ensuring he looked impeccable before he left. Who could complain about such a life? Ranjin found it impossible to hide his warm smile, thinking, my sister-in-law has far better taste than I do. The clothes I bought don't even meet her approval. Oh dear brother, are you flaunting your happiness? A few colleagues in the office burst into laughter. Ranjin, unashamed, replied, you single folks can just enjoy it. The laughter continued until Ranjin, unable to bear the ruckus any longer, declared, all right, with the new year approaching, let us keep our focus on the project. My wife and I will treat you all to dinner before the holiday. Now, let us get back to work. All right, thank you, brother Jin and sister-in-law. They responded in unison, making their way out. Once everyone had exited, only Qian Mingjun and Ranjin remained in the office. Qian Mingjun regarded Ranjin with an expression that suggested he had something to say. What's on your mind? To Ranjin's surprise, Qian Mingjun leaned in and whispered, brother, may I ask you something in confidence? How did you manage to convince sister-in-law to marry you? When Ranjin had announced his marriage, his fellow workers were astounded, for the only woman they had ever seen him with was Gu Yueji. However, they had thought he had broken up with her less than 3 months prior, and suddenly, he professed he was married. Hence, when they heard the news, they collectively inquired, who is the bride? Ranjin's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and pride as he uttered Gu Yueji's name. Their astonishment deepened. Their minds still lingered on the day he had jested that he was a food delivery guy while dining with Gu Yueji, only to later dismiss her with a scoff, claiming he had grown weary of their relationship. Now, how did he leap to marriage? Overwhelmed with disbelief from that day, Qian Mingjun found himself unable to restrain his curiosity any longer. Upon hearing this, Ranjin furrowed his brows, perplexed by the absurdity of the question. However, Qian Mingjun, oblivious to the shift in Ranjin's expression, pressed on, asking, didn't you previously deceive me by claiming you were a delivery person? When you broke up last time, didn't you say you were tired of the game and didn't want to deceive anyone anymore? At this, Ranjin instinctively felt a pang of unease. In those moments with Gu Yueji, after a few drinks, he had let slip some words that could easily be misconstrued. Those remarks were likely to have hurt her feelings. He pointed a finger at Qian Mingjun, warning, if you dare utter a single word of this in front of your sister-in-law, I swear I will break your legs. Of course, I'm not foolish enough to speak of it to her, Qian Mingjun replied, observing the tension etched on Ranjin's face. So, brother, do you truly wish to marry her? Is that even a question? Do you think I treat marriage lightly? Ren Jing responded. Then does your sister-in-law know you are a contractor now? Is she upset? She knows everything, and we are well. The matter of his deception had not arisen since their marriage. He was uncertain if she had chosen to overlook it or simply preferred silence on the topic. Not daring to probe further, he sought to clarify to Qian Mingjun, your sister-in-law is the one I wish to spend my life with. I hope you support me and refrain from speaking foolishly about her. You ought to respect her as much as you respect me. Qian Mingjun had always held a favorable impression of Gu Yueji and was genuinely pleased by their union. Understood. I also believe your sister-in-law is wonderful. And I sincerely wish you happiness. That evening, Ren Jing planned to take Gu Yueji out for a social dinner, leaving the construction site early. Wife! Are you ready over there? I'm on my way home to pick you up. Ren Jing had taken to calling her wife more often, seldom using her name. Ren Jing, where are you? Gu Yueji rarely referred to him as husband, except in the intimate confines of their bedroom, which had become a source of amusement for Ren Jing, as he would insist she call him that, relishing in her compliance. I'll be home in about an hour. No need to rush. All right, I'll be down on time. As Ren Jing arrived downstairs, Gu Yueji was just stepping out from the stairwell. She wore a wine-red V-neck dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her long neck resembling that of a swan, her skin as delicate as snow, while the knitted fabric elegantly showcased her curves, her legs long and slender. As she approached with poise, Ren Jing's gaze followed her. Upon entering the car, a delightful fragrance enveloped them. Before Gu Yueji could finish her sentence, she found her chin grasped, her lips silenced by his kiss. His tongue danced briefly within her mouth before retreating, leaving her breathless. Whose wife is this, so exquisite? Though caught off guard, Gu Yueji had made a special effort for this occasion, as it was Ren Jing's first time taking her out for a social engagement. And she didn't want to embarrass herself. His playful disruption of her meticulously applied makeup provoked her gentle annoyance. You've smudged my lipstick. She lowered the sun visor to check her reflection, confirming the damage, and resignedly retrieved her lipstick to touch up. Ren Jing watched her with amusement, bemused by her anxious demeanor. Why are you so flustered? Is it not for my eyes that you adorn yourself? Do you think the people on the street are blind? Gu Yueji cast a fleeting glance at the lipstick smudged on his lips, deciding not to wipe it off, curious to see whether he would feel embarrassed. After several minutes of fussing, she finally put away the lipstick, satisfied. Ren Jing observed the entire scene, displaying no signs of impatience, as he gazed at her now revitalized rosy lips. An irresistible longing stirred within him. He yearned to kiss and nibble at them. Unconsciously, his fingers began to graze, contemplating the potential repercussions of kissing her again and the likelihood of inciting her ire. However, before he could make a move, Gu Yueji calmly warned him. If you dare to kiss me again, I won't go. Ren Jing was momentarily taken aback, his hand, which had just begun to rise, halted in midair as a helpless smile crept across his face. She had already begun to anticipate his actions. When the two were alone, he could be playful and unreliable. Yet in social settings, he was effortlessly charming and adept. Regardless of the topic raised, Ren Jing could engage seamlessly, his compliments flowing naturally and pleasantly. With slightly parted lips, he downed glass after glass of white wine, his deep-set eyes radiating vitality. He neither pressured Gu Yueji to drink nor did he cause discontent among any of the guests at the table. This was the first time Gu Yueji witnessed Ren Jing in such a light. Her gaze lingered, unable to look away. Under her careful attention, he had become increasingly handsome. His band styled perfectly, and his chiseled features accentuated by his bold brows and captivating eyes. Noticing her stare, Ren Jing leaned closer, the exquisite curve of his lips forming a beguiling smile as he playfully inquired, "Why are you looking at your husband like that?" Gu Yueji took his hand from beneath the table, teasingly scratching his palm, as if to say, "I think I've been enchanted by you." Her words were more intoxicating than wine. The corners of Ren Jing's lips could not help but rise, affectionately rubbing her palm, not even a drop of alcohol. "And yet you seem intoxicated." Gu Yueji smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Indeed, just looking at you makes me feel a bit tipsy." Ren Jing clenched his teeth, averted his gaze, and let out a soft sigh. Alas, he had fallen prey to her charm. Chapter 32. Do you still meet your ex-girlfriend? As the dinner progressed, Ren Jing found himself somewhat distracted. However, the guests at the table were well fed and satisfied, and as the evening drew to a close, Ren Jing and Gu Yueji presented the carefully prepared gifts and bid farewell to each guest. Once the last guest departed, Ren Jin extended his long arms and enveloped the person beside him in a warm embrace, burying his face in her shoulder. Wife, he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. Gu Yueji shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around his waist. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell from the drinks? Inhaling her fragrant scent, Ren Jin tightened his hold, resting his forehead against her shoulder. Gu Yueji gently stroked his back. Wait here for me, I'll go fetch the car. After a moment, Ren Jin released her, steadying her waist as she stood. Alright, take your time. As Huang Li completed her farewells to the guests, she turned to re-enter and was drawn to a striking figure by the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Ren Jin. His tall stature and long legs were accentuated by tailored trousers, and the fitted leather jacket highlighted his rugged charm. Standing at the Grand Hotel entrance, he exuded an air of sophistication. Huang Li's eyes lit up, and her heart raced. She had always harbored feelings for Ren Jin. But despite his agreeable responses to her invitations, he had never followed through. Out of modesty, she had refrained from pursuing him further. However, seeing him in such a dashing light today, Huang Li resolved to cast aside her reservations. Striding confidently towards him, she called out, Jin Gu. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? As Ren Jin lifted his gaze, Huang Li's hand was already on his arm. He furrowed his brow and took a step back. Huang Li paused, surprised. In the past, when he had been intoxicated, she had assisted him without such a strong reaction. Nevertheless, she softened her tone, asking, Jin Gu, are you drunk? Would you like to rest in a room here? Ren Jin's eyes cleared. No need, I'm heading home. Huang Li steeled herself, determined to win him over that day. You can't drive after drinking. Hand me your car keys, I'll drive you home. With that, she reached towards Ren Jin's pocket. He gently intercepted her hand. I appreciate your concern, but my wife is coming to pick me up. Huang Li's smile faltered, her voice unintentionally rising. Your wife? Ren Jin raised an eyebrow in response. What's surprising about it? A normal man like me getting married. That's not. Huang Li stammered, her shock evident, quickly giving way to a hint of melancholy. You never mentioned having a girlfriend before. Each time she had invited him, he had readily agreed without ever hinting at a relationship, leading her to believe there was potential for something more between them. Ren Jin, oblivious to the resentment in Huang Li's eyes, wondered where it stemmed from. They had never gone on a date, nor had he ever flirted with her. We didn't date long. When I felt my wife was the right match, I married her directly. As Gu Yueji arrived in the car, she spotted Ren Jin standing face to face with a woman. They were at a distance, but he leaned slightly towards her, his lips curled in a subtle smile. Engaged in conversation, the woman's gaze was intense and filled with unspoken emotions, intriguing and complex. The scene felt eerily familiar. The woman beside her, Gu Yueji, recognized as the one she had seen last time with Ren Jin at the cinema, laughing and conversing effortlessly with him. A flicker of suspicion stirred within Gu Yueji as she slowly drove alongside Ren Jin. Upon noticing her arrival, Ren Jin calmly bid farewell to Huang Li, declaring, My wife is here to pick me up, I must take my leave. The journey home was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by Ren Jin casting several glances at Gu Yueji, whose demeanor remained strikingly composed, albeit excessively tranquil. Upon returning home, Ren Jin swept her into the bathroom, and Gu Yueji yielded without resistance. After an exhilarating encounter, she emerged first to freshen up. When Ren Jin finally donned his clothes and exited, he found Gu Yueji seated in the living room, a bottle of white liquor and two small glasses adorning the coffee table. As he settled beside her, curiosity piqued. He inquired, What does this signify? We are going to have a session of honesty, she replied. Ren Jin chuckled, knowing her resolve wouldn't last long. This is no game. Indulging in such could complicate our lives. Gu Yueji narrowed her eyes at him. What? Do you possess secrets you cannot divulge? Ren Jin lowered his gaze, challenging her. Do you not hold any secrets that you cannot share with me? Gu Yueji pondered briefly. No, not really. She had a father who abandoned her, parents who favored sons over daughters, and a rather unhappy childhood matters she once deemed too delicate to discuss, yet he was already aware of them. Lifting her chin, he mused. What if I were to ask you about your first night? How old were you, and with whom? Gu Yueji nodded. As long as you can handle it, I would tell you. Realizing he had inadvertently dug his own grave, he pinched her cheek playfully. Scram. At last, Gu Yueji laughed, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. Why are you jealous? You weren't a virgin when we got together either. Renjin raised an eyebrow, scoffing, of course not. I lost my virginity at 18. Gu Yueji playfully squeezed his waist. Are you proud of that? He flinched slightly, seizing her hand, after each night of us together. How could I not feel a sense of pride? Gu Yueji's thoughts drifted to the woman she had encountered earlier. She was oblivious to Renjin's romantic past. And she wondered if his extensive experience stemmed from each of his former girlfriends. Curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to ask, how many ex-girlfriends do you have? When was your first love? Which one left the deepest impression? With an air of arrogance, Renjin retorted. Why should I disclose such information when you hold no secrets to barter? What would it take for you to share? She pressed. His gaze deepened, fixating on her. You must promise not to resist, you must cooperate. His expression caused Gu Yueji to hesitate momentarily. His wild side could potentially leave her bedridden the following day. Yet, her curiosity proved insurmountable. I won't resist, I will cooperate. She gazed at him earnestly, reminiscent of a puppy he had once raised, eagerly awaiting treats. Is your curiosity truly that insatiable? He teased, pinching her chin. Gu Yueji understood she ought not to ask, yet the more she remained in the dark, the more her suspicions grew. Tell me tonight, and I promise I won't inquire again. However, he merely smiled at her, remaining silent for an extended moment. What's the matter? Do you not wish to tell me? She probed cautiously. He raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly, appearing rather indifferent. Gu Yueji was taken aback. Perhaps she had never considered the possibility of being rejected by him. Staring at him in astonishment, a pang of pain pierced her heart. Were they so deeply in love that he couldn't utter a single word? The more she pondered, the more intense the sour feeling became. Yet, he continued to candidly express. Our relationship is quite good, it should deepen over time. Gu Yueji suddenly felt foolish for asking such questions, realizing she was only inviting discomfort upon herself. But then, she thought, deepening over time. Are you still in touch? He beamed even more brightly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Gu Yueji attempted to rise, but Renjin grasped her waist, preventing her. What do you mean? Are you still meeting your ex-girlfriend? Is it the one from tonight? Renjin chuckled leisurely. Who told you I was meeting my ex? Gu Yueji was taken aback. Aren't you? Her mind seemed to short-circuit. Did you not say you had a great relationship, that it would deepen? So, he replied. So, my first love at 30, the most profound connection, is with the woman who is compliant tonight. Gu Yueji's expression froze, staring at him in disbelief. Seeing her shocked silence, he asked, What? You don't believe me? Did you not say you lost your virginity at 18? Who stipulated that the first night must be with a girlfriend? I was working on a construction site at 18, and a coworker dragged me to try it. And then it was gone. You've never been in a relationship since. I was too poor to support myself, and later, when life improved a bit, my grandparents fell ill. In short, I was always short on money and time. Gu Yueji struggled to digest this revelation, as his demeanor had always suggested he was a seasoned player. Yet now, this self-proclaimed veteran revealed that although he had been driving for years, tonight was his first time with a passenger. A sweet sensation bubbled up within her, still hard to believe. Am I truly your first love? Renjin glanced at her triumphant expression, believe it or not. Gu Yueji wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing intently as she bombarded him with questions. Am I really your first love? Did you never have feelings for anyone else? What do you think of me as your first love? Will you feel regret if you only have me as your girlfriend for life? It was precisely why he hesitated to reveal this. Unable to withstand her barrage, Renjin scooped her up, lifting her with one arm while silencing her with a kiss, carrying her towards the bedroom. Chapter 33. They are surely pleased with this daughter-in-law as the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Its warm glow gently enveloped the two individuals nestled together in bed. Renjin opened his eyes to find Gu Yueji peacefully resting with her head on his arm. She curled up in his embrace, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her arms wrapped around his waist, and her legs entwined with his, resembling a soft and warm octopus. Previously, they had shared a bed during the sweltering summer months, never realizing that Gu Yueji had a propensity for icy hands and feet in the colder weather. That particular night, she had suddenly thrust her feet between his legs in search of warmth, sending a jolt through him, prompting a frown as he gazed at her. She innocently inquired about his discomfort, leaving him at a loss for words. All he could do was tighten his hold on her legs and draw her closer. Eventually, he discovered a swifter means of warming up, which involved engaging in a shared physical activity before sleep, leaving both of them glistening with sweat. Once she lay down, she would fall asleep almost instantly, a delightful solution that proved to be mutually beneficial. However, after several consecutive nights of this, Guyu had voiced her discontent the previous night, insisting she was too tired and merely wished for him to hold her as she slept. After a night wrapped in the down comforter, warmth radiated around them, with constant heat escaping into the air. He had never perceived the comforter as so snug before. Now, Ranjin found himself pulling it down slightly for some ventilation. As he stirred, Guyu nestled even closer. Her eyes still closed as she nuzzled against his chest like a child. Instantly, warmth and a tingling sensation surged through him. A certain part of him that was naturally taut in the morning was now aroused by her proximity, drawing him deeper beneath the comforter. Familiar teasing ignited Guyu's innate desires, and she cast aside her usual shyness, uttering softly spoken words that she might typically keep to herself, leaving Ranjin unable to contain his reactions. In such exquisite moments, Ranjin often felt that the early morning was their most enchanting time together. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Guyu roused from her slumber, softly lying on his chest, savoring the lingering sensations. "Are you satisfied?" Ranjin, feeling content, let his hand wander across her body. In this tender moment, Guyu obediently responded with a gentle murmur and placed a kiss on his firm chest. Ranjin's hand slid downward, his voice husky. "You're making me want you even more." Guyu playfully tapped his chest, interjecting, "You should know when to stop. Aren't we supposed to go to my aunt's house for the New Year's Eve dinner?" It was New Year's Eve, and Ranjin had mentioned he would take her to his aunt's for the celebration. Guyu had been taken aback, as Ranjin had only spoken of his parents and grandparents, never mentioning other relatives. He proceeded to introduce his family, explaining that his aunt was the mother of Chen Minjun, who had often visited him during his childhood, bringing him new clothes and treats, thus establishing a close bond between them. He also had an elder aunt and uncle, but he had not seen them much since childhood, and they no longer kept in touch. Following the passing of his grandparents, he had spent every New Year's Eve dinner at his aunt's home. He had already informed her of his marriage, so tonight, he intended to bring Guyu along for dinner. A significant occasion that also served as a meeting with the family. Something Guyu regarded with great importance and had been preparing for in the days leading up to it. "Isn't it's still early? We won't be going for dinner until the evening." As he spoke, his hands began to wander, prompting Guyu to swiftly grasp him. "Stop it. We need to prepare for the new year at our own home. I've bought couplets and window decorations. Before we visit my aunt, you must put them up. I also purchased ingredients for dumplings. When we return from my aunt's this evening, will you accompany me for a few dumplings? I have a tradition of eating dumplings during the new year." Ranjin wrapped his arms around her waist, quietly listening to her chatter about the upcoming festivities. This home, this new year, everything was intertwined with him, demanding his involvement. He was no longer a mere bystander to the revelry of others. "Did you hear me? Why are you silent?" Guyu looked up at him. Ranjin pressed a kiss on her forehead, his deep voice soothing. "I understand. I will heed your every word." By the time they had completed their preparations, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After Ranjin finished his shower, he found a new outfit laid out on the bed, a dark red knitted sweater, navy trousers, and a black-collared jacket gifts from Guyu who had ventured to the mall for his New Year attire. In front of the vanity, she donned a dark red sweater identical to his, paired with a creamy white tulle skirt, cinched at the waist with a black belt. Ranjin, now dressed, approached Guyu from behind. She had fashioned her hair into a braid, her makeup exquisite, as she applied lipstick while gazing into the mirror, exuding both charm and grace. "You only dress up so beautifully when you're seeing others," Ranjin remarked playfully, fiddling with her braid. Guyu pondered. Since their first encounter, most of their time had been spent at home. She was accustomed to appearing before him in pajamas and barefaced, even when they went out. Unless it was for social gatherings, she preferred a casual and comfortable look. Indeed, she had never made a special effort to adorn herself for him. Glancing at him through the mirror, she asked, "Do you need me to look good for you?" Ranjin considered this and replied, "Not really. The less you wear, the better. Ideally, you should be completely bare when we meet." Guyu was well aware of his playful demeanor. "Will you ever speak seriously?" He teasingly pinched her at the side of her waist. "Why should I be serious with my own wife? If I were serious with you, would you even enjoy it?" Guyu capped her lipstick. "Let us not get sidetracked. We should hurry to my aunt S, or we'll be late." Before leaving, Gu Yueji emerged from the cabinet carrying an array of bags, almost 10 in total. Ren Jin was taken aback. Why so many items? What did you buy? Gu Yueji began to enumerate. This is tea and liquor for my uncle, skincare and health products for my aunt, clothes for Qian Mingjun, and some fruits I purchased today. Why does Qian Mingjun have a gift too? Ren Jin opened the bags for a cursory glance and muttered, Did T I say not to buy anything? My aunt would T mind. I've visited her countless times without bringing gifts. Gu Yueji disregarded his protests. You and your aunt may not need to. But this is my first time meeting your elders, and it is a matter of courtesy. In truth, Ren Jin felt indifferent. Their family was not particularly grand or bound by strict traditions. This makes it seem like I was previously quite clueless, he remarked. Gu Yueji shoved the items into his hands, pushing him out the door. You are indeed clueless. Ren Jin wrapped his arms around her waist, attempting to kiss her. All right. I've married a university student, which means a lot. From now on, you will manage everything at home. Gu Yueji evaded him, saying, Don't ruin my makeup. His younger aunt's home was situated in the rural outskirts, right next to Ren Jin's hometown. As the car traversed the increasingly familiar road, Ren Jin suddenly recalled something and turned the vehicle in a different direction. Let me take you to meet my grandparents. He glanced at Gu Yueji. She was taken aback. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's fine. We don't need to prepare anything. We'll just offer incense at my grandparents' grave. He navigated the country roads with familiarity, purchasing incense and candles, until finally stopping beside a narrow path through the fields. Ren Jin exited the car, holding the purchased items in one hand while grasping Gu Yueji's hand with the other. The car can't go any further. We will walk from here. Gu Yueji held onto him tightly, gazing at the expansive farmlands. Is this where you grew up? Yes, I used to walk this path to school. When the rice paddies grew tall, the wind would ripple through the leaves like waves, and it was incredibly soothing. During summer vacation, we loved catching fish in the fields. It was both fun and we could take some home to fry. A nostalgic smile graced his lips as he spoke. Where is your home? Gu Yueji asked curiously, noticing he had taken her home directly. His expression darkened slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance, tinged with a subtle melancholy. Our house has been demolished and replaced with a factory. It no longer exists. Gu Yueji then recalled that their new home was indeed a relocation house. While many envied the prospect of relocation, it also meant that home and memories would be irretrievably lost. She comforted him by saying, Our new home will be renovated this year. Ren Jin lowered his gaze, and as she looked up at him with warm eyes, she studied his features, her round face, delicate nose, and full lips, all seemingly more appealing under his affectionate gaze. He playfully pinched her chin yet feigned discontent, saying, What will my grandparents think if I bring home such an ugly wife? Gu Yueji was taken aback. Am I ugly? Lacking confidence in her appearance, she was particularly concerned about Ren Jin's opinion, grasping him once more and asking, Do you really think I'm ugly? A gust of wind swept by, and Ren Jin smiled, pulling her into his embrace to shield her from the chill. He let her continue to question him, merely chuckling as he held her close and moved forward. The graves of his grandparents were located beside a small grove, where the cold wind rustled the trees. In previous years, Ren Jin felt particularly lonely and cold when he visited alone at this time. Now, watching the woman kneeling before the grave, offering incense and softly introducing herself to his grandparents, promising to care for him and support one another, he stood silently beside her. Once she finished, he wrapped his arms around her, helping her to stand, and leaned down to kiss the top of her head. Looking at his grandparents' grave, he felt assured that they would certainly be pleased with this granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 34. Dare to return the wedding ring. By the time Ren Jin and Gu Yueji arrived at his aunt's home, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Qian Mingjun opened the door, exclaiming, Brother, sister-in-law, you finally made it. His call drew the attention of two middle-aged individuals who approached the entrance, their faces beaming with joy. Apologies, Aunt, we arrived late. I brought Yueji to pay respects to my grandparents, Ren Jin said as he gently guided Gu Yueji inside. No need to apologize. It's only right to inform your grandparents. You arrived just in time. Dinner is freshly prepared, his aunt replied. Ren Jin introduced Gu Yueji, stating, This is my wife, Gu Yueji. He then turned to Gu Yueji, saying, This is my uncle and aunt, and this is my cousin, Qian Mingjun, whom you've met before. Gu Yueji greeted them sweetly. Hello, Aunt, Uncle, Mingjun. I hope we are not causing too much trouble. There's no need for such formality. We are delighted to have you here, Runjin's uncle reassured her. Tall and slender, Runjin's uncle was a village teacher, as Runjin had mentioned. This is a gift from Yueji for you. Here are the tea and wine for uncle, and skincare products along with health supplements for aunt, Runjin said, handing over the items one by one. Oh dear, why did you bring so much? Aunt Ren Yaozhuang said warmly, taking Gu Yueji's hand. You should treat this place as your own home. There is no need to be so polite, understand? Thank you, aunt. Renjin says you are the closest to him. It truly feels wonderful to meet you today, Gu Yueji replied. With her oval face, fair and delicate skin, bright eyes, and a gentle smile. Gu Yueji radiated purity and grace, exuding a charming presence as she spoke and moved with ease. The more Ren Yaozhuang looked at her, the more she liked her. How wonderful! Renjin is fortunate to have such a lovely girl as his wife. Come in and eat, she said, pulling Gu Yueji toward the dining table. Renjin followed closely behind, tossing a paper bag to Qian Mingjun as they passed. Here, this is from your sister-in-law. I have a gift too. How is my sister-in-law so kind? Qian Mingjun exclaimed. How could my wife be anything less? Renjin replied, his voice brimming with pride. A smile that had not left his face since they entered. Qian Mingjun observed them, feeling a sense of happiness. After years of watching Renjin live a solitary life, appearing carefree yet returning home alone after evening gatherings, he felt a pang of loneliness for him, especially during the festive seasons when Renjin was often alone. Today, however, Renjin and Gu Yueji arrived hand in hand, dressed in matching outfits, radiating a harmonious aura that dispelled Renjin's past solitude, replaced instead by a warm smile. It's truly wonderful, Ren Yaozhuang said, leading Gu Yueji to the dining table. I inquired about your preferences from Renjin and prepared several dishes you love, along with some local specialties. Please try them and see if they suit your palate. As Gu Yueji gazed upon the bountiful spread before her, her heart swelled with emotion. She had never been welcomed so warmly before. Renjin approached her side, noticing her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Startled, he embraced her shoulder and teased. What is the matter? Did I not feed you at home? Is seeing all this food making you cry? Her fleeting emotions dissipated at his playful jest, and she burst into laughter. Seeing her smile, Renjin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood her sentiments. Today was New Year's. Yet no family member reached out to her, leaving her to feel as though she were an orphan. Perhaps he comprehended Gu Yueji's feelings more profoundly than others. For he too had once shared her plight, staring blankly at a table laden with food on a day meant for family reunions. At the dining table, Renjin continually served her dishes, while Qian Mingjun effortlessly sparked conversations, filling the air with laughter and joy. Whenever the discussion veered towards matters or individuals unfamiliar to Gu Yueji, Renjin would kindly turn to her and provide explanations, occasionally steering the conversation back to her. The atmosphere at the table was warm and relaxed, marking Gu Yueji's happiest New Year's Eve dinner in many years. When are you two planning to hold the wedding? Ren Yaozhuang suddenly inquired. Renjin and Gu Yueji exchanged glances. They had never discussed this matter, yet it seemed they had tacitly agreed on foregoing a wedding. Both were acutely aware of their troublesome parents, realizing that a wedding might only exacerbate their worries and potentially devolve into a farcical event. Additionally, being individuals who preferred to avoid complications, they believed that marriage was merely about living well together, devoid of the need for public proclamation. Gu Yueji was the first to respond, and, we do not plan to hold a wedding. Ren Yaozhuang, taken aback, asked, does your family have no objections? Shaojin has visited your home and met your parents, right? Gu Yueji knew that Renjin had not elaborated on the details of their relationship. So she briefly explained her relationship with her parents and mentioned the remoteness and inconvenient transportation of her hometown, asserting that there was no need to put everyone through unnecessary trouble. Renjin regarded Gu Yueji thoughtfully. After hearing her account of her parents, he had been hesitant to reach out to her family. Since she had not mentioned it, he refrained from bringing it up. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that they were her parents, and he ought to meet them. Would that be unfair to you, Shaoji? Ren Yaozhuang asked, turning to Renjin. What do you say? Renjin peeled a shrimp and placed it in Gu Yueji's bowl. If she wants to have a wedding, we will. If she doesn't tea, then we want tea. I will follow her lead. Ren Yaozhuang felt a sense of relief at Renjin's compliant demeanor. Recognizing that a truly capable man understands the importance of listening to his wife, mutual tolerance is essential for a harmonious life together. And there is really no need to trouble yourselves. As long as Renjin and I can live well together in the future, that suffices. Gu Yueji affirmed her stance. Noticing that Gu Yueji genuinely had no desire for a wedding, Ran Yaozhuang decided not to interfere further. Especially since Ran Jin's father was currently voicing complaints about his son as perceived unfilial behavior, and a wedding did not guarantee happiness or satisfaction. You young people have your own ideas. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. However, Shao Jing, you should still buy certain essentials for Shao Gu. At the very least, an engagement ring. Look at you two. Now that you are married, you don't even have rings. Gu Yueji had not considered this. But Ren Jin nodded, assuring her, I will buy it. You need not worry, aunt. Gu Yueji realized that Ren Jin was quite obedient to his aunt, as he, typically rebellious, had not uttered a single refusal that evening. As they had a considerable distance to travel home, they did not linger after their meal. Before departure, Ran Yaozhuang presented her with 2 red envelopes, explaining that one was for meeting the parents and the other was a New Year's gift. Both envelopes carried a significant weight. Gu Yueji, feeling somewhat at a loss, looked towards Ren Jin. He smiled and nodded, suggesting that since his aunt was closer to her than his own mother, she should accept them as gifts from his parents. After embracing Ran Yaozhuang and expressing her gratitude, Gu Yueji took the envelopes. Seated in the car, Gu Yueji gazed at the red envelopes in her hands. She had no memory of ever receiving such a gift from her parents, and she cherished the vibrant red envelopes. Her gaze drifting to her bare fingers. Recalling Ren Jin's earlier mention of buying a ring, she speculated that he might have only said it to appease his aunt. As she rarely wore jewelry, she decided to assertively suggest, there is no need to buy a ring. Ren Jin was taken aback. Why not? Gu Yueji replied matter-of-factly. I can do without it. Gripping the steering wheel, Ren Jin stole a glance at her, pondering her reasoning. Are you trying to play the single card to attract other men? Initially, Gu Yueji had intended to discuss this matter earnestly, but she couldn't help but retort. You never considered buying it until your aunt mentioned it. There's no need to force yourself. Ren Jin chuckled. I'm already forced to marry you. What is so difficult about buying a ring? Gu Yueji, annoyed, twisted his arm, but found it sturdy and unyielding. It's the new year. Don't he provoke me into an argument? Ren Jin, amused by her puffed-up expression, laughed. Arriving home in a huff, Gu Yueji deliberately closed the door with a slam, only for Ren Jin to block it with his hand. In high spirits, he found her antics amusing. After closing the door, he watched as she bent down to change her shoes and then turned back into the room. He crouched down and wrapped his arms around her knees, lifting her effortlessly. Startled, Gu Yueji gasped, grasping his broad shoulders as she looked down at him. What are you doing? He set her atop the shoe cabinet, maintaining her elevated perspective. He gazed up at her and asked, what are you upset about? The ring has been here for days. Who else can you blame? Puzzled, Gu Yueji watched as he reached into a ceramic bowl on the shoe cabinet, which held keys and miscellaneous items. When he opened his palm before her, revealing a red jewelry box, her disbelief grew. It felt as though he were performing a magic trick. When did you put this here? I placed it here 2 days ago, hoping to surprise you. Who knew you wouldn't come to check? You can't fault me for that. With that, he opened the box, revealing not 1, but 3 rings, 2 plain bands, 1 large and 1 small, and a diamond ring. He first drew out the smaller band, gently sliding it onto her left hand's ring finger, stating, this is our everyday couple's ring. Then he took the diamond ring, proclaiming, this is the wedding ring. After adorning her hand, he admired the rings before looking up at her. Mrs. Ren, do you like it? Slowly, Gu Yueji raised her hand, her gaze transfixed on the rings. The plain band was elegantly simple, accentuating her slender, fair fingers. The diamond ring, boasting a stone of nearly 1 carat, sparkled brilliantly, radiating a spectrum of colors. Ren Jin observed Gu Yueji gazing intently at the ring, convinced she must adore it. However, she lifted her gaze and pointed at the diamond ring, inquiring, is this returnable? Ren Jin furrowed his brow, perplexed by her suggestion. What are you thinking? You dare to return the wedding ring? Gu Yueji tenderly caressed the ring, appreciating its beauty, yet the thought of its price pained her. I seldom wear jewelry. Purchasing it would be a waste. A pair of wedding bands is sufficient for us. Ren Jin ground his teeth, choosing to ignore her as he lifted her down from the shoe cabinet and carried her towards the bedroom. Gu Yueji discerned his intentions and exclaimed, wait. You promised to accompany me for dumplings. Unfazed, Ren Jin continued walking. Let's first engage in some exercise. I will prepare the dumplings for you shortly. Chapter 35. You've been duped. Landlord. As the construction site resumed operations after the new year, Jin found himself increasingly occupied, while Gu Yueji began to attend to the renovation of their home. Although Jin professed to defer to her wishes, Gu Yueji still discussed the overall style and layout of the house with him before commencing the search for contractors, as this was to be their shared abode. And she desired it to reflect Jin's preferences as well. The construction team was comprised of friends familiar to Jin. Gu Yueji's daily routine typically involved checking on the renovation progress in the morning, preparing live stream content and managing her online shop in the afternoon, and finally, live streaming in the evening. A reduction in live streaming hours inevitably led to a decrease in viewer numbers, a fact Gu Yueji had mentally prepared for. However, she gradually realized that despite the decline in viewers, her online shop sales remained relatively stable, indicating that she had cultivated a loyal customer base. This revelation brought her immense joy, as her initial motivation for live streaming had been to promote her shop and drive sales, which were her ultimate goals. After calculating her monthly income against the outstanding debts, she felt a sense of impending financial relief. Last week, Jin and Gu Yueji dined out, and while driving down a street, he suddenly pulled over, expressing his desire to show her his commercial properties. Gu Yueji was taken aback. He had mentioned his real estate prior to their marriage, but she had paid it little mind. Jin guided her through both of his shops, introducing her to each tenant, and upon returning home, he surprisingly handed her the rental agreements, tenant contact information, and the account for collecting rent, entrusting her with the responsibility of managing the monthly rental income. Gu Yueji was astonished, holding the two contracts in her hands. Never imagining she would become a landlord in her lifetime, she studied them intently for a considerable time. Even though the construction site was merely a 2-hour drive from home, Jin returned each day, relishing the evenings spent lying in bed with Gu Yueji. Scrolling through their phones and engaging in light-hearted conversation, these moments were the most relaxed and enjoyable of his day. While nestled in Jin's embrace, Gu Yueji recounted the events of her day when a thought struck her. Did you rent out that shop on Zhongshan Road to a friend? Jin, absorbed in his phone, casually replied, not exactly a friend, more like a brother of a friend. Gu Yueji pondered this and inquired, was the rent you mentioned or theirs? He responded, I suppose it was my suggestion. We were drinking together when my friend's brother expressed interest in renting my shop. Since I had just purchased it and had no prior rental experience, I was unaware of the going rate there. He mentioned that the nearby rents were around 5,000. So I thought I'd charge that. And how long have you rented it to him? She asked. About 2 years, I believe. Jin set his phone down, teasingly pinching her chin. What's the matter, landlord? Is he behind on rent? Gu Yueji turned to pinch his chin in return. You've been duped, landlord. What's wrong? He asked. I noticed the rent has been paid for 3 months. I wanted to check the shop today, and out of caution, I asked a real estate agent beforehand. Do you know what the lowest monthly rent is over there now? Jin had not paid much attention to this matter. After making some money from his construction business, he thought that depositing it in the bank would not yield much value. Lacking knowledge about stocks, he decided to purchase 2 commercial properties, which he then rented out to friends. He accepted whatever rent they offered, relying on their integrity to transfer the rent to his account each month, without ever verifying whether they paid on time. Gu Yueji was aware that he was not inclined to manage these rental affairs, but she felt that it was still his money and he should not allow others to take advantage of it. The rent for those shops had now reached 20,000 a month. How well do you know that friend? Is it related to your work at the construction site? If you are aware and wish to extend favors to others, then so be it. Jin was taken aback, not expecting her to consider things so thoroughly. She was concerned about his finances, while also taking into account his pride and various aspects of the situation. Ever since their marriage, he had felt a sense of ease and happiness. He returned home to warm meals, and someone would come to pick him up after social gatherings. She had taken care of many mundane matters that he had previously neglected, sharing the burdens and thinking of his needs. Seeing him smile at her silently, Gu Yueji asked, What are you laughing at? Say something. Jin held her face and kissed her, exclaiming, My grandparents truly blessed me, allowing me to marry such a clever and considerate wife. Gu Yueji playfully evaded him, asking, What are you doing? He replied, Just this. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already undressing her. There's nothing to discuss. That friend is merely an acquaintance from a few meals. I've only met his brother once. You can handle it as you see fit. If he refuses to pay more, just kick him out. Assert your dominance as a landlord. After saying this, he had already stripped her bare, and thus began a night of warmth and fleeting moments. The following day, Gu Yueji pondered the situation. Although Ren Jing had said so, she believed that in this society, having more friends was preferable to having more enemies. She wanted to handle the matter gracefully, ensuring that no one was offended. Eventually, she remembered a friend who made short videos and knew some actors, so she contacted him to arrange for an actress. The next day, Gu Yueji arrived at the shop. "Hello, boss-san." "Oh, sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Song Tianming greeted her with a smile, though internally he wondered why she had come again. In the past, Ren Jing had acted as if he had forgotten about the shop, never visiting and not inquiring about the unpaid rent. Now, Gu Yueji, having just married Ren Jing, was coming frequently, making him think that women were troublesome. "I happened to pass by and thought I would take a look." Gu Yueji glanced around the shop. The foot traffic was substantial, and during her 2 previous visits, it had nearly been full. Clearly, the lack of rent payment was not due to an inability to earn money. "Sister-in-law, would you like something to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something right away." "No trouble, I have plans to go out to dinner with your brother later. Actually, I have a matter I'm unclear about and thought I would ask while in the vicinity." "Feel free to ask, sister-in-law." "It's like this. I checked my account a couple of days ago and found that 3 months' rent has not been received. Your brother has communicated this clearly with me. I was wondering if you had discussed it with him or if the payments were sent to another account." Sun Tianming was taken aback. In truth, he had never submitted his rent on time. Initially, he was merely a week or 2 late, but as he noticed that Ren Jing did not pursue him, he began to procrastinate even further. Thus, upon encountering Gu Yueji, he did not anticipate that she was there to collect the overdue rent. "Oh dear, my memory. My wife has always been the one to transfer money to you, but she has been at her parents' home for the past 2 months, and I completely forgot. I shall call her immediately to have her send the money over." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and made the call. Gu Yueji chuckled silently, unable to hear the conversation on the other end, but she observed Song Tianming grumbling a few words, urging his wife to send the money promptly before hanging up. "My sister-in-law must be amused. Alas, all our financial matters rest in my wife's capable hands." Gu Yueji played along, affirming that only a capable man would entrust financial management to his wife. "Indeed, my brother is fortunate to have such a splendid sister-in-law who manages everything so adeptly." "No, I am quite clueless, which is why I thought to come and inquire, to avoid any misunderstandings between you and your brother." "Not at all, sister-in-law. When will you and my brother come over for a meal? I have yet to treat you both. Your brother has mentioned that your family's dishes are exceptionally delicious. We shall come by another day. For now, I must take my leave." "Very well, sister-in-law, take care." As Gu Yueji turned to leave, an ant entered through the door. Upon seeing Gu Yueji, the ant greeted her warmly. "My dear, you look quite refined. Are you the owner here?" "Excuse me, ma'am, but I am the landlord. The owner is this gentleman." Song Tianming promptly stepped forward. "Auntie, would you like to dine? Please, have a seat inside." However, the ant insisted on holding Gu Yueji's arm. "I am not here for a meal. My son wishes to open a shop nearby, and I thought to inquire. Since you are the landlord, may I ask how much the rent is for this place per month?" Song Tianming, eager to dismiss her, was interrupted by Gu Yueji's response. 5,000 yuan per month." The ant's eyes widened in disbelief, gesturing with her fingers. "Only 5,000? How can that be so inexpensive? I just inquired elsewhere, and the rents were all above 20,000. The ant's exaggerated expression almost made Gu Yueji laugh, but she stifled her amusement and complied. 20,000 is indeed the lowest. The location is prime, and the space is ample, so how can it be just 5,000? As she spoke, the ant pulled Gu Yueji closer. "Why not rent it to me? I will pay you 22,000. Gu Yueji feigned surprise. "That won't do. This shop belongs to a friend of my husband." The ant shot a glance at Song Tianming. "I see you consider him a friend, but they may not regard you as one." Song Tianming, agitated, retorted. "What nonsense are you speaking? If you are not here for a meal, you should leave and stop asking questions." The ant, undeterred, raised her voice. "Am I not speaking the truth? You are clearly trying to take advantage of others. My dear, rent it to me, and I will give you 22,000. Mr. Son is a friend of my husband. He has never inquired about the rent for this shop. However, my husband assures me that Mr. Son is an honest man and would not let him suffer any losses." Gu Yueji turned to Song Tianming and asked, "Isn't that right, boss?" Song Tiaoming smiled awkwardly and replied, "Indeed, I wouldn't let my brother and sister-in-law suffer." The aunt surveyed the shop and remarked, "How can this not incur losses? The space is so vast, I doubt the rent alone would suffice. How about this? I'll pay you 22,000. In return, I will settle a year's rent in advance. You could earn over 10,000 more each month than you do currently." "Well." Gu Yueji feigned a look of hesitation. Observing her uncertainty, Song Tiaoming quickly added, "Sister-in-law, I've been renting from my brother for a while now, and I had no idea the rent had increased so much. How about this, starting next month? I'll pay you 20,000 in rent, and my wife will ensure the payment is made punctually each month. If my brother finds out, he might have something to say." No, she replied, "I must thank both you and my brother for your assistance in offering me such a favorable rental rate. Then I shall return to discuss this with your brother." "No need for discussion, it's settled. I will transfer half a year's rent to your brother's account today." Gu Yueji, acquiescing to Mr. Song's insistence, decided to draft a new rental contract upon her return. This way, a written agreement would benefit both parties. Song Tiaoming wore a forced smile, fully aware that not only would he no longer benefit from Renjing, but he would also need to pay rent punctually. All he could say was, "All right, sister-in-law, no problem." Upon returning, Gu Yueji recounted the entire affair to Renjing. He praised his wife for her resourcefulness, teasing that she even enlisted an actor to assist in her performance without inviting him to witness it, lamenting the lost opportunity for a performance fee, which left Gu Yueji in fits of laughter. Chapter 36. Are you raking up old accounts? Renjing had left a document at home and called Gu Yueji to deliver it to the construction site. This marked Gu Yueji's first visit to Renjing's work site. And after following the navigation for quite some time, she arrived at the entrance surrounded by blue iron sheets. To her surprise, the site was far larger than she had anticipated. Large dump trucks were constantly entering and leaving, stirring up clouds of dust, while the cacophony of various machines filled the air. Gu Yueji had to turn her phone to maximum volume to reach Renjing, but no one answered her calls. After waiting for a while, she decided to venture in to find him. Not far into the site, she spotted Renjing. He was wearing a red hard hat amidst the swirling dust and noise, engaged in conversation while smoking a cigarette. Clad in a standard gray work uniform, his tall and imposing figure, along with the casual manner in which he held the cigarette between two fingers, made him instantly recognizable to her. As he finished his cigarette and turned his gaze toward her, he paused momentarily, exchanged a few words with his companion, and then approached her directly. "Have you been here long?" he asked, taking her hand to lead her toward the office. "Not at all, I just arrived," she replied. Renjing opened a door among a row of containers, gently ushering her inside. Once the door closed, the clamor from outside was effectively muffled. His office was rather simple, furnished with a desk and a small set of sofas. He took the document from her hands and placed it in a drawer, then retrieved a thermos from the table, unscrewed it, and offered it to her. Gu Yueji accepted it with both hands and took a small sip. Renjing tenderly caressed her soft cheek and remarked, "Your fair complexion standing here on the construction site reminds me of a line from a poem." Gu Yueji was taken aback, surprised that he had an appreciation for poetry. "Which line?" "Out of the mud, yet unstained," he replied. Gu Yueji chuckled at his metaphor. What an odd comparison. Renjing did not contest her observation. Once she finished drinking, he naturally took the cup from her and capped it. "Wait for me in the office, I'll finish up quickly. And then we can head home together." Gu Yueji pondered for a moment. She had never witnessed his work before. "All right, no rush. You go ahead and be busy." This was Gu Yueji's first glimpse of Renjing in his professional element. Previously, she had little understanding of the responsibilities of a contractor, but she now realized how demanding his job truly was. He moved about the site in his hard hat, constantly approached by various individuals needing his attention. He was called to meetings by the clients, climbed floors to assess the workers' progress, and made calls in the office to coordinate excavation and machinery. Renjing was not known for his patience. He exuded a rough and rebellious demeanor, often peppering his speech with expletives when angered. However, he was also shrewd and emotionally intelligent. He knew when to apply pressure and when to offer a reprieve, effortlessly switching between humor and ire. In just half a day, Gu Yueji observed Renjing deftly resolve a multitude of issues. Being someone who admired strength, she found herself drawn to his decisive leadership and multifaceted intelligence qualities he undeniably possessed. This reflection led her to recall the time when Renjing had worked as a deliveryman. Back then, she had felt pity for him, perceiving him as weak and in need of her protection. Now, it seemed that this persona had merely been a facade he had crafted. Ren Jin was engrossed in his tasks until nearly dusk when he finally completed everything. He had initially suggested dining out before returning home, but Gu Yueji unexpectedly expressed a desire for his home-cooked dishes. Although Ren Jin found her taste rather perplexing, he acquiesced and accompanied her to the supermarket to procure ingredients. After changing into a fresh outfit, he entered the kitchen to prepare the roasted fish she had specifically requested. After considerable effort, he managed to prepare the fish. Yet he found himself sweating profusely as he gazed at the battered creature, nearly severed in two. With a heavy sigh, he lamented why Gu Yueji hadn't arranged for the fish to be cleaned beforehand. He then retrieved the accompanying ingredients from the bag: bean sprouts, onions, and taro. Gu Yueji instructed him to trim the ends of the bean sprouts, slice the onions into strips, and peel and cube the taro. When Gu Yueji emerged from her ablutions, she was startled to see Ren Jin cutting vegetables while shedding tears. "What's the matter with you?" she exclaimed. Ren Jin, with reddened eyes, shot her a glance and remarked, "Are you deliberately tormenting me today?" Detecting the pungent aroma of onions and witnessing his tear-streaked visage, Gu Yueji struggled to suppress a smirk. Feigning innocence as she asked, "What have I done?" He continued to vent his frustrations. "This fish is both fishy and difficult to handle. I've endured the bean sprouts taking ages to trim, and though my hands itch from peeling the taro, I've said nothing. But this onion, its sharpness, has rendered me incapable of stopping these tears." Ren Jin's eyes, irritated by the onions, overlooked Gu Yueji's stifling laughter behind her hand. He sniffed and wiped his eyes, grumbling about the indignity of a grown man tearing up in front of his woman. "Tell me, are you doing this on purpose?" Gu Yueji quickly grasped his hand, cautioning him that his fingers were coated in onion juice, which would only exacerbate the stinging in his eyes. "You refused to eat out and insisted on dining at home. All I wanted was for you to make me roasted fish. It seems you relish making me suffer. You don't mind a little trouble, do you? After all, you've been busy delivering takeout," Ren Jin mused, momentarily oblivious to the implications. "Isn't that a good thing? It earns you money and even allows you to bring home a wife." Gu Yueji raised her gaze to him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed, it is quite advantageous one can flirt around, charm a few words, and find someone to provide food and drink." Ren Jin paused, sensing an underlying message in her words. He turned to face her, and she crossed her arms, a radiant smile gracing her face, albeit with a hint of reproach. "Stand." Ren Jin stammered, "Are you resurrecting old grievances?" With tearful eyes and a sniffle, he looked at her, prompting Gu Yueji to find him both endearing and amusing. In truth, she had come home from the construction site feeling slightly aggrieved and sought a minor reprisal. Yet, upon returning, any grievances faded away, replaced by the warmth he provided in their home. Accepting her actions with a playful acknowledgement, she admitted, "I merely wanted to see if I could stir up some old memories." Ren Jin chuckled at her honesty, while he had preferred to leave past grievances unspoken. Perhaps their recent closeness alleviated any fears of her ire. He concluded that clarifying matters would prevent any lingering misunderstandings between them. He no longer felt anxious. Casually slicing onions while boasting, "What can we do now? I've got the certificate, and I've successfully deceived you." Gu Yueji was taken aback. She thought he was merely trying to placate her, but instead, he displayed this exasperating demeanor. Had marriage revealed his true colors? Did he no longer wish to live harmoniously? Ren Jin raised an eyebrow, brazen and unabashed, declaring that it was precisely because they were married that he felt inclined to speak with her. Prior to this, he had no desire to even offer an explanation. Gu Yueji found it incredulous. Was it truly her fault that he had deceived her? Ren Jin set down the knife, wiped his hands, and faced her, conceding, "Fine, I admit I deceived you. I take responsibility for that, but you are not entirely blameless either." She had always believed that he had wronged her first. The fault lay with him. "In what way am I not entirely blameless? I acknowledge my wrongdoing in concealing this matter, but is it truly so unforgivable? I didn't swindle you for money like Yi Zurong, nor did I seek other women behind your back. You discovered my concealment. You may scold or hate me, and I would accept it. We could have argued and clarified everything. Yet you, without a word, made all the decisions, calling me a mere friend with benefits and expressing disdain for me, then tossed a suitcase at me, casting me out as if I were a dog you picked up and then discarded. Is this justifiable? You are distorting the truth." Seeing her still standing her ground, Ren Jin felt that this matter needed resolution today. Otherwise, she would occasionally bring it up, making their lives unbearable. All right, let us put the meal aside. Saying this, he scooped her up and carried her toward the bedroom. When Gu Yueji struggled, he tightened his grip. He knew her too well. With a slight pinch, her body softened. He tossed her onto the bed and followed suit. She pushed against him with both hands, insisting, "You cannot resolve issues by bullying me. I'm not bullying you. I merely want to have a sincere conversation. How can we move past this?" He gestured towards their entangled positions, questioning if they could truly converse in bed. "Well, if we can't talk well, I might just have to bully you." Gu Yueji, exasperated yet amused, wrapped her arms around his neck. Ren Jin gazed at her smile, pinched her smooth cheek, turned over, and embraced her, gently stroking her back as he spoke softly. "Honestly, I'm perplexed about what you're upset about. During the time we were together, did I not treat you well? When you were ill, I brought you tea and water, even washed your undergarments. You claim I am stingy with money. Have I not spent on you? For your medical bills, I bought you boxes of health supplements when you weren't improving. Did you overlook all of this? You say I've grown comfortable being pampered by you, but at that time, I was too lazy to even utter a word. Just feeling that you were ungrateful." Resting her head against his chest and listening to him recount these moments, Gu Yueji felt a twinge of guilt. Ren Jin had indeed treated her well. Even without her mentioning it, he remembered her preferences and aversions. Waking multiple times at night to administer medicine and wipe her sweat when she had a fever, cooking porridge and bringing it to her bedside. Unlike Yi Zurong, who never washed her delicates, Ren Jin took care of all of that. He shook her shoulder gently, asking, "So, have you recalled my kindness?" Gu Yueji softly retorted, "That is because I treat you better." Ren Jin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I do appreciate your kindness towards me." Gu Yueji gazed up at him, and he leaned down to plant a gentle peck on her lips. "Since childhood, I have faced the absence of my parents who divorced. They never cared for me. From the moment I began to remember, I have toiled alongside my grandparents, cutting grass, feeding pigs, cultivating the fields, and cooking. I understood that without such efforts, we might not have enough to eat. In middle school, I became enamored with video games. On one occasion, I succumbed to the temptation and stole money from my grandfather to visit an internet cafe. Upon returning home, he wielded a stick and struck me, berating me with words that if I were not his grandson, he would pay me no heed. I am grateful to my grandparents. Yet their care stems from our familial bond. However, when I see you preparing meals and waiting for my return, or replacing my worn-out shoes with new ones, your concern for my struggles resonates deeply with me. Do you know? I take immense pleasure in the sensation of your nurturing. Despite possessing nothing and our relationship being undefined, you still offer me unconditional kindness, a sentiment I have never before experienced." Moved by his words, Gu Yueji pressed her face against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She grasped his hand resting on her abdomen, tracing the thick, hardened calluses that adorned his palm. Sensing her touch, Ren Jin's voice softened. "I genuinely wish to marry you and share a lifetime together. Living as a couple inevitably requires adjustments, and we will undoubtedly encounter various challenges. Can we make a pact that, regardless of what arises, we will discuss matters face to face? If I err, you may chastise me or even strike me. But please refrain from making hasty, irrational decisions on your own. Let us deliberate together. Can you agree?" Without hesitation, Gu Yueji nodded obediently. "I can." Ren Jin smiled, cradling her face and kissing her lightly, just as he intended to praise her. However, she looked up and declared, "But tonight, I still want to eat grilled fish." Ren Jin chuckled, both exasperated and indulgent, playfully biting her lip. "You must finish it tonight." Chapter 37. Happy birthday. Gu Yueji felt that everything had recently unfolded harmoniously. The hard decoration of their house was nearing completion, the online store's sales figures remained stable, and despite Ren Jin's busy work schedule, his affection for her only deepened. She sensed that the early summer air was imbued with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Today, Ren Jin had suggested taking her out for a shopping date, and Gu Yueji thought it was the perfect opportunity to acquire some summer attire for him as the seasons changed. Ren Jin was not one to fuss over his clothing. Although his garments were not inexpensive, his style was rather eclectic. He could effortlessly pair a down jacket with sneakers and formal trousers, and his wardrobe even boasted vibrant, dopamine-inducing colors and patterned slacks tastes with which she could hardly align herself. To prevent his fine physique and handsome visage from being squandered, Gu Yueji had taken it upon herself to manage his wardrobe after their marriage. Renjin was quite pleased with this arrangement. Primarily because he relished the sparkle in her eyes whenever he emerged from the fitting room. As Gu Yueji exited the restroom, she spotted Renjin leaning against the railing, engrossed in his phone while awaiting her arrival. He looked dapper in a crisp white t-shirt and light brown casual trousers. Even loose-fitting clothing could not conceal his broad shoulders, toned waist, and long, powerful legs. A leather wristband adorned his wrist, and a simple ring graced his ring finger. The soft hues of his outfit could not overshadow his rugged charm, stirring something inexplicable within Gu Yueji's heart. Just as she took a step toward him, a young woman approached Renjin first. "Excuse me, could I add you on WeChat?" Renjin was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to find a heavily made-up woman standing before him, looking youthful yet clad in a tight top that emphasized her voluptuous figure, exposing a significant portion of her midriff, paired with a pleated skirt that barely concealed her rear. His first thought was that if Gu Yueji dared to dress like that, he would break her legs. He adjusted the ring on his finger, succinctly conveying that he was married, before returning his attention to his phone. However, the woman did not retreat, asserting that being married did not preclude him from making friends. Renjin raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips as he retorted. "What kind of friends are we talking about? The kind that leads to a hotel room?" The woman's smile faltered. "That's not what I meant." Renjin merely chuckled, remaining silent. The woman continued, "I just think you're really handsome and wanted to get to know you." His smile deepened with disdain. "If you think I'm handsome, there must be plenty of men in your WeChat already." Seeing his bluntness, the girl dropped her pretense. "You clearly know how to have fun. I don't believe your wife can keep you in check. Why would my wife need to monitor me? Knowing how to have fun depends on the person." At that moment, a voice interrupted their exchange. "Darling." Renjin turned to see Gu Yueji approaching gracefully. As she neared, his arm instinctively wrapped around her waist. "What were you discussing?" Gu Yueji inquired, her smile carrying an enigmatic undertone. Renjin raised an eyebrow in response. "We were just talking about how you usually keep me in line." Gu Yueji cast a glance at the girl. "Why would I need to manage you? Do you want me to?" Renjin's laughter soared, pleasantly surprised that their conversation had aligned so well. He deliberately held Gu Yueji tighter, exclaiming, "Ah, I want you to always take care of me." With that, he leaned in for a kiss. Gu Yueji momentarily froze but soon complied, tilting her head in surrender. He was not too excessive, merely giving her a gentle kiss before releasing her. "So, will you take care of me?" he teased. Gu Yueji glanced towards where the woman had stood, only to find it empty, before pinching his waist playfully. "Why do you attract so many admirers?" Renjin replied innocently. "I haven't done anything at all." Embracing him, Gu Yueji gazed at his perfectly handsome face, suddenly hesitating about whether to buy him new clothes, pondering if his dapper appearance was the reason for his allure to other women. As they strolled through the mall, they passed by Heidleo, where Gu Yueji heard a server singing a congratulatory song. Turning to look, she saw a girl at a table surrounded by servers and friends, all singing joyfully to her. The girl's radiant smile was unmistakable even from afar. "What's wrong? Are you hungry and want hot pot?" Renjin asked, noticing Gu Yueji had stopped. "No. Let us keep walking," she replied, taking his hand and moving forward. In truth, today was her birthday, but Renjin had forgotten. She had no intention of revealing it to him, preferring a quiet celebration, as her family had never acknowledged her birthday in the past. Yet, reflecting on a year ago, she remembered Renjin delivering a cake to her while dressed in a delivery uniform, and how she had invited the stranger to share the cake, leading to everything that followed. If one were to mark the beginning of their relationship, it would be that day, though Renjin had no recollection of it. After dinner, as they returned to the underground parking garage, Renjin suddenly halted after walking past a few parking spots. "Oh no, I left my phone in the car. Could you fetch it for me? My hands are full," he said. Naturally, Gu Yueji went back to retrieve it. However, when she reached the passenger side of the Land Rover, she found the door wouldn't open. Puzzled, she was about to turn back and ask him when a nearby white Mercedes suddenly flashed its lights and its mirrors unfolded. Taken aback, Gu Yueji looked around for the owner, but apart from herself and Renjin, there was no one else in sight. Just as she was contemplating this, Renjin approached her, took her hand, and placed something in her palm. "Happy birthday, my wife." Gu Yueji stared at the key with the Mercedes logo in her hand, then at the illuminated car beside her, and only after a moment did she realize, "You bought me a car. Isn't today your birthday?" This is a gift from your husband, he replied. Stunned, Gu Yueji gazed at the white Mercedes, unsure of how to respond to Renjin. This was the most extravagant birthday gift she had ever received. Seeing her frozen in place, Renjin guided her to the driver's seat, opening the door to reveal a lavish bouquet of bright red roses on the seat, their fragrance enveloping her. Above, a happy birthday sign adorned with twinkling lights hung from the ceiling. Gu Yueji tightened her grip on Renjin's hand, her heart a mix of sweetness and longing. I thought you had forgotten. Renjin gently stroked her hand with his thumb, responding, How could I forget my wife's birthday? Besides, wasn't it you who treated me to cake a year ago? He raised an eyebrow at her with a meaningful glance, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. I bought a cake and placed it at home. Tonight we shall indulge in it together. Gu Yueji felt a delightful shiver coursing through her. Yet she tightened her grip on Renjin's hand. He remembered everything, as if etched in his mind. As they gazed out the window, her heart swelled with a mixture of surprise and concern. Our house is still under renovation, with expenses piling up. Why did you spend money on a car? I thought of your upcoming birthday. Since you visit the house daily for the renovations, not having a car is rather inconvenient. When I saw this model, it seemed perfectly suited for you, so I decided to purchase it. Isn't the car quite expensive? Gu Yueji lamented, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, if he were to buy her a vehicle, a more modest one for daily commutes would suffice. Yet Renjin dismissed her concerns, saying, It seems I must clarify our financial situation. Otherwise, you'll always believe we are impoverished. Our family is far more affluent than you imagine. Feel free to renovate as you wish. Buying a car will have no bearing on our home expenses. Due to his dealings with various individuals, Renjin had opened bank accounts at multiple banks. He would provide whichever bank account was convenient for the money transfers, and amidst the chaos, he had lost track of the exact balances. However, the card he frequently used for project transactions held nearly 8 figures, making the acquisition of an E-Class Mercedes far from extravagant. Noticing her still pained expression, he reassured her, It's already purchased, there is no returning it. Besides, this is my first birthday gift for my wife, so tell me, do you like it? Renjin held her shoulder as they stood side by side, gazing at the two vehicles. Gu Yueji, who knew little about cars, merely observed their contrasting appearances, a tall, sleek black Land Rover next to a petite, creamy white Mercedes. Strangely, she felt they mirrored their own relationship. As she pondered this, he leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, Don't you think these two cars resemble us? That day, I saw a similar white Mercedes parked beside my car, and for some reason, you immediately came to mind, prompting my decision to buy it. He enveloped her completely in his embrace, his sturdy figure shielding her from the elements, his face adorned with a gentle, affectionate smile. You are my wife. Whatever I gift you cannot be deemed extravagant. Gu Yueji looked up at him, touched, and rose on her toes to seek a kiss. Thank you, my love. Thank you for your love and warmth, and even more so, for appearing in my life a year ago. Chapter 38, Forgive me. My husband, will you be home early tonight? In the morning, Gu Yueji accompanied Renjin as he left the house, a ritual they had come to cherish. Occasionally, as Gu Yueji would retreat to the bathroom or tidy up in the kitchen, Renjin would wait for her to emerge before stepping out. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips and inquired, What is the matter? Do you have any plans for tonight? Gu Yueji wrapped her arms around his slender waist, expressing her desire to prepare a delightful meal. Such a simple reason brought a smile to Renjin's face as he nodded in agreement. All right, I will return early. Once Renjin departed, Gu Yueji took the time to apply her makeup, something she rarely did when heading out, but today she felt particularly inspired. With an exquisite visage complemented by a lovely dress, she drove the white Mercedes Renjin had gifted her to the bank. Patiently, she awaited her turn, diligently signing document after document under the guidance of the bank staff. Remarkably, within less than half an hour, she completed all the necessary procedures. It was astonishing how swiftly it all transpired, yet the journey felt interminable. As she pushed open the heavy glass doors of the bank once more, the sunlight was so dazzling that she momentarily squinted. The rays sliced through the air, casting a clear, bright line at her feet. Holding the delicate piece of paper in her hand, she paused briefly before striding boldly into the sunlight. In the bathroom, Renjin stood behind her, one arm encircling her waist as he leaned down, planting soft kisses along her neck and collarbone, trailing downwards. Gu Yueji had no choice but to tilt her head back, the tingling sensations coursing through her body causing her to feel as though the world were spinning. Renjin watched their intimate reflection in the mirror, captivated by the soft, melodic sounds of Gu Yueji's gentle sighs that resonated throughout the bathroom. The dual stimuli of sight and sound overwhelmed him, causing his heart and body to race uncontrollably. Eventually, amidst her plaintive yet ecstatic calls of husband, they both reached the pinnacle of their passion simultaneously. Holding her close, Renjin brushed her damp hair behind her ear, tenderly kissing her cheek. With a voice imbued with a magnetic allure, he inquired, "How was that? Are you satisfied with my special service?" As he prepared for his evening shower, Gu Yueji leaned against the doorframe, watching him intently as she brought in his clothes. His puzzled gaze met hers when she asked about the special service. Without a shred of hesitation, he swept her into his arms, eager to oblige. That night, Renjin noticed Gu Yueji's unusual enthusiasm. Whereas he once had to coax her into sharing a bath, today she had entered willingly, even teasing him about providing special services. Their bodies intertwined, sleek with moisture. Gu Yueji gasped, "You haven't helped me wash yet." With a gentle touch, Renjin kneaded her skin, playfully responding, "What should I do? I would mind indulging in 2 rounds of service." He chuckled, pressing his forehead against hers. "Do you feel like I can keep up with your desires?" Her hand glided over his sculpted abs, and she replied, "Then I'll make you some extra soup to enjoy." Renjin chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter as he sensed her carefree abandon. "You seem especially happy today. Is there something good in store?" She winked at him, hinting at delightful tidings, promising to share after dinner. Renjin turned on the hot water, declaring, "All right. Let me first ensure your satisfaction." He embraced her beneath the warm stream, and the two embarked on a new round of playful intimacy. Gu Yueji finished her bath first, her hair half-dried as she prepared dinner. Today, she had procured lobsters, beef, and a grouper, intending to salt the lobster pieces, fry the beef with diced potatoes, and steam the grouper. After Renjin finished his bath and took a few phone calls, he emerged to find Gu Yueji had already prepared 2 dishes. Observing the delicacies on the counter, Renjin chuckled, "It seems today heralds wonderful news." Gu Yueji, still unsatisfied, urged, "Go fetch a bottle of fine wine. Let us have a drink tonight." Renjin noted her peculiar relationship with alcohol. Though she could not hold her liquor, she delighted in drinking, whether in joy or sorrow. Seeing him stand still, she prodded, "Hurry up." Reluctantly, he complied and retrieved the wine. As the steam wafted from the dishes, Gu Yueji raised her glass to clink with Renjin's and took a generous sip. "Why is this wine sweet?" She grimaced in distaste. Renjin, bemused, replied, "With your tolerance, this is what you should drink." He had deliberately chosen a low-alcohol champagne, knowing her limits were far from that of stronger spirits. In truth, Gu Yueji relished the sensation of drinking, indifferent to the specifics of the beverage. After another sip, she solemnly declared, "I have wonderful news to announce." Renjin gazed into her sparkling eyes, which arched like crescent moons, and inquired, "What news?" She met his gaze and articulated each word, "I have cleared all my debts." Since marrying Renjin, he had borne all household expenses, allowing her to save significantly compared to her previous life of solitary renting. And he frequently provided her with money under various pretenses, enabling her to settle her debts sooner than anticipated. Earlier that day, she had visited the bank to obtain a loan clearance certificate. Renjin had already surmised the cause of her elation. Such jubilance could only stem from this. "Congratulations." He toasted with her. Gu Yueji downed her glass and sighed deeply, the overwhelming relief of the day washing over her, leaving her in a state of euphoric emptiness, akin to a film rewinding as she reminisced about her entrepreneurial journey over the past few years. The initial bewilderment of starting an online store, the anxiety of having no customers, the clumsiness of her first live stream, the pressure of monthly repayment notifications, and the despair of persevering alone after Yi Zurong abandoned her. As these memories flooded her mind, her eyes began to glisten. Swallowing hard, she gazed at Renjin and murmured, "I have finally paid off my debts." The sight of her reddened eyes smiling at him stirred a blend of sorrow and tenderness within Renjin. He rose and enveloped her in an embrace, whispering, "You've worked hard, my wife." In that moment, he regretted having previously voiced his concerns about her debts, lamenting that he had insisted on helping her clear them sooner, allowing her to struggle alone for so long, and even wishing he had met her sooner. A single utterance from him caused Gu Yueji to finally release the tears she had been holding back, burying her head against his abdomen as she sobbed. She had managed to convince herself to view this debt with a sense of detachment, stubbornly asserting that repaying it was not an insurmountable challenge. Yet, as she traversed this treacherous path, she alone comprehended the immense pressure weighing down her heart. It felt as though she were wandering along a desolate road, beset by tempestuous winds and rain, with no sight of an endpoint, until Renjin offered her the promise of a home. "I'm sorry, my husband," she cried out, clinging to him. Guyu Eji had often contemplated that, given Renjin's circumstances, he could wed a partner far superior to her, one unburdened by debt and devoid of pressure. If she were to consider the situation from a different perspective, would she have chosen to be with someone like him, who was burdened by debts from a business venture with an ex-girlfriend? Perhaps not. Yet, Renjin had chosen her, proactively offering her the prospect of a home. He lifted her onto his lap, tenderly dabbing her tears with a tissue, as she continued to apologize to her husband. However, Guyu Eji clung to him tightly, burying her head in his shoulder, unwilling to lift her gaze. Her dependence, nestled in his embrace, softened Renjin's heart even further. A young woman in her 20s, alone and encumbered by debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, he grasped the magnitude of her burden and understood her grievances. It resonated with his own past. Recalling the helplessness he felt when faced with challenges alone, following his grandfather's illness and grandmother's passing. Observing her huddled figure, weeping like a child, he drew her closer, gently patting her back with compassion, allowing her to cry to her heart's content. When her emotional storm subsided and tranquility began to envelop her, he took a tissue, delicately wiping away her tears. "No more tears. From now on, I will bear it all for you," he reassured her. Chapter 39. Did you let her into your room? Due to the urgency of the project, the construction site was operating around the clock, with shifts working day and night. Renjin had been residing at the site for some time, neglecting his home. His accommodations were slightly better than those of the other workers, as he had a room to himself. After taking a shower at night, he would lie in bed, feeling utterly bored, and began to think of Guyu Eji. It had been a week since he last returned home, and Guyu Eji had only visited him twice, bringing clothes and some soup. Each time, her visits occurred during the day, and he had not held her in his arms to sleep for an entire week. Glancing at his phone, he calculated that he could return just in time to rest, and if necessary, he could leave a bit earlier in the morning. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He sat up, contemplating changing his clothes and heading home, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Boss, are you asleep?" Renjin paused, as the construction site was bustling with noise, making it difficult to discern the voice outside. As he put on his clothes, he inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiao Hong." Renjin could not immediately recall who Xiao Hong was, but when he opened the door, he was taken aback. A woman stood before him, clad in a sleeveless nightgown, her chest subtly rising and falling, her hair half dry and cascading over her shoulders, accompanied by a waft of perfume. He typically did not converse with the female workers at the site, yet he vaguely remembered her as the girl who assisted in the canteen. Fixing his gaze on her face, he asked, "What is it?" Xiao Hong, with a hint of shyness, softly asked, "Boss, do you have any mosquito repellent? There are too many mosquitoes, and I can't sleep." Renjin did not dwell on it. "Oh, I have some." "Wait a moment," he said, returning to retrieve the repellent. However, as he turned back, he was startled to find Xiao Hong had entered his room and was attempting to close the door. Realizing the situation, he swiftly stepped forward to reopen the door. "Get out!" Xiao Hong stood frozen, seemingly wanting to say something, but he firmly grasped her arm and ushered her out without uttering another word, slamming the door shut behind her. Fuming, Renjin leaned against the wall, trying to catch his breath. He was not oblivious to the chaotic relationships that could arise on construction sites, yet he had strictly prohibited such behavior within his team. Apart from the earlier incident, he had made it clear that if any family member caused a scene at the site, they could forget about the project. Moreover, he was familiar with the workers' families, so before entering the site, he always emphasized that any indiscretions in romantic entanglements would result in immediate expulsion from the team. He had not anticipated that this issue would arise so directly in his own circumstances. Although female workers occasionally provided him with extra food or hot water, he had never paid it much mind. This was the first time someone had boldly intruded into his room. His mood was now a tumult of confusion. Unsure if anyone had witnessed the incident, and his desire to return home to Guyu Eji was completely disrupted. The following day, his fears materialized as rumors began to circulate. "Boss, I heard a woman went to your room last night," a colleague asked in a suggestive tone. Renjin candidly nodded. "Oh." Xiao Hong from the canteen came to borrow mosquito repellent. "What's the matter?" "Just borrowing mosquito repellent. Some claim they saw her enter your room." "I entered the room to fetch the mosquito repellent, and she stood at the doorway, noticing the wind was about to close the door. She stepped in to prevent it from shutting. What could you possibly speculate in less than a minute? There are rumors circulating among the female workers that Xiao Hong visited your room, suggesting that after she entered, the door was shut. Nonsense. Whoever said that should come forward. If the door were to close, I would take on their surname. Do not perpetuate such baseless gossip that tarnishes a young lady's reputation. Especially when it might reach your sister-in-law, for that would not end well for you. As Ren Jin conversed, he was in the cafeteria having breakfast with everyone, deliberately speaking loudly enough for all to hear. That evening, Gu Yueji reflected on how she had not seen Ren Jin for several days and decided to bring him some soup and freshly laundered clothes. Having visited a few times before, the security guard recognized her and allowed her entry without hesitation. Ren Jin's room was on the second floor. Directly opposite the staircase was the washroom, where several women who had just bathed were washing their clothes. As Gu Yueji passed by, their gazes fell upon her. Look! That is the boss's wife. She is quite beautiful. No wonder the boss looks down on you. She knows how to apply makeup, and my figure is even better. Gu Yueji paused, unsure whether they intended for her to overhear or if they simply lacked control over their volume. Standing on the staircase, she turned to glance at them. Upon noticing her gaze, several female workers quickly turned away, except for a younger girl who continued to look at her without averting her eyes. Gu Yueji averted her gaze and proceeded upstairs. Reaching Ren Jin's door without knocking, she turned the lock, only to find it secured. Ren Jin's voice rang out from within. Who is it? Don't you know how to knock? Gu Yueji obediently tapped on the door. Yet, Ren Jin did not open it, asking again, Who are you? Why remain silent after knocking? Are you mute? Gu Yueji knocked once more. If I don't speak, you won't open the door, will you? As soon as her words fell, the door was flung open, and Ren Jin stood in the doorway, astonished to see her. What brings you here? Gu Yueji felt a surge of annoyance, contemplating whether she should simply turn and go home. Ren Jin grinned. What are you talking about? And quickly pulled her inside. As he closed the door, he embraced her, leaning in for a kiss, but Gu Yueji placed her hand on his chest, gazing at him. Ren Jin paused. What's wrong, dear? Gu Yueji set the clothes and thermos on the table, leaning against it as she inquired. Why didn't you open the door just now? I didn't even know who it was. How could I open the door indiscriminately? She recalled that during her previous visits, unless he was resting or not in the room, he typically did not lock his door, as it was common for people to seek him out at the worksite. After a moment's thought, she remembered their agreement to communicate openly. I overheard some female workers saying a few things outside. Has anything occurred these past few days? Ren Jin was taken aback, not expecting her to hear such talk upon her arrival at the worksite. He had hoped to keep her unaware of these unfounded rumors. With a sigh, he resigned himself to honesty. Last night, a female worker came to borrow mosquito repellent. She was seen entering my room, which led to all sorts of nonsensical gossip. Gu Yueshi's gaze suddenly sharpened. You allowed her into your room? Her tone shifted. Ren Jin quickly clarified. It wasn't my intention to let her in. I returned to my room to fetch some mosquito repellent, and when I turned around, she had already entered. I was taken aback as well. Does that female worker harbor feelings for you? I cannot ascertain. I didn't give her a chance to speak and promptly ushered her out. Gu Yueshi seemed to comprehend why he had locked the door. Is this female worker long-haired? Fair-skinned, with a somewhat round face? How do you know? Just now, downstairs, she looked at me as if I were a rival. Wow, am I truly that charming? Gu Yueshi cast him a sidelong glance. Are you feeling quite proud of yourself? Chapter 40. What if I cannot bear children? Ren Jin smiled as he put her back into his embrace. Although the allure of such charm was quite gratifying, he had no desire to provoke any disturbances. The atmosphere on the construction site was rather unfavorable for such matters, and besides, one woman was sufficient for him. Gu Yueji furrowed her brows at him, questioning his frequent use of the word play. Ren Jin, perplexed, replied, What is wrong with the word play? Is it not synonymous with joy? You tease me, I tease you. That is what makes life delightful. What would you prefer I say instead? Irritated yet resigned, Gu Yueji ultimately chuckled. This scoundrel would likely never comprehend the depth of her sorrow when she had overheard his brother claim that he was merely toying with her. Yet, he equated play with happiness. At times, the thought processes and emotional triggers of men and women diverged significantly, if not entirely. She turned, pouring soup from the thermos, urging him to drink while it was warm. His sudden shift in demeanor perplexed Ren Jin, who inquired, "Are you no longer angry?" Gu Yueji ladled out the soup and arranged the ribs on a plate, drizzling them with her specially prepared sauce from home. In a calm tone, she remarked, "There is nothing to be angry about. If you truly were unfaithful, well, divorce would be the worst consequence." Upon hearing the word divorce, Ren Jin's brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer. "Have I not managed you for a few days? Is your skin itching for trouble? How can you casually mention divorce?" Gu Yueji met his gaze defiantly. "What else should I say? If you betray me, why should I not consider divorce?" In a fit of frustration, Ren Jin playfully nipped at her, causing her to emit a soft yelp. "Who the hell is being unfaithful? Stop tossing that word around. I may lack eloquence and fail to utter sweet nothings, but I can govern my own actions. I understand that fidelity is the cornerstone of marriage. I would never betray you." Fixating on her reddened lips, he sighed, his anger subsiding slightly. "Regardless of how much we argue or bicker, as long as you wish to continue this life with me, we shall. However, do not, as before, sentence me to death without a word. Nor should you let the term divorce roll off your tongue so easily. Do you understand?" Gu Yueji met his gaze, realizing he was indeed somewhat upset. Nestling her head against his chest, she murmured, "I understand, I won't mention it again." As soon as she acknowledged her mistake, Ren Jin's ire dissipated, and he embraced her. Reluctant to let go until she urged him to drink the soup, Gu Yueji picked up the bag she had brought and approached the wardrobe, retrieving the ironed shirt and trousers to hang them neatly. She then placed some crumpled shirts he had washed into the bag to take home for ironing. Ren Jin gnawed on the bone, his gaze wandering from Gu Yueji's fair face to her ample bosom, then to her peach-shaped dairy, finally sweeping down her straight legs. His wife was his to admire as he pleased. "Will you return home tonight?" Ren Jin asked. Even without turning around, Gu Yueji could feel the heat of his gaze. She replied, "No, I won't be going back." Ren Jin's eyes brightened. He had merely been testing the waters, as she had previously claimed it was inconvenient for her to stay overnight. In one breath, he drained the soup from the thermos, wiped his hands, and approached her. "Are you really not coming back?" he inquired, leaning down to kiss her. Gu Yueji playfully evaded his face, saying, "Wipe your greasy lips." However, Ren Jin was insistent, pressing his oily mouth directly against her lips, swallowing her startled cry. "Don't shout, this container offers no soundproofing," he murmured softly while kissing her. Gu Yueji ceased her struggles, not wanting anyone to overhear them. After exchanging a couple of compliant kisses, the two lost control. Ren Jin swept her up and laid her down on the bed. Seeing the desire in his eyes, Gu Yueji panicked and attempted to halt him. "Are you planning to do this here?" Although she was prepared to stay over, she hadn't anticipated such an encounter. Surrounded by acquaintances of his, the thought of being overheard filled her with dread, making her reluctant to return to this construction site in the future. "We haven't been intimate for a week. If you hadn't come tonight, I would have gone home to find you," he replied, his hand already venturing beneath her clothing. Gu Yueji quickly pressed down on his hand, exclaiming, "This is filled with your construction crew. Are you out of your mind?" Ren Jin broke free from her grasp, his hand boldly reaching for her chest, teasing her through her clothing. "So, keep your voice down. If you can't hold back, just bite my shoulder." His teasing made her stifle a cry, forcing her to bite her lip. Attempting to push him away, he leaned in for a deep kiss. "I missed you so much, don't you feel the same?" His fervent breath ignited her, and in response to his yearning gaze, her resistance softened. How could she not want him? If she didn't, she wouldn't have come. As he gradually overwhelmed her, Gu Yueji wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "Be gentle." Perhaps it was the fear of being overheard, the occasional clear voices from next door, the unfamiliar surroundings, or the fact that they had not shared intimacy in a week. But Ren Jin sensed an unusual sensitivity in Gu Yueji tonight. Every time someone spoke, she would tense up, and several times he nearly lost control, reveling in the exhilarating sensations, reluctant to conclude their passionate encounter. It was only when Gu Yueji, in tears, fiercely bit his shoulder that he finally reached his climax. Holding her close, he savored the lingering sensations, kissing her softly a few more times. Although he felt an insatiable desire for more, he was also concerned about her being overheard. Noticing she was biting her lip hard enough to almost break the skin, he soothingly licked her lips and murmured, "I truly cherish you." Once the aftershock subsided, he rose to clean her up. Lacking protection, he casually muttered, "What if this leads to something?" Gu Yueji paused, looking up at him. "Are you wanting children?" Although they had never discussed the topic since their marriage, it seemed an implicit understanding. He crumpled the used tissues and tossed them into the trash, responding nonchalantly, not necessarily wanting, let nature take its course. Renjin had never pondered the idea of children. He and Gu Yueji were currently relishing their intimate world together, and the thought of a child was not on his radar. Yet, should it happen, he would not reject it. Fearing that she might sweat and feel uncomfortable while sleeping, he took his half-dry towel, which he had hung in the room after his shower, to wipe her down. Renjin noticed her unwavering gaze upon him, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind and what desires lingered. Gu Yueji suddenly inquired, "What if I cannot bear children?" After their marriage, they had indeed experimented without protection, and her prolonged relationship with Yi Zurong, devoid of matrimony, was largely attributed to the absence of a child, leading her to question whether the issue lay with her. Renjin was momentarily taken aback, as he had never contemplated such a concern. "Have you seen a doctor?" he asked. Gu Yueji shook her head, her heart resolutely deciding to visit the hospital for a checkup soon, for now that they were wed, having children was an expectation. However, Renjin adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he tidied up the tissues and adjusted the air conditioning, embracing her as they lay down. "Don't overthink these matters. There is no pressure from my father regarding lineage." Yet, Gu Yueji remained troubled. "If I truly cannot conceive, would you really not mind?" He replied candidly, "To be honest, I am uncertain about my desire to be a father. At present, I do not wish for it, as I lack the patience and knowledge for raising a child." "But what if you want one in the future?" she pressed. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There are many medical advancements available now. If all else fails, we could always adopt a child for companionship." Renjin's attitude was undeniably indifferent, but Gu Yueji felt differently. She yearned for a child that would be a blend of her and Renjin. "Let us visit the hospital together soon," she suggested. Renjin gently caressed her back and kissed her forehead. "All right, don't dwell on it too much. If need be, I'll toil harder, sowing more seeds in hopes of you conceiving soon." Gu Yueji felt a mix of amusement and comfort at his words. The following day, the workers at the construction site rose early for their shifts. The sounds of movement and conversation roused both Renjin and Gu Yueji from slumber. Renjin, still drowsy, rubbed his face in an effort to awaken, while Gu Yueji, with a soft whimper, turned to bury her head in his embrace, seeking refuge from the disruptive noise. In this iron-framed house, even the slightest sound echoed loudly. Noticing her displeasure, Renjin wrapped one arm around her and gently covered her ears with his hand. Usually, Gu Yueji had a gentle temperament, but she could be quite irritable upon waking, especially when startled from a deep sleep. Renjin had experienced her bite when he had inadvertently disturbed her slumber, prompting her to chomp down on his shoulder in protest. He held her close, soothing her until the flurry of workers vacated the dormitory, allowing the surroundings to fall silent, and her breathing gradually returned to a calm rhythm. Typically, Renjin would rise with the first shift of workers, but today, due to the warmth of the soft jade in his arms, he lingered in bed for an extra half hour. He rose quietly to dress and, just as he was about to turn around, Gu Yueji suddenly rubbed her eyes and sat up, asking, "What time is it?" Renjin approached her, smoothing her tousled hair. "It's only 5 o'clock. You may continue to sleep." Gu Yueji shook her head, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. Renjin looked puzzled. "What prompts you to rise so early?" Gu Yueji, eyes still closed, felt around for her shoes. "I'm making you breakfast." Renjin was utterly charmed by her adorable appearance, smiling as he returned to the bed to embrace her. "Have you muddled your thoughts in sleep? This is a construction site, and breakfast is being served in the dining hall." Gu Yueji, somewhat bewildered, opened her eyes. Indeed, she was still in a fog. Firstly, she had yet to fully awaken at this hour, and secondly, she had been utterly exhausted the previous night. Renjin gently laid her back down into the warmth of the blankets, which were infused with her delicate fragrance. "It's noisy here. If you truly cannot sleep, you might as well return home first. I will come back tonight." Gu Yueji, rubbing her eyes in fatigue, asked, "Are you going home tonight?" "Yes," he affirmed. Renjin had resolved to return home more frequently in the future, wishing to spare others from unnecessary thoughts and to alleviate any worries for Gu Yueji. After spending the night holding her, he began to ponder whether her ability to casually mention divorce indicated a lack of complete trust in him, and consequently, a lack of security concerning their marriage. He bore her no ill will, for he understood her past. It was only natural for someone who had been deceived and betrayed multiple times to harbor shadows in her heart. Especially considering he was one of those who had once betrayed her. Trust is not something that can be repaired with mere words. After tucking her in, Renjin locked the door and went to work. He was busy until the early dawn, when steam began to rise from the dining hall, signaling that breakfast had just been prepared. Glancing towards the entrance of his room on the second floor, he noticed no one had emerged. Nor had he received a call from her. Uncertain whether she was still asleep or had gone home, he decided to head to the dining hall first to check. "Boss Ren, where are you off to? I've prepared breakfast for you. Come eat it while it's hot." Ren Jin paused, turning back to see a radiant Xiao Hong standing at the entrance of the dining hall, her face adorned with a pale makeup and her lips painted a vivid red. Waving his lunchbox at him, Ren Jin's gaze suddenly turned icy. "Who told you to prepare my meal?" The smile on Xiao Hong's face faltered. "Boss, I've always been the one preparing your meals. Did you not say before that I make your favorite dishes?" Since he often found himself too busy to dine on time, he had instructed someone to prepare his meals in advance, but he had never paid attention to who was responsible for it, nor had he ever praised Xiao Hong's cooking. Fortunately, Gu Yueji was not present to overhear. Otherwise, she might have reacted by insisting on a divorce again. He snatched the lunchbox from her, noticing that Qian Mingjun had just arrived for breakfast, and promptly shoved the box into his hands. "You needn't prepare breakfast, just finish this." Qian Mingjun, momentarily taken aback while holding the lunchbox, inquired, "What's wrong, brother? Aren't you eating breakfast? Your sister-in-law is still sleeping upstairs." "I'm going to check if she's awake and then take her out for a meal." "Ah, my sister-in-law is here. When did she arrive?" Given the dust and heavy machinery at the construction site, Ren Jin seldom brought Gu Yueji along. Remembering her comment about how Xiao Hong seemed to regard her as a rival, he casually remarked, "I missed your sister-in-law last night, so I let her come over to see me." Qian Mingjun listened, his face contorted in a mock display of jealousy. "Oh, come on. Don't start with the love show so early in the morning. I might as well skip breakfast altogether," he exclaimed. "Once you find a wife, you'll understand that a man, once married, sees only his wife, disregarding everyone else." As Ren Jin uttered these words, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhu Xiuhong, who appeared utterly clueless and innocent, as if she could not comprehend human speech. He then pointed at his lunchbox, making it clear to Qian Mingjun, "From now on, you shall prepare my meals, ensuring no one else touches them, understood?" Qian Mingjun, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, his gaze following Ren Jin's towards Zhu Xiuhong, triggering memories of the gossip that circulated around the construction site a few days prior. He was well aware that Ren Jin would never engage in frivolous affairs at work. And given the strong bond between Ren Jin and Gu Yueji, which he found overwhelmingly nauseating, he dismissed the rumors as mere jokes, unworthy of concern. When Gu Yueji unexpectedly arrived, Ren Jin, keen to avoid any misunderstandings, sensed her jealousy brewing. Qian Mingjun confidently reassured, "Don't worry, bro. All your meals will be prepared by my hands alone." Gu Yueji, feeling drowsy, drifted back to sleep, only to awaken again, wearied by the incessant noise of the construction site. Even in slumber, the muffled sounds invaded her ears, igniting a pang of sympathy for Ren Jin and leaving her to ponder how he managed to rest here. After getting dressed, she sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, noticing the disarray in Ren Jin's room. Rising to tidy up, she soon realized it was nearly time to return home. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to wait for Ren Jin, he entered the room. "You're up," he stated. "You're back," she replied, both speaking simultaneously before bursting into laughter. Gu Yueji naturally leaped into Ren Jin's embrace, in the chill of that morning. His travel-worn presence ignited a flutter within her. "Are you hungry?" His low voice brushed against her ear. "A bit," she admitted, inhaling his familiar scent. "Then let me take you out for breakfast." Just as she was about to nod in agreement, they stood at the threshold of the room, and from her vantage point, she caught sight of the cafeteria's lineup of glass windows. Through one of them, Zhu Xiuhong was watching them, her gaze unwavering, filled with an inexplicable resentment. Suddenly, she proposed, "Can I join you for breakfast at your cafeteria?" Ren Jin paused, pushing her away slightly to scrutinize her. The cafeteria's fare was rather ordinary. "It's fine. I'm not some spoiled heiress. I genuinely want to try the food you usually eat," she insisted. Although Ren Jin sensed the peculiar undertone in her request, he found no reason to object. "All right, if you wish to eat, then let's go." With that, He took her hand and confidently led her into the cafeteria. Chapter 42. Not bad. Renjin and Gu Yueji walked side by side into the dining hall, instantly drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. The workers at the site were aware that Renjin was married, yet few had ever seen his wife. Now, as the couple appeared hand in hand, curiosity was inevitable. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Gu Yueji found it difficult to feign composure. She regretted her decision to dine here, her fingers instinctively curling to release Renjin's hand. Just as she was about to slip away, he firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from letting go. Furrow in her brow. Gu Yueji looked at him, noticing that he showed no sign of awkwardness. Instead, he leaned in with a smile, as if to say she couldn't escape now. Embarrassed, Gu Yueji quietly retorted, I wasn't planning to run away. But surely, we can't just stand here like statues for everyone to gawk at. Contemplating finding a vacant seat, a voice rang out from the crowd, sister-in-law. Following the sound, Gu Yueji spotted Qian Mingjun sitting by the window, grinning and waving at her, which instantly brightened her expression. Unfazed by the attention, she confidently led Renjin toward Qian Mingjun. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Didn't my brother say he would take you out to eat? No need to trouble yourselves, dining here is perfectly fine, she replied. Qian Mingjun hesitated, glancing at Zhu Xiuhong in the distance. Considering whether it was appropriate for her to encounter Zhu Xiuhong, he suggested, the food here isn't great, perhaps you should go out with my brother instead. However, Gu Yueji shook her head. No, isn't your brother busy? After eating, he'll head straight to work, there's no need for him to run around. Observing that everyone was eating from their own lunchboxes, she turned to Renjin and asked, where's your lunchbox? Shouldn't we go get our food? Her question caused Renjin to glance at the lunchbox in front of Qian Mingjun, which contained breakfast prepared by Lu Xiuhong. Momentarily at a loss for words, he struggled to respond. Gu Yueji, puzzled by his inaction, pressed, why aren't you going? Don't you have a lunchbox? Renjin reconsidered and realized there was no need to be evasive. He nodded towards Qian Mingjun, saying, what Mingjun is eating is mine. What? Gu Yueji blinked in surprise, noticing that one of the lunchboxes indeed bore Renjin's name. Mingjun, do you have such a hearty appetite that you need 2 lunchboxes? She teased. Seeing Renjin's initiative, Qian Mingjun seized the moment to defend him. It's not that, my brother doesn't eat food prepared by other women. He only eats mine. So sister-in-law, you needn't worry. Cough, cough. Renjin interrupted with a few sharp coughs, wondering whether Qian Mingjun was trying to help him or sabotage him. Gu Yueji blinked in astonishment, propping her chin in her hand, and remarked, so this breakfast was indeed prepared by another woman. Qian Mingjun was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Renjin had brought it up to indicate Gu Yueji was aware of the lunchbox's origin. Realizing she was in the loop, he quickly clarified, no, sister-in-law, all the food served here is prepared by female workers, not just my brother's lunch. Gu Yueji turned her gaze towards the female worker serving food, among whom was Zhu Xiuhong. As workers gradually approached for breakfast, each was provided with a lunchbox, and Zhu Xiuhong adeptly scooped the desired dishes into their containers. After observing for a while, Gu Yueji turned back, nodding at Renjin's overflowing lunchbox. Unlike others who waited to be served, your brother seems to have had his meal prepared in advance. The treatment is indeed different. Feigning curiosity, Renjin leaned closer to Gu Yueji and remarked, why do I detect a hint of sourness? Is someone feeling jealous? Gu Yueji denied it, stating, no. I was merely contemplating how I could save myself the trouble of driving far to buy groceries and prepare soup for you in the early morning when you have someone to serve your meals. Without giving Renjin a chance to respond, she stood up to fetch her own food, realizing that she must fend for herself. Observing Gu Yueji's determined approach towards Zhu Xiuhong, Renjin began to understand her motive for dining in the cafeteria. Qian Mingjun, filled with concern, questioned, sister-in-law, are you upset? However, Renjin smiled cheerfully, appreciating that Gu Yueji was not a fragile woman who hid behind a man, weeping. She tackled problems head-on. He found her demeanor utterly appealing. Approaching Zhu Xiuhong, Gu Yueji fixed her sharp gaze upon her and inquired, hello, may I ask if there are any communal lunchboxes available? I wish to serve myself breakfast. Zhu Xiuhong, confident in her position as the cousin of the cafeteria contractor and surrounded by her fellow townsfolk at the construction site, had assumed her relationship with Renjin was secure, given Gu Yueji's infrequent visits. Therefore, she believed she had a chance. Even if it meant playing the role of a mistress, for Renjin was both handsome and wealthy, and she perceived Gu Yueji as somewhat insignificant. However, Gu Yueji's assertive demeanor caught Zhu Xiuhong off guard, causing her to hesitantly hand over a plate. Gu Yueji maintained her unwavering gaze and stated, "I would like another portion of the breakfast you just served, Runjing." Taken aback, Zhu Xiuhong was stunned by Gu Yueji's straightforwardness, momentarily frozen with the plate in hand. With a disdainful smile, Gu Yueji pressed, "What is the matter? Is it permissible to serve my husband but not me?" The atmosphere grew tense, prompting nearby women to rush over to mediate. "Young lady, please don't misunderstand. Xiuhong is young and inexperienced. Don't be angry with her. She only wished to ensure Mr. Ren wasn't hungry." Gu Yueji stood her ground, countering, "With so many people at this construction site, why should she be concerned about one person being hungry?" The elderly woman was left speechless, internally questioning Zhu Xiuhong's audacity to interfere in someone else's marriage. Gu Yueji possessed delicate and exquisite features, her doe-like eyes slightly upturned, exuding an alluring charm. Her natural, unadorned visage and soft pink lips contrasted starkly with Zhu Xiuhong's heavy makeup and bold red lips, making Gu Yueji appear as elegant as a dew-kissed lily. As Zhu Xiuhong attempted to comment on makeup skills, it became evident that Gu Yueji's natural beauty surpassed Zhu Xiuhong's efforts, leaving one to ponder her audacity in vying for another's partner. "So, have you calmed down?" Ren Jing, who had been observing Gu Yueji, noted Zhu Xiuhong's bewilderment at her assertiveness. He couldn't help but marvel at his wife's prowess, approaching her only when he deemed the moment right, and gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders, whispering softly in her ear. Gu Yueli observed his playful demeanor, thinking to herself how this man had the audacity to smile after causing her trouble. Enraged, she reached towards his waist, pinching and twisting with her fingers. Ren Jing instantly grimaced in pain, yet could only endure in silence. "Xiao Jing, is this your wife?" Just then, a worker arrived to serve the meal, thus sparing Ren Jing from further discomfort. Ren Jing grasped Gu Yueli's hand, affirming, "Yes." The worker peered closely at Gu Yueli, remarking, "Your wife is truly beautiful." Gu Yueli politely nodded in acknowledgement. Ren Jing noted how Gu Yueli scowled at him, yet transformed into a gentle smile in the presence of others. He found this shift quite appealing. As the worker dished out the food, he spoke to Ren Jing in a tone befitting an elder. "Has your father met your wife? He has often mentioned you to me. Though he may have erred in the past, he is still your father. Now that you've grown and married, it's time to let go of the grievances, don't you think?" A considerable number of workers in this construction team hailed from the same village as Ren Jing, some even being distant relatives who had known Ren Youyang since childhood. Ren Jing, unwilling to listen, patted the shoulder of the elder, saying, "Uncle Chong, you needn't concern yourself with my relationship with my father. You once gave me a pair of socks when you saw me wearing plastic sandals in the dead of winter. My father has never bought me a single pair of socks in his life." Uncle Chong fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 43. I am not simple either. Life is free from worries. Wealth flows abundantly, flowers bloom in prosperity, and may they soon bear offspring. Time slips by amid the acquisitions of bricks and tiles, tables and chairs. Today marks the housewarming day for Gu Yueji and Ren Jing. Qian Mingjun, along with his aunt and Ren Jing's brothers, each bearing a gift, enters the house successively, uttering auspicious words of congratulations. Initially, Gu Yueji and Ren Jing had no intention of holding a housewarming ceremony, but upon learning of their plans, the aunt insisted that a celebration is necessary to ensure a prosperous future. Surrounded by vibrant decorations and the heartfelt wishes of those present, Gu Yueji, who previously did not place much importance on ceremonial occasions, for the first time appreciates the beauty of ritual, which adds warmth to life, doubles the joy, and creates lasting memories for special days. Congratulations to Xiao Jing and Yueji. May all your endeavors be smooth, and may you enjoy peace and joy, with your careers flourishing. Ren Yaozhuan exclaimed as she entered, holding the hands of Ren Jing and Gu Yueji. Moved, Gu Yueji clasped Ren Yaozhuan's hand, acknowledging her as the kindest elder in her life. "Thank you, aunt, and I wish you and uncle good health. I truly appreciate your early arrival." "It's no trouble at all. We had nothing to do at home," she replied cheerfully. "Sister-in-law, your home is beautifully decorated. It's evident that you have put in considerable thought," Qian Mingjun remarked as he joined his mother, surveying the house. Every detail within this home, from the color of the wall paint to the patterns of the floor tiles, and even the shapes of the cushions on the sofa, was meticulously chosen by Gu Yueji after thorough consideration. It indeed required much effort. This is a home she intends to inhabit for a lifetime, thus it deserves her dedication. This is Gu Yueji's first home, her sole sanctuary, and despite the complexities of the renovation process, she has found joy in every moment. Ren Jing, aside from occasionally offering professional advice, has been agreeable to her decisions, ensuring that they have never quarreled over the renovations. Meanwhile, Gu Yueji, the diligent hostess, busied herself fetching cups, washing fruits, engaging in conversation, and welcoming guests. Though she was in constant motion, her heart brimmed with joy and fulfillment. For every item in the house was chosen and arranged by her, making her the most familiar with her abode. How wonderful! I see Shao Jing has gained some weight. It seems life is treating him well, Ren Yaozhuang remarked while accompanying Gu Yueji in the kitchen to brew tea. Gu Yueji smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Noticing that Ren Jing had indeed become a bit sturdier, lying beside her like a solid wall, making it impossible for her to budge. It appears I can no longer prepare so much rib soup for him. And, please take a seat outside, I can manage here. I find it hard to stay idle. While they are making a racket outside, I prefer to keep you company for a while. In the living room, Ren Jing and Qian Mingjun, along with a few others, were engrossed in a lively game of mahjong, the joyful noise of the housewarming celebration adding to the warm atmosphere. Ren Yazhuan, observing the deep affection between the couple and the completion of their new home, casually remarked, "You are only missing a baby now. It would be even more perfect if you were to add one." Gu Yueji was momentarily taken aback. Recently, Ren Jing had accompanied her for a medical examination, and they both received positive results, indicating that there were no issues. Yet, despite their frequency, she had not conceived, leaving her puzzled. However, knowing that they were both healthy eased her mind. At their youthful age, and with their careers flourishing, she preferred to wait a bit longer. Furthermore, since she and Ren Jing had only begun their romantic journey after marriage, she yearned to relish more moments in their private world together. Just the night before, Ren Jing had whispered in her ear about exploring every corner of their new abode. The thought made her cheeks flush, prompting her to dismiss the vivid imagery in her mind. There was no rush, both she and Ren Jing were busy with work, and without parental support, they would struggle to care for a child. Recognizing that both were strong-willed individuals, Ren Yaozhuang refrained from pressing the matter further. However, when she thought of parental assistance, she couldn't help but think of Ren Jing's father, Ren Yaoyong. With a silent sigh, she inquired, "Has Shao Jing mentioned anything about his family situation to you?" Gu Yueji hesitated. "I know a little, and please don't think me intrusive," Ren Yaozhuang continued. "Ren Jing's father visited my home a few days ago, seemingly aware of your move into the new house. He has been searching for Ren Jing, but Ren Jing is reluctant to meet him. I fear he may come looking for you." That day, when Ren Yaoyong and his wife visited, the conversation quickly turned to lamentations. They spoke of their miserable existence, how their age rendered them undesirable for work, and how Ren Jing was unfilial, boasting about his lucrative projects while his father endured hardship, crammed into a small apartment with the family. Ren Yazhuang was well aware of how Ren Yaoyong had treated Ren Jing in the past. When Ren Jing was born, his father was just in his early 20s, having hastily married Huang Chuyan in a moment of passion, only to realize the burdens that accompanied fatherhood. Their arguments began in the first month of Ren Jing's life and persisted for over 2 years, with Ren Jing often left in his father's care during disputes. After their divorce, Ren Yaoyong expressed a desire to venture out of the city, leaving Ren Jing under his father's guardianship and effectively erasing him from his life, never sending financial support or showing concern for his education. In the past, when Ren Yaoyong criticized Ren Jing, Ren Yaozhuang would counter with anecdotes from Ren Jing's childhood. Ren Yaoyong would defensively claim that his struggles in the city prevented him from providing for Ren Jing, but as Ren Jing's biological father, he could not simply disregard him. Ren Yaozhuang understood that they were not interested in reason. Their goal was to tarnish Ren Jing's reputation and rally others to demand property from him. Thus, she chose to ignore them and did not provide them with Ren Jing's contact information. When they were renovating their home, Ren Jing had anticipated this possibility and had discussed it with Gu Yueji, adopting a nonchalant attitude, assuring her that there was no need for concern. And she had taken his words to heart. "It's all right. Ren Jing has already spoken to me. If he wishes to come, then let him come. We cannot evade him for a lifetime." Ren Yaozhuang sighed, acknowledging that Ren Jing's family is quite formidable, so just don't he be intimidated. "Rest assured, my dear aunt. I am no ordinary person either." Ren Yaozhuang chuckled at Gu Yueji's playful raised eyebrow and patted her hand gently, saying, "Ren Jing is fortunate to have you. He has treated me very well. Just focus on your relationship, and don't let his parents affect you." "I won't." Chapter 44. Calling me dad requires a fee. Gu Yueji had anticipated that Ren Jing's father would come knocking at their door. Yet she did not expect it to happen so swiftly, within a mere fortnight of their moving into the new home. One day, the door was pounded upon violently, as if it were about to splinter, startling Gu Yueji. Anxiously, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. There stood 3 individuals, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a man of similar age to Renjing, none of whom she recognized. As she observed, the individuals outside resumed their forceful knocking, prompting Gu Yueji to step back in fright. She turned to retreat to her room to fetch her phone and call Renjing when a voice from outside shouted, "Renjing, your father is here. Open the door quickly." Taken aback, Gu Yueji paused for a few seconds before comprehending that it was indeed Renjing's father at the door. Hearing her movements, the people outside knocked even louder, declaring with certainty, "I know someone is inside. Open the door now. I am Renjing's biological father." Gu Yueji chose not to open the door and instead went to her room to call Renjing. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. "Wife, why are you calling me at this hour?" he inquired. They were not the type to frequently check in with one another, and usually, Gu Yueji seldom called him while he was working at the construction site. "You better come home," she urged. The noise on Renjing's end was quite loud, causing him to miss her words. "What did you say?" he asked. Gu Yueji raised her voice. "I said, you need to come home right now." Renjing hesitated for a moment, then turned to descend the stairs from the construction site towards the office. "What's the matter?" Gu Yueji had never before summoned him home abruptly during work, which made him somewhat anxious. "Your father and the others are at our house." Renjing paused, thinking how remarkably swift they were to arrive. "All right, I understand. You don't need to deal with them. I will return immediately." His words reassured Gu Yueji. However, just as she hung up, the commotion outside escalated. "Open the door, do you hear me? If you don't let us in today, we won't leave. I will call out to all your neighbors to witness how this unfilial son keeps his own father locked out. Let us see if you fear losing face." Initially frightened, Gu Yueji found a strange familiarity in their words, reminiscent of how Renjing had once knocked on her rental door. Considering that their ruckus would indeed disturb the neighbors, and that refusing them entry today would only lead to further visits, she pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to open the door. As she did, the individuals outside surged into the house like a pack intent on a heist. This was Gu Yueji's first encounter with Renjing's father. She had never even seen a photograph of him before, yet she instantly recognized Ren Youyong as Renjing's father. The deep-set eyes and prominent nose were unmistakably alike, though Ren Youyong's stature was not as tall and imposing as Renjing's. In contrast to Renjing's occasional mischievous demeanor, Ren Youyong's expression bore more of a stern and rough edge. At this moment, Ren Youyong glared at her with a countenance filled with anger and displeasure, seemingly reproaching Gu Yueji for her lack of decorum in leaving her father-in-law outside the door. If this were her first meeting with the family, it might spell disaster for her prospects with Renjing. The 3 of them proceeded directly to the living room, occupying the 3 sofas, their gazes fixed firmly on Gu Yueji, poised for a confrontation. However, Gu Yueji merely cast them a fleeting glance before shutting the door, tidying up the shoes they had carelessly kicked about, and returning to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for tonight's dinner. The trio was momentarily taken aback, especially Ren Youyong, who had a plethora of grievances pent up inside him. He had expected Gu Yueji to shoo them away or engage in a quarrel. Yet after she retreated to the kitchen, she remained there as if they were mere phantoms. Unable to contain himself, particularly in front of his wife and son, Ren Youyong, eager to assert his authority, called out towards the kitchen, "Hey, you there. We're hungry, make us something to eat." Silence enveloped the kitchen, with no response forthcoming. Ren Youyong's expression darkened, and he shouted louder, "Can you hear us? We are starving." Still, there was no reply. Zhao Wang, Ren Youyong's wife, recognized their apparent neglect and began to mock them sarcastically. "Truly, one gets the lid that fits the pot. Such a lack of upbringing." Gu Yueji, who had just emerged from the kitchen, overheard this and retorted, "Is it proper to shout at someone else's doorstep, barging in uninvited and commanding them to cook? Would you consider that to be genteel behavior?" Zhao Wang, taken aback by Gu Yueji's sudden appearance, turned to adopt a condescending tone. "How can you speak to your elders like that?" Gu Yueji, however, smiled coldly. "Pray tell, what relation do you hold as my elder?" Even if I had ever referred to Ren Youyong as father, it would have no bearing on my status as his second wife's daughter-in-law. Zhao Wang, her face flushed with indignation, found herself at a loss for words. It was clear that Gu Yueji was not someone easily intimidated, disregarding even Ren Youyong himself, let alone her. Not wishing to prolong the exchange, Gu Yueji wiped her hands with a towel and remarked, Ren Jing will be back shortly. If you wish to wait, you may do so here. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. Ren Youyong, incensed by Gu Yueji's demeanor, barked, I told you to cook for us. Do you not understand? In response, Gu Yueji emerged from the kitchen, placing some biscuits and several bottles of mineral water on the coffee table. I have matters to attend to. If you're truly hungry, help yourselves to these biscuits and water. Ren Youyong slammed his palm against the coffee table, exclaiming, What sort of attitude is this? Who do you think you're dismissing with these paltry offerings? I am Ren Jing's father, and it is only right for you to prepare a meal for your father-in-law. Gu Yueji cast him a dispassionate glance. To address me as daughter-in-law comes at a price. Are you prepared to pay it now? At the mention of money, Ren Youyong fell silent, for he could never part with his finances. He contemplated how he would explain to Ren Jing upon his return, look at what sort of daughter-in-law you have. It was Ren Jing who had instructed her to ignore them, thus, they were left to sit and wait. Ren Jing soon returned home and immediately sought out Gu Yueji. Upon finding her comfortably seated at the dining table, engrossed in her computer, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Only then did he raise his gaze towards the individuals sprawled on the living room couch. Ren Youyong, Zhou Wang, and their son Ren Fuqiang. They appeared quite at ease, their shoes discarded haphazardly as they lounged while watching television. Upon noticing his return, they all straightened up. Gu Yueji approached and placed a pair of slippers by his feet. Ren Jing embraced her briefly, inquiring if they had treated her poorly. She shook her head, assuring him they had not. He held her close as they made their way into the living room, where he looked down upon Zhou Wang, who had been monopolizing the single armchair. Only then did she rise to sit beside Ren Youyong. Ren Jing, brushing off the couch as if it were tainted, finally took a seat and asked pointedly what they intended to discuss, urging them to be quick about it. Ren Youyong, sitting upright, realized it had been 2 or 3 years since he had last seen Ren Jing. He had expected a greeting upon their reunion. Yet the coldness of Ren Jing's demeanor felt akin to that reserved for a stranger, which incensed him. What is your attitude? Do you not acknowledge me as your father? Ren Jing scoffed, replying, Whether I acknowledge you or not is uncertain, isn't it? Do not come here trying to assert your authority. In the end, you will be the one embarrassed. So, tell me, did you come here for money or for property? Ren Youyong's face flushed crimson as he glared, opening his mouth to unleash his fury. However, his wife intervened, whispering something in his ear that gradually calmed him. He maintained an air of entitlement, stating, You currently possess 2 apartments from the demolition of our ancestral home, which your grandfather bequeathed to me. The villagers and our relatives are well aware of this. Since you are living in one, I expect you to renovate the other for your brother at his wedding house, and additionally provide him with 500 Ling yuan for his marriage. As for the apartment you occupy, I do not require its return. Consider it a wedding gift from me as your father. Upon hearing this, Ren Jing chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. He turned to Gu Yueji, who was perched on the armrest of the couch, and said, There is a white envelope in the drawer of our wardrobe. Please retrieve it. Chapter 45. Always there. Gu Yueji obediently rose and swiftly located the envelope Ren Jing had mentioned, returning to sit beside him and handing it over. Ren Jing opened the envelope, extracted the paper within, and tossed it onto the coffee table before Ren Youyong. You claim that grandfather's house is to be left to you. I cannot discern whether you have genuinely lost your wits or are merely feigning ignorance. Yet, it matters not if you do not recall. The words are inscribed in black and white. As he spoke, he raised his chin, directing Ren Youyong's attention to the paper on the table. However, Ren Youyong did not even glance at it. He seized the paper as if it were a firecracker, leaping to his feet, his hands tearing at it vehemently. Ren Jing observed calmly, waiting until he had finished ripping it apart before presenting him with another sheet. No worries, I have made numerous copies. Take your time. Ren Youyong, trembling with fury, pointed at him, exclaiming, You unfilial son. This paper holds no validity. I refuse to acknowledge it. Ren Jing merely smirked with indifference. You penned it yourself. Can you simply dismiss it? You wish to deny it at will? Years prior, when grandfather was gravely ill, Ren Jing had left high school to work. His lack of education relegating him to laborious jobs on construction sites, earning meager wages. Despite his own struggles, he had never approached Ren Youyong for assistance. However, When the urgency of grandfather's medical expenses arose, he sought Run Yoyong's help for the first time in years. He vividly recalled the expression on Run Yoyong's face upon their encounter at the door: surprise, discomfort, embarrassment, displeasure, and helplessness, but devoid of any joy. Initially, Run Yoyong had visited grandfather in the hospital a few times and contributed some funds. Yet, those contributions dwindled rapidly, from several thousand to mere hundreds. Until the last time Run Jin approached for money, Run Yoyong merely thrust 200 yuan into his hands, eager for him to leave. Run Jin stared incredulously at the 200 yuan, realizing it was insufficient to cover even a day's hospital expenses. Run Yoyong furrowed his brow. You just came last week to take 1,000 yuan. Is that much needed for a hospital stay? His excuses for not visiting grandfather during his illness stemmed from his work obligations. He was, of course, unaware of the daily costs of hospitalization. Why not pay the hospital directly? I can send you grandfather's admission details, Run Jin suggested directly. However, before he could finish, Jiao Wang began to shout from inside the house, all you do is come here to ask for money. With hands and feet, can't you earn a living? Who knows where that money goes? Run Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. Each time he approached Run Yoyong for financial assistance, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness and shame, reluctant to be looked down upon by him and Jiao Wang. At that moment, Jiao Wang's words only intensified his humiliation. He clenched the 200 yuan tightly, nearly crumpling the bills, contemplating leaving. Yet, thinking of his grandfather in the hospital, he quietly explained to Run Yoyong, all the money went towards grandfather's treatment. I have not spent a single cent. Jiao Wang had already moved behind Run Yoyong, casting a disdainful glance at Run Jin. Not spending that money is like letting it flow away. A person who dropped out of school and fought since childhood, who would believe a word you say? Run Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the insult. He ignored Jiao Wang and silently regarded Run Yoyong, eager to see how he would respond. However, Run Yoyong merely mumbled, ultimately waving his hand dismissively. You should go for now. We can discuss this another day. As Run Jin observed the beggar's demeanor, the pent-up frustration within him suddenly dissipated, and he released his tightly clenched molars, letting out a soft chuckle. He looked at Run Yoyong with a mocking expression, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I lack refinement, for I was born of a mother without a father to guide me. Run Yoyong's complexion darkened immediately as he forcefully shoved Run Jin away, urging him to leave quickly, lest he find himself in a frenzy for the sake of uncollected funds. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Upon learning of this, the grandfather, lying on his sickbed, angrily dialed Run Papa, declaring that if he did not provide financial assistance, he would bequeath the old house to Run Jin, ensuring that Run Yoyong would receive nothing. At that time, their hometown was merely a stagnant village, although the old house was spacious. It was nothing more than a simple bungalow, lacking appeal, especially for Run Yoyong, who had already settled in the city. After hearing his grandfather's words, Run Yoyong wasted no time awaiting the will. He penned a document himself, formally renouncing all claims to the family estate, from the house to the land, solely to eliminate any reason for Run Jin to solicit money from him. Subsequently, the funds for the grandfather's hospital stay were borrowed by Run Jin from the construction site boss, and it took him a year of unpaid labor to repay that debt. Upon the grandfather's discharge, he promptly visited the village committee and transferred all property to Run Jin's name. Now, Run Jin presented Run Yoyong with the very document he had crafted years ago, the relinquishment agreement. I am your grandfather's only son, Run Yoyong asserted, disregarding the document, and it is widely understood among relatives that the house and land should rightfully be mine. I am still alive. How could you, as my grandson, claim it? Indeed, the Run family is not to be dictated by you, Run Jin. Sons must heed their fathers, Jiao Wang chimed in sportively. Run Jin cast a disdainful glance at Jiao Wang, his contempt and derision unabashedly apparent. He coldly returned her words from years past. You come here day after day, begging for money. Do you not possess hands and feet to earn your own? Jiao Wang's face turned pale at his retort, while Run Youwei pointed an accusatory finger at Run Jin. On what grounds do you speak of my mother? Run Youwei, short and stout, bore no resemblance to Run Yoyong, and Run Jin regarded him with indifference, leaning slightly toward his outstretched finger. These are your mother's words she once shared with me. I cannot speak ill of her, so I shall address you instead. You come here daily to beg for money. Are you truly incapable of earning it yourself? Run Jin reveled in the discomfort of the three before him, reiterating, first and foremost, since Run Yoyong has renounced his claim to the old house and land, he is in no way entitled to any compensation from the demolition. Secondly, I have no siblings. do not attempt to forge familial ties with me, nor entertain the notion of extracting money from me. After all, I am uncouth and solely value wealth. Anger may provoke me to take action. Leaning back in his chair, Ren Jin, feeling agitated, reached for a cigarette, but his gaze fell upon the hand resting on his leg. Turning to the side, he noticed Gu Yuji, who had quietly remained by his side all along. He returned the cigarette to his pocket, took her hand gently, and began to play with it. Gu Yuji, not fully aware of Ren Jin's family matters, was unable to offer words of comfort, but she silently accompanied him, responding to his touch with a gentle squeeze of her own. Ren Yaoyong, fully aware of his shortcomings, found himself unwilling to concede. He began to utter a series of ungracious remarks, while Zhao Wang and Ren Yue echoed his sentiments. Gu Yueji observed Ren Jin, who furrowed his brow amidst their clamor. Having returned home late from social engagements the previous night, he was now confronted with this vexatious matter. She raised her phone and addressed Ren Yaoyong and his companions, stating, "Since you cannot provide any evidence to claim this house as yours, I implore you to vacate our premises immediately. Should you continue to disturb us, I shall be compelled to contact the authorities." With no means to confront Ren Jin, Ren Yaoyong turned his ire towards Gu Yueji, exclaiming, "This is a family matter. When did it become your place to speak?" Ren Jin's expression hardened as he sat up straight, shielding Gu Yueji behind him. "She is my wife. If she lacks the right, then who does?" Zhao Wang scoffed, "You are all equally uncouth. Naturally, a woman who marries such a man cannot belong to a respectable family." Ren Jin shot her a fierce glare. "Dare to speak of her again, and I shall remind you that a woman like you, who clings to others like a beggar, is hardly in a position to judge." He surveyed them with a demeanor both severe and incisive. "If I choose to ignore you, do you presume that I am afraid?" He truly wished to disregard Ren Yaoyong and his ilk. His life with Gu Yueji was fulfilling, and he was in high spirits, hoping to resolve the matter amicably. However, it became clear that reasoning with such individuals was futile. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with deliberate clarity. "You believe you can persist in your claims without fear, do you? Very well. I have heard that your daughter, Ren Jiaojiao, is currently working as an external teacher at the second primary school. I could easily hire someone to cause a disturbance at her school. I wonder how well she would fare under such scrutiny." Turning to Ren Yue, he added, "You, who roam the streets daily, do you not fear encountering trouble one day?" Finally, he pointed at Ren Yaoyong, saying, "If you possess any evidence asserting that this house belongs to you, take me to court. I shall abide by the court's judgment. If you do not, then should you come to my home again to harass my wife or cast aspersions upon her, I will ensure that for every visit, retribution follows. I assure you, I am a man of my word." Chapter 46. Last week, we had a quarrel. Gu Yuezi has understood, since childhood, the principle of fortune and misfortune being interconnected. Thus, even though her entrepreneurial income is beginning to rise, and she enjoys a blissful family life with Ren Jin, when the owner of the garment factory abruptly contacted her to inform that the factory was facing financial difficulties and could no longer operate, she was momentarily at a loss but quickly came to accept this reality. She is acutely aware that her life will not always be smooth and harmonious. Seated before her computer, Gu Yuezi began to fret about her next steps. Her online store has a stable customer base, and if she cannot find a suitable garment factory to take on orders, the sales of her store will certainly be affected. The factory currently producing for her online shop has consistently delivered satisfactory garments in both fabric quality and craftsmanship, and having collaborated with her for many years without any issues, it stands as her most reliable supplier since the inception of her business. Finding a replacement factory at this juncture is indeed a formidable challenge. As Gu Yuezi was lost in her worries, Shao Yao suddenly called her. "Why not spend this weekend with me instead of your husband?" Although Shao Yao's tone remained playful, it lacked her usual lightheartedness. "What's wrong?" Gu Yuezi inquired. "I'm heading to G City for a business trip next week, and I thought I'd stop by to meet your husband. I want to see if he's truly as handsome in person as he appears on screen." Shao Yao was the first friend to inform Gu Yuezi of her marriage. She had previously met Ren Jin via video and had praised him for being more attractive than Zhong Xuyang, which had prompted Zhong Xuyang to pinch her cheek in irritation. Shao Yao did not directly answer her question, and Gu Yuezi understood that she preferred to discuss it in person. "If my sister-in-law wants to meet, I will certainly ensure Ren Jin makes himself available." That sounds more like it. On the weekend, Shao Yao reserved a table at a Cantonese restaurant. As Gu Yuezi and Ren Jin entered hand in hand, Shao Yao couldn't help but admire them. Gu Yuezi's sleek black hair fell to her shoulders, and she wore a pure white dress that radiated brightness and grace beside Renjing. Her full face, with its defined jawline and flawless fair skin, resembled a blooming flower. Next to her, Renjing, with his sharp brows and deep-set eyes, high nose, and thin lips, exuded an air of elegance in his impeccably tailored black shirt and trousers, confidently leading Gu Yuezi towards Xiaoyou. Despite it being their first meeting, Xiaoyou felt an inexplicable connection between the couple, as if they were two halves of a whole. In contrast, her previous experiences with Yi Zurong had lacked such harmony. The dinner unfolded pleasantly, filled with lively conversation between Gu Yuezi and Xiaoyou, while Renjing actively engaged in their discussions, attentively catering to Gu Yuezi's needs by pouring her water, peeling shrimp, and offering napkins, which made Xiaoyou exclaim in envy. After the meal, Renjing escorted Gu Yuezi and Xiaoyou to their hotel. Jing Gu, I'm borrowing your wife for the night. Don't you lose sleep over it, Xiaoyou teased before getting out of the car. Renjing smiled, raising a finger playfully. Just for one night, no more than that. Xiaoyou feigned exasperation. Oh dear, are you two really that lovey-dovey? Or are you just putting on a show for me? After finishing their meal, Xiaoyou realized that Renjing was not a dull person. He could pick up on the jokes she shared with Gu Yuezi, which made her enjoy teasing him. Renjing raised an eyebrow, fully embracing the theatrics of the moment. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Gu Yuezi's chin and leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips, complete with a playful flick of his tongue. Xiaoyou was thoroughly impressed and, covering her eyes in mock surrender, exclaimed, Brother Jing, I concede. I promise to return your wife to you tomorrow. Only then did Renjing release Gu Yuezi, reminding her to return home early the next day and to call him if she needed anything. Gu Yuezi nodded bashfully, replying, All right, please drive safely. After bidding farewell to Renjing, Xiaoyou and Gu Yuezi ventured to the supermarket next door to their hotel to purchase a few bottles of beer. Gu Yuezi stood by the checkout counter, eyeing her curiously. What's the big deal? Do we need to drink to have a conversation? Xiaoyou shrugged. You're overthinking it. I'm just thirsty. Gu Yuezi chose not to expose her friend's pretense, thinking to herself that Xiaoyou was indeed unique, opting for beer to quench her thirst. Didn't I also drink often during college? Xiaoyou reminisced, recalling her habit of occasionally bringing a couple of bottles back to the dorm, claiming it was merely to satiate her thirst. However, Gu Yuezi slowly realized that Xiaoyou typically craved alcohol only when she was troubled. Upon returning to their room, the two began their evening routine, donned bathrobes, and settled by the window, clinking their beer bottles together before sipping and chatting. So, what brings you here all of a sudden? Gu Yuezi inquired. Xiaoyou tilted her head back and took a generous swig of her beer before pausing to respond. I think I want to break up with Xiong Shuyang. Gu Yuezi was taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. Isn't your relationship quite good? Just a month ago, Xiaoyou had posted sweet pictures with Xiong Shuyang on her social media. Xiaoyou fell silent for a few seconds, confessing, I'm quite conflicted. You know how long I've liked Xiong Shuyang. Now that we're finally together, it feels like a dream come true. Yet, for some reason, there's an unsettling feeling in my heart. The sole issue causing Xiaoyou's unrest regarding Xiong Shuyang was straightforward. Gu Yuezi directly asked, Is Xiong Shuyang still in contact with his ex-girlfriend? Xiong Shuyang and his former girlfriend were renowned throughout the school for their affectionate relationship, frequently seen together, with him showering her with attention. After winning a competition, he publicly professed his love for her, which made it all the more difficult for him to accept her betrayal when he discovered her emotional infidelity. He made a scene outside the girls' dormitory, which became the talk of the campus, ultimately leading to his ex-girlfriend pleading for forgiveness. Their tumultuous relationship continued to intertwine until graduation. Xiaoyou let out a soft sigh. I'm not sure. Last month, during a gathering of their high school classmates, he didn't return home for an entire night. The next day, I noticed a fragrance on his clothes, a scent that his ex-girlfriend always used, a particular Chanel. When I asked if they had met, he denied it, claiming it was just a crowded elevator. Xiaoyou found it peculiar that she remembered that scent so vividly. It reminded her of a basketball game in college where his girlfriend had merely walked past, leaving behind a faint trail of fragrance. Someone had mentioned that it was from a specific Chanel line, and that memory had lingered ever since. It was her first encounter with Xiong Shuyang's girlfriend. As the competition concluded, she walked directly towards him and was enveloped in his embrace. She could no longer recall what Xiong Shuyang looked like that day or the results of the competition. All that lingered in her mind was the scent. Since then, a sense of doubt had taken root within her. Despite scouring through all the applications on Zhong Xuyang's phone, she found no tangible evidence of their meeting. Yet, her suspicions remained unabated. She grew increasingly paranoid, questioning him about his evening engagements and insisting he return home at a reasonable hour, forbidding him from spending the night outside. When he was on business trips, she demanded video calls to ensure no one else was present in his room, becoming obsessed with checking his phone. Last week, they had a heated argument. He remarked on her newfound sensitivity and suspicion, stating she was not the Xiaoyou he once knew. She was taken aback. Realizing he spoke the truth, Xiaoyou, had lost her carefree spirit and no longer felt like herself. Gu Yueji had witnessed Xiaoyou in her college romance, where she was typically the one being checked upon, never the one doing the checking. Today, she sought solitude, hoping to reflect on whether to end her relationship with Zhong Xuyang. Have you reached a conclusion? Gu Yueji inquired. Xiaoyou traced her finger around the mouth of the bottle, contemplating. Now that Zhong Xuyang and I work in the same city and live together, we are constantly in each other's presence, leaving me no room for contemplation. I desire to change jobs and take a temporary break from him. Gu Yueji was surprised by Xiaoyou's intentions, for she had recently been pondering her own venture and was eager to find a partner for it. After much consideration, she asked Xiaoyou, would you be interested in starting a garment factory with me? Chapter 47, My ex-boyfriend opening a garment factory. Xiaoyou stared in astonishment, her eyes widening. She had never heard Gu Yueji mention this before. Gu Yueji nodded, expressing her intention to take over the garment factory with which she had previously collaborated. This idea emerged after a week of searching for a suitable factory without success. Initially, Gu Yueji had planned to seek Xiaoyao's opinion that very evening. Xiaoyou, currently engaged in management at her family's food processing factory, possessed experience in factory management despite the differing industries. She was unexpectedly confronted with the notion of changing jobs herself. Xiaoyou pondered, as the family factory was primarily managed by her brother, leaving her with a nominal role where she merely drew a salary. In truth, she yearned for a career of her own, and this seemed a perfect justification for a temporary separation from Zhong Xuyang. Have you estimated how much investment will be needed? She inquired. The minimum might be around 700,000 to 800,000. Is Renjing investing in you? Gu Yueji shook her head. She had calculated her available funds, which were evidently insufficient. However, she refrained from informing Renjing of her intention to take over the garment factory, as his engineering projects required substantial capital, and she did not wish to dip into his finances. If you and I venture into this business together and share the costs, I will consider taking out a loan. Suddenly, Xiaoyou dropped a bombshell. Yi Zulong recently asked for your contact information. Who? Gu Yueji's surprise was palpable, prompting Xiaoyou to raise an eyebrow. It's no wonder you don't recognize anyone else after your breakup. Your thoughts are consumed by Renjing. Gu Yueji felt a twinge of embarrassment. No, I'm just surprised. What does he want from me? He said he wants to repay you. Given your current financial constraints, and considering that the money rightfully belongs to you, shouldn't you contemplate it? The following evening, during dinner, Gu Yueji had deliberated throughout the day and ultimately decided to speak directly to Renjing. I need to discuss something with you. Today, Yi Zulong reached out to me, expressing a desire to meet. Renjing paused, momentarily taken aback, and uncertainly asked, who? Gu Yueji couldn't tell if he genuinely forgot or was feigning ignorance. She clarified bluntly, my ex-boyfriend. Renjing's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ah. So you acknowledge him as your ex. Why would you want to see him? It appeared he was displeased, deliberately countering her statement. Gu Yueji hurriedly explained. Please don't be angry, just hear me out. He contacted me regarding the previous debt. He now claims he wishes to return a portion of the money. Renjing's brow furrowed. What amount is a portion? I had repaid a total of 380,000. If he can return half, that would be 190,000. You previously stated you did not wish to be entangled with him. Will you not bear that debt yourself? I offered you money to settle it, and you refused. Why seek his funds now? Gu Yueji found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, she had no intention of demanding repayment from Yi Zulong. The debt had been cleared, and she was content with her life alongside Renjing. The thought of encountering Yi Zulong again was unappealing. Yet, as she contemplated taking over the garment factory, which required financial backing, she did not hesitate long before asking Xiaoyou to provide her contact information to Yi Zulong. Had she divulged this reasoning to Renjing, he would undoubtedly prefer to part with his money rather than allow her to meet Yi Zulong. The matter of taking over the garment factory had yet to be initiated. She intended to devise a more comprehensive plan before broaching the subject with Ron Jin. Currently, he was the one insisting on repaying her, and tomorrow they would meet to sign an acknowledgement of debt, after which he would transfer the funds directly into her account, ensuring they would not encounter one another again. Ron Jin opened his mouth to suggest that his family was not lacking in finances and that he did not wish for her to meet Yizurong. However, upon reflection, he realized that the money was rightfully hers, earned through her own diligence, and felt he had no authority to voice such sentiments. He lowered his head and took a few bites of his meal, reluctantly stating, "If you wish to see him, then by all means, I shall not hinder you." He continued to eat, deliberately ignoring her. Gu Yueji could not help but stifle a laugh at his sullen demeanor and quickly controlled herself, serving him soup. "I know you are the most magnanimous," she said. "This is your favorite corn and rib soup. Do you have another bowl?" The following day, Gu Yueji went to meet Yizurong. Upon seeing the restaurant's sign, she smiled softly to herself before pushing the door open. As soon as she entered, someone called out to her, "Yueji, over here." Looking up, she noticed that Yizurong had changed considerably. He had never donned branded clothing before. Yet now he sported a t-shirt emblazoned with logos, one she had seen in a boutique during her recent shopping trip with Ron Jin, priced in the 4 digits. His smile remained largely unchanged, reminiscent of their first encounter, yet there was an alteration. Previously, she found his smile dazzling, prompting her to smile back unconsciously. Now, however, it felt utterly commonplace, even insincere and revolting. She could not help but recall his cheeky, roguish grin, wondering if he would be sulking at home that evening. The thought brought an unintended smile to her face. Yizurong watched as Gu Yueji approached, his gaze following her intently. She had transformed significantly during their time together. They had been preoccupied with their entrepreneurial ventures, leaving no surplus for her to adorn herself. Initially, he thought her beauty transcended her attire, but gradually, he had to admit that he desired a girlfriend whose appearance would impress others, someone who would make his heart flutter upon sight. Now, she had become that enchanting figure. Clad in a light blue lace patterned dress that accentuated her delicate waist, her long hair styled in soft curls, and her subtle makeup radiating sophistication and elegance. She was a vision that captivated all attention. When she suddenly smiled, his heart skipped a beat. As if transported back to the library in school, when he first laid eyes on her, her very being aglow. But her smile faded swiftly as she took a seat across from him and politely greeted, "Long time no see." That phrase felt almost mocking, bringing him back to reality. Indeed, since their breakup, this was their first encounter. "How have you been?" she inquired, her lips curving slightly. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point." Yizurong forced a smile and nodded. "I know I owe you," he said. "I came to ask how much you still owe on that loan. I can help you pay it off." Gu Yueshi, upon hearing this, was both infuriated and amused. "What do you mean by asking how much I owe for you to help me pay it off? Have you forgotten who urged me to embark on this entrepreneurial journey with you? It was because of the student loan that I couldn't secure funding. And time and again you made me swipe my credit card and borrow from various platforms to support your dreams. How can you shamelessly utter such words?" Suppressing her rising fury, Gu Yueshi reminded herself that today she only wanted to reclaim her money, avoiding any unnecessary confrontation. "I won't place all the blame on you. I made my own foolish choices. At that time, we co-borrowed 380,000 under my name. Now, please tell me how much you intend to repay." Yizurong was taken aback. "Is it really that much?" Gu Yueshi smiled wryly, questioning her past attraction to him, perhaps already aware of his true nature. She retrieved the prepared documents and detailed statements from her bag. "Here are the receipts for every loan, and this outlines every amount I transferred to you. Take your time to review them. If you find any discrepancies, I can provide further evidence." When she learned of his betrayal, marrying someone else and passing her number to his creditors, she had meticulously saved all the transaction records. Little did she know, they would prove useful. Chapter 48. The harassment call. Yizurong's visit today was intended to settle debts and engage in a heartfelt conversation with Gu Yueji. "No, there is no need. I'm not accusing you of deceit. I simply didn't anticipate our expenditures back then." He paused. "This 380,000 is to be split equally. I will repay you 200,000. What do you think?" Gu Yueji shook her head. "I don't wish to take advantage of you. If we are to split it, you ought to return 190,000. Would you prefer a bank transfer or I'll pay?" Let's use a bank transfer. I'll send you 100,000 first. And the remainder I can return in several installments, if that is acceptable. That works, but you must sign a promissory note, she replied, producing a document she had prepared in advance. Yi Zurong hesitated upon seeing the note. Is it really necessary to sign? Gu Yueji pushed the note towards him. If you refuse to sign, I shall not accept your payment. Seeing her firm stance, he reluctantly affixed his signature to the paper. After signing, he looked at Gu Yueji with a gentle smile, reminiscing. Do you remember this restaurant? You always wanted to come here. Back then, we had no money. But we promised to dine here once we earned our first paycheck. Today, feel free to order anything. It's on me. Hearing him suggest this restaurant made Gu Yueji laugh. She was baffled by the significance of his choice and even more perplexed by his audacity to reminisce. Did he truly believe that by signing this note and repaying her, they could wipe the slate clean? That she would forgive him, and they could rekindle old dreams? Gu Yueji tucked away the promissory note and coldly regarded him. My husband has already brought me here. The food was dreadful. If you wish to eat, please do so alone. Just remember to transfer the money. With that, she picked up her bag and departed. Shall you? Yi Zurong called softly, his tone reminiscent of their affectionate past. Gu Yueji hesitated briefly, but then walked away without turning back. Yi Zurong watched her retreating figure, his days dimming with each step she took. He recalled how his heart felt like it had been pricked by needles upon hearing from Xiao Yao about Gu Yueji's marriage. They had been each other's first love, sharing the beauty of initial infatuation and the struggles of starting a business together. His abandonment of her to marry another was not born from a lack of love. He had merely capitulated to harsh realities. That night, he couldn't sleep, yearning to see Gu Yueji once more, and thus used the excuse of repayment to invite her out. Gu Yueji, adorned in fine attire and carrying an expensive bag, no longer bore the sorrowful expression from their days of struggle. Her face radiated with contentment. It seemed she thrived away from him, harboring no nostalgia for their shared past. Gu Yueji believed this matter had reached a conclusion. As long as Yi Zurong transferred the funds punctually, they would not cross paths again. However, one day, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her thoughts. Assuming it was a telemarketing call, she ignored it. The phone rang again, prompting her to answer. Hello? Upon connection, a torrent of insults erupted from the other end. You shameless woman, you finally picked up. Have you no decency? Yi Zurong is married, yet you still try to meet him. Are you not done being toyed with? Once, one would pay to engage, but now one must pay to play. Have you looked in the mirror? Do you truly believe you are worth 190,000? Is such a sum necessary for mere amusement? Even 19 would seem excessive. Upon hearing this, Gu Yueji realized the call was not a mistake. It was indeed Yi Zurong's wife. Silently, she ended the call and promptly blocked the number. Subsequently, she sent a message to Yi Zurong, urging him to manage his wife and advised her to speak with more decorum. However, within 10 minutes, Yi Zurong called again. Gu Yueji, are you free tomorrow? His tone was starkly different from their previous encounter. Gu Yueji paid no heed to his demeanor or the question of availability, simply replying, I am not free. Yi Zurong hesitated and then said, My wife insists on meeting you. Surprised, Gu Yueji queried, Why should I meet your wife? It concerns the repayment of the 190,000. She has learned of it. And so, she disagrees. Could you clarify matters with her? Gu Yueji could hardly believe her ears, laughing in disbelief. What is there to clarify about repaying a debt? Should the bank consult your wife before demanding repayment? She knows you were my ex-girlfriend. Your repayment is due to our former relationship. You seem confused. You are repaying a debt incurred during your entrepreneurial venture. Ren Jing emerged from the shower to find Gu Yueji in a state of agitation. He raised an eyebrow, drying his hair while settling beside her. Their eyes met as she placed the call on speakerphone, tossing the device onto the sofa. I understand, but my wife has been harping on our past relationship. And all you need to do is meet her and clarify that we are no longer involved. What is there to discuss? We met once, and since then, we have not exchanged WeChat or spoken on the phone. What remains unclear? She does not trust me. You simply need to tell her in person, otherwise, she will persist in her complaints. Gu Yueji was utterly speechless, poised to decline when she pressed the red button, ending the call. She raised her gaze to Ren Jing, who muted his phone and set it on the coffee table. Isn't it bothersome? Can you block her? She too found the situation vexing. However, he still owed 90,000 000. Leaning back against the sofa, he observed her while continuing to dry his hair. I fear the remaining debt is precarious. Surely not, he has given me an IOU. I worry his wife may cause you trouble. Recalling Yi Zurong's wife's call, Gu Yueji recognized she was not a reasonable person. Yet she doubted anyone would be so idle as to harass their partner's ex. Yet, unexpectedly, Ren Jin's words proved prescient. In a matter of days, Gu Yueji began receiving a barrage of unfamiliar calls, each ringing once before disconnecting, amounting to dozens each day. After much contemplation, she realized she had not wronged anyone. Ultimately suspecting Yi Zurong. When she called him, to her surprise, it was his wife who answered. True to form, she immediately launched into a tirade. You wretched harlot! How dare you call my husband? You refuse to meet me. What is it that you cannot say to my face? You persistently contact my husband in secret. As if the telephone calls are insufficient for you, you shameless mistress. Gu Yueji has come to realize that there truly exist individuals in this world with whom one has no desire to communicate. Their words are inconsequential. Akin to a rabid dog barking incessantly, merely a nuisance rather than a matter of concern. If you continue to harass me with phone calls, I shall report you to the authorities. I have recorded our conversations. Go ahead and report me. Let us see if you can apprehend me. The threat of police intervention proved to be utterly ineffective against that woman, emboldening her further. That very afternoon, her calls escalated into an unrelenting barrage. One after another without respite. Consequently, when Ren Jin attempted to reach Gu Yueji by phone, he found himself unable to connect. Each dialed number was met with a busy signal. Unaware of the unfolding events, he continued to call, and after 10 attempts met with the same result. He briefed his colleagues at the construction site before hurrying home, the phone still engaged throughout his journey. Arriving breathlessly at home, he opened the door to find her seated in the living room, and he released a sigh of relief. Surprised by his early return, Gu Yueji approached him. Why are you back? Ren Jin surveyed her from head to toe. She was clad in loungewear, devoid of makeup, indicating she had not ventured out. What is wrong with your phone? Why has it been continuously engaged? Gu Yueji paused, realizing the reason for his arrival. Go wash your face first. I will speak with you shortly. Having just returned from work, his face was covered in dust. He typically showered before returning home. Seeing her at home without concern, he took his time to wash up before emerging. Upon his return, he found Gu Yueji seated on the sofa, her phone in hand. He took the device and was astonished to see an incoming call. Why aren't you answering? Gu Yueji shook her head. It's a harassing call. Just as she finished speaking, the call ended, only for another unfamiliar number to appear. Ren Jin stared at the phone for a couple of seconds. It was already warm to the touch, having rung for an unknown duration. He grasped the situation, pondering who was behind this. Yi Zurong's wife. Chapter 49. Do you know who my father is? Ren Jin furrowed his brow, pondering when this had transpired. Monday, perhaps. Monday. It's been 3 days. Why haven't you informed me? The past couple of days, I hadn't been able to reach him as frequently. Today, when I called Yi Zurong to resolve the matter, his wife answered, and that's when everything escalated. With a stern expression, Ren Jin inquired, so why didn't you tell me? Seeing his irritation, Gu Yueji quickly sought to placate him. Haven't you been busy with the construction site? Last night you went out, got drunk. And I didn't want to burden you with this. I thought I could manage it myself. He pinched her cheek, mocking, you can handle it. Yet I can't find my wife. Not applying much pressure, Gu Yueji playfully leaned her chin against his chest, gazing up at him. Do you think calling the police would be of any use? She shed her usual composure, revealing a charming and endearing demeanor, which softened Ren Jin's mood. His tone turned gentle. Waiting for the police to assist you is less effective than simply changing your number. I have considered changing my number. But my phone is linked to too many things. It would be quite troublesome. Ren Jin pondered for a moment, switched his phone to airplane mode, and asked, did his wife ever call you from her phone? Yes, but I blocked her. Hand me your phone. Let me retrieve that number. Gu Yueji swiftly navigated to her contacts and found the blacklist, which contained only a single number. Ren Jin glanced at the number, picked up his phone, and dialed. As Gu Yueji checked the time, she realized it was time to start dinner and headed to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to them, a certain understanding had developed between them. Household matters were either managed by him or left for her to handle. If he took the reins, she could simply relax. As soon as the rice was washed and set to boil, he entered, wrapping his arms around her as she prepared the vegetables in the sink. I feel like having something spicy tonight. Gu Yueji, busy chopping, turned her head to glance at him. You just vomited after drinking last night. Shouldn't we eat something lighter today? He showed no signs of protest. Fine, but as compensation, you must dress more provocatively tonight. With that, his hands began to wander over her body. Gu Yueji laughed, turning to toss a vegetable at him. Do you still wish to eat? I wouldn't mind starting with you first. He pulled her close, leaning down to kiss her, but she turned her head away. Then leaned in to kiss him again before darting away. He embraced her, engaging in their playful exchange. Whenever she dodged, he would kiss her, and whenever he leaned in, she would evade him. After some time, the playful banter culminated in Renjin gently holding her head for a lingering kiss. I'm hungry. Can we eat now? Gu Yueji hugged him and planted another kiss on his lips. Did you not have lunch? A bit vexed, I just had a light snack. Renjin playfully swatted her backside. Move aside, let me take over. Gu Yueji remained in the kitchen with him, primarily tasting the dishes and adding a pinch of salt here and there. Once they had finished their meal and cleaned the dishes, they settled in the living room to watch television. Renjin returned her phone, and upon checking, she discovered her phone was functioning again, free from any nuisance calls. How did you manage that? I have engaged in such activities before. What kind of activities? Telephone harassment, pressuring individuals to repay debts. Have you also resorted to bombarding her with calls? It is not that simple. If she wishes to play, we must elevate the game, lest she thinks she is the only one capable of playing. The harassment calls ceased, yet Yi Zhurong's phone incessantly rang. However, Renjin advised Gu Yueji to refrain from answering. After enduring such harassment for days, they should not expect tranquility so soon. It was only when he sent an apologetic message, expressing a desire for a face-to-face reconciliation, that Renjin permitted Gu Yueji to respond in agreement to meet. Renjin accompanied Gu Yueji to the meeting. This was Renjin's first encounter with Yi Zhurong, and his initial impression was of Gu Yueji's former taste. Finding Yi Zhurong to be a frail man, resembling a poached chicken, seated beside a woman who appeared as a bloated mass of dough, capable of overpowering him with her mere presence. As soon as Renjin and Gu Yueji took their seats, the woman began with her sarcastic remarks, suggesting she had assumed they would not dare to show up today. Renjin raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze directed towards her, questioning if she had not received enough calls. Lu Xiaoxiao interjected, accusing Gu Yueji of still being entangled with her ex-boyfriend while glaring at her. Gu Yueji, anxious to clarify and fearing Renjin would misunderstand, attempted to explain. However, he grasped her hand gently, reassuring her with a comforting pat, conveying his trust. Renjin, having lost interest in the woman, turned to Yi Zhurong and inquired, Are you capable of making decisions regarding your family affairs? Before Yi Zhurong could respond, Lu Xiaoxiao interjected. Why should he have the authority over our family matters? Renjin, without even glancing at Lu Xiaoxiao, directed a gaze of sheer disdain at Yi Zhurong. Although Lu Xiaoxiao was oblivious to the rightness or wrongness of the situation, Renjin was not. He simply reiterated, Can you take charge of your family's affairs? Lu Xiaoxiao, pointing at Yi Zhurong, declared loudly, Yi Zhurong, I warn you to return that 100,000 yuan to me immediately, or I will not let this go. Where will you find the money? You are a spineless coward. All your funds come from my father. Gu Yueji was taken aback. Although she had discerned from their phone conversation that Yi Zhurong's wife was a domineering and fierce woman, she had not anticipated such an attitude towards him. Yi Zhurong clenched his fingers tightly, facing Renjin's contemptuous smile and Gu Yueji's astonished gaze. He yearned to assert his independence, but Lu Xiaoxiao's incessant shouting served as a reminder that he could never do so. Renjin smirked, understood. He tossed the IOU in front of Yi Zhurong, declaring that the debt was now considered as a burnt offering for them. Yi Zhurong's face flushed, and Lu Xiaoxiao erupted with curses. What did you just say? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I want to make your life miserable? You lowly wretches cling to money at the slightest chance. Have you even considered the kind of wife you have? Clinging to someone after being used and discarded, it reflects poorly on your character as well. Say another word, and I swear I will make you regret it, you public transport. What? Renjin tore open the large envelope in his hands and flung a stack of papers before them, detailing instances of violence, drug use, and 3 instances of abortion. Who, then, is the woman truly exploited? Does your husband know? Are your in-laws aware? The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, leaving Yi Zhurong and Lu Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. Lu Xiaoxiao picked up the papers, glanced at them, and then, in a fit of rage, shredded them into pieces. Her face contorted with fury as she lunged at Ren Jin. How did you discover this? I will sue you. You have invaded my privacy. Do you think this will intimidate me? Let me tell you, I am not afraid in the slightest. Do you know who my father is? Chapter 50. Are you thinking of men or money? Ren Jin cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, who resembled a lump of greasy lard. As she stood, her flesh quivered, leaving one to ponder how Yi Zurong could possibly tolerate her. Faced with Lu Xiaoxiao's fierce intimidation, he retorted. Your father is the director of the Main County Public Security Bureau, correct? Your mother is a Chinese language teacher at Main County's 8th primary school, am I right? Are they aware that you have been thoroughly used? Do their colleagues know? What about your relatives and neighbors? Ha! The final word rose sharply in volume, leaving the woman utterly stunned. Ren Jin's gaze was sharp and penetrating as he admonished her. Do you truly believe that everyone in this world fears you? Just because your father is the police chief, does that make him a deity? Why don't you summon him here to confront me? He lacks the capability, does he not? But mark my words, by tomorrow, I could plaster this information all over Main County, making it impossible for you to remain in your little corner. Do you believe that? Moreover, you have assaulted others without facing any legal repercussions. What has your father, the police chief, done? Should I investigate that as well? His finger pressed firmly against the paper, his words slicing through the air like blades of ice. Here! I offer you my first and final warning. Should my wife receive any further harassing calls or endure any distress, even once, do not hold me accountable. Ren Jin had been quite taken aback when he uncovered these details, astonished that Yi Zurong had abandoned Gu Yueji for such a woman. Regardless of Yi Zurong's actions, Ren Jin felt a sense of relief, for it was precisely due to that abandonment that he had encountered and fallen in love with Gu Yueji, leading to their marriage today. He turned to the astonished figure beside him. Throughout their journey here, she had inquired about how to deal with Lu Xiaoxiao. Yet he had remained silent. He felt that such matters were not worth discussing and wished to spare Gu Yueji from dwelling too much on Yi Zurong. During his investigation into Yi Zurong, he learned that Gu Yueji and Yi Zurong had been each other's first loves. Whether he was deemed overly masculine or excessively jealous, he simply did not want Gu Yueji to think of Yi Zurong any longer. Fortunately, during their visit to Yi Zurong, Gu Yueji behaved impeccably, refraining from speaking. With her hand resting on his thigh, holding him tightly, her body language radiated trust and affection towards him. Lu Xiaoxiao stared at Ren Jin in disbelief. Having been pampered by her parents throughout her childhood, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. After marrying, Yi Zurong and her in-laws had catered to her every whim. No one had ever confronted her as Ren Jin did. However, it must be acknowledged that Ren Jin was a man of considerable allure, his chiseled features and commanding presence unmatched by Yi Zurong. Yet, she recognized that Ren Jin was not a man that she or her father could easily subdue. Over the years, her father had resolved all the troubles she had caused, and no one had ever brought them up. She was utterly in the dark about how Ren Jin had discovered this information. You threaten me. Indeed, I am threatening you, just remember that, Ren Jin replied, having noticed that Lu Xiaoxiao had absorbed his words. He then glanced at Yi Zurong, who sat silently, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the paper, resembling a mere statue. He pointed to the photograph of Lu Xiaoxiao kissing someone else and kindly suggested, I recommend you get a paternity test, just in case you don't wish to raise another's child. Yi Zurong's expression of disbelief prompted Ren Jin to recall a saying, those who bring misfortune upon themselves cannot expect to live. The remaining matters were the couple's to resolve. And Ren Jin took Gu Yueji's hand and departed. Throughout the entire ordeal, Gu Yueji remained in a state of shock. Reflecting on the contents of the paper she had just seen, Ren Jin glanced at her and inquired, are you contemplating men or money? Gu Yueji was jolted back to reality, realizing that Lu Xiaoxiao's situation was indeed true. This had been uncovered through the hospital and police records, leaving no room for doubt. It appeared that her indiscretions had all occurred elsewhere, leading her to believe no one was aware. She could hardly fathom that he had chosen such a wife. In truth, Yi Zurong was not a bad person, fundamentally. He was merely weak, unable to bear responsibility, and always seeking to escape when confronted with difficulties. Ren Jin disdainfully shrugged. You needn't feel sorry for him. His family of 4 once lived in a modest 50 square meter apartment. After marrying this wife, he moved into a spacious 200 square meter home. He spends his days indulging with his father-in-law, living a life far more comfortable than yours. There is no need for your pity. Reflecting on this, Gu Yueji realized it was someone else's life, and she had no right to lament, especially since her own troubles remained unresolved. It seemed she would still need to discuss the funding for the garment factory with Ren Jin. Mistaking her contemplation for preoccupation with money, Ren Jin remarked, "I've consulted a lawyer. That sum was borrowed in your name. If you pursue legal action, you will need substantial evidence and navigate various judicial processes, all of which are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, with his troublesome wife, it's pointless to entangle yourself with them." Gu Yueji was taken aback. "You've spoken to a lawyer already? You, who usually just blunders in." After pondering for a moment, she confessed, "Darling, I must come clean about something." Ren Jin was surprised that she had been withholding information, quickly casting a glance her way. "What is it?" "I initially had no intention of pursuing that money from Yizurong, but recently my online shop has encountered some issues and I find myself in need of funds." Ren Jin paused. "Why didn't you tell me? I was hoping to gather enough money before discussing it with you. Now that I cannot rely on Yizurong, I'm even further from my goal. How much do you need?" She raised her hand with 5 fingers. 500,000, but I plan to partner with Xiaoyou. So I want to need the full amount. Partnering in business is not that simple, and running a factory is quite different from managing an online store. Go home and explain the situation to me in detail, and then we shall decide. All right, darling. In the future, could you please inform me of your needs beforehand? If your intention to contact Yi Zurong was solely for that meager sum, I would have prevented you from involving yourself with him and all the ensuing trouble. He just happened to bring up repayment, Gu Yueji replied, feeling a bit frustrated. I've been annoyed for days, and now it feels as though I won't see any money at all. Ren Jin gazed at her pouting face, filled with vexation, and thought to himself how she was a little miser. Playfully pinching her lips, he suggested, consider this expenditure as the purchase of something extraordinarily worthwhile. It will bring you comfort. Gu Yueji looked perplexed. What could possibly be so extraordinarily worthwhile? Ren Jin pointed to himself and replied, me. If you weren't tirelessly working to repay your loans and subsisting on takeout, you wouldn't have crossed paths with me. Without me, you wouldn't have such a wonderful husband. So, wouldn't you agree that this money is indeed well spent? Observing his self-satisfied expression, she couldn't help but smile back at him. With a gentle laugh, she leaned her head against his shoulder, and all her worries dissipated. Indeed, had she not encountered him, her life would have been vastly different. It certainly wouldn't have been as blissful as it is now. Chapter 51. How did you get here? In the blink of an eye, autumn had deepened. On this day, Ren Jin returned home and, upon pushing the door open, was greeted by the sight of steaming dishes on the dining table, the aromatic essence of cooking wafting from the kitchen. A stark contrast to the bleak chill of the outside world. He paused momentarily and called out, "Wife?" Gu Yueji emerged from the kitchen. "You're back." As Ren Jin changed his shoes, his gaze fixed upon her. "Did you not say you would return tomorrow?" Last month, Gu Yueji and Xiaoyou officially took over the garment factory. Being new to the endeavor and with the factory being quite distant from home, Gu Yueji had been residing there with Xiaoyou, learning management from the factory manager. For a full month, she spent several days a week at the factory, staying overnight in the dormitory and even conducting live broadcasts from there. Ren Jin counted the days. It had been 3 days since he last saw her. With a spatula in hand, Gu Yueji explained, "These past few days, I saw you on video eating your meals cold. Today, with the cold front arriving, I thought I would come back a day early to prepare you a hot meal." Ren Jin glanced again at the steaming dishes on the table. Since childhood, he had grown accustomed to cold food. His grandparents would leave early for the fields, preparing meals in advance, which would be cold by the time he returned from school. As he grew older and lived alone, working tirelessly day and night, it became commonplace for him to eat at irregular hours, indifferent to the warmth of his meals. After 30 years of life, such a vibrant scene of domesticity was connected solely to one person. "Just one more dish. You should wash your hands and change your clothes," she said, turning back to the kitchen. Ren Jin, instead of washing his hands, slipped on his slippers and entered the kitchen, naturally wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Gu Yueji was momentarily taken aback. Covering the pot and setting down the spatula. "No, it just needs to simmer for another 2 minutes." She turned to push him away. "Hurry and change your clothes." 2 minutes, is it? Ren Jin inquired. "Yes." "All right then, I'll help you keep time." Before Gu Yueji could respond, his hands tightened around her waist, pulling her against him as he leaned down to kiss her. For a moment, she was stunned, but she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. His kiss was fervent, filled with the longing of their brief separation. In truth, she had returned early because he had expressed a wistful tone the previous night, lamenting that no one was there to share a meal with him. She tilted her chin in response to his passion, yearning for him just as much. As their lips met, she detected the taste of tobacco on his breath. He had a habit of smoking, though she disliked the scent lingering in their home. And he never smoked indoors. She found herself tightening her embrace around him. The solid strength of his arms, the broad rise and fall of his chest, and the warmth of his breath made her limbs turn to jelly, her senses drifting as she awaited his next move. Yet, he suddenly released her. All right, time's up. Breathless, Gu Yueji did not quite catch what he said, silently lamenting his abruptness. After a moment, Ren Jin pinched her waist. If you don't hurry, the dishes will burn. It was then that she snapped back to reality, startled, as she turned to extinguish the flame and lift the pot lid. Thankfully, the food had not burned. She shot him an exasperated glare. Could you not have turned it off? He wore a smug grin, relishing the sight of her being utterly captivated by him. Gu Yueji blushed, feeling exasperated. Had she known, she wouldn't have bothered, curious only about what he would eat tonight. Observing her rosy cheeks, Ren Jin leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I plan to feast on you. Gu Yueji, incensed by his teasing, pushed him away and kicked him, resolutely refusing to entertain his advances. Noticing her genuine anger, Ren Jin chuckled as he embraced her, explaining, the dishes you specially prepared for me are too precious to waste. He affectionately kissed her cheek, adding, let us finish our meal swiftly so that I may indulge you sooner. Gu Yueji, taken aback by his reasoning, shyly retorted, who is satisfying whom? Ren Jin raised an eyebrow. If you wish to please me, you mustn't call it off tonight. The thought of his seemingly boundless vigor left Gu Yueji feeling somewhat weak-kneed. Xiao Yao toiled alone in the factory until the late hours, discovering that transitioning from the food processing industry to garment manufacturing was akin to traversing a vast chasm. As she began her new role, she realized that every aspect from cutting fabric to sewing labels and ironing required her to relearn everything from scratch alongside Gu Yueji. She also needed to assist Gu Yueji with live streaming, granting her friend more time to manage the garment factory. They worked tirelessly until the night's end, often being the last to leave the factory, yet Xiao Yao felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Just as Xiao Yao exited the factory, heading toward her dormitory, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning around, she saw Zhong Xuyang leaning against his brown Porsche, gazing at her. Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over her as she approached, asking, what are you doing here? Zhong Xuyang stepped forward, enfolding her in his arms before she could reach him, saying, I came to see my girlfriend. His tone was casual, but Xiao Yao knew that the drive from Yun City took nearly 10 hours. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? She inquired, noting the chill in the air as midnight approached. I got here a while ago. I didn't want to disrupt your work, so I refrained from calling, he replied, pulling her closer. Throughout the past month, Xiao Yao had seldom answered his calls, only returning them during her lunch or dinner breaks after noticing his missed calls. A month prior, she had declared her intention to leave Yun City for G City to join her friend Gu Yueji in establishing a garment factory. They had quarreled recently over his involvement with Lin Wenwen, and while he was uncertain if this was the cause, Xiao Yao simply expressed her desire to forge her own path without mentioning Lin Wenwen, a topic he dared not broach. Though he was not opposed to a long-distance relationship and supported her ambitions, he gradually sensed a decline in their communication, as if Xiao Yao were deliberately avoiding him, never inquiring about his life. Why did you suddenly come without informing me? He pressed. I messaged you this morning. Have you not seen my texts until now? Zhong Xuyang's tone bore no trace of reproach, only an unmasked sense of grievance. Yet this very grievance effectively rendered Xiao Yao momentarily abashed. After arriving in G City, she had deliberately set Zhong Xuyang's WeChat to do not disturb, allowing her to remain oblivious to his messages unless she actively sought them out. Typically, when Gu Yujin was around, Xiao Yao would find time to return Zhong Xuyang's calls or messages. However, today, with Gu Yujin having gone home, she found herself too occupied to even open Zhong Xuyang's WeChat. Her silence tacitly acknowledged Zhong Xuyang's unvoiced questions, stirring a pang of bitterness within her heart. He murmured huskily in her ear, I miss you, Yao. As his fervent warmth pressed against her lips, she instinctively recoiled, only to feel Zhong Xuyang's hand encircle the back of her head, drawing her forcefully into his embrace, prying open her lips. This close proximity ignited an uncontrollable yearning. Xiao Yao closed her eyes, gently wrapping her arms around his shoulders, surrendering to Zhong Xuyang's fervent exploration of her mouth, as waves of intoxicating sensations surged within her. Zhong Shuyang, on the brink of losing control, could hardly restrain the urge to consume her entirely. He paused, gazing deeply into the hazy eyes of the woman before him. Drawing several steadying breaths. Chapter 52. I no longer love her. Zhong Shuyang gently urged, Xiaoyao, be a bit more delicate. He carried Xiaoyao into the hotel where he resided, and upon entering, he laid her upon the bed with a fervent embrace. Their lips met in a passionate and lingering kiss, only parting when Xiaoyao struggled to catch her breath. He straightened up, tugging at the hem of his shirt to reveal the muscles he had meticulously maintained since his youth. In the dim light, his physique appeared chiseled, accentuating his undeniable allure. Kneeling before her in his bare form, his intense and smoldering gaze made Xiaoyao feel an overwhelming heat enveloping her entire being. Leaning closer, he seized her wrists with one hand, pressing them above her head, while a flurry of fervent kisses cascaded upon her, his warm breath trailing down her lips. Though Zhong Shuyang towered over her, he possessed a tender heart. Since their first intimate encounter, he had never treated her harshly, yet tonight, Xiaoyao sensed an unfamiliar intensity from him. Several times, she felt on the brink of surrender, grasping his shoulders and calling his name, Zhong Shuyang. Typically, he would intuitively grant her respite after her satisfaction, but this evening, his gaze remained dark and intent, pushing her to the edge until he finally growled above her. Amidst the whirlwind of sensations, her initial thought was a sudden panic. He had not used protection. Yet in the next breath, he held her tightly, and amidst their shared ecstasy, he whispered in her ear, Yao Yao, let us marry. In that moment, only their breaths filled the room. After a brief pause, Zhong Shuyang released Xiaoyao, who lay in a daze staring at the ceiling, murmuring, please, go buy me some medicine. His expression darkened as he replied softly, taking contraceptive pills isn't good for your health. Her anger ignited at his words, and she clenched her fists, retorting, if you know it's not good, then why act this way? Zhong Shuyang responded with an air of conviction, I wish to marry you. Furious, Xiaoyao turned to glare at him. You can't even propose properly, resorting to this? Suddenly, he bluntly asked, are you considering breaking up with me? This time, Xiaoyao fell silent. A bittersweet smile surfaced on Zhong Shuyang's youthful face. You left Yun City to escape from me, didn't you? You've stopped reaching out, waiting for us to drift apart naturally, haven't you? Xiaoyao remained mute. Zhong Shuyang took her hand in his. Let us clarify any misunderstandings. Please don't act like this. Reflecting on their recent arguments, she sighed, I don't wish to quarrel with you. Nor do I want to become a sensitive and suspicious person. Zhong Shuyang's assumptions were partly correct. She had left Yun City because of him. Yet she was uncertain of where their relationship would ultimately lead. She hesitated to contact him, but she replied to every message he sent. Though she sought to cool their relationship, she found herself unable to resist when he embraced and kissed her. Then let us marry. If you feel that I do not provide you with enough security, I shall return home with you tomorrow to propose, and we can obtain our marriage certificate, shall we? Upon visiting her today, he had made this resolute decision. Zhong Shuyang spoke with such certainty that Xiaoyao, recovering from her shock, could only ask in bewilderment, why do you want to marry me? Xiaoyao had never contemplated the possibility of marriage with Zhong Shuyang. In this relationship, she had merely fulfilled a regret from her university days, a longing that had remained unrequited. However, for Zhong Shuyang, this relationship was entirely different. He found it incomparable to his previous affair with Lin Wenwen. They had dined, watched films, celebrated festivals, traveled, and shared intimacy, experiencing both sweetness and joy. Yet it all felt so mundane, so ordinary, that it seemed he could easily find someone else to replace her. Why, then, did he wish to marry her? Your question pains me more than a rejection, Zhong Shuyang said bitterly, lowering his gaze. What man would anticipate his proposal to be met with incredulous skepticism from his girlfriend? Xiaoyao paused, sincerely and calmly posing the question she had long yearned to ask. Zhong Shuyang, do you still love Lin Wenwen? He hesitated for a brief moment before confidently asserting, I no longer love her. This admission surprised Xiaoyao, especially after witnessing his previous fervor for Lin Wenwen and the tumultuous years of their on-again, off-again relationship. Could he truly declare he no longer loved her? Zhong Shuyang lay back, wrapping his arms around Xiaoyao, tenderly stroking her hair. Throughout life, one encounters numerous experiences and people. Just because one once held affection does not mean it endures forever. Remember when I accompanied you to enjoy fried snacks at your elementary school? You once adored them, yet now find their taste rather ordinary. We are all evolving, changing. He leaned in, placing gentle kisses upon her lips. I love you, Xiaoyao. Please do not let your thoughts wander. Xiaoyou gazed at Zhong Xuyang in a daze. The revelations he brought forth this evening were overwhelming. He professed his love for her. He actually said he loved her. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to fall. Only to be noticed when Zhong Xuyang tenderly brushed his thumb against her tear-streaked cheek, pulling her into his embrace, whispering softly, "I have caused you distress." Her heart ached, and she buried her face against his chest, tears flowing freely. Being with Zhong Xuyang, Xiaoyou constantly reminded herself not to become too enmeshed, to remain prepared to withdraw at any moment. Yet, she could not fathom why, ever since he shielded her from a falling basketball with his back during their university days. She had held onto that fleeting moment of exhilaration for so long. The next day, Zhong Xuyang did not return home. His family background was somewhat akin to Xiaoyao's, as his family also owned a factory, albeit his was in the building materials sector, boasting greater financial strength. As the sole heir, Zhong Xuyang bore more responsibilities than Xiaoyou, yet he chose to remain in CTG, doing nothing but spending a week with her. While Xiaoyou was occupied at the factory, he was ever at her side, assisting in any way he could, carrying fabric, accompanying her to the textile mill, and arranging her meals during her busy schedule. When social obligations required her to drink, he would shield her from all alcohol. Observing his unwavering support, Xiaoyou felt her heart soften, and she refrained from mentioning a breakup. However, she did not explicitly accept Zhong Xuyang's proposal either. That night, she chose not to take her medication, making an internal decision: if she were to become pregnant this time, she would marry Zhong Xuyang. Since she was uncertain about her choices, she resolved to leave it to fate, allowing destiny to determine whether they were meant to be together. Chapter 53. Your family ties are quite good. How is the garment factory faring now? Ren Jin sipped the soup prepared by Gu Yueji and engaged her in casual conversation. Gu Yueji sighed, explaining that the current volume of orders was insufficient to cover their daily expenses. In essence, they were still incurring losses while embarking on their entrepreneurial journey. After more than a month of learning, both Gu Yueji and Xiaoyou had essentially grasped the operational intricacies of the factory. The factory had previously functioned smoothly, equipped with newly purchased machines prior to the pandemic, and the workers were skilled and eager to perform well. However, the impact of the pandemic over the past few years had led to a dramatic decline in foreign trade orders, resulting in a lack of incoming business and subsequent financial difficulties. Having understood the workings of the garment factory, Gu Yueji and Xiaoyou conferred and divided their responsibilities. Xiaoyou primarily took charge of production management, sourcing materials such as fabric and buttons, and overseeing the workers, while Gu Yueji, with her connections from running an online shop, was responsible for securing orders for the factory. After delineating their roles, Xiaoyou rented a separate room near the factory, while Gu Yueji, apart from visiting the factory weekly to meet Xiaoyou, spent the rest of her time at home. She and Ren Jin returned to their previous routine of enjoying intimate dinners together. You must prepare yourself psychologically. There will undoubtedly be losses at the outset. However, your husband is capable of earning money, so a temporary setback is not an issue. As long as you can secure orders, the factory can remain operational. Ren Jin reassured her. Gu Yueji felt a pang of sympathy and tenderness. Ren Jin toiled under the sun and rain to earn money, fully aware that he was investing in a venture that was currently losing money. She felt like a spendthrift. Thank you, my husband. I promise I will work hard to earn it back double. Ren Jin raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, my interest is not substantial. It can be settled in bed. Gu Yueji playfully lifted her foot to tease him. It doesn't have to be in bed, she replied. Ren Jin swiftly grasped her foot before it could slide away, wearing a knowing smile. You said it. Gu Yueji felt a mix of embarrassment and delight, attempting to withdraw her foot, but he would let her. Blushing, she surrendered. But we haven't finished our meal yet. After playfully teasing her, Ren Jin finally released her foot, drained the soup from his bowl, and suddenly recalled a phone call he had received earlier that day. My aunt called me today. She mentioned that my younger aunt's 50th birthday is coming up. She plans to host a celebration at a hotel this weekend. Gu Yueji paused. Your aunt? Yes, my father's sister, Ren Jin replied, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Just so you're prepared, my aunt is not someone to take lightly, and my father and his siblings will likely attend. This meal might not be particularly enjoyable. Having never met Ren Jin's other relatives, Gu Yueji was keen to learn more. Aside from your younger aunt, who else do you have in your family? Ren Jin, seeing her reluctance to peel the remaining shrimp, drew the plate closer and began to peel them slowly as he spoke. My father has an older sister and a younger sister. The younger sister is my younger aunt, and she married into a neighboring village. When I was young, my younger aunt took care of me more than my father did. My father's elder sister, who is my aunt, left our village to pursue her studies at a young age. Subsequently, she married a civil servant and rarely returned to the village. I scarcely had the opportunity to see her during my childhood. Whenever she did visit to see my grandparents, it felt as though she were inspecting the local populace from a lofty position, hardly acknowledging my presence. However, she did contact me once regarding the allocation of relocated housing, implying that whether a child is a boy or a girl, they are still the offspring of their parents. Thus, in terms of inheritance, all of my grandparents' children should have a share in the property. When she learned that my grandfather had already transferred the land and house into my name, she ceased all communication with me. This aunt possesses considerable cunning. According to my younger aunt, her husband is a department head at the Urban Management Bureau, while she herself works in a factory, yet they have managed to acquire several properties. At one point, she even attempted to incite my younger aunt to contest me for the property. From a young age, she looked down upon me, offering little more than disdainful glances whenever we met. Now that I have grown up and earned some money through construction work, she has suddenly taken the initiative to reach out to me. Even now, I fail to comprehend why an adult would harbor contempt for a child. Perhaps it is because I never learned to curry favor with adults, while she flaunted her spacious and pristine urban home and boasted about her husband's position. I merely found it dull, preferring to draw in the dirt with pebbles. As I matured, she frequently used her son, a university student, as a benchmark for my academic performance, urging me to emulate him. When I retorted, questioning the earning potential of a university graduate, her and her son's expressions soured immediately. Consequently, whenever I spotted her car outside my grandfather's house, I would discreetly distance myself and avoid returning home. Upon recounting this to my father, he was reminded of my mother, Wang Chuyan. I felt even more estranged from my mother's relatives. I have 2 uncles on that side, yet I can hardly recall their appearances. I would likely not recognize them if we were to meet today. Gu Yueji listened quietly, finding that Ran Jin's relationship with his relatives aligned with her expectations. As she grew older, she gradually understood that relatives are merely a group of individuals linked by blood ties that we cannot choose. Blood relations do not inherently signify closeness. At times, those connected by blood may harbor animosity towards you, whereas strangers may be more inclined to offer unconditional assistance. As Gu Yueji munched on the shrimp he had peeled for her, she nodded in agreement, stating, "Your familial relationships seem quite favorable. I rather like them." Ran Jin lifted his gaze to meet hers, a smile dancing in his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" It appeared she was quite pleased with his familial discord. Gu Yueji shook her head, articulating her analysis with clarity. "Just think, if you had a multitude of distant relatives, you'd have to maintain good relations with each one. Throughout the year, there would be so many occasions to navigate, festivals, weddings, and funerals. I now understand why your previous romantic interest sought to marry an orphan." Ran Jin was amused by her whimsical nature. She increasingly resembled a child in his eyes, unafraid to voice her thoughts and exhibiting more childlike behaviors. He recognized that Gu Yueji was offering him comfort. Others might not understand, but she surely comprehended the implications of his estrangement from family. Beneath it lay a childhood devoid of recognition and care. It was precisely because of this lack of support and protection from his parents that he was subjected to scorn and bullying, despite being nothing more than an innocent child. Ren Jinxing gently pinched Gu Yueji's face and playfully asked, "When will you take me back to your home? We have been married for nearly a year, and I have yet to meet your parents. Is that reasonable?" Gu Yueji's heart sank at his words. In truth, she had spoken to her family about her marriage, but her parents had reacted with anger, particularly towards Ran Jin. Her mother had expressed disdain upon hearing Gu Yueji's description of him, which had deterred her from returning home with Ran Jin or even broaching the subject with him. She could only deflect, saying, "I haven't met my mother-in-law either." Gu Yueji mused that they were indeed a rather peculiar couple. Despite being married, neither set of parents had met yet. Nonetheless, this had not adversely affected their relationship. Ran Jin raised an eyebrow. "All right, if you wish to meet her, set up a meeting for tomorrow." As he reached for his phone, Gu Yueji immediately recoiled, feeling apprehensive about deliberately arranging a meeting with Ran Jin's mother. "Let's postpone it. How about I plan for us to return around the new year?" Seeing her timid demeanor, Ran Jin chuckled with satisfaction and set his phone down. Chapter 54. From a young age, I have never been diligent in my studies, and it is evident that I will amount to nothing in the future. On the weekend, Renjin and Gu Yueji arrived at the restaurant earlier than the time notified by Aunt, contrary to their expectations of a lively scene. As they opened the door to the private room, they found it quiet, with only Aunt's family present. And may you enjoy blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and a longevity surpassing the southern mountain. May all your wishes come true and may you find joy every day. As Gu Yueji spoke these words of blessing, she presented the birthday gift that she and Renjin had purchased. Thank you, Yueji. Thank you, Xiaojing. You have both been too generous, Aunt replied as she took the gift. Let me see what you have bought for me. Renjin, seated beside Gu Yueji, added, Aunt. Try on the bracelet and see if it fits. And then carefully examined the small red paper bag in her hands, noticing the name of a certain jewelry brand printed on it. Oh my, what precious gift have you two bestowed upon me, she exclaimed, initially thinking it was merely a small token, and she promptly returned the bag to Gu Yueji. Gu Yueji deftly accepted it, withdrew the red box from within, and revealed the golden bracelet. She gently took Aunt's hand, saying, neither Renjin nor I could decide what would be suitable for you. We hope you like this gift. With that, she slipped the bracelet onto Aunt's wrist. This bracelet is far too extravagant. You must return it and reclaim your money. Aunt protested, feeling the weight of the gold circle, which, by its very heft, was undoubtedly expensive. Aunt struggled to remove the bracelet, but Gu Yueji quickly grasped her hand, insisting, once purchased, it cannot be returned. It is enough that you wear it with joy. You two children, why spend such money? Aunt questioned, her tone a mix of concern and gratitude. Renjin and I have a rather shallow relationship with our parents. We consider you as a second mother. When we were young, you provided us with food and clothing, and now that he earns, he should honor you, Gu Yueji replied earnestly. And, please accept it. It would be inappropriate for a birthday gift to be returned, Renjin chimed in, supporting her words. Aunt gazed down at the bracelet, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, she had only occasionally brought Renjin gifts when visiting her parents, and compared to the care provided by Qian Mingjun, her efforts seemed negligible. Yet, Renjin had always expressed gratitude, and ever since he grew independent and capable, he had never ceased to give back to their family. And couldn't he help but reflect? Had Ren Yoyong properly nurtured Renjin in his youth, their relationship would surely be different today. Finally, she patted Gu Yueji and Renjin's hands, saying, thank you. My dear children. Brother, your gift makes my red envelope for mom seem insincere, Qian Mingjun exclaimed, eyeing the large gold bracelet on his mother's wrist. Renjin shot him a glance. The salary I sent you this month should be enough to purchase one even more grand. Qian Mingjun scratched his head sheepishly. I just haven't had enough to spend. Where does your money go? You have meals and lodging covered at the construction site, Renjin inquired, puzzled. Qian Mingjun chuckled. I've just gone out for a few outings. Renjin furrowed his brow at him. You should save some money for marriage and children. Aunt would be far happier than receiving any gift. Understood, Qian Mingjun replied, nodding. In comparison to his parents, Qian Mingjun was more inclined to heed Renjin's words. Years ago, when he first entered society, he was naive and fell victim to a pyramid scheme, which led to his entrapment and prevented him from returning home. His mother, in tears, called Renjin, who then drove for dozens of hours to rescue him, employing unknown means to extricate him from that predicament. To this day, Qian Mingjun vividly recalls the moment Renjin pushed open the door, standing against the light in the doorway, his imposing figure reminiscent of a mountain. From that moment on, Qian Mingjun held Renjin in high regard. Renjin cast a sweeping glance around the empty private room. The room was quite spacious, with a large round table capable of seating over 20 people, yet it was only their small group present, leaving Renjin puzzled as to why such a large table had been reserved, making conversation cumbersome. Where are your aunts? Renjin inquired. Qian Mingjun shrugged. Who knows? Aunt only told us the room number. When we arrived, there wasn't a soul in sight. It was all too conveniently arranged as if to celebrate my mother's birthday. Yet has tea arrived yet? Surely, Aunt didn't he book this room just to time it perfectly for dinner, right? It's hardly a birthday celebration if the guest of honor is absent while the organizer is nowhere to be found. Renjin glanced at his phone. The hour was late, with less than half an hour remaining until mealtime. He turned to the waiter by the door, instructing, please summon the manager. The manager arrived promptly, and Renjin asked, has anyone ordered yet? The manager, beaming, replied, no, sir. Would you like to place an order now? We have several signature dishes that are limited in quantity. If you delay, they may sell out. With a scoff, Ren Jing retorted, when I treat people, I always order in advance. It's a basic rule that the person who orders is responsible for the bill. He added, bring the menu over. Let's order now. Qian Mingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Aunt really intended to come here directly for my mother's birthday. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked her to reserve a room. Ren Jing remained silent, taking the menu from the manager and handing it to Ren Yaozhuang, and, please choose what you would like to eat. Ren Yaozhuang, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, why don't we wait for your aunt to arrive? She mentioned she is familiar with the hotel owner and could select something affordable. It's alright. It's your birthday, so order what you love. Regardless of her familiarity with the owner, we'll be served the same dishes. Ren Yaozhuang, uncertain, replied, I'm fine with anything. Just don't order anything too expensive. Very well, I shall take charge, Ren Jing decided, selecting 18 dishes based on the manager's recommendations, estimating that it would suffice for the number of guests and also hold significance. However, just as he closed the menu, the manager interjected, Sir, 18 dishes may not be sufficient. The lady who reserved the private room mentioned there would be over 20 diners. Ren Jing paused, taken aback. Over 20 diners. Even with Ren Yao's entire family and Ren Yaomei's family included, that barely totals 20. Where are these extra guests coming from? As Ren Jing pondered this, a loud voice accompanied by the opening door interrupted, sorry for being late. Ren Yaomei, with her fair and round face beaming with smiles, approached, explaining in a loud voice before even reaching Ren Yaozhuang, Yaozhuang, I'm so sorry for the delay. It's all because of your brother-in-law's parking taking so long. As Ren Yaomei made her way over and settled beside Ren Yaozhuang, Du Yuzhou promptly stood up. Ren Yaomei possesses a tall and robust figure, her high heels nearly elevating her above Du Yuzhou. Standing alongside the slender and delicate Ren Yaozhuang, they appear far from being sisters. She clasps Ren Yaozhuang's hand, saying, you know, our family has just purchased a new Audi. Your brother-in-law is having difficulty getting accustomed to it. He struggled for quite some time trying to reverse it into the parking space, so we had to wait for Homie to arrive. He has always driven an Audi, so he is quite familiar with it and parked it effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Ren Jing exchanged knowing smiles with Qian Mingyun, recognizing the familiar tone of boastfulness. Oh, it's nothing. I appreciate your effort in celebrating my birthday. Ren Yaozhuang beamed at the sight of her sister. Ren Yaomei ushered Ren Yaozhuang to sit down, declaring, turning 50 is a significant milestone. We must celebrate it properly. Dressed in a modest dark purple coat, Ren Yaozhuang's golden bracelet caught the eye, and Ren Yaomei immediately noticed it upon approaching. What a lovely bracelet! It must be a birthday gift from today. Delighted, Ren Yaozhuang extended her hand to showcase it, saying, yes, it's a birthday gift from Shaojing and Yu Eiji. These two truly understand my heart. Ren Yaomei weighed the bracelet in her hand, noting its solidness, then turned to Ren Jing and Du Yueji with a half-serious, half-joking smile. Shaojing certainly has the generosity of a big boss. Soon it will be your big aunt's birthday, and you must not neglect her. She deserves a gift as well. Ren Jing glanced at Ren Yaomei's adorned wrists, teasingly responding, and your neck, wrists, fingers, and ears are all adorned. If you add another bracelet, your husband might just report you. Ren Yaomei's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, saying, your uncle is nearing retirement. What else to report about a bit of gold? However, being a civil servant cannot compare to the earnings of a businessman. I heard from your father that you can earn millions from a single project. I always told your father that you would achieve greatness. Ren Yaomei's ability to wield words was unmatched. She could either cast someone down into the depths or elevate them to the heavens with equal ease, her expressions shifting from sweet to sharp without a hint of hesitation. Yet, Ren Jing was disinterested in playing along with her theatrics, replying, is that so? I seem to recall you mentioning that I was not diligent in my studies as a child and would amount to nothing. Chapter 55. Do you still believe you can turn the page? Ren Yaomei had grown accustomed to the flattery of others, yet she was taken aback by Ren Jing, who not only praised her but also undermined her efforts. With a polite smile, she remarked, my dear aunt merely wishes to motivate you. Your father and I have often spoken highly of you in private. Ren Jing responded with silence and a smile. At that moment, Ren Yaoyong's family appeared at the door of the private room. Ren Yaomei quickly called out, Yaoyong, Zhao Wang, you have arrived. Please come in and take a seat. Following Ren Yaoyong and Zhao Wang were their children, Ren Yue and Ren Jiujiu, all four impeccably dressed, yet conspicuously empty-handed, suggesting they had come solely for the meal. Due to his close relationship with Ren Jin, Qian Minjun had always disapproved of Ren Yoyong's family. He provocatively remarked, "Uncle, today is my mother's birthday celebration. You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" Ren Yoyong paused, realizing it was indeed Ren Yajwan's birthday, yet he had never contemplated bringing a gift. Qian Minjun's unexpected inquiry left him at a loss for words. Seeing that Ren Yoyong had not prepared a gift, Ren Yomei quickly intervened, saying, "Oh, but didn't Ren Jin buy your mother a magnificent gold bracelet? What he purchased is as good as a gift from you, dear uncle." She took Ren Yajwan's hand and showcased the splendid gold bracelet, saying, "Look, your son has gifted Yajwan this exquisite bracelet for her birthday. With Ren Jin's current success, you can look forward to enjoying the fruits of his labor." Initially pleased by Ren Yomei's attempt to smooth things over, Ren Yoyong's expression soured upon seeing the radiant bracelet on Ren Yajwan's wrist. He felt resentment. Ren Jin had never gifted him anything throughout his son's upbringing. Growing increasingly irate, he muttered, "How could I enjoy his good fortune? In his eyes, I have long ceased to exist as his father." Ren Jin, already displeased by Ren Yomei's remarks, knew she could not be oblivious to the strained relationship between him and Ren Yoyong. Her feigned ignorance, in an attempt to bridge the so-called father-son bond, only aggravated him further. With Ren Yoyong's sarcastic comments, Ren Jin found himself too weary to muster even a polite smile. Were it not for his aunt's birthday, he would have turned on his heel and taken Gu Yueji to a more distant seat. "Yang, temper your disposition. You expressed a desire to have a proper conversation with Shao Jin." Ren Yomei scolded him lightly, then beckoned to Ren Jin. "Shao Jin, come sit over here. Your father and aunt have some matters to discuss with you. Let's sit closer and converse." Ren Jin held back his emotions. Fully aware that this meal was far from ordinary, he had not anticipated it being aimed at him. Gu Yueji noticed the coldness etched on Ren Jin's face and the slow cadence of his breath, indicating he was suppressing his anger. Ren Jin was not one to let his temper flare easily. Rather, he typically concealed his feelings in the presence of others. However, when it came to matters concerning Ren Yoyong, he had no desire to engage in conversation. The grievances he harbored towards Ren Yoyong were profound, having accumulated over the years into a volatile bomb, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Gu Yueshi gently caressed his chest, rising on tiptoes to whisper softly in his ear, "Since this meal is so tedious, let us treat it as an opportunity to hear some jokes. What they say is inconsequential. We shall not be angered." The last phrase left Ren Jin momentarily stunned as he glanced down at the person nestled in his embrace. Her cascading hair was tucked behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair profile. Her tender hand glided slowly across his chest, and her gentle whispers were imbued with such warmth and care, as if she were tending to a child. The tension in his chest dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth that enveloped him. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he tilted his head to inhale the fragrance that clung to her. A scent that was not of perfume, but rather the familiar essence that filled every corner of his home, a scent that brought him solace. Once Ren Jin regained his composure, he led Gu Yueshi to the sofa beside the coffee table, casually peeling an orange without sparing a glance at Ren Yoyong and Ren Yomei, as if they were beneath his notice. Although Ren Yomei was displeased with Ren Jin's demeanor, she felt compelled to speak. "Xiao Jin, today's gathering is not only to celebrate your aunt's birthday but also to provide an opportunity for you and your father to converse. He has a difficult temperament and values his pride, so there are things he finds hard to express. Yet, he confided in me that he feels a sense of guilt for how he treated you in your childhood. Regardless of his shortcomings, he is your biological father. And you cannot remain estranged forever, can you?" Ren Jin smiled lightly, countering, "Then, aunt, what do you suggest I should do?" Ren Yomei poured 2 cups of tea and exchanged a glance with Ren Yoyong. After a moment's hesitation, Ren Yoyong reluctantly placed 1 cup before Ren Jin. At the opportune moment, Ren Yomei interjected, "Today, you two should share this cup of tea, as a gesture of apology from your father. Let bygones be bygones. And you can turn the page, alright?" Gu Yueshi looked incredulously at the cup of tea. After all the grievances Ren Jin had endured over the years, she could not fathom how they thought a mere cup of insincerity and a flippant dismissal could suffice, without even an apology. Indeed, to the elders, no matter the extent of a child's suffering, it seemed inconsequential. A mere word from a father could erase all faults. There is no hatred without cause, nor love without reason. If children are to honor their parents, then parents should first cherish their children. Ren Yoyong had failed to provide even the most basic care for Ren Jin, so what right did he have to demand filial piety from him? Gu Yueshi, seething with indignation, nearly smashed the teacup, but Ren Jin unexpectedly offered her a peeled orange, asking, "Would you like to taste and see if it is sweet?" When Gu Weisher did not accept the orange, Ren Jin, under the watchful eyes of everyone, broke the fruit in half and fed a piece to her, asking once more, "Is it sweet?" Gu Weisher, momentarily taken aback, nodded, "Yes, it is sweet." Ren Jin smiled and took a bite of the remaining half before turning to Ren Yomei. Chewing the orange as he inquired, "And how much did your new Audi cost?" Ren Yomei, caught off guard by the sudden question, instinctively replied, 1,280,000. Ren Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging the high value of the car. He then raised his gaze to her and inquired, "If one day your car were to be vandalized, with all the windows shattered and the body marred by numerous scratches, and I suggested that you share a cup of tea with the perpetrator to settle matters amicably, would you agree to move on?" Ren Yomei was momentarily taken aback. There was a glimmer of amusement in Ren Jin's eyes. Yet his stare was so earnest that it seemed as if he would arrange for her car to be damaged the very next day if she dared to acquiesce. Ren Yomei remained silent, hesitating to respond. Ren Jin pressed on with his inquiry, "What say you, dear aunt? Do you still believe that moving on is possible?" Most individuals in this world are like that, speaking without understanding the aid of reality, oblivious to the pain that genuine suffering brings. Engaging in arguments with them proves futile. Only by allowing them to experience a semblance of that pain, even if merely through imagination, can they begin to comprehend and, ultimately, be silenced. Chapter 56, A Stroke of Luck in Your Lifetime. During the subsequent dinner gathering, Ren Yomei refrained from discussing any reconciliatory matters with Ren Jin. Ren Yoyong wore a solemn expression, attempting several times to admonish Ren Jin, but was consistently halted by Ren Yomei, as if fearing that any offense directed at Ren Jin might result in her own car being smashed in retaliation. Over the years, Ren Yomei had always been the most fortunate among their family, with a husband who held a managerial position and being the eldest sister, accustomed to her elevated status. When Ren Yoyong came to her, embellishing his grievances about Ren Jin's refusal to acknowledge him as a father and casting him out of the house to fend for himself, Ren Yomei immediately adopted a stance of seeking justice. She presumed that Ren Jin was still the same child who would meekly accept her reprimands without retort, and that everyone would defer to her. However, after recently enduring Ren Jin's fierce glare coupled with his threat to damage her vehicle, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Throughout her years of interaction with various individuals, she could easily discern between those who merely issued idle threats and those who were resolute in their intentions, capable of causing her real distress. Ren Jin was no longer the subordinate she could reprimand at will. He had the means to turn the tables on her. Ren Jin felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Ren Yomei falling silent and turning to converse with Ren Yozhuang, while Ren Yoyong's family stared at him, their expressions a mix of indignation and restraint. He felt akin to what Gu Yueji had described, merely an observer of their folly. As he continued to peel oranges for Gu Yueji, as Ren Yomei's husband, Zhou Chuanrong, entered the private room with their children, their spouses, grandchildren, and several middle-aged individuals, Ren Jin finally understood why Ren Yomei had reserved such a large venue. Their family occupied a significant portion of the table. Those in the know were there to celebrate Ren Yozhuang's birthday, while others might have assumed it was a grand banquet hosted by their family. Curious, Gu Yueji inquired about the identity of the middle-aged individuals, to which Ren Jin shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar. It wasn't until he observed one of the middle-aged men summon the manager, followed by an extensive ordering of dishes, that he began to grasp the nature of these individuals. Having worked in construction, he was accustomed to interacting with a diverse array of people, and hosting meals was a commonplace affair. However, such gatherings were far from straightforward. Especially for someone like him, lacking connections or a powerful background, to ascend socially, one must possess the ability to navigate the complexities of such interactions. Invitations to unfamiliar dinners would arise, where one might find themselves surrounded by strangers, exchanging only a few words with the person who extended the invitation. Yet, attending was imperative, as one bore a crucial role responsible for ordering and settling the bill. He had heard from his aunt that Zhou Chuanrong was a manager at the Urban Construction Bureau. The specifics eluded him, but considering the numerous properties owned by Ren Yomei, the multiple audits acquired, and the gold jewelry adorning her, it was evident that while Zhou Chuanrong's position may not have been grand, it was likely a respectable one. It was no wonder that Ren Yomei carried herself with the airs of a high-ranking official's wife. Ren Jin was reluctant to leverage his relationship with Zhou Chuanrong. As they sat down for dinner, he instinctively guided Gu Yuji to a lower position. However, Zhou Chuanrong suddenly called out to him, "Shao Jin." There's a spot here. Come sit with your wife. The familiarity in his tone took Ren Jin by surprise. Their encounters had been few, and they had exchanged hardly any words. He was puzzled as to why Zhou would summon him to sit beside him. Yet, since he had extended the invitation, Ren Jin felt compelled to comply, pulling Gu Yuji along to sit next to him and Ren Yumei. Before the dishes arrived, several middle-aged men instructed the waiter to open 2 bottles of Maltai and pour it into a wine jug. The waiter proceeded to serve wine to everyone at the table. When he reached Ren Jin and Gu Yuji, Ren Jin politely declined, saying, "We do not drink alcohol, thank you." Zhou Chuangyong, seated not far away, overheard and voiced his disagreement. "Xiao Jin, why aren't you drinking? It's rare for everyone to gather for a meal. A bit of wine would elevate the atmosphere. You must often drink when dining out, and I'm sure your tolerance is commendable. Come, let the waiter pour you a glass." Gu Yuji felt a surge of displeasure. She despised it when others pressured Ren Jin to drink. Knowing all too well how difficult it was for him to return home after getting drunk, often suffering from a distressed stomach, under normal circumstances, he had no choice but to partake in such social drinking, but it seemed unreasonable to pressure him at a family gathering. She interjected, "Ren Jin has a sensitive stomach. He tries to avoid alcohol." However, Zhou Chuangyong appeared oblivious to her protest, turning to introduce Ren Jin to the other middle-aged man. "This is my wife's nephew, Ren Jin, who is currently managing the Suji project and doing quite well." Ren Jin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The middle-aged man, who had previously not acknowledged him, now turned their gazes toward him with knowing expressions. Of course, he is Zhouku's nephew. Involved in a major construction site like Suji, he must possess considerable capability. Ren Jin had never disclosed to Zhou Chuangyong where he worked, and now, in front of others, Zhou was emphasizing his role in engineering, while also identifying him as his nephew. Glancing at the other middle-aged man and recalling Zhou Chuangyong's position in the Urban Construction Bureau, Ren Jin quickly grasped the implications. Zhou Chuangyong then introduced them further. "These 2 are Boss Sun and Boss Cheng, prominent real estate tycoons in our locality. I thought it would be beneficial for you to meet today, as there will undoubtedly be numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future." The middle-aged men immediately, like bees drawn to honey, whipped out their phones to request Ren Jin's contact information. After a moment of hesitation, he exchanged numbers with them. The dinner, ostensibly a birthday celebration for Ren Yowang, felt more like a networking event orchestrated by Zhou Chuangyong. Before the dishes were fully served, the wine began to flow freely. Under Zhou Chuangyong's persistent encouragement, Ren Jin partook in a few drinks, feeling the effects of the alcohol. Zhou approached him, glass in hand, stating, "I wasn't aware of your profession until your father visited recently and we discussed it. Don't he think that your uncle isn't looking out for you? We have plenty of projects in the bureau. These gentlemen are good friends of your uncle, and in the future, you'll be earning money alongside him." Ren Jin, accustomed to Zhou Chuangyong's seasoned demeanor, responded in kind, expressing his gratitude for his uncle's support. Accompanying Zhou Chuangyong to drink with several middle-aged men, he gleaned the gist of their conversation. The 2 gentlemen, Sun and Cheng, along with Zhou Chuangyong, had cultivated a long-standing cooperative relationship. Over the years, whenever Zhou possessed a project, he would ingeniously ensure that it fell into their hands. Upon receiving the contracts, Sun and Cheng would promptly subcontract the work to other teams, allowing the trio to earn a profit from the discrepancies. Currently, Zhou had a road construction project in hand, and they had nearly completed the bidding process. Suddenly, the construction team previously collaborating with Sun and Cheng announced they would not undertake the project. Lacking a competent construction team of their own, Sun and Cheng found themselves in a quandary. Just as they were lamenting their predicament, Zhou Chuangyong overheard Ren Yuyong, a contractor, expressing his grievances at home. Realizing Ren was a capable foreman, Zhou promptly considered enlisting him for the project. "My dear nephew, you are truly fortunate to have such an uncle as Zhou Ku. We could only pray for such luck, and your future earnings will be boundless." Sun exaggeratedly lauded Zhou Chuangyong. "Indeed, these past years, it is only thanks to Zhou Ku that we have had all fill. Can just anyone secure an 8 million project?" The group began to calculate how much Ren could earn from this endeavor, noting that road construction, unlike building projects, did not require a lengthy timeline, especially as it was a government initiative promising swift profits. Such enticing prospects would stir excitement in anyone, yet throughout the discourse, Ren simply smiled, ultimately posing a question to Sun and Cheng. "Why did the construction team you previously collaborated with decline the project?" Indeed, upon his inquiry, the atmosphere shifted, and the joviality among the men diminished. Chapter 57. You are my uncle. Their construction quality was subpar, and we wished to replace the construction team. With you as my nephew, we are certainly inclined to collaborate with you. As Mr. Chen spoke of the construction team, his dissatisfaction was evident. Ren Jin then inquired about the frequency of payment for the project. Road construction progresses swiftly. Typically, payments are made upon project completion. Payments are only made after completion. Ren Jin was taken aback. Having worked in construction for so long, he was accustomed to receiving funds in accordance with project progress. Otherwise, the substantial investment could lead to significant liquidity issues, which would be imprudent. Mr. Song, sensing Ren Jin's apprehension, reassured him, "Fear not, with your uncle here, you have no reason to worry about receiving project payments." Ren Jin merely smiled, retorting, "So, I am expected to cover all expenses myself from start to finish." The others regarded this as a matter of course. It was simply the industry norm. Ren Jin did not offer a response. "What percentage of profit will I receive upon completion of the project?" Mr. Song raised 2 fingers. "As Zhouku's nephew, you will certainly be looked after. 20% should suffice." Ren Jin mused that 20% was neither excessive nor insufficient. It could not be deemed favoritism. Merely an indication that Zhou Chuanrong and his associates had not been overly greedy. However, Mr. Chen then gestured towards a middle-aged man responsible for ordering food that evening, stating, "This is Mr. Su, who deals in sand and gravel materials. He will oversee the supply of materials for the project. Cement and aggregates are all included. All you need to do is manage the construction team and earn your share. You won't have to worry about anything else. It will be hassle-free." Hearing this, Ren Jin could not suppress a wry smile, realizing that it was premature to draw conclusions. Zhou Chuanrong and his crew were not merely greedy. They were treating him as a fool. They intended to contribute nothing while expecting him to manage the funding and labor to ensure quality and timeliness. Furthermore, they aimed to profit from every penny, with exclusive supply of materials leaving no room for negotiation on quality or price. The purported 20% profit, once the cost of materials was deducted, would likely leave him with merely enough to pay the workers, rendering his efforts futile. All profits would vanish into Zhou Chuanrong's pockets. And should any issues arise during construction, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, leaving him indebted to Zhou Chuanrong for a favor in business. Zhou Chuanrong truly was a cunning old fox. Mr. Song, believing that Ren Jin had been swayed, declared, "I will have a contract drafted and sent to your company tomorrow. Once we sign, we can commence work." Mr. Song exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Chuanrong, anticipating the commencement of work and the first payment. However, contrary to their expectations, Ren Jin declined, saying, "Thank you, uncle and esteemed bosses, for considering me. It is heartening that you thought of this junior. However, as the project with Zujiji is not yet completed, I find myself lacking the capability to manage both. I cannot take on this project." Indeed, Ren Jin has never believed that Zhou Chuanrong would look out for him. Despite their familial ties, they have scarcely exchanged a few words, leaving Ren Jin to wonder what motive Zhou might have to bestow such a grand opportunity upon him. Moreover, if this venture were truly lucrative, why did the construction team that previously collaborated with them decline the offer, even when it was presented to them? The owner of the site where Ren Jin once worked has succumbed to financial ruin after winning a government contract, ultimately completing the project but failing to receive payment. Consequently, since embarking on his own construction endeavors, he has refrained from accepting government projects. His willingness to entertain discussions of collaboration with Zhou Chuanrong and his associates was merely out of boredom. As Gu Yueji aptly noted, he sought to hear their tales, treating it as a source of amusement. Ren Jin's refusal took the group by surprise. After a moment of silence, General Song feigned regret and attempted to persuade him, insisting that the project required minimal manpower and that profits could be realized within 2 months. Such a splendid opportunity, he cautioned, would be lost if not seized. Ren Jin pretended to grapple with the decision, acknowledging that while other aspects were manageable, the requirement for him to front the entire project cost posed a significant burden. The sand and gravel materials were to be supplied by General Su, and he could not afford to incur debts. The sum involved was simply too great for him. As Ren Jin's reason struck at the heart of their profit motives, the group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, General Cheng inquired whether there might be progress payments from Shuji. Ren Jin chuckled inwardly. They were well aware that others had progress payments. Yet they themselves had consumed even those funds, unwilling to part with a single cent. Even if a genuine profit were to be made, he could not align himself with such avaricious individuals. He expressed his hope for future collaboration with the esteemed gentleman, making his stance clear. Zhou Chuanrong's demeanor soured. He had anticipated that Ren Jin would gratefully accept this fortuitous business opportunity, which others would vie for. Instead, he found himself rebuffed. With the bidding process complete, any further delays would be difficult to justify at his workplace. The previous construction team had grown reluctant to cooperate due to financial disagreements, while external teams were demanding exorbitant fees and were unwilling to utilize the materials they provided, significantly diminishing their potential earnings. One day, while inadvertently overhearing Ren Youyong mention that Ren Jin was currently engaged in work at Shuji, Zhou was struck by a mix of surprise and delight. He recalled the frail youth he had glimpsed in Ren Youmai's hometown and marveled at how Ren Jin had managed to carve out a niche for himself on a large construction site through sheer determination. However, he perceived Ren Jin's lack of formal education as a limitation, believing it would be simple to deceive him into taking on this contract, thereby resolving their predicament while also enhancing his reputation as a caring uncle. This led him to instruct Ren Youmai to invite Ren Jin out for a meal under the pretense of celebrating Ren Yazhuang's birthday. Zhou Chuanrong regarded Ren Jin with a look that suggested a lack of understanding. Shao Jin, I thought to introduce you to this fortuitous opportunity as family. Something that outsiders would strive to obtain in vain. Ren Jin, feigning humility as a younger relative, cleverly replied, It is my own inadequacy that has squandered my uncle's goodwill. I fear that should any issues arise with the project, it would tarnish your image if I were to mention that you are my uncle. Moreover, if I were to mishandle this endeavor, it would jeopardize your interests. You are my aunt's husband, and Ren Jin's tone was notably intensified. Zhou Chuanyong, surprisingly, is so determined to exploit him for profit. He must realize that he carries the identity of Zhou Chuanyong's wife as nephew. His relentless attempts to drag him down may not allow him to extricate himself entirely in the end. This meal concluded with both Ren Youmai and Zhou Chuanyong failing to achieve their objectives, leaving them both dissatisfied. On the way home, Ren Jin elucidated Zhou Chuanyong's intricate maneuvers at the dinner table to Gu Yueji. She was quite astonished, having never encountered individuals from the political sphere before. Although she did not believe Zhou Chuanyong would provide assistance to Ren Jin without reason, it still struck her as peculiar that Ren Jin, who generally avoids publicly refusing others, would directly dismiss Zhou Chuanyong at the table. Little did she know, what appeared to be benevolence was indeed a trap. This world harbors an abundance of rules she does not comprehend. The longer they live together, the more Gu Yueji trusts Ren Jin's decisions and recognizes the difficulties he has faced over the years. These rules were never imparted to him. He has learned them through his own perseverance and struggles within society. Chapter 58, Xiao Yao is pregnant. Gu Yueji adhered to her weekly routine of driving to the factory to meet with Xiao Yao, discussing the operations of the garment factory. After more than 2 months of diligent effort, Gu Yueji successfully secured a few orders from industry counterparts, while Xiao Yao began to create short videos of the factory to share online, gradually attracting a handful of small orders. Although the volume of these orders was modest, the factory was now able to maintain a balance between income and expenditure, alleviating the need for them to inject funds monthly. Once their discussions concluded, Gu Yueji closed her laptop and inquired, Is there something on your mind? Xiao Yao had been distracted multiple times during their meeting, a departure from her usual focus. Caught off guard, Xiao Yao indeed had something to discuss with Gu Yueji, contemplating how to broach the subject. I have one bad news and one good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? She asked directly. Gu Yueji hesitated, opting for the bad news. Xiao Yao regarded her with a complex expression, pausing for a moment before revealing, I think I might be pregnant. Gu Yueji was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions, the foremost being, whose child is it? Xiao Yao shot her a glance, retorting, who else could it be? Gu Yueji struggled to comprehend, since assuming control of the factory, Xiao Yao had not returned to Yun City. How could she possibly be carrying Zhong Xuyang's child? Moreover, when had Zhong Xuyang even visited? It dawned on Xiao Yao, and she sheepishly scratched her face. During the days Zhong Xuyang visited, Gu Yueji had been home, absent from the factory. Just after having mentioned her desire to break up, she found herself back in bed with Zhong Xuyang, thus omitting any mention of his visit to Gu Yueji. He came by last month, she muttered quietly. Seeing Xiao Yao avert her gaze, akin to a child reluctant to confess to a parent, Gu Yueji was at a loss whether to feel anger or amusement. And what is the good news? She pressed further. I'm still uncertain if I am truly pregnant. Following her encounter with Zhong Xuyang, she had been particularly attentive to her menstrual cycle, which was typically regular. So, when the first day of her period passed without arrival, she felt a rising anxiety. And now, over a week late, she had spent the week in a state of apprehension, too afraid to inform Zhong Shuyang or purchase a pregnancy test. What do you mean by uncertain? Haven't you taken a test? Gu Yueji asked, puzzled. Xiao Yao shook her head, not yet. I want to wait a bit longer. Perhaps Aunt Flo will arrive before the baby does. Observing her distress, Gu Yueji recalled how Xiao Yao had ventured to G City to escape Zhong Shuyang and start anew, pondering whether this child was a part of their plans. What does Zhong Shuyang think? Xiao Yao slumped in her chair. I haven't told him yet. She could already anticipate that if Zhong Shuyang were to find out, his first reaction would be to come and insist she return to marry him. Gu Yueji sensed the uncertainty in her words. Have you thought this through? The child and your future with Zhong Shuyang. Gently, Xiao Yao placed her hand on her abdomen. Her voice softening. I just haven't decided yet. She originally intended to let fate make the decision for her, but when confronted with the reality of the child, her first reaction was fear and unease. Did Zhong Shuyang truly strike a chord? Was she genuinely destined to become a mother? Thus, was she truly contemplating marriage with Zhong Shuyang? After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yao found no answers. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Gu Yueji's silent contemplation. And she felt a pang of guilt. She too was taken aback. Their factory had yet to find its footing. And she understood that her pregnancy would pose numerous challenges for Gu Yueji. As Gu Yueji emerged from her shock, she quickly donned a smile, exclaiming, there is no need to apologize. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. If you choose to embrace motherhood, it would bring me joy. Remember, I've promised to be the godmother. She recalled the first time she saw Xiao Yao in the dormitory, her youthful and adorable face. Now, they both stood on the brink of a new life chapter, with Xiao Yao assuming a momentous new role. Xiao Yao still felt a sense of remorse. If I truly am pregnant, Zhong Shuyang might insist on bringing me back to Yun City for marriage, and given the complications of pregnancy, I may not be able to manage the garment factory as I do now. Upon hearing her mention pregnancy, Gu Yueji understood immediately. It's all right. Your happiness and health are what matter most. I will find a way regarding the factory. You need not worry about it, just focus on taking care of yourself. However, she was resolute about not abandoning the factory. If necessary, I will invest more to hire someone to assist us. Once I give birth, I will return right away. Xiao Yao had just begun to grasp the operations of the garment factory and was already envisioning its future development plans. Even if she were to marry and have children, she still wished to run the factory alongside Gu Yueji. Gu Yueji nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, the factory will always belong to the two of us. Had it not been for Xiao Yao's involvement, she might not have had the courage to take over the factory alone. With her mind consumed by thoughts of pregnancy, Xiao Yao, curious about Gu Yueji's marital status, inquired, have you and Renjing discussed when to have a baby? Gu Yueji glanced at her own abdomen, recalling how Renjing had always adopted a natural approach regarding children. After returning from a hospital visit, she had fervently desired a baby, even ceasing the use of contraceptives. And Renjing had been very accommodating. Yet, her menstrual cycle continued to arrive punctually, leaving her disheartened for some time. On one occasion, after shedding tears during her period, Renjing comforted her, saying that if they were blessed with a child, they would live as a family of three. If not, they should cherish their intimate partnership. If the pursuit of a child compromised their marital harmony, it would be a loss. During her yearning for a baby, Gu Yueji pondered many factors, even considering which positions might enhance the chances of conception. The intimacy between her and Renjing felt more like a task than a natural connection. After her period ended, Renjing whisked her away to a countryside hotel for a 2-day retreat to lift her spirits. He lavished her with affection, allowing her to once again experience the deep connection they shared. Gu Yueji came to understand Renjing's sentiment that savoring their current life together was equally valid. And as various work matters arose later, her attention became diverted. Now they casually resort to contraception whenever the mood strikes. If he feels disinclined, he simply abstains, as she no longer fixates solely on the prospect of having a child. Presently, the pressures of the garment factory weigh heavily on Gu Yueji, making her even less inclined to pursue motherhood. She thinks it best to postpone such matters until the factory is on stable ground. One evening, as Renjing returns home for dinner, Gu Yueji serves him soup and casually mentions, Xiao Yao is pregnant. Renjing pauses, then chuckles. Your tone suggests you expect me to take responsibility. Gu Yueji shoots him an admonishing glance and playfully kicks him under the table. Renjing, still smiling, accepts the soup she offers. Are you worried about the factory? He inquires. I can't find a suitable manager for the garment factory at the moment. Once Xiao Yao returns to get married, I might have to move into the factory. She believes that the factory cannot operate without oversight. And this is the only solution she can conceive of for now. Upon hearing this, Jin furrows his brow. Recalling how empty their home felt when she previously went to the factory to learn, and he thinks to himself that this is simply not acceptable. Chapter 59. Have you already married and had children back home? Upon awakening in the morning, Gu Yueji felt a striking contrast between her head and body temperatures. The first wave of cold air this year was sufficiently formidable. Her face, exposed to the outside of the quilt, was icy, while the down comforter she had switched to last night enveloped her in waves of warmth. Even though she and Jin lay there unclothed, they felt no chill whatsoever. Particularly with Jin's elevated body temperature, being embraced by his figure, akin to a natural hot water bottle. Gu Yueji felt such comfort that she buried her head into his chest, which continuously radiated warmth. As she moved, Jin instinctively tightened his hold on her in his slumber. The warmth lulled Gu Yueji into a drowsy haze, but suddenly, the shrill ring of her mobile phone shattered the tranquility. Groaning softly, she was reluctant to leave the cozy confines of the quilt, struggling to reach for the phone as the cold air outside felt unbearable. Just as she stretched out her hand, a shadow loomed above her, and her hand was pulled back beneath the covers, enveloping her in the warmth of the bedding. Jin, still half asleep with his eyes closed, grumbled in annoyance, wondering who would call so early. Gu Yueji, still not fully awake, found the incessant ringing irritating. As she grasped her phone, preparing to hang up, she paused upon seeing the name on the screen. Jin, with one hand resting on her waist, remained in a drowsy state, listening to her mumble incoherently into the phone, uttering no complete sentences for quite some time. As he began to feel increasingly curious, he half opened his eyes only to see Gu Yueji's expression tense, her brow furrowed, and her lips pressed tightly together. After a brief conversation, she emotionlessly declared, I understand. Before ending the call, Jin, about to inquire about the matter, was caught off guard when she suddenly turned to him, leaned down, and planted a kiss on his lips. Then, without further explanation, she casually mentioned, I might have to go home for a bit. Jin, still not fully alert, instinctively reacted, which home? Apart from here, where else do you have a home? Gu Yueji, who had been maintaining a serious demeanor since the phone call, broke into a smile at his domineering question. Both of them had strained relationships with their original families and seldom interacted, leading them to consider their shared abode as their sole home simple and unequivocal. She caressed his face as she explained, I need to return to my parents' hometown. My mother just called to say that my grandfather is unwell, and she wants me to come back to see him. Gu Yueji was taken aback by her mother, he lady's phone call, as she had never reached out to her proactively before. Upon answering, her mother's first words were a stark warning, if you don't come back soon, you may never see your grandfather again. Before Gu Yueji could even inquire about the situation, her mother launched into a barrage of information, stating that her grandfather had been suffering from headaches for months. She lamented that the local hospital could not diagnose the issue and went on to express the family's financial struggles, emphasizing their inability to take her grandfather to a larger hospital, imploring her to return to see him one last time amidst such distressing revelations. Gu Yueji felt a mix of anger and helplessness upon hearing this. Her grandfather had been the sole supporter of her university education, investing all of his meager savings to ensure she could attend. However, in her family, her parents held the ultimate authority, particularly her domineering mother. Upon learning that her grandfather had given her money, her mother not only chastised him but confiscated every last cent. Gu Yueji had always been grateful to her grandfather, so despite her doubts about her mother's words, she feared that something might have truly happened to him. She had not even had the chance to see him one last time, and since starting university, she had not returned home in years though she yearned to visit. Jin paused for a moment, rubbing his eyes before sitting up and asking, Oh, when are we leaving? I'll make some arrangements. His mind was already racing with thoughts about how to organize the work at the construction site. Yet Gu Yueji shook her head, You don't need to make any arrangements. I can go back to take a look by myself. Jin lowered his hands from his eyes and regarded her for a moment, recognizing her seriousness. He inquired, Tell me the truth, have you already married and had children back home? Is that why you haven't wanted me to accompany you? Since their marriage, he had often asked Gu Yueji if she would like to return to her hometown to see her parents, but she always found various excuses to decline. Meeting his gaze, Gu Yueji nodded, Yes, I've not only married but have several children as well. I'm afraid you might find it overwhelming if you see them. Ren Jing raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What could I possibly find overwhelming? They can call me that, and I would certainly be delighted. As Gu Yuezi playfully pinched him under the covers, Ren Jing's laughter filled the air. He embraced her, still chuckling, before lowering his gaze to ask earnestly. Why don't you want me to go back with you? Gu Yuezi recalled the last time she had called home to inform her parents of her marriage, only to be met with a barrage of scolding throughout the conversation. I might cause an unpleasant scene if I return. And I don't want you to experience that discomfort alongside me. Her mother had been furious upon hearing about her secret marriage, accusing her of being an ungrateful daughter who showed no regard for her family. Why tell us only after you've married? What was the point of calling? Gu Yuezi listened silently, refraining from rebuttal. When her mother inquired about Ren Jing's family background, Gu Yuezi intentionally withheld certain details, merely stating that he was from a rural area, working on a construction site, and that his parents were divorced. When her mother learned that there had been no bride price, her anger intensified. After all the effort you put into your education, you've ended up with someone from the countryside. You would have been better off marrying someone from the village, who could have supported your studies and kept you close to home. You might have already been a mother of several children by now. In the eyes of the older generation of women in her hometown, a woman's greatest achievement was to bear children, the more, the better. Once, Gu Yuezi was deeply affected by her mother's words. During the period when she was burdened with debt, she even believed her mother was right. Her arduous journey to attend university, fraught with challenges, seemed to yield nothing but a mountain of debt. She often pondered whether staying in the countryside to marry and have children, as her mother suggested, would have spared her from such hardship and pressure. Now, having traversed countless mountains, she reflects with gratitude upon her younger self. Had it not been for her unwavering determination and effort, she would not possess all that she has today, nor would she have encountered Ren Jing, with whom she is building life. The abundance she now enjoys has bestowed upon her confidence and courage. Her mother's harsh words no longer sting, and self-doubt has vanished. She refrains from engaging in arguments with her mother. Once the tirade concludes, she simply states that they have already registered their marriage, but due to financial constraints, they do not plan to hold a wedding. Perhaps feeling that her choice of husband would bring her family no honor, her mother refrains from suggesting that she bring Ren Jing home, expressing her displeasure with a few sharp words before abruptly ending the call. Should Ren Jing accompany her home, her parents would undoubtedly greet him with disdain. You mentioned that the construction schedule has been tight lately, right? There would be little use in you coming back with me, Gu Yuezi remarks. Ren Jing holds her close in silence. Upon hearing that Gu Yueji's parents intended to marry her off to another in exchange for a bride price while she was still a minor, he felt an innate aversion to engaging with her family. Furthermore, with the impending visit of Su Ji's superiors to the construction site next week, he indeed needed to remain on site and could not afford to leave. He gently encourages her to lie down and rest further, adding, "You should go back and check on Grandpa. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me." Chapter 60, I am pregnant. And Zhong Shuyang refuses to see me. Why have you suddenly stopped replying? Zhong Shuyang had just emerged from the shower, towel in hand, engaging in a video call with Xiaoyou. Ever since his last visit to G City to see her, he had been calling her every night, seeking her company and conversation. Xiaoyou observed the slightly open bathrobe that accentuated his well-defined chest muscles, the dark blue fabric clinging to his physique, with the Golden Hotel logo embroidered prominently on it. He was currently on a business trip, having made arrangements to return early to spend time with her, but unexpectedly, she could not make it back. Yuji had urgent matters at home, and she needed to wait for her return before heading back. As Xiaoyou gazed at Zhong Shuyang, his damp hair and bathrobe creating a striking contrast between youthful innocence and masculine strength, an indescribable allure enveloped him. In that moment, she yearned for the warmth of his embrace. She had intended to return to Yun City this week to share the news of her pregnancy with him. She had refrained from taking a pregnancy test, wishing to wait until she could do it with him by her side, anticipating their collective reaction to the result. She hoped that if a baby truly was on the way, they would discover this news together, rather than her calmly informing him later. She wanted to cherish the moment of his genuine response. When will Gu Yueji be back? Zhong Shuyang casually tossed the towel onto the sofa and reached for his phone to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. Perhaps in 2 weeks. As the image on the screen shifted, Xiaoyou instinctively glanced at the surroundings behind him. Zhong Shuyang had high standards for his accommodations. Every time they stayed together in a hotel, he insisted on booking luxurious establishments. The one he occupied now was a renowned chain hotel. In the fleeting visuals, Xiaoyao caught a glimpse of a spacious room illuminated by bright yellow lights, featuring a floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the city skyline at night. A neatly made double bed with a corner of the duvet turned down, and a bathroom behind frosted glass, where the lights were on. The camera then turned to the refrigerator, obscuring everything else. After detecting the scent of perfume on him during his last visit, she had become unreasonably anxious, demanding to see him on video during every business trip, insisting he show her every corner of his hotel room. Such sensitivity and suspicion had become exhausting for both of them, so Xiaoyao now restrained herself from making such requests, even though her eyes betrayed her. Searching the screen intently without uttering a word about wanting to see his room, Zhong Shuyang opened the bottle of mineral water and tilted his head back, taking deep gulps. His jawline sharp and defiant, the movement of his throat reminiscent of ice cubes shifting. She recalled a time in college when she attended one of his basketball games. During halftime, he approached her seat, drenched in sweat, seeking water. After draining his own bottle, he glanced at her, just once, and said thank you as he took the bottle she offered, drinking deeply from it. At that time, she sat on the steps, gazing at the way he lifted his chin and the prominent Adam's apple, a memory so distant yet astonishingly vivid upon reflection. However, Zhong Shuyang had no recollection of this event at all. In truth, Xiaoyao had contemplated several times asking Zhong Shuyang if he remembered their encounters in university. Yet each time the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to voice them. She feared his response, dreading the possibility that he would deny it, thereby affirming that all her cherished memories of their meetings were but figments of her imagination. Moreover, Zhong Shuyang had never once broached the subject of their university days. If he remembered, surely he would mention it. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking of me? Zhong Shuyang had set down his water bottle at some point and was now gazing intently at her. Xiaoyao snapped back to reality, feeling flustered as she quickly averted her gaze. No, not at all. Her lips, unconsciously pouting, resembled a child yearning for candy but too timid to ask for it, prompting Zhong Shuyang to softly trace her face with his fingers on the screen. Once my business trip concludes, I will come find you, he proposed. Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Her instinct was to decline, but then she considered that if he came to G City, she could personally inform him of her pregnancy, thus eliminating the necessity of waiting until her return to Yun City. She nodded in agreement, saying, if you have time, please do come. I also have something I wish to discuss with you. Zhong Shuyang smiled, affirming, all right, I will come as soon as my matters here are resolved. However, Xiaoyao did not anticipate that before Zhong Shuyang could arrive, she would first receive a WeChat friend request, the notification reading simply, Lin Wenwen. A jolt of unease coursed through her as she lingered over the name that had bounced around in her mind countless times. Xiaoyao had encountered Lin Wenwen on numerous occasions and had heard her name mentioned repeatedly in Zhong Shuyang's presence, from his friends, and across his various social media platforms. While she was not unfamiliar with Lin Wenwen, they had never truly been acquainted, nor had they exchanged even the simplest of greetings. Now, with Lin Wenwen suddenly reaching out to add her, Xiaoyao felt an unsettling sensation akin to being caught eavesdropping in the shadows. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. She quickly regained her composure and accepted the friend request. As she pondered what Lin Wenwen might say, a message appeared in the blank WeChat dialogue, I am pregnant. And Dong Shuyang refuses to see me. Chapter 61. Heartless as the morning light gently penetrated the room, Ren Jin stirred from his slumber, instinctively reaching towards the right side of the bed where Gu Yueji typically slept. The icy chill that met his hand sent a shiver through him. And as he opened his eyes, the sight of the empty pill reminded him that Gu Yueji had returned to her hometown. The familiar warmth and fragrance that usually enveloped him from that side of the bed had been replaced by a chilling void. For many years, he had slept alone on this bed, regardless of its size. The space occupied by a single person was limited to the width of their body, and the warmth transmitted was confined to a mere corner of the blankets. Occasionally, in the depths of slumber, his hand would inadvertently venture out, only to recoil at the sudden coldness. It was only with the presence of another that the bed felt sufficiently spacious and warm. Turning to retrieve his phone from the bedside table, he opened Gu Yueji's WeChat, where their conversation from the previous night regarding chai-filled dumplings lingered. Scrolling upward, he noted that their exchanges were devoid of intimacy and affection, scarcely resembling that of a married couple. On her first day at home, Gu Yueji had sent him a photo of her front door, and he, interpreting it as a gesture to assure him of her safety, replied with an acknowledgement. In response, she had sent him a dismissive eye-roll emoji. The following day, as he attended social engagements, he snapped a picture of a corner of the dining table and sent it to her. It took her a while to reply, cautioning him not to vomit anywhere other than the toilet upon his return, and insisting that he shower before lying on the bed, having already indulged in alcohol. He felt a twinge of resentment at her apparent indifference, and defiantly replied that he would be coming home that night, opting instead to party all night with his friends, thus avoiding the mess at home. To his surprise, Gu Yueji had simply wished him an enjoyable time. On the third day, which was yesterday, Gu Yueji did not inquire about his return all night. Upon waking, he sent her a selfie of himself bare-chested in bed, but she did not respond. At noon, he shared a photo of himself enjoying dumplings at home. Yet again, there was no reply. In the evening, he sent another picture of himself continuing to eat dumplings. This time, she replied, advising him to pace himself and informing him that she was uncertain when she would return. Frustrated, Jin chose not to respond. As he perused their chat history, he noted the absence of sweet nothings or even a term of endearment. He couldn't help but wonder how, after merely a year of marriage, they had devolved into mere roommates. Yet, reflecting on their private life behind closed doors, it remained harmonious. His gaze lingered on her last message from the previous night. I don't know when I'll be back. Did this imply that she intended to stay in her hometown for an extended period? Cradling his phone, he began to type a response, but hesitated. Instead, he opted to call her directly. However, just as the call connected, it was abruptly terminated. Taken aback, he redialed, only to be met with the same result. It was not until several minutes later that his phone rang. What's the matter? Why the urgency? The wind howled on the other end, nearly drowning out Gu Yueji's voice. Where are you? It's so windy. I'm at home, but the signal is poor. So I came to a small hill nearby to call you. When will you return? Jin inquired directly. The signal on that small hill was also unreliable. Her voice came through intermittently. I just got home 3 days ago. It's too soon to return. Hearing her tone, Jin couldn't help but retort. You left on Monday. What day is it today? If it were not for Gu Yueji's return home this time, Jin would have been oblivious to the fact that there still exist places within China that require several days of travel to reach. Gu Yueji departed for home on Monday morning, with her flight landing in her hometown city in the evening. Due to the infrequent bus service from the city to her town, she missed the last bus of the day and had to spend the night at a hotel near the bus station. The following morning, she boarded a long-distance coach, traveling from dawn until dusk, only arriving at the town by evening. Again, with no buses heading to her village, she found herself spending yet another night at a local inn. On the third morning, the rural transport finally dropped her at the village entrance, from where she walked nearly half an hour to finally arrive home. Thus, while she claimed to have just returned home for 3 days, in reality, she had been traveling for an entire week. Jin sensed from her tone that she intended to stay longer, which irked him. How many more days will you be there? Isn't your grandfather fine? On the first day of her return, she angrily called him, stating that her mother had deceived her into coming back under the pretense of her grandfather's health. He occasionally suffers from headaches, but it's not as serious as my mother made it out to be. The doctor in town prescribed some medication, and he has already improved significantly. Hearing the displeasure in Jin's voice over the phone, Gu Yueji struggled to articulate the complexities of her family matters but managed to reassure him. I won't be staying for long. Xiao Yao is returning to Yun City, and I need to get back soon to take over the garment factory operations. Jin scoffed. You can still think about your factory. How come you're not thinking about your husband? He has nearly finished all the dumplings you prepared and is on the verge of starvation. The small hillside offered no shelter from the biting cold wind, and despite Gu Yueji donning several layers of clothing, the chill was unbearable. Jin's scoff was louder than the howling wind. Yet he hesitated to end the call in haste. Are you at home or at the construction site? What difference does it make? You're alone no matter where you are. Jin's inexplicable irritation grew. Aren't you happier without me? Go out with your buddies and party all night. No one is stopping you. Yes. I'm having a great time. How do you know I'm not out? I'm not at home right now. Fine, I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy yourself. The cold was overwhelming, and Gu Yueji could no longer endure the conversation, ending the call. Jin stared incredulously at the dark screen of his phone and muttered, heartless. He tossed the phone aside and lay down on his pillow. A new wave of cold air had swept in today, causing the temperature to drop several degrees further, making it particularly frigid. As he touched the empty side of the bed, he found it impossible to warm it. Gu Yueji's home was situated in the mountainous regions of northwest China, where the temperatures were even lower. She had planned to return quickly, bringing only a thick coat, yet from her tone, it seemed she intended to stay longer. Meanwhile, Ren Jing reflected on the fact that the inspection at Shujing had wrapped up yesterday. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone and opened the navigation app. Inputting the location Gu Yueji had sent him upon her arrival home, he clicked to drive there, only to see that the estimated travel time was 25 hours and 29 minutes. After a brief moment of consideration, he called Mingjun. Mingjun, keep an eye on the construction site for a few days. I'm heading out of town. Why the sudden change, brother? Where are you going? I'm going to visit your sister-in-law's family. Now that we're married, it's time I met them. Oh, that is to be expected. You can rest assured to leave the construction site in my capable hands. Should any matters arise, feel free to call me at any time. Do not take matters into your own hands. Understood. Chapter 62. This is the first child of Su Yang and me. Xiao Yao sat in the corner of a chair, lost in the brightness of the sun streaming through the window. The sunlight was radiant, yet it did little to dispel the chill of winter. Nor did it illuminate her secluded corner. Xiao Yao's curled eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze. Lin Wenwen stood in the sunlight by the floor-to-ceiling window, her fair skin glowing in the bright light, with her long, straight black hair cascading down to her waist. Her captivating features and rosy lips had remained unchanged since their university days, exuding a vibrant charm. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, Xiao Yao realized that it was the first time she had openly scrutinized Lin Wenwen, and there was no denying her beauty. Lin Wenwen, unaware of Xiao Yao's gaze, sat down opposite her without waiting for a word. Confident and unyielding, Lin Wenwen believed she was not one to shy away from confrontation. If she were, she would not have sought Xiao Yao out. Xiao Yao withdrew her gaze and picked up her coffee, sipping it quietly while looking out the window, deliberately ignoring Lin Wenwen as if they were strangers. Excuse me, may I take your order? The waiter approached, breaking the silence that enveloped them. Just as Lin Wenwen took the menu, Xiao Yao suddenly turned her head and spoke. Make sure to charge her for what she orders. I will only pay for my own drink. Both the waiter and Lin Wenwen were taken aback. The waiter cast a puzzled glance between the two women, while Xiao Yao maintained her aloof demeanor, leisurely sipping her coffee, leaving Lin Wenwen in an uncomfortable position, unsure whether to order or not. Lin Wenwen was aware that Xiao Yao would not treat her kindly, yet she had not anticipated such blatant disdain from her. Finally, with a grim expression, Lin Wenwen ordered a simple Americano. The waiter promptly presented a payment QR code, as if fearing she might refuse to pay. With irritation, she shot the waiter an exasperated glance before begrudgingly scanning the code to complete the payment. After the waiter left, Lin Wenwen watched Xiao Yao for a moment, sighed, and said, Xiao Yao, you really don't need to harbor such animosity towards me. Xiao Yao nearly spat out the sip of coffee she had just taken. The other woman had the audacity to claim she should not be met with hostility, despite being the mistress announcing that she was carrying her boyfriend's child. What an absurd statement. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Xiao Yao asked in bewilderment, What do you expect me to do? Invite you home and cater to your pregnancy? Lin Wenwen lowered her head, lightly touching her belly. I understand this is our fault, but this is my first child with Su Yang. I promise I won't act selfishly anymore. I will make things right with Su Yang. Xiao Yao raised her hand to interrupt. Do not speak to me about your relationship with Zhong Su Yang. He has just landed and will be here shortly. Anything you wish to say, save it for him. Upon receiving Lin Wenwen's message revealing her pregnancy, Xiao Yao felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind momentarily blank. A myriad of contrasting images flashed through her thoughts. She contemplated defending Zhong Shuyang, convinced he was not the person Lin Wenwen claimed him to be, attempting to block out Lin Wenwen's words. Yet, she also yearned to confront Lin Wenwen, to meticulously question her and hold Zhong Shuyang accountable for each of his lies. However, the notion of the unknown child growing within her stirred a conflicting desire for understanding. Perhaps, upon learning the full truth, she could choose to forgive and continue her journey with Zhong Shuyang. Struggling with feelings of hesitation, fear, anger, resentment, and sorrow, a tempest of intense emotions clashed within her. On the brink of collapse, she suddenly became aware, enveloped in a chilling clarity. She resolved not to evade, not to meander, nor to speculate, but to lay everything bare. Chapter 63. Jiaodi. After Gu Yueji ended her call with Ren Jing, she made her way home, bracing against the biting cold outside. Yet, before she could step through the door, she was greeted by the contentious voices of her mother, Himei, and her younger brother, Gu Zhouwei. Mom! If you keep talking like that, I'll break up with Xiao Hui. Gu Zhouwei shouted in anger. Himei's tone was laden with helplessness and confusion. Why are you so unwilling? I've already spoken to the Song family. If your sister is willing to divorce, Xiao Hui's brother doesn't mind that she has been married before. He is willing to take her as his wife. This way, you can marry Xiao Hui without any bride price. Mom! Are you out of your mind? My sister is already married. You want her to divorce and marry that good-for-nothing Song Xiaoming? What is wrong with Song Xiaoming? The Song family is the most affluent in our village. Xiao Hui's parents will surely leave their wealth to him in the future. Your sister is now seeing someone from the countryside, working on construction sites. What kind of fortune can he offer? It's better for her to marry Song Xiaoming, have children, and enjoy a comfortable life. We live close by. And if Xiao Hui marries into our family, your sister will certainly not be mistreated at the Song household. What kind of fortune can one enjoy by marrying a layabout? Back then, you didn't let my sister attend university so that she could marry and give you a bride price to support my studies. Since then, she has hardly returned home. Now you want her to divorce and marry so that I can get married. Do you wish for her to never return home? I'm making it clear now, I do not agree to my sister marrying Song Xiaoming. It is unacceptable. I will take responsibility for my own affairs. If you dare to pressure my sister again, I will leave this house. This was the reason Gu Yueji found herself being restrained from returning home. It turned out that her mother had come back with the intention of forcing her to divorce and marry the brother of Gu Zhouwei as girlfriend, thereby allowing Gu Zhouwei to wed without paying a bride price. Her parents truly embodied an unwavering ignorance, capable of making such an absurd demand. Initially, Gu Yueji was enraged by this revelation and considered returning to G City. However, upon seeing Gu Zhouwei, who had hurried back from the town specifically to see her, she was struck by the absence of the once bright and ambitious spark in his eyes. A stark contrast to the brother, who had once spoken of establishing himself in the big city and exploring a broader world, having returned home less than a year ago. As she observed the bitter smile that played upon his lips when she inquired about his current situation, Gu Yueji hesitated and decided to stay temporarily. She wanted to find a way to help Gu Zhouwei escape. Once, she had felt estranged from him. They had always occupied unequal positions. The things she yearned for were provided to him, while the burdens of their parents' expectations fell solely upon her shoulders. The meager affection that had once been hers was entirely eclipsed by the arrival of her brother. She harbored resentment and bitterness, beginning to ignore Gu Zhouwei. Yet, as they grew older, she could not recall when it began, but Gu Zhouwei had started to approach her actively, even attempting to win her favor. When their mother would hide delicious treats for him, he would share half with her. Whenever he saw her working, he would come forward to help. On one occasion, when she was curled up in bed due to painful menstrual cramps, he had seen her and tried to fill a bottle with hot water, but being inexperienced, he ended up scalding his hand and developing blisters. At the tender age of 7 or 8, when he handed her a water bottle, his hands were red from the heat. When he offered her candy, his gaze was filled with a careful tenderness. Gradually, Gu Yueji found herself harboring less animosity toward him, coming to understand that he had committed no wrongdoing. When she departed for the college entrance examinations, Gu Zhouwei was still in the 6th grade. At that time, his parents were pressuring him into marriage, and the police even came knocking. He merely stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Years have passed, and he has now matured into a man who would stand protectively before her. Gu Zhouwei and Song Xiaowei were childhood friends, classmates since primary school, and they even attended the same university. Gu Yueji had once thought their bond was merely that of good friends from the same hometown. It was only when Gu Zhouwei brought Song Xiaowei to meet her during university that she discovered they had been in a relationship since high school. And attending the same university was part of their mutual agreement. They had kept their romance hidden from their families until recently, when Song Xiaowei's family began orchestrating matchmaking for her, prompting Song Xiaowei to reveal their relationship. Their mutual affection and shared village background should have been a blessing, and both families agreed. However, according to the customs of their hometown, the Gu family could not afford the bride price. In their region, it was common for girls to marry young, and at 23, Song Xiaowei was considered of advanced age, resulting in her family as urgency for her to wed. They indicated that if Gu Zhouwei could not provide the bride price, they would seek a suitor for Song Xiaowei elsewhere. Upon returning home and hearing her mother discuss these matters, Gu Yueji initially assumed her mother was seeking financial assistance for Gu Zhouwei as bride price. To her surprise, her mother suggested that she divorce and marry Song Xiaowi's brother, Song Xiaoming, arguing that since her current husband also hailed from a rural background and was unlikely to earn a substantial income, marrying into the wealthy Song family would ensure a life of comfort. Gu Yueji found the suggestion absurd and was too disheartened to share it with Ren Jing. Fine. Let you all go. Leave me and your father and grandparents to perish in this house without care. After all the hardship we endured to raise you, it seems we have nurtured ungrateful wolves. Mother, could you refrain from such unreasonable antics? Gu Zhouwei, please show some compassion for your mother. It took years of prayer at every temple in these mountains, and nearly 40 years of waiting before I was blessed with you. I only wish the best for you. Listening to her mother's familiar wailing, Gu Yueji felt a mix of exasperation and loathing. This was Himei's typical tactic, when others failed to align with her desires. She resorted to aggression against those weaker than her, yet when faced with someone she could not control, she employed emotional manipulation through tears to achieve her aims. This very behavior was the reason Gu Zhouwei felt trapped in this mountainous village. When Gu Zhouwei graduated last year, he had originally received an offer from a state-owned enterprise, only for Himei to discover that the position was located thousands of kilometers away. Fearing that her son would be so distant that they might not see each other for a year, she felt as though she would lose him entirely. Consequently, she rallied all their relatives to dissuade Gu Zhouwei from taking the job, ultimately resorting to threats of self-harm to prevent him from leaving. Left with no choice, Gu Zhouwei returned to the town to accept a job that satisfied his parents but offered little promise for advancement. This also explains why Gu Yueji has remained in her hometown, yet has not discovered a suitable method to take Gu Zhouwei away. Her mother would not easily permit their departure. Even if they were to leave, she possesses means to bring Gu Zhouwei back. Gu Yueji is reluctant to return home and endure her mother's lamentations. Withdrawing her hand from the door, she places it into her pocket and turns to walk down the village path. Since entering university, she has not returned home for 8 years. On her first day back, she spent quite some time searching for the entrance to her family's abode. The village has transformed over the years, appearing as if shrouded in a veil, obscuring details yet retaining its original outline. The once wild grassy fields have been replaced by houses, and muddy paths have been paved with concrete. It feels so foreign, however. As she passes by each old house, she instinctively recalls to whom it belongs. Gu Yueji reminisces about the past, when suddenly a male voice calls out from behind. Jiao Di. Chapter 64. White Moonlight. Upon hearing that name, Gu Yueji paused in her tracks. Turning around, she saw Song Xiaoming riding a motorcycle, stopping not far behind her. Waving his hand and calling out, Xiaodi. Xiaodi, Gu Yueji silently repeated in her mind. Before the age of 18, her name was indeed Gu Xiaodi, symbolizing the hope of bringing forth a younger brother. In her childhood, Gu Yueji never found any fault with her name until one day, Himei, frustrated from years of not conceiving a son, was nagged by her father, Gu Nianwang. Unable to contain her anger, Himei had a fierce argument with Gu Nianwang. Afterward, still fuming, she pointed at Gu Yueji, berating her as a worthless child, constantly calling out Xiaodi without ever bringing a brother into the world. At that moment, as a young girl in elementary school, Gu Yueji burst into tears, and from that day forth, she developed a deep disdain for her name. On the day she received her university admission letter, she cautiously opened the cherished document, only to find her name Gu Xiaodi printed glaringly across the top. It felt like a piercing reminder of her past, an instant regression to a life filled with scorn, despite her relentless efforts to alter her fate, even to the point of severing ties with her family. Thus, not long after starting university, she changed her name. Yueji, a name she chose for herself, represented her desire for a life that revolved solely around her, no longer for anyone else. Where are you headed on such a cold day? Let me give you a ride, Song Xiaoming said, his golden hair catching the light as he approached Gu Yueji on his bright red motorcycle. The rumbling engine echoed through the tranquil village, prompting Gu Yueji to glance around instinctively. Gu Yueji and Song Xiaoming had been classmates in elementary school, having known each other since childhood. However, due to Himei's absurd suggestions, Gu Yueji intentionally avoided encounters with Song Xiaoming, primarily out of concern for potential gossip within the village. Thank you, I'm just taking a stroll. I'm heading home now, Gu Yueji declined, stepping back as Song Xiaoming waved goodbye and rode off. Hey! Song Xiaoming watched Gu Yueji hurry away, feeling a pang of disappointment. Gu Yueji had always stood out in the village, tall and fair-skinned, with exceptional academic achievements. Even now, she still held the record for the highest college entrance examination scores in their village. During their school days, many boys secretly admired her. But no one dared to act on their feelings due to the closeness of their families. Now that she had returned from the big city, Gu Yuezi had transformed even further. When Song Xiaoming spotted her at the village entrance that day, he was instantly captivated. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck sweater, complemented by a matching short down jacket, with fitted jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs and knee-high boots. Her long hair danced in the wind as she tucked a stray strand behind her ear, revealing her exquisite features. Fashionably adorned, she exuded an air of confidence and grace that was entirely different from the girls he was accustomed to seeing. Song Xiaoming was smitten, and upon returning home, he immediately inquired with his sister, only to be disheartened to learn that Gu Yuezi was already married. Like a heartbroken soul, he spent a gloomy night. And the following day, Gu Jiuwei, accompanied by his parents, arrived to discuss the marriage of his sister, Song Xiaowei. He sat disinterestedly nearby, cracking sunflower seeds. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Yueji's mother, Himei, suddenly broached the subject of Gu Yueji marrying a man of no means. One who toiled at a construction site with little to offer, unable to support Gu Jiuwei. She suggested that if Gu Yueji were to marry Song Xiaoming, it would create a deeper familial bond, bringing joy to all. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he subtly remarked that a closer kinship would indeed be most desirable. Himei, unabashedly, inquired whether Song Xiaoming would mind if Gu Yueji had been married before. If he had no objections, she would persuade Gu Yueji to divorce and marry him. Truth be told, Song Xiaoming harbored reservations, having never been married himself. He had little inclination to pursue a woman who had been. Yet, the thought of potentially marrying the woman of his dreams made him acquiesce, nodding in acceptance of the situation. In recent days, Himei had placed several calls to Song Xiaoming as mother, indicating that Gu Yueji did not oppose the divorce, subtly hinting that their family should prepare for two joyous occasions. Song Xiaoming quickly grasped that there was a chance for him and Gu Yueji. Spotting her from a distance today, he was captivated by her presence. Her slender, youthful figure, casually styled in a low bun, with a few strands of hair grazing her face, exuded a charming femininity. Upon closer inspection, her delicate visage, pale as snow, and eyes as clear as a tranquil spring revealed a rare beauty that stood out in the countryside. Song Xiaoming felt a rush of emotion, contemplating that since Himei had already discussed the possibility of marriage with Gu Yueji, he should seize the opportunity to become better acquainted with her. However, to his surprise, upon seeing him, Gu Yueji turned and walked away, unwilling to engage in conversation. What could this aversion signify? Hadn't Himei mentioned that Gu Yueji was not opposed to marrying him? Logically, Gu Yueji's husband toiling on a construction site was a rural man with little to offer. Their family owned the most land in the village, yielding an income far exceeding that of a laborer. With his resources, numerous women in the village would be eager to marry him, and he, undeterred by Gu Yueji's past, should have been a source of joy for her. Why then did she evade him? As he searched the horizon for Gu Yueji, her figure had already vanished. Reflecting on her recent smile, Song Xiaoming began to speculate whether she might be shy or embarrassed, considering she was yet to finalize her divorce. If they were seen entangled together by the villagers, it could tarnish their reputations. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. Climbing onto his motorcycle, which roared down the village path, he resolved to return home and urge his mother to press Himei. Should Gu Yueji agree to marry into their family, he would forego his sister's bridal dowry and willingly offer Gu Yueji a substantial gift as well, for the thought of marrying her thrilled him beyond measure. Chapter 65. She is the one I wish to marry. The sunlight on this day was remarkably bright, allowing Xiaoyao to clearly perceive the astonishment, confusion, and anxiety etched across Zhong Xuyang's face. The excitement and anticipation that surged within her reached a pinnacle at that moment, only to plummet instantaneously. Did his flustered demeanor not already convey the answer? Xiaoyao gazed at him intently, awaiting the unfolding of events. He lowered his eyes in silence for a brief moment, then lifted his gaze, masking all expressions as he strode towards them. Lin Woman smiled sweetly at Zhong Xuyang, gently calling out to him as he approached. Xuyang. Her eyes sparkled with expectation, as if they were a couple on a romantic date, suppressing the fury and bitterness roiling within her. Xiaoyao resolved to remain a quiet observer of this drama, whether Zhong Xuyang and Lin Woman chose to indulge in tender confessions or to engage in a tumultuous confrontation. However, contrary to Lin Woman's hopeful anticipation, Zhong Xuyang did not take a seat beside her but instead bypassed her entirely. placing his suitcase next to Xiao Yao's bench before settling down heavily beside her. Disgusted, Xiao Yao shifted slightly away, perplexed by his pretense. She offered a kind reminder. You could sit across from me. After all, you two are better suited. Zhong Shuyang turned his head, locking eyes with her in silence, and before she could react, he seized her hand resting on the table, fingers gliding through hers, intertwining them firmly. Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned. As she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, Zhong Shuyang's grip tightened, causing her fingers to feel as though they were swelling with blood. Let go of me, she protested, struggling, but Zhong Shuyang paid her no heed. Maintaining his grip, he directed his cold gaze towards Lin Wenwen and asked icily, What are you doing here? His indifferent demeanor and frigid tone momentarily stunned Xiao Yao, causing her to forget her struggle. Lin Wenwen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixated on their joined hands, imploring, Su-Yan, please don't treat me this way. Yet, Zhong Shuyang exhibited no trace of compassion, retorting, How would you like me to treat you? I understand you are upset that I sought out Xiao Yao, but I had no choice. You ignored my calls and blocked all my contact methods. I could only reach you through her. Xiao Yao informed me you would be here today. I merely wished to see you. Lin Wenwen sniffled. I know I was wrong in the past. I won't be willful anymore. For the sake of the child I carry, could you please forgive me? Zhong Shuyang countered. What does the child in your womb have to do with me? Lin Wenwen was taken aback. Are you still unwilling to acknowledge this child? I was at fault. The child is innocent. At this, Xiao Yao found herself unable to break free, resorting instead to angrily scratching Zhong Shuyang's hand. Yet, he remained unfazed, articulating each word deliberately. How many times must I repeat this? The child in your womb is not mine. Xiao Yao looked at Zhong Shuyang in astonishment. She had never envisioned him as such a person. Even if he had strayed, she believed he would not shy away from acknowledging a child that was his. However, Lin Wenwen's words thrust her back into reality. How could it not be yours? That night at the class reunion, we clearly went to the hotel together. How could I not know you are the child's father? A sharp pain pierced Xiao Yao's heart. So he had deceived her. He had spent the entire night away from the reunion, returning home clothed in the scent of Lin Wenwen's perfume. She had thought her sensitivity and suspicions were unfounded. It turned out they had truly been together that night. She began to struggle recklessly, and as if foreseeing her actions, Zhong Shuyang tightened his grip on her hand. Placing his other hand over hers, enveloping her in a protective embrace, he addressed Lin Wenwen, as if explaining to Xiao Yao, You were drunk that night. Jiao Yani said she couldn't carry you, so she asked me to take you to the hotel. I brought you to your room and then left. Let me reiterate, nothing happened between us that night. Lin Wenwen shook her head in disbelief. How could that be true? Although I was intoxicated, I still have memories. After you laid me on the bed, we kissed. How could it not be you? You were angry because I was with your friend Lu Yang. And this is your way of retaliating against me. Zhong Shuyang coldly and earnestly emphasized, I have no intention of revenge against you. If this were my child, I would not deny it. If it is not mine, then it simply is not. Lin Wenwen remained unwilling to believe him. If you insist that this child is not yours, we can conduct a paternity test. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Shuyang rejected her proposal. I will not engage in any paternity test with you. That is an insult to me and a betrayal to my girlfriend. If you still doubt me, you can ask Xiao Yani. She was present from the moment I brought you to the hotel until I left. As he spoke, Zhong Shuyang retrieved his phone to find Jiao Yani's number. I will call Jiao Yani now. However, Lin Wenwen anxiously grasped his hand to stop him. Do not call, Su-Yan. Tears welled in her eyes, and her voice trembled. We have known each other since childhood. We have been together for a full decade. Have you truly forgotten all that we have experienced? I know my relationship with Lu Yang has hurt you. That was my mistake. But I also understand that my feelings for you are irreplaceable. I realize my place in your heart is unique. Which is why you have kept my contact information even after our breakup. You never refuse my calls. You have always been so forgiving. You will forgive me this time. 1TU. Have you forgotten how much you once loved me? You have always enjoyed spicy food, yet for years, every time we went for hot pot, you only ordered the plain broth because I could not handle spice. You may be tone deaf, yet you sang love songs before the entire school just to make me smile. Every time you traveled, you chose nice hotels because I am a light sleeper and prone to allergies. After so many years together, you have developed these habits alongside me. We have left indelible marks on each other. You cannot simply change in a year. Zhong Shuyang withdrew his hand, exhaling softly before speaking with a calm demeanor. I once devoted myself entirely to you, and it is precisely for this reason that when you flirted with Lu Yang behind my back and confessed your affection for him, we could never return to what we once were. You mentioned that I still answer your calls. On the day you and Lu Yang became a couple, you deliberately called to inform me and even offered your apologies. While I found it rather ludicrous, I smiled and congratulated you, for by that time, I had completely let you go, devoid of any lingering resentment or bitterness. When I answer your calls, I regard you and Lu Yang merely as ordinary classmates. Zhong Shuyang paused momentarily and spoke sincerely. I too bear some responsibility for what transpired back then. Had I not been unable to accept the betrayal of a girlfriend and a close friend simultaneously, had I not made our turmoil the talk of the town, and had I been decisive enough to end our relationship, we would not have inflicted this suffering upon each other for so many years. You and Lu Yang have finally been together after all this time. I fail to understand why you now wish to entangle yourself with me once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenwen wiped away her tears and, with a quivering voice, said, I have already broken up with Lu Yang. I am indifferent to your situation with him. Zhong Shuyang replied, unwilling to listen further. He picked up the phone resting on the table, belonging to him and Xiaoyou, glancing down at Xiaoyou, who was still lost in their conversation. He wrapped his arms around her waist, standing up with her. My current girlfriend is Xiaoyou. Our relationship is flourishing. She is the one I wish to marry. I hope you will refrain from disturbing us in the future. Chapter 66. Why should she enjoy the shade of the tree I planted? Xiaoyou, have you liked Su Yang since college? Lin Wenwen suddenly inquired as Zhong Su Yang held Xiaoyou, preparing to leave. Xiaoyou was taken aback, her gaze fixed in shock upon Lin Wenwen. With a mocking smile, Lin Wenwen continued, Did you think I was unaware? Every time Su Yang had a basketball game, you were there, even bringing him water. Others snapped photos and sent them to me. At that time, Su Yang paid you no mind, and I simply chose to ignore you. Zhong Su Yang looked down at Xiaoyou in disbelief. Feeling his gaze, a sense of shame washed over her, as if a secret had been unveiled before her eyes. She dared not meet his eyes, the secret she had intended to guard for a lifetime, her unspoken infatuation with him, now laid bare. After attending numerous matches, she recalled the fleeting joy of that one moment when she had brought him water, a thrill she had cherished, believing no one knew. Yet, it had been captured and sent to Lin Wenwen, transforming her once hidden delight into a subject of ridicule for others. This feeling was so humbling that she could hardly lift her head. However, Lin Wenwen misinterpreted Xiaoyou's bashfulness as an act of innocence meant to entice. So, all these years, you have coveted my boyfriend, haven't you? You must have long plotted to seduce Su Yang, haven't you? Were you two already involved? Lin Wenwen accused, branding her a homewrecker. The term homewrecker drew the attention of those nearby and jolted Zhong Su Yang from his astonishment. He instinctively wrapped his arms protectively around Xiaoyou, retorting, Lin Wenwen, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoyou and I only got together after you were with Lu Yang. Then you simply wish to provoke me. Don't you? You don't truly love her. Being with her is merely your revenge against me, isn't it? My feelings for Xiaoyou are none of your concern. I can assure you that my relationship with her has nothing to do with you. Seeing Zhong Su Yang defend Xiaoyou so fiercely only fueled Lin Wenwen's anger. Remembering the times she had been cherished by him, she could not accept that all his affection had shifted to another woman. With a taunting glare at Xiaoyou, she asked, Do you think Su Yang is gentle and considerate? Does he remember your menstrual cycle and make you brown sugar water? Is his ginger soup truly delightful? He even shells shrimp and removes fish bones for you, selecting lipstick shades. Do you know why? Because these are all skills I nurtured in him. Even his habits in bed were formed with me. Xiaoyou listened, stunned. The brown sugar water, the fish bones. And every time he could not resist nibbling on her collarbone at the peak of passion, she had complained about this flaw in their intimacy. Yet he had never been able to restrain himself. Xiaoyou was aware of Zhong Su Yang as past with Lin Wenwen. Yet never had she comprehended their history in such vivid detail until today. So, was everything she cherished a result of Lin Wenwen's influence? As Xiaoyou's complexion turned pale, Lin Wenwen smiled triumphantly. Do you truly believe your bond surpasses ours? Do you comprehend the countless sacrifices and efforts that Zhong Shuyang has made for me throughout the years? What has he done for you? Do you genuinely believe he loves you? He merely employs you as a means to forget me. It could just as easily be someone else. Zhong Shuyang, unable to contain his frustration, bellowed, Lin Wenwen, have you not had enough? What madness is this? Lin Wenwen, taken aback by Zhong Shuyang's outburst, retorted. Are you still oblivious? Xiaoyao is far from the innocent flower she appears to be. She has long desired to entice you. Why should she reap the benefits of the tree I have nurtured? Suddenly, Xiaoyao let out a mocking laugh, meeting Lin Wenwen's resentful and defiant gaze. With a disdainful nod, she declared, Indeed, I am no delicate flower. I deliberately ensnared Zhong Xuyang. He is mine now. What will you do about it? You have cultivated this tree well, and I am quite comfortable beneath its shade. Thank you sincerely. Lin Wenwen's face turned pale with rage at Xiaoyao's words. Hearing her remarks, Zhong Xuyang realized her pain mirrored his own. His heart ached, and he longed to comfort her. Yet, Xiaoyao forcefully pushed him away, coldly glaring at him. Whether you wish to rekindle old flames or sever ties completely, handle your mess before you approach me about our relationship. I refuse to partake in such a melodramatic scene a second time. With that, she turned on her heel and departed from the CF. Zhong Xuyang took a few steps to pursue her, but was restrained by Lin Wenwen. As he watched Xiaoyao's figure fade into the distance, he angrily shook her off. Lin Wenwen's unwillingness to relent was evident. Indeed, he must first resolve matters with her before he could adequately explain things to Xiaoyao. Chapter 67. Where are you? Said I. Accompany me to the Song family today. Hime suddenly suggested as Gu Yueji was enjoying her breakfast. Gu Yueji lowered her gaze into her bowl of congee, immediately discerning her mother's intent, and promptly declined, stating she would not go. Upon hearing this, Hime slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a resounding clap, followed by an even louder roar. Are you now looking down on me? Am I, as your mother, unable to persuade you? If you are so capable, why return at all? The previous day, the Song family had called to inquire about Gu Yueji's situation. They wished for her to visit today, to meet Song Xiaoming and cultivate a relationship. If she declined, they would simply pursue other women eager to marry Song Xiaoming. Not wishing to delay their plans for grandchildren or find another suitable match for Song Xiaowei, Hime, upon hearing this, felt an urgency to take Gu Yueji to the Song family today. As a child, Gu Yueji had been particularly fearful of Hime's outbursts each time she erupted. Whether through shouting or banging on the table, Gu Yueji would tremble in fear. Even after all these years, the sudden roar still sent shivers down her spine. However, having matured, she took a moment of silence before meeting her mother's gaze. Isn't it you who deceived me into returning? Upon hearing the word deceive, Hime's expression soured. After raising you, how dare you oppose me? You've always been headstrong, rebelling against your parents. I thought you were capable, yet after all these years, you return with no name or fortune, achieving nothing, and even chose a husband without merit. Would it not have been better to heed my arrangements? Gu Yueji scoffed. What arrangements? To marry a man 10 years my senior right after high school, exchanging my life to support your family's needs, only to become a mere breeding machine and maid. Now, I find myself divorced, married to a man who lives off others, lazy and indulgent. Her father, Gu Nianwang, joined the persuasion. It is customary for men to marry and women to wed. In our village, many marry in their teens, with some even having children. This was the past, and we, as parents, do not blame you. Now, Song Xiaowei's brother is of similar age, and you are classmates. He possesses good qualities. Surely you would be pleased? What constitutes good qualities? A modest house and a few acres of land. Why should you wish for me to marry a 30-year-old man who idles away his days? Gu Yueji retorted. Hime pointed a finger at her. Do you think you are some wealthy heiress? After a few years of schooling, you believe yourself exceptional. You criticize Song Xiaoming, but what of your own husband? A laborer on a construction site is impressive. Hime had always been prone to self-denigration, a habit Gu Yueji had grown accustomed to. Hearing her mother's words regarding Ren Jin struck a nerve. Ren Jin was industrious, earning every penny through hard work, far surpassing Song Xiaoming in merit. What use is being impressive if he cannot earn a living? He spent his entire life laying bricks, and you still cannot afford a house in the city. It would be better for you to marry Song Xiaoming. At least we could support you at home. Gu Nianwang seemingly wished for his daughter to comprehend that a woman's life revolves around finding a man to marry, bearing children, and raising them, merely fulfilling her existence. A man, regardless of his circumstances, only needs to provide a living for you and the children. What more could you desire? Gu Yueji disagreed vehemently, asserting, I refuse to spend my life revolving around children and the stove. I aspire to have my own career, to explore the world beyond this muddy slope. I want my husband to be an ambitious and diligent man, one who cares for me and shields me from life's storms. Hime, seeing that Gu Yueji remained obstinate, commanded her directly, I do not care how you feel. You must accompany me to the Song family today. You are my child, and we raised you. You owe us this. Gu Yueji realized that communication was impossible with those holding different beliefs. She firmly stated, I will not go to the Song family. If you wish to go, you may do so without me. I have a husband, and I will not divorce him to marry another man. If you continue to pressure me, I will leave this home with Jie Hui. You dare. Watch me. Ren Jing arrived at Gu Yueji's hometown in the early morning. Around 6, contemplating that someone likely remained asleep and had not called her. After exiting the vehicle, she stretched widely. Recalling the last time she had driven for such an extended period, her bones stiffened. As she stretched, the street ahead was illuminated by the gentle and radiant morning sun, dispelling the chill that lingered through the night. The air was filled with the lively sounds of vendors. It was a bustling morning market, teeming with people and brimming with life. Hearing someone nearby calling out about selling tofu pudding and pancakes, Ren Jing remembered that someone had mentioned her favorite breakfast back home was tofu pudding and pancakes, delicious, inexpensive, and generous in portion. She had not encountered anything like it elsewhere. After locking her car, she ambled over and savored 2 bowls of tofu pudding accompanied by 2 pancakes, wandering the market for a while before finally calling someone just before 9. Are you awake? Gu Yueji, wishing to avoid further conflict with Hime, had already risen and was hiding in her room. I've already had breakfast. The noise on Ren Jing's end made it difficult to discern the despondency in Gu Yueji's voice. What delicious food did you have? I had the eggplant and green bean buns I made yesterday, along with some porridge. Ren Jing, seemingly casually, remarked, Oh, had I known, I would have skipped the tofu pudding and pancakes and gone straight to your house for breakfast. How could you come from so far? As she spoke, Gu Yueji suddenly realized she could faintly hear the sounds of her hometown in the background. What did you say you had for breakfast? The tofu pudding and pancakes you mentioned, though the portions are indeed large, the flavor, I feel, is rather average, lacking the taste of what you usually cook. As Ren Jing rambled on, Gu Yueji grew impatient and interrupted, Where are you? Ren Jing surveyed her surroundings and read aloud the most prominent sign, Liangguang Primary School. Gu Yueji was taken aback, and it took several seconds for the reality to sink in. You truly came here. Ren Jing reveled in her astonished tone. Yet he yearned to witness the expression of shock upon her visage. Please send me your location on WeChat. I am driving to your home now. Gu Yueji, in a flurry, dashed from the room. Don't come over just yet. Ren Jing furrowed his brow. Why not? You wait for me at Liangguang Primary School. I will come find you. Clutching her phone, Gu Yueji hurried out of the house, disregarding Hime's frantic calls from behind. After navigating the roads, Gu Yueji arrived at Liangguang Primary School just before 10:30. From a distance, she spotted the familiar black Land Rover parked by the roadside. Its imposing stature particularly striking amidst the rural path, drawing glances from passers-by. The driver's window slid down, and a hand emerged, holding a burning cigarette delicately between its fingers. Gu Yueji observed the hand, realizing she could recognize him solely by that single appendage. His fingers were long yet knotted, sun-kissed skin rough to the touch, far from the delicate and refined aesthetic typically admired. This broad and warm hand could effortlessly envelop hers, and in that moment, she felt as though she could sense the warmth emanating from his palm. Approaching the passenger seat, she pulled the door open, causing Ren Jing to pause. His hand still propped against the window, his gaze fixed intently upon her. He was clad in a black turtleneck sweater beneath a deep green jacket, his broad shoulders and upright posture exuding maturity and charm. Though his face bore a hint of fatigue, his eyes sparkled with an unwavering focus on her. A surge of inexplicable emotion coursed through Gu Yueji. After several days apart, both their eyes reflected a subtle change. Ren Jing took a final drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it and starting the vehicle. Which way shall we go? He inquired. Gu Yueji retrieved her phone and replied. I found a hotel. We won't be returning home today. Ren Jing raised an eyebrow, admiring her profile as she gazed at her phone. You truly are considerate, he remarked with a hint of a smile. It would be rather inconvenient to return home now. Chapter 68, Your takeaway in less than half an hour. From driving to the hotel to completing the check-in, Ren Jing scarcely uttered a word, guiding Gu Yueji with one hand while pulling the suitcase with the other. Whenever she requested her ID, he promptly provided it, and when she instructed him to wait, he did so in silence. However, upon hearing her request for a twin room, he voiced his objection. What do you need a twin room for? At home, they often rolled from one end of their expensive 2M×2M bed to the other, and he sometimes lost control, playfully pushing her off the bed. A twin room would certainly curtail his freedom of movement. Gu Yueji shot him a sidelong glance, signaling him to be quiet. Ren Jin blinked and obediently fell silent. Growing increasingly bored, his gaze wandered to her lips as she conversed with the receptionist. Her lips were exquisitely shaped, delicate and supple, especially after his kisses, appearing lush and vibrant like rose petals adorned with dew. The more he gazed, the more his desire intensified. As they stepped into the elevator, with only the two of them inside, Ren Jin's gaze became more audacious, his hand caressing her palm in a playful manner. Gu Yueji felt her heart racing in response to his touch, each beat echoing with anticipation, her body growing warm. At the moment the door clicked shut, they both instinctively reached out to embrace one another. Ren Jin effortlessly lifted her, cradling her with one arm. Gu Yueji's fingers tangled in his hair as she fervently kissed him, a passionate exchange of kisses and playful nibbles. It was Ren Jin's first experience with such fervor from her, although he initially intended to carry her to the bed. He found himself wishing only to savor her enthusiasm in that moment. He turned and set her down on the nearby nightstand, tenderly caressing her waist, allowing her to explore his lips freely. In the intimate silence of the enclosed space, their fervent kisses resonated with an intense emotion and exhilarating thrill. Time seemed to dissolve as they kissed, until she finally pulled away, breathless. He lowered his head to nuzzle her cheek, asking softly, "What's wrong? Did someone at home bully you?" It was rare for her to display such dependency on him, and he suspected she had faced some distress at home. His inquiry struck a chord, causing Gu Yueji's nose to tingle with emotion. The hurtful words spoken by him that morning echoed in her mind, and she felt a comforting sense of support from him. In their absence from each other, she had been preoccupied with resolving familial troubles, suppressing her thoughts. Yet upon hearing he was in Liangguang town, her heart raced uncontrollably. Seeing him seated before her, witnessing the weariness etched on his face, and contemplating the lengths he had gone to appear before her in such a short time, stirred a deep warmth within her. It was akin to desolate grass swaying in the wind across a prairie, lifeless and stagnant until it met fire, igniting into a fervent blaze that consumed the entire field. She clung tightly to him, whispering, "I missed you, my husband." Unable to resist, she leaned in for another kiss, their tongues entwining in a deep, passionate dance. Ren Jin felt a delightful shiver run through him from her embrace. Neither of them were prone to sweet nothings. Words like "I miss you" or "I love you" seldom crossed their lips, making Gu Yueji's ardent declaration all the more precious. In the dim light, her soft murmurs created an atmosphere reminiscent of a dream, where he could not see her face, yet felt enveloped in an ethereal embrace. He lifted her and walked to the card slot, inserting the card. Instantly, a beam of light cascaded down from above, prompting Gu Yueji to squint against the brightness. Ren Jin cupped her face with one hand, demanding, "Say it again." In the glow, Gu Yueji discerned Ren Jin's features clearly. His eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, and the curve of his lips was imbued with joy and affection. Although he often teased her with playful banter, rarely did he express romantic sentiments. Their relationship had settled into the mundane routine of married life. Did he truly enjoy hearing such words? "I miss you, my husband," she declared, gazing into his eyes. Her hand playfully caressed his chest. "And what about you? Do you miss me?" She longed to hear his response. Ren Jin looked down at the woman in his arms, her eyes reflecting the ceiling lights, twinkling like stars, with a clear image of himself in her gaze. The tenderness and sweetness in her eyes filled him with immense satisfaction. After nearly 30 hours of travel, they had paused only briefly at rest areas, reluctant to spend the night away from the highway. Why? Simply to see this woman before him a little sooner, the first and only woman he held dear in his heart. His journey was meaningful because it culminated in her surprise and affection. It mattered that when he longed to see her, she craved his presence as well. He cradled her face in his hands and whispered the words she yearned to hear, intertwining their hearts. "I miss you too, my wife." Like two drifting ships, they finally converged, swaying together until the night enveloped them. Once their rendezvous concluded, the bed was in disarray, rendering it unfit for rest. Ren Jin lifted her and carried her to another bed. As he lay down, he recalled her earlier glare when she had opted for a room with twin beds. Kissing her ear and praising her thoughtfulness. Completely spent in his embrace, Gu Yueji managed to shoot him a weary glance. Ren Jin smiled contentedly, planting a kiss on her, and tiredly closed his eyes. After such a long drive, their earlier enthusiasm had led to a somewhat extended escapade. While both were satisfied, he was genuinely fatigued. Yet, Gu Yueji, unable to sleep after a while, felt both exhausted and hungry, nudging him with her foot. "I'm hungry. I want something to eat." Ren Jin, nearly drifting off on the pillow, rubbed his eyes and reached for his phone on the nightstand. Let me order you some takeout. Gu Yueji, seeing his heavy eyelids, offered. I'll do it, you rest a bit. He handed her the phone and sank back into slumber. She was well aware of his phone and payment passwords. Once she placed the order and glanced over, Renjin was already asleep, prompting her to rise quietly for a shower. Having not brought any clothes with her, and knowing she would be going out that evening, she decided to borrow one of Renjin's shirts for the bathroom. Just as she finished showering and hurriedly began to dress, the doorbell rang. Renjin, groggily awakening to the sound of her flustered movements, quickly put on his pants and knocked on the bathroom door, saying, I'll answer the door. There's no need to rush. As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds from the bathroom quieted down. Renjin opened the door, and a polite deliveryman from Meituan greeted him. Hello, your takeaway. He murmured a soft thank you as he accepted the delivery. At that moment, Gu Yueji happened to emerge from the bathroom, asking, Did I wake you? She was clad in his white shirt, with nothing beneath, exposing her long, fair legs. Renjin frowned at the sight, aware that the bathroom was adjacent to the front door, leaving nothing to the imagination for the person outside. Just as he was about to close the door, the deliveryman exclaimed, Sister? Gu Yueji paused, turning to see someone outside. Jihui. Chapter 69. Is the family's money not in your hands? The unexpected appearance of Gu Yueji at the hotel, where she was supposed to be at home, was already surprising enough, but standing beside her was a half-naked man, leaving Gu Jihui utterly astonished. Sister, what are you doing here? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the man beside her. And who might this be? The man before him towered over him by half a head, his robust physique accentuated by clearly defined muscles on his bare torso. His short hair framed his chiseled features, and a slight furrow of his brow exuded an inherent air of authority. Despite being an adult himself, Gu Jihui felt compelled to look up at this imposing figure. However, Gu Yueji dared not approach Renjin too closely. His upper body was exposed, his belt undone, and the buttons of his trousers were left unfastened. The pants hung loosely at his lower abdomen, and to her profound embarrassment, several red marks, evidence of her own handiwork, were visible on his skin. Marks of playful biting and scratching that any adult would instantly recognize. As her cheeks flushed with increasing shyness, she never imagined that running away from home to meet Renjin would lead her to encounter her younger brother. With a hint of embarrassment, she murmured, This is your brother-in-law, Renjin. Gu Jihui pieced it together. The only man who could be alone with his sister was indeed Renjin. Upon hearing Gu Yueji's formal introduction, he immediately offered a warm smile to Renjin, saying, Hello, brother-in-law. Renjin merely nodded. This being his inaugural meeting with Gu Yueji's family, particularly with her cherished younger brother, Gu Jihui bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yueji, especially when he smiled, his eyes curving charmingly, evoking a male counterpart to his sister. Contrary to the selfish and domineering persona he had anticipated, Gu Jihui displayed decorum and politeness, and the familiar yellow uniform he wore indicated that he was not idly relying on his family, but rather working part-time delivering food. Renjin remained silent, observing the two as they stood at the doorway, locked in a mutual stare. To alleviate the awkwardness, Gu Yueji promptly inquired, Have you had dinner yet? Gu Jihui looked at her and replied, Not yet. I was planning to eat after the dinner rush. Do you still have deliveries to make? She asked. Not at the moment. Then come in and wait for a while. My husband and I will take you out for dinner. As she spoke, she reached to pull Gu Jihui into the room. However, Renjin stepped forward, placing himself between Gu Yueji and her brother. He patted Gu Jihui on the shoulder, gently nudging him outside. Wait for us in the hotel lobby. Your sister and I will change our clothes and join you shortly. With that, he closed the door. Staring at the shut door, Gu Yueji wore an expression of displeasure. Why didn't you let him in to wait? Renjin furrowed his brow, looking at her critically. Just take a look at what you're wearing. Is your brother still a child? And do take a whiff of the air in this room. Are you sure you want him to come in? Gu Yueji paused, momentarily stunned, then glanced down to recall she was clad in Renjin's shirt. She had mistakenly assumed he was averse to Gu Jihui and was keeping him at bay. Quickly, she returned to the room to change her attire. After an extended period of intimacy, they finally recognized that the lingering atmosphere of their earlier activities was unmistakably potent. Needing no elaborate scrutiny, Gu Yueji felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. If Gu Jihui caught a whiff of this scent, she would wish for a hole to burrow into. They quickly changed their clothes, and as Gu Yueji recalled Renjin's earlier attitude towards Gu Jihui, She understood that he harbored resentment towards her family for their preference for sons over daughters, which had caused her distress. She feared that he might wear a sullen expression during their meal. And she wanted to explain to him that Joey had always shared with her half of whatever their mother had left for him. And even brought his girlfriends to meet her when they were older. He had never bullied her. As Runjin fastened his belt, he glanced at her and asked, "What? Are you afraid I might bully your brother?" Guyuezi took the belt from his hands and helped him secure it. "I don't wish for you to hold any bias against him." Runjin naturally wrapped one arm around her waist and lifted her chin with the other, saying, "To be honest, I have no feelings for your family. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know them, nor would I have any dealings with them. My attitude towards them is entirely contingent upon how they treat you." From the moment Guyuezi had tearfully expressed her desire for a family, he realized she held family values in high regard. She yearned for warmth, not just from him, but from her own family as well. Her reluctance to return home or reach out to her family was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because she cared deeply for them and had been profoundly hurt by them. Guyuezi stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips, following his hand. He understood her need for protection and affection. To him, she was more significant than both his and her family, which made it inconceivable for her to divorce him and marry another. Gu Jiawei was seated on the sofa in the lobby, and upon seeing Guyuezi and Runjin emerge from the elevator, he immediately stood to greet them. "Sister, brother-in-law." Guyuezi took Runjin's hand as they approached. "We'll dine at this hotel. Let us head to the second floor." Jiawei hesitated upon hearing this, as it was the finest hotel in town with a steep price tag. He had heard from their mother that Guyuezi's family was not well off and suggested, "How about we choose another place? I'll treat you both." Guyuezi insisted, "Let us stay here. Your brother-in-law has already reserved a table." Renjin, still weary from lack of sleep, preferred not to venture far, so he had made the reservation at this restaurant from their room. The three of them entered the private dining room, and when the waiter presented the menu, it was naturally handed to Renjin. He took it but placed it in front of Guyuezi, saying, "You order. Choose what you both enjoy." Guyuezi looked up at him, noting his courteous demeanor in front of others, despite his earlier groggy appearance. She opted not to call him out on it and selected a few dishes based on their preferences before passing the menu to Gu Jiawei. "Jiawei, is there anything else you'd like to eat?" "No need, sister. What you've ordered is sufficient." "All right, we'll start with this much. We can always add more if it's not enough." Once the waiter left, Guyuezi seized the opportunity to ask Gu Jiawei the question that had been on her mind. "How did you end up delivering takeout? Do our parents know?" Gu Jiawei, who was studying advertising design, had returned to their hometown and found a job at a small advertising company in town. He usually rented a place to stay there during the week and only returned home on holidays. "My parents are unaware of this. Please do not divulge it to them. I am contemplating earning more money so that the pressure surrounding my marriage with Xiaowei will be alleviated." "Is Xiaowei currently in the village?" "Yes, she has just resigned. After all, since our marriage has not been finalized, it is not appropriate for her to reside with me." Previously, Song Xiaowei worked in the town and cohabited with Gu Jiawei. However, once their romantic involvement came to light, and due to the issue of betrothal gifts, the wedding plans were postponed. Song Xiaowei's parents forbade her from staying in the town with Gu Jiawei, fearing gossip. Guyuezi observed Gu Jiawei in his takeaway uniform, toiling tirelessly in hopes of saving for their wedding. If he and Song Xiaowei continued to face parental opposition, it was likely they would ultimately part ways. After some contemplation, she inquired, "How much more do we need for the wedding?" "Around 200,000. 200,000 is no trifling amount, however." Guyuezi considered the funds available in her and Renjin's accounts, and realized that this sum was indeed within their reach. Perhaps they could lend the money to Gu Jiawei, enabling him and Song Xiaowei to proceed with their wedding, after which Gu Jiawei could gradually repay them. This way, not only would Gu Jiawei marry the woman he loves, but her parents would also cease their incessant attempts to marry her off to Song Xiaoming. Moreover, she might seize this opportunity to take Gu Jiawei out as well. The more Guyuezi pondered this win-win situation, the more feasible it seemed. Just as she was about to propose this idea to Gu Jiawei, she suddenly remembered the person beside her. Although the money in her account was sufficient to lend to Gu Jiawei, it was, after all, their joint property as a couple, and she felt it necessary to discuss this with Renjin. Renjin, who had been quietly sipping tea, caught her gaze and, as if he had already guessed her thoughts, asked in confusion. Why are you looking at me? Isn't the money in our household under your control?